Reporters spread out across the city at key counting centers with big faces and candidates of Delhi to bring you the most comprehensive coverage on counting day. You're watching NDTV's special election broadcast. Let's begin with the headlines. In a few hours from now, results will be out for the high-octane contest in Delhi. Will it be a hat-trick for Aam Aadmi Party, or will BJP finally rule over the capital? Will Congress disrupt the calculations? Pollsters predict a historic BJP win. BJP hopes to script a comeback, winning the capital after nearly 3 decades. BJP leaders say Delhi wants a double-engine government now. Aam Aadmi Party seeks a hat-trick in Delhi, the toughest contest that Kejriwal has faced in over a decade. Former Deputy CM Manish Sisodia offers prayers early morning, says Aam Aadmi Party is confident to form government in Delhi once again. And in our big international news, a US judge temporarily blocks President Donald Trump's plan to place 2,200 employees of US aid agency on paid leave. USAID is the US government's main overseas development arm. Right at 7 a.m. and counting of votes will begin shortly in the national capital. Will BJP finally be able to win Delhi, a win that has eluded them for nearly 3 decades? Or will Aam Aadmi Party manage to hold on to the state from where they began their political journey? Majority of exit polls have predicted a BJP win. But will the pollsters be proven wrong, as we've seen several times recently in case of Lok Sabha poll predictions and even in the case of Haryana? It's an uphill task for the Aam Aadmi Party as they face 11 years of anti-incumbency and series of corruption cases targeting their top leaders. But we just heard, in fact, we'll play out the soundbite shortly of Manish Sisodia, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi and also one of the leaders in Delhi who has been booked, accused and jailed in a corruption case. He is saying that Aam Aadmi Party is confident of retaining Delhi. Let's take a look at what Manish Sisodia had to say.
पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हैं और सरकार तो बनेगी दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए काम करना है भी और बहुत कुछ बच्चों की शिक्षा के लिए और काम करना है.
Thank you so much, sir.
Right, let me bring in my reporters right now. As we promised, I have Anushka joining us from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters and Ishika, who is joining me from Virendra Sachdeva's residence. He is, of course, the Delhi BJP chief. Coming to you first, Anushka, we've seen Manish Sisodia there essentially saying that Aam Aadmi Party is banking on its welfare schemes, on the fact that they believe that they have done a lot of work in the national capital, which is proof of the fact that Delhi believes in them and is going to vote them into power once again. So what's been the buzz like in the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters over the last few hours or so?
Well, certainly we are here at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters and we are seeing that the preparations are underway. Now remember, the exit polls predicted that the BJP is going to make a comeback, but we also saw that the Aam Aadmi Party rejected the exit polls and said that they are in fact going to be making a government here once again. Now let me show you the visuals here also. I'll request my camera person to pan the camera. Now in a few hours, the fate of a high-octane electoral contest for Delhi's 70 assembly seats will be known. While the contest to form the next government is largely considered to be between incumbent Aam Aadmi Party and BJP, which has sat in the opposition since 1998, Congress might also disrupt the calculations of the two with a surprise or two. We are showing you the visuals from Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, the party who is in fact quite confident and is in fact also exuding confident that they will be winning this elections. The counting of votes will begin at 8 a.m. and the broad trends will be available as early as 10:30 a.m. Also, while Aam Aadmi Party and Congress fielded 70 candidates each, BJP has contested with 68 candidates, leaving 2 of the candidates to its allies. Now also we are seeing most exit polls have predicted a close contest with the BJP giving the edge in the terms of seats and voter share. We are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party is all prepared to make the next government here in Delhi, but also this is yet to see as the exit polls predicted that the BJP is about to make a comeback, but the Aam Aadmi Party is banking on its towards development works, and also the schemes that the welfare schemes that we saw. Yesterday also we saw an intense showdown between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, but today is the day when Delhi will get to know what the people have decided, and this is going to be, in fact, changing the political fortunes for a lot of party, where we are seeing the fight is majorly between the Aam Aadmi Party, the Congress and the BJP. Broad trends have also predicted that this will be an intense contest between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party for this time round. Back to studio.
Anushka, stay with us. I also have Aishwarya, who is joining us from the BJP headquarters. So, Aishwarya, you heard Anushka there. There's also a bit of a preparations going on at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, where Anushka is reporting from. What's the mood like in the BJP headquarters this morning?
Well, never seen such excitement at the BJP Delhi camp specifically, because they are waiting for the results to go into their favor as far as 27 years of long wait is concerned. The Bharatiya Janata Party clearly had been stating that this time, as the exit polls also had predicted, that the Bharatiya Janata Party would be forming the government, and therefore the reason the Karyakartas are much enthusiastic after the exit polls came on their way, and they are much excited as well. Let me show you these visuals, the glimpse of the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters over here, and so far there are these posters, these stage which has been already set up at the Delhi BJP headquarters with Prime Minister's poster over there with Home Minister and BJP President JP Nadda. The large screen has also been installed just inside the Delhi BJP headquarters for the exit poll, for the election results that will be showed at the BJP headquarters. Of course, Karyakartas have been invited, but of course the messaging has been very clear by the top leadership to the Karyakartas that they should not be in a hurry. They should wait till the exact results that should come, because it is a tough contest, a triangular contest that we witnessed between the Bharatiya Janata Party, Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. Yesterday we spoke to a lot of Bharatiya Janata Party leaders. They were pretty confident of the work that they had done during the election campaigning and the kind of promises that Bharatiya Janata Party did. And they clearly was saying that this time the mandate will go into their favor.
Right. Aishwarya, before I go over to others, just wanted to ask, we saw a number of key meetings being held by BJP as expected yesterday. But is there any discussion on a CM face yet? Because all the pollsters are predicting a BJP win. We'll of course come to know what the final decision is in a few hours from now. But any discussion on a potential CM face?
Well, soon after the polling day, it was BJP President JP Nadda who visited the state headquarters. There is a war room that had been set up. 352 Bharatiya Janata party workers have worked day and night at that war room for strategizing how to pan out the entire election.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you there, but I believe my colleague Ishika is standing by with Delhi BJP Chief Virendra Sachdeva.
Well, yes, in fact, Tanima, today is the counting day, and at 8 a.m. sharp, we're believing that the ballot boxes will be open. But currently, I'm being joined with the Delhi BJP President, Virendra Sachdeva ji, with me. Sir, exit polls के बाद तो आप लोगों का motivation और बढ़ गया होगा. आज कितना उत्साह?
नहीं, एग्जिट पोल का मैंने पहले भी कहा कि हम उसकी रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं, लेकिन हमें अपने कार्यकर्ताओं की मेहनत पे भरोसा है. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से शिद्दत और जुनून के साथ हम सब ने काम किया है, तो हमें भरोसा है कि हम इस बार डबल इंजन की सरकार बनाएंगे.
सर, वहीं अगर हम बात करें तो कल भी हमने देखा कि कितना हंगामा हुआ. आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता ये तक कह गए कि बीजेपी ने एग्जिट पोल खरीद लिए हैं, अगर जीत ही रहे होते तो एमएलएस को कांटेक्ट क्यों करना पड़ता. तो इन सबको भी आप कैसे देखते?
देखिए, हार और निराशा आदमी को बौखला देती है, और कल संजय सिंह या अरविंद केजरीवाल जिस तरह की बयानबाजी कर रहे थे, वो दिखा रहा था कि उनको अपनी हार निश्चित दिखाई दे रही है. आप इस पूरे दिल्ली के चुनाव को गंभीरता से देखिए. पिछले 1 साल से लगभग हम अरविंद केजरीवाल से सिर्फ मुद्दों की बात करते थे कि शराब घोटाले पे बात कीजिए, वो नहीं बोलते हैं. शीश महल पे बात कीजिए, वो नहीं बोलते हैं. गंदे पानी पे बात कीजिए, वो नहीं बोलते हैं. सीवेज के ओवरफ्लो की बात कीजिए, वो नहीं बोलते हैं. बिजली के बढ़े हुए दामों की बात करो वो नहीं बोलते हैं, टूटी सड़कों पे बात करो वो नहीं बोलते हैं, साफ सफाई पे बात करो नहीं बोलते हैं, वो इधर उधर की बातें घुमाते रहे। तो हम अपने मुद्दों से भटके नहीं, हमारे लिए विषय था दिल्ली का विकास, डेवलपमेंट, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जैसे पूरे भारत में डेवलपमेंट हुआ तो दिल्ली उससे अछूती क्यों रहे, दिल्ली का विकास क्यों रुके। और मुझे लगता है जनता ने भ्रष्टाचार से तंग आकर इस प्रधानमंत्री के मॉडल को चुनने का मन बनाया है, और मुझे लगता है आज दिल्ली विकास के नाम पर वोट देगी।
दिल्ली विकास के नाम पर वोट देगी। सर, अभी की अगर हम बात करें तो आपके अनुमान से कितना लग रहा है कि आज बीजेपी कितनी सीटें ला सकती है?
मैं तो पहले दिन से कह रहा हूँ कि मैं भविष्यवक्ता नहीं हूँ, मैं सिर्फ संभावना बता सकता हूँ। संभावना ये है कि हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में। सीटों की गिनती अरविंद केजरीवाल करेंगे।
मेरा बस एक आखिरी सवाल सर आपसे ये है कि अगर आज भाजपा जीत जाती है तो मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा कौन?
ये इतनी बार पूछा गया और मैंने हर बार एक ही बात कहा है कि कोई भी कार्यकर्ता मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, ये हमारा केंद्रीय नेतृत्व तय करता है, जैसे हमने बाकी राज्यों में किया है। तो हमारे लिए ये विषय गौण है। हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि पार्टी जीते, हमारा कार्यकर्ता जीते जिसने मेहनत की है, और पार्टी दिल्ली के विकास के लिए काम करे।
So as you heard, this was the Delhi BJP President Viren Sachdevaji with us, who was saying that this time corruption will turn out to be a defining factor when the mandate is out and the people will vote Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party government out of power on the allegations of corruption. Over to you.
Right, Virendra Sachdeva there essentially being very confident, especially after the predictions being made by multiple exit polls there that BJP is set to come back in the national capital after nearly 30 years. On that note, let me go across to my colleague Shreya, who's standing by outside Manish Sisodia's residence. Shreya, we just heard from Manish Sisodia a short while back, essentially saying that they are confident that Aam Aadmi Party will return to power in the national capital. But this time around, if we just talk about Manish Sisodia himself, he's contested from Jangpura, which is not his traditional seat. He's won last 3 times from Patparganj seat, which has been his stronghold. But what are you picking up in terms of from the Sisodia camp? Do they feel that he's on firm footing or on shaky grounds there at Jangpura?
Well, so far the exit polls have spoken today. The voters' voice will actually come out, and what they have decided for the national capital is going to come to the forefront. We know that Mr. Kejriwal's long-time-eyed Manish Sisodia, who has also been, former deputy chief minister and education minister, he was also embroiled in corruption charges, especially in reference to the liquor policy case. And then, of course, we saw the parties as well as the party members, flying like a phoenix from the ashes. And it is not easy being an opposition leader in this country, but we have seen the fan following, the popularity of these leaders come in the forefront, especially during the campaigns. Of course, we have seen due to the anti-incumbency fear, his seat had to be changed from Patparganj to Jangpura, and that will be quite tough this time. We don't know what the results are going to be. Of course, Aam Aadmi Party has been quite confident that they will be retaining the power. And today, the counting day, today is the D-Day. If we see the women of the national capital and also the people living in the slums and the Jhuggi Jhopris, the urban poor and the women voters, if they vote for Aam Aadmi Party in large numbers, then we will surely see, a victory this time around as well. Aam Aadmi Party has constantly said that the exit polls always historically underestimated their performance. So this time around also, today we will see a different set of numbers as per the party claims. And of course, we will try speaking to Mr. Sisodia as well as to what he thinks. Of course, throughout this election season, we have seen Aam Aadmi Party constantly saying that it was not a level playing field for the party in Delhi. It was not a democratic process with the election commission allegedly politicizing and targeting Aam Aadmi Party. So amidst all of these charges, if Aam Aadmi Party actually sails through, then it is going to be a huge victory. And the question will remain if Atishi, the sitting CM, will continue to be the chief
Right.
minister, or will the people's favorite, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, come to the throne? That
Right.
answer we will get only after the results are out today.
Yeah, let's also listen in to what Manish Sisodia had to say. He was seen offering prayers at a temple, of course. We'll come back to our reporters after playing this soundbite.
पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हैं और सरकार तो बनेगी बनेगी, दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए काम करना है भी और बहुत कुछ, बच्चों की शिक्षा के लिए और काम करना है।
थैंक यू सो मच सर।
पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हैं और सरकार तो बनेगी बनेगी, दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए काम करना है भी और बहुत कुछ, बच्चों की शिक्षा के लिए और काम करना है।
थैंक यू सो मच सर।
पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हैं और सरकार तो बनेगी बनेगी, दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए काम करना है भी और बहुत कुछ, बच्चों की शिक्षा के लिए और काम करना है।
थैंक यू सो मच सर।
Right, so we heard from former Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia there essentially that there's a lot more work to be done and they are hoping for a hat-trick in the national capital. Let me go back to my colleague Aishwarya, but before I actually ask my question to him, let's play this soundbite which is coming from another BJP leader there, Dushyant Gautam, who's essentially saying that it's time now for a BJP government in Delhi since Delhi wants a double-engine government. Listen in.
मोदी जी के विचारों पर चलते हुए जो डबल इंजन की सरकार पूरे देश में चल रही है, उसी को देखते हुए दिल्ली ने भी मन बनाया है कि दिल्ली में भी डबल इंजन की सरकार चले, भ्रष्टाचार से मुक्ति मिले, अच्छी सड़कें बने, पानी बिजली सभी सुविधाएं हमें मिलनी चाहिए। जो हमारे मौलिक अधिकार है, फंडामेंटल राइट्स हैं, वो यहाँ पर नहीं मिल रहे थे। भ्रष्टाचार झूठ की राजनीति चल रही थी। आज दिल्ली उसका छुटकारा दिल्ली को मिल जाएगा। यही आशीर्वाद प्राप्त करने के लिए माता के दरबार में आए हैं और माता रानी दिल्ली वासियों के लिए भी आशीर्वाद दे रही है कि वह अच्छे वातावरण में जिएं, प्रदूषण से मुक्ति पाएं और विश्व में दिल्ली का नाम भी होना चाहिए। दिल्ली भारत का दिल है। दिल अभी तक वेंटिलेटर पर था, आज वेंटिलेटर से निकलकर स्वच्छ दिल्ली, स्वस्थ दिल्ली, सुरक्षित दिल्ली की ओर बढ़ेगा। एग्जिट पोल भी साबित होंगे, अच्छे होंगे और उससे कहीं ज़्यादा बहुमत से हम जीत के आएंगे। मुख्यमंत्री भारतीय जनता पार्टी का बनेगा। सरासर झूठ है। आप बताइए, जो विधायक चुना ही नहीं गया उसको कौन 15 करोड़ रुपया? पहले तो ऐसा कुछ होता ही नहीं है। केजरीवाल जब डरते हैं, घबराते हैं, हार निश्चित होती है, ऐसा झूठ का सहारा लेते हैं और उसकी जांच भी हो रही है। झूठ साफ निकलेगा और जो दोषी होगा उसको दंड भी मिलेगा।
There are a lot more reactions coming in early this morning as well. Let's listen in to BJP candidate Shikha Rai, who's the candidate from Greater Kailash taking on Saurabh Bhardwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party.
माँ कालका के दरबार में आशीर्वाद लेने आई हूँ। हर शुभ कार्य आशीर्वाद से शुरू करती हूँ और यही प्रार्थना करते हुए कि मेहनत सफल बनाएंगे और मैं आश्वस्त हूँ जीत के प्रति, क्योंकि जनता का जो उत्साह और स्नेह इस प्रचार में मिला है और भरपूर जो मैंने 5 तारीख को देखा कि सब वोट भाजपा के लिए मन से करने के लिए जा रहे थे, तो पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हूँ कि ग्रेटर कैलाश की सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी की झोली में जा रही है।
Right, let's also listen into some leaders of the Congress. Congress, of course, is being seen as in a sense, in the weakest position in the triangular contest in Delhi. But whether or not Congress is going to disrupt the final calculations in any way, the final numbers in any way, that's something maybe that the Congress is hoping for. But let's listen into one of their most prominent faces in Delhi, the one who was taking on Arvind Kejriwal from the New Delhi seat, Sandeep Dixit.
मुझे कोई आइडिया नहीं है क्या अलायंस बनता है क्या नहीं, वो हाईकमांड तय करेगी, हम लोग नहीं तय करेंगे। अगर कोई ऐसी संभावना बनती है तो
एसीबी की टीम पहुंची थी अरविंद केजरीवाल के घर।
हो गया, कल रात को हो गया, आज काउंटिंग करने दीजिए।
So that was Sandeep Dixit, of course. But the main contest, of course, still lies with Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. And one of Aam Aadmi Party's ministers, Saurabh Bhardwaj, once again doubled down on the allegations that AAP has been making since the past 2 days, the fact that they feel that the BJP is already making attempts of horse trading. Listen into what the Greater Kailash candidate and the sitting MLA from their Aam Aadmi Party, Saurabh Bhardwaj, had to say.
किसी तरीके से आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार को हटाने की कोशिश इस बार हर स्तर पे की गई है, चाहे ईडी, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स हो, चाहे इलेक्शन कमीशन हो, चाहे पुलिस हो। तमाम शक्तियां जो हैं इस बार आम आदमी पार्टी के खिलाफ इस्तेमाल हुई हैं, मगर जनता का आशीर्वाद आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ है। और मेरा मानना ये है कि तमाम प्रयासों के बावजूद जनता चौथी बार अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाने जा रही है।
Right, and our reporters Aishwarya and Anushka still with us. Aishwarya, I was asking the question to you. Sorry, I had to interrupt you there. But essentially, this entire campaign of the BJP has largely been on the shoulders and the main face being Prime Minister Modi. But right now, since we are just hours away from the final revelation as to who will rule Delhi for the next 5 years, but is there some sort of a consensus that has been finally built around one particular candidate that the BJP sees could be the next CM here?
Well, nothing of sorts as of now, because it is the BJP top leadership, the central leadership, who decides the face of the chief minister for every state. Of course, a legislative party meeting would be held, and there a leader will be elected, and the name will be sent to the BJP top command, and only after that things will pan out. But this will all happen if BJP wins. Certainly, it is the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders who are very confident that this time, of course, it would be the BJP chief minister. What we know so far is that Bharatiya Janata Party president JP Nadda visited the state headquarters just a day after the polling, and he met almost 352 BJP workers who were working for the party day and night during the election period, and also took the feedback from them as to how the entire polling happened. And soon after that, they were very confident that at least what the top leadership have told us, 40 to 45 plus is the figure that they are looking forward to form the government in Delhi. Apart from it, the very next day we saw how it was the top, it was all the MPs from the Delhi, all 7 MPs that were called to the BJP state headquarters, and their feedback was again taken by BJP state president and the top leadership who arrived over here.
Right.
And a long meeting
Aishwarya,
went
hold
on
your
as to
thought
how
there. I will have to go across to Alka Lamba, the Congress candidate. Let's listen in.
क्योंकि मेरा एक लक्ष्य है, उसका एक ही है मकसद, सेवा। और मैंने आज माँ से फिर वही कहा है कि मुझे लोगों की जो समस्याएं हैं वो आपके पास आते हैं, अपनी पीड़ा, अपना दर्द, अपनी समस्याएं लेकर, मुझे बस जरिया बना लो। सब देखते हैं माँ का क्या फैसला है, मैं तो बस जरिया बनने आई हूँ आज। देखिए, पार्टी ने खूब मेहनत की, हम सब ने खूब मेहनत की, जमीन पर रहे, लोगों में रहे, लोगों के मुद्दों पर पूरा चुनाव लड़ा है। अब दिल्ली जो फैसला करेगी, सर माथे पर लेकर जो आदेश हमारे लिए होगा, उसको लेकर आगे बढ़ेंगे।
So Alka Lamba there, the Congress's candidate from Kalkaji. Remember, Kalkaji is, of course, Aam Aadmi Party's current Chief Minister, CM of Delhi. Atishi's stronghold in a way. She is the sitting MLA from Kalkaji, but she also has 2 strong contenders who have challenged her, Ramesh Bidhuri of the BJP and Alka Lamba there, of course, of the Congress. Let me go back to Anushka now. Anushka, you are standing by at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Slightly more somber mood there probably than they would like to have. But essentially, we've seen over the past few hours, there's been a lot of drama in the national capital, especially centered on Aam Aadmi Party's complaint that they feel that the BJP is trying to poach their MLAs, poach some of their candidates. So in terms on that front, what are you picking up from the Aam Aadmi Party? Because the complaint was officially filed by Sanjay Singh yesterday at the ACB office. But what are they hoping will change within 24 hours or so? Is there anything that they have to add to that now?
Well, certainly, Tanima, what we're seeing is that right now Aam Aadmi Party is preparing for its win, because we also saw that Arvind Kejriwal did say that they are banking on the developmental schemes, and also they have said that the exit polls were in fact a false narrative that was said by the BJP. Now, we'll like to show you some visuals also of the preparations that are going on at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. We are seeing that the stage is set, and we also heard a lot of people. Also, we heard Manish Sisodia saying that he is in fact quite confident that the Aam Aadmi Party is in fact winning here. Also, we'll try to show you the visuals of outside of the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Right now we can clearly see that the stage has been set. All the preparations have been going on. We are seeing the Karyakartas coming one by one inside. Also, we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party is seeking a third term based on its performance in health, education. But we also see that this term was quite tumultuous for the Aam Aadmi Party, with several of its senior leadership facing corruption charges. And also we saw an intense showdown between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party yesterday, where both the parties in fact went to the ECB to register their complaint about how the poaching had happened. Now, the BJP said that Aam Aadmi Party will have to face legal repercussions of the statements of the allegations that they have made, while the Aam Aadmi Party said that they do have evidence, and they did, Sanjay Singh did go to the ACB office to file his statement, and he said that he did give the number of the person who called Mukesh Ehlawat, who is Aam Aadmi Party's MLA. Now, several of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders had a meetup at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. This was done in a bid to raise the morale of the people in Aam Aadmi Party, but also we are seeing that the exit polls prediction that we saw that came at the election, at the voting day, and also after a day of the voting, we saw that the BJP is about to make a comeback according to those predictions, which the Aam Aadmi Party had rejected and said that this is a narrative to break the morale of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders so that they will be switching sides. Also, they have said that the Aam Aadmi Party has a lot of developmental work still to do. Also, we are showing you visuals. Lots and lots of people have started coming now as the day is moving ahead. We are seeing Aam Aadmi Party Karyakartas coming inside here to in fact celebrate the fact that they are about to win. Also, now just half an hour is left for the counting to in fact be started, and we will get to know soon enough that who is about to win this election and what have the people of Delhi decided as of yet. But also we are seeing the contest is largely between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, Congress being a distant third. But also we are seeing that the Congress, because last two times we saw that the Congress was unable to win any seats, but this time we are seeing that the Congress has a probability of winning 1 to 2 seats according to the exit polls. Also, we are seeing what we saw in the exit polls was that the Aam Aadmi Party was a distant second party, but what Aam Aadmi Party is saying that they are quite confident that exit polls were not a fit survey to be trusted upon, but also they have said that they will be winning this time around, and the preparations inside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters are going on, and as the day is moving ahead, lots and lots of Karyakartas are in fact reaching the Aam Aadmi Party office so that once they win, they will be celebrating right here.
Right. Aishwarya, let me come back to you. And since Anushka actually raised the point of the exit polls, if we look at that, it's only barely 2 agencies which have given Aam Aadmi Party the lead. Otherwise, all the other agencies, which are roughly 8 to 10 of them, have given the lead to, considerable lead rather, to BJP. But there are also certain pockets or certain categories which could be worrisome. For example, the women voters have largely been seen to side with the Aam Aadmi Party, and some of the agencies which have done the exit polls this time around have also seen that the majority of women voters are still choosing Aam Aadmi Party in a way. So is there some sort of a dampener or a last-minute surprise that the BJP is also expecting on that front? If you can just tell us through, in a way, break down the exit polls also for our viewers.
Well, certainly the Aam Aadmi Party had dismissed these exit polls. They've clearly stated that these are the exit polls, and the companies that had been registered on the name of massage parlor. Sanjay Singh had those claims, and he showed some documents as well. But most of the exit polls went onto the favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party, clearly gave them a huge majority, and it's a wave that we can see as far as exit polls are concerned for the Bharatiya Janata Party. But specifically speaking about these sections as far as the Muslim voters are concerned, at the constituencies like Okhla, Mustafabad, the Muslim voters seems to be divided, with the AIMIM coming into the fray. In fact, one of the exit polls clearly predicted in Okhla, Aam Aadmi Party can just not go to second, but they can also move to third because the exit polls predicted that AIMIM can emerge number 2. So the Muslim voters seems to be divided this time as far as the exit polls are concerned between the Aam Aadmi Party and Congress, which was a one-sided show back in 2020. For the women voters, this time we are witnessing since 1998, the women voters had come out in large numbers and had smashed all the records as far as the voting percentage is concerned. And where will these women voters, the extra percentage of women voters will shift? Of course, the Aam Aadmi Party clearly stating that the women voters for them are intact because the kind of policies that they have brought for women as far as free bus ride are concerned, as far as the ration, free ration is concerned, and electricity, water supply. So women are pretty much happy with the Aam Aadmi Party. They are relying on those voters as well. But Juggi voters more specifically are divided as far as the exit polls are concerned in several of those clusters where Juggi voters are there. It seems to be divided between the Aam Aadmi Party and Bharatiya Janata Party. They have shifted to the BJP. That's what the exit polls also stated. Remember those programs done by Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. Home Minister Amit Shah also attending those programs. Prime Minister giving keys to the Juggis, giving flats to those. So that have a massive impact on the Juggis as well. And the promises that the Aam Aadmi Party has done, beyond that, the Bharatiya Janata Party had promised and also stated that they will keep on the promises. So as a journalist, it's going to be a very, very exciting election results of Delhi. Since 2010 or so, because this is the Aam Aadmi Party which is facing, such elections for their, for their control. Because as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, in the last 5 years, they have faced huge corruption charges. Their top leaders were inside the jail as well, and therefore the reason perhaps it wasn't very important elections for them to survive as well. But Bharatiya Janata Party this time has been very confident because they had banked on the face of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and had promised beyond what the Aam Aadmi Party has promised. So all eyes would be on certainly the results which are just emerging in an hour or so.
Right. It's a survival battle in a way for Aam Aadmi Party this time around, Aishwarya. Anushka, they're also reporting from the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters respectively. We'll head into a short break at this point, but we'll be right back with all the updates coming in on this big day for Delhi today.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें NDTV का ऐप हो।
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो NDTV ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना।
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव यापा आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में।
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दो।
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग NDTV।
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची।
NDTV ऐप नहीं।
This week on India Ascends.
Bangladesh scraps Bongo Bandhu Mujibur Rahman's legacy. What next for Yunus's Islamist agenda? State set for big Modi-Trump meeting. Does immigration hold key to the new US-India relationship? Will India lead the way for the world's AI transition? And how could China's growing presence
Right, welcome back. You're watching NDTV's special broadcast on counting day in the national capital. It's just half an hour more, roughly half an hour, in fact 25 minutes or so from when the counting will actually begin at Delhi's counting centers. It's a big battle here in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party hoping to retain their hold in the national capital, hoping for a hat-trick, a third term, but it's the BJP which is essentially giving a very, very tough contest. And if we are to believe the exit polls, then it's BJP which is going to script a comeback in Delhi after 27 years, over 27 years. Let's go listen into Delhi Chief Minister Atishi speaking.
ये काम और गुंडागर्दी की लड़ाई रही है और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि कालका जी के लोग अच्छाई के साथ खड़े होंगे, काम के साथ खड़े होंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ।
दिल्ली के लिए कोई नंबर आप प्रेडिक्ट करना चाहेंगे आज?
देखिए, हम तो पहले ही कई दिनों से कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी चौथी बार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, भारी बहुमत से बनेंगे और आज शाम तक आंकड़ा आपके सामने है।
आपका मार्जिन कितना रहेगा? आप कितना मार्जिन देख रहे हैं अगर आप जीते तो?
कुछ घंटे में पता चलेगा।
आपके लिए एक चक्रव्यूह रचा गया था, लेकिन मनीष सिसोदिया, आतिशी, अरविंद केजरीवाल तीनों की सीटों पे बीजेपी ने बहुत बड़ा दांव लगाया था ताकि आम आदमी पार्टी को रोका जा सके।
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी का अगर आप इतिहास देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी में हमने जब शुरुआत करी हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं था। कोई सोच नहीं सकता था कि आम आदमी पार्टी राजनीति में सफल हो सकती है। ना हमारे पास पैसे की ताकत थी, ना हमारे पास बाहुबल था, ना हम धर्म की राजनीति करते हैं, ना हम वोट बैंक की राजनीति करते हैं। दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार, भगवान का आशीर्वाद था कि आज तक हम आज में यहाँ पे पहुँचे और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार और ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद हम पे बना रहे।
आतिशी, एग्जिट पोल देखकर बीजेपी अपना
So Atishi there, Delhi Chief Minister and also the Aam Aadmi Party candidate from Kalka ji speaking to the press there, speaking to reporters, essentially saying that it's going to be Kejriwal once again who will become the next Chief Minister of Delhi. I believe my colleague Nupur is joining us on the broadcast right now. Nupur, we have in fact seen for Atishi, if we talk about her, she's also she's the incumbent MLA from Kalkaji, somebody who has been entrusted by the Aam Aadmi Party to lead Delhi since Arvind Kejriwal and several other top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party were mired in alleged corruption cases. But we've also seen that the Aam Aadmi Party's big worry in the past few hours, past couple of days or so, is the horse trading allegations that they have in fact been making against the BJP. So what attempts do you see from both sides in a way, BJP as well as the Aam Aadmi Party, to keep their flock together on the big counting day today?
Well, today we can see see there's just half an hour left, about half an hour left for the counting to begin. And we just saw the leaders, rushing to temples. In fact, for now, I think answer to your question is, I think they're the best option. They're sorting out, they are into their prayers, for keeping their flock together, I would say rather. Today, we are standing out outside the Gold Market Counting Center, and there is, if you can see behind me, there is heavy security. And, there are so many arrangements. In fact, just now, Gaurav Bhardwaj, who was heading back from the Hanuman temple where he had visited for, offering prayers just ahead of the result, he crossed by and he tried to enter. In fact, his car was also not allowed. There is very high, tight security outside the counting centers. And with just counting about to begin in half an hour or so, I think the last resort, I think the leaders are now hoping for is, they are trusting in God's plan, if you can say, if you would say, because we saw today, in fact, Shikhar Rai, the BJP contestant from GK, who is fighting against Gaurav Bhardwaj, was also seen visiting the Kalkaji temple. And several other leaders are seen flocking to temples. So we can say the last resort today is God for them. And let's see what the result, how the result turns out. It's just the counting is just about to begin at 8 a.m. and in fact, we saw very high voting turnout. It was higher than last year, if we can see. So the mandate would be clear. The mandate would actually be very decisive for both, in fact, Aam Aadmi Party and BJP. BJP is, as we know, is hoping to make a comeback after almost 3 decades in Delhi. And Aam Aadmi Party is trying to hold its fort here in Delhi, where in fact it has, has seen wins, consecutive wins. And now the Aam Aadmi Party has, if we see for over past 2 years, has been the top leaders have been to jail and have been embroiled in liquor policy cases, other cases. Yesterday, there was another whole ACB fiasco that turned out, and everything is, the stakes are really high for both the parties. In fact, even Congress is looking to make a comeback this time, and we may see a triangular fight also between Congress, BJP, and AAP for the national capital. So with just half an hour left, about half an hour or so, 15-20 minutes left to counting. Let's see how the day turns out for them. Over to you.
Right. I'm also joined by my colleague Tanushka. Tanushka is also at one of the counting centers, I believe. If I can have Tanushka up. Tanushka, I believe that, in fact, we are going to see the counting begin in just a few minutes from now. But we've also seen, leading up to the counting day, several opposition parties have in fact been throwing barbs at the Election Commission, including the Aam Aadmi Party as well. Arvind Kejriwal yesterday put out a post where he essentially said that it was the Election Commission's job to upload voter data online, but it's the Aam Aadmi Party now who wanted to give out that information to its supporters. So the Aam Aadmi Party was doing it when that's a duty of the Election Commission. So several questions which have been raised by the opposition. Aam Aadmi Party, we've also seen Rahul Gandhi sitting with along his MVA partners there in a press conference yesterday, essentially raising questions about Maharashtra's voter data. So leading up to the counting day, we've seen the opposition coming out on all guns blazing in a way, questioning and in a way alleging bias by the Election Commission. Tanushka, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes. So I am at, a counting center in Gold Market area in the New Delhi constituency. And as you mentioned, yes, yesterday has been, particularly a day with a lot of series of events from Arvind Kejriwal also talking about the Election Commission not posting about the details of Form 17C, which are the details of the numbers of voters who have voted in and polled at every single booth. We're only 20 minutes away from polling beginning at this point, and there's a lot of movement at this particular poll booth that I am at right now. As you can see around me, police vehicles are rolling in at this point inside this counting center. Saurabh Bhardwaj, the candidate from the Greater Kailash area, is also inside this very counting center where I am at. And he has been, he's also come around to have a look here at the counting center. So we're of course looking forward to counting to begin with respect to the final decision with respect to what Delhi has decided amongst the three parties.
Tanushka there joining us from the counting center at Gold Market. I also have my colleague Ghazali who is joining us from Kalkaji, I believe. Ghazali, we've seen the Congress, of course, several leaders of the Congress. We heard from Alka Lamba this morning and also Sandeep Dixit. They're essentially saying that they are hoping for the best, of course. But realistically, if we look at all the poll predictions as well and otherwise also, Congress is largely being seen as an also-ran in this election. But considering the fact that the Aam Aadmi Party has not got the best of predictions in the exit polls, is there any conversation or any hint of any sort of a post-poll tie-up between the two parties, Congress and AAP?
See, as of now, both the candidates, Alka Lamba has just visited the counting center here in Maharani Bagh, but more than just this particular seat has seen the clash of heavyweights. Alka Lamba had also been an AAP member earlier before switching over to Congress later, and she was the MLA from Chandni Chowk back in 2015, and later in 2019 she switched to Congress and then faced 2 consecutive defeats. And now this is also a political battle of her revival. But for Aam Aadmi Party, the stakes are much higher because their sitting CM, Atishi, is contesting the election from here against the BJP's candidate Ramesh Viduri. Now, why this is a prestige battle as well? Because a lot of resources for Aam Aadmi Party has gone into this contest, into this assembly poll across Delhi. But at least for those big faces, Atishi is the CM candidate, sitting CM as well. We don't know who will be the CM if Aam Aadmi Party comes to power. And also, why this is a high-stakes battle? Because we had seen the kind of slugfest between the parties over promises, over Yamuna River issue, over developmental issue. Then we had those unparliamentary language being used, allegations against each other, even till yesterday, before even the counting has begun. So certainly it's a high-stake battle. The supporters from parties, the security guys that have started coming in, you will see here. And now these are the central paramilitary forces also coming in at this counting center, because this counting center also serves for 4 constituencies for which the countings will happen here. Atishi has gone to the Okhla counting center right now for the Okhla assembly seat. She will be arriving here later. Right now Alka Lamba is over here, and you can see through the visuals that the polling agents, party supporters, security people, they are all getting into the counting center. It's like just few minutes before the ballots of the EVMs or say the counting starts from here. So we will see initial reactions. All the candidates are saying that they are very hopeful, but as you rightly pointed out, exit polls are suggesting something else. Candidates are hopeful that perhaps it will be a comeback for Alka Lamba. Atishi's and Aam Aadmi Party feels that it will be the 3rd consecutive time when they will retain this seat.
Right. All the top leaders there. There are several key seats, of course. Our reporters are spread out across these key seats, which have key candidates, as Ghazali there was pointing out that it's a high-stakes battle in Kalkaji as well. So we, of course, have seen that there's a lot of activity happening this morning as well, even before the counting begins. It's just a few minutes left now for counting to officially begin in the national capital. On your screens there, you can see a little boy dressed up as Kejriwal. No guesses, no second prize, no second guesses for guessing that one as to who he is a supporter of. But we'll have to wait and see whether Aam Aadmi Party manages to buck all the predictions, prove all of them wrong to come out on top today. Before we go back to our reporters, let's listen in to this, this conversation that my colleague Ishika had with Virendra Sachdeva, the Delhi BJP president.
Today is the counting day, and at 8 a.m. sharp, we're believing that the ballot boxes will be open. But currently, I'm being joined with the Delhi BJP president, Virendra Sachdeva ji, with me. Sir, एग्जिट पोल्स के बाद तो आप लोगों का मोटिवेशन और बढ़ गया होगा, आज कितना उत्साह?
नहीं, एग्जिट पोल का मैंने पहले भी कहा कि हम उसकी रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं, लेकिन हमें अपने कार्यकर्ताओं की मेहनत पे भरोसा है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से शिद्दत और जुनून के साथ हम सब ने काम किया है, तो हमें भरोसा है कि हम इस बार डबल इंजन की सरकार बनाएंगे।
सर, वहीं अगर हम बात करें तो कल भी हमने देखा कि कितना हंगामा हुआ। आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता ये तक कह गए कि बीजेपी ने एग्जिट पोल खरीद लिए हैं, अगर जीत ही रहे होते तो एमएलएस को कांटेक्ट क्यों करना पड़ता? तो इन सबको भी आप कैसे देखते?
देखिए, हार और निराशा आदमी को बौखला देती है, और कल संजय सिंह या अरविंद केजरीवाल जिस तरह की बयानबाजी कर रहे थे, वो दिखा रहा था कि उनको अपनी हार निश्चित दिखाई दे रही है। आप इस पूरे दिल्ली के चुनाव को गंभीरता से देखिए। पिछले 1 साल से लगभग हम अरविंद केजरीवाल से सिर्फ मुद्दों की बात करते थे कि शराब घोटाले पे बात कीजिए, वो नहीं बोलते हैं। शीश महल पे बात कीजिए, वो नहीं बोलते हैं। गंदे पानी पे बात कीजिए, वो नहीं बोलते हैं। सीवेज के ओवरफ्लो की बात कीजिए, वो नहीं बोलते हैं। बिजली के बढ़े हुए दामों की बात करो, वो नहीं बोलते हैं। टूटी हुई सड़कों पे बात करो, वो नहीं बोलते हैं। साफ़ सफाई पे बात करो, नहीं बोलते हैं। वो इधर उधर की बातें घुमाते रहे। तो हम अपने मुद्दों से भटके नहीं। हमारे लिए विषय था दिल्ली का विकास, डेवलपमेंट, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जैसे पूरे भारत में डेवलपमेंट हुआ, तो दिल्ली उससे अछूती क्यों रहे, दिल्ली का विकास क्यों रुके। और मुझे लगता है जनता ने भ्रष्टाचार से तंग आकर इस प्रधानमंत्री के मॉडल को चुनने का मन बनाया है, और मुझे लगता है आज दिल्ली विकास के नाम पर वोट देगी।
दिल्ली विकास के नाम पर वोट देगी। सर, अभी की अगर हम बात करें तो आपके अनुमान से कितना लग रहा है कि आज बीजेपी कितनी सीटें ला सकती है?
मैं तो पहले दिन से कह रहा हूँ कि मैं भविष्यवक्ता नहीं हूँ, मैं सिर्फ संभावना बता सकता हूँ। संभावना ये है कि हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में। सीटों की गिनती अरविंद केजरीवाल करेंगे।
मेरा बस एक आखिरी सवाल सर आपसे ये है कि अगर आज भाजपा जीत जाती है तो मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा कौन?
ये इतनी बार पूछा गया और मैंने हर बार एक ही बात कहा है कि कोई भी कार्यकर्ता मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, ये हमारा केंद्रीय नेतृत्व तय करता है, जैसे हमने बाकी राज्यों में किया है। तो हमारे लिए ये विषय गौण है। हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि पार्टी जीते, हमारा कार्यकर्ता जीते जिसने मेहनत की है, और पार्टी दिल्ली के विकास के लिए काम करे।
Right, so BJP leaders, they're dodging the question on who will be their CM face. We are just a few minutes away from counting to begin for decision day in Delhi. The mandate will be out in just a few hours from now. And my colleague Maria Shakil will be joining you on the other side of this very short break as NDTV's special broadcast on Delhi Counting Day continues. Stay with us.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends.
Hello everyone and a very good morning. The Delhi Assembly elections have always been a high-stakes battle. But this year, it's even more crucial for the three main players, that is the Aam Aadmi Party, the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress. For Aam Aadmi Party, it's about retaining power for the third consecutive term, which would be a testament to Arvind Kejriwal's governance model. Remember, Aam Aadmi Party's welfare schemes, such as 2,100 rupees monthly allowance for women, will be put to test. On the other hand, BJP is determined to regain lost ground and prove its dominance in the national capitals, which they did during the Lok Sabha polls ever since 2014. Congress, which has been struggling to find its footing, sees this election as an opportunity to revive its fortunes. The election is being contested across 70 assembly seats with over 1.47 crore eligible voters. The outcome of this election will have significant implications for all these three parties, and if AAP wins, it will reinforce Kejriwal's position as a key player in national politics. A BJP victory will boost the party's morale and demonstrate its ability to win state elections one after the other. For the Congress, a decent performance will be crucial in restoring its credibility. The results will not only decide the fate of Delhi, but will also have a ripple effect on national politics. So hello everyone, the stage is set, and for the next few hours, this is your election news destination as we get you all the numbers from all the counting centers. Even as we speak, 2 minutes to go for the EVMs to open. First will be the postal ballot which will be counted, and then it will be the actual votes. So roughly around 8:30 a.m. is when we can expect that to happen. But for the moment, let's bring in the reporters who are tracking the story very, very closely. What is happening at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters? 10 years it has been in power. Are they looking tensed? Has some preparations begun? Is there some jalebi or some mithai or laddus anywhere, Anushka?
Maria, we are seeing that this intense campaigning came to an end, but also we saw that the showdown was continuing between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, while we saw the BJP giving a tough fight and looking for a comeback after 27 years. We saw Congress fighting for resurgence and Aam Aadmi Party fighting for survival. Also, now we are seeing that during the first term, Aam Aadmi Party won with 67 seats. On the second term, Aam Aadmi Party won with 62 seats. But now the Aam Aadmi Party had a quite tumultuous year. This time around, they were, all of the senior leaderships of the Aam Aadmi Party were in fact jailed on the charges of corruption. Several of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders were also in fact, they had to face a tough time during this
and show to our viewers what
during
exactly
the last
is happening at the Aam Aadmi Party office.
Certainly, Maria, I'll ask my camera person to in fact pan the camera and also show you the visuals here. The stage is set. We are seeing Karyakartas are coming one after another, and we are also seeing all of them exuding confidence that they are in fact going to win this battle. Now, remember when the exit polls prediction came, it predicted that the BJP is about to make a comeback, but also Aam Aadmi Party leaders rejected the exit poll and said that this is a fake narrative that is being said by the BJP, who are trying to in fact poach the Aam Aadmi Party's MLAs. Will also show you around, what kind of a scene, what kind of a glimpse can be, seen here at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Several of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders we saw in the morning, they went to the temple to take blessings. Also, we saw some of them saying that they are quite confident that Arvind Kejriwal is going to be next Chief Minister. Atishi, who's the incumbent Chief Minister, has said that, and also we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party people who are in fact quite confident that their welfare schemes and their developmental work is what the people of Delhi have voted for. Now it's about 8 o'clock, and we are seeing that the counting will be started now. Also, we are seeing people of the Delhi who decided on 5th of February the results will be coming, and we will get to know as to what Delhi has decided. But also we are seeing both the party, that is the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, are fighting closely, while the Congress is looking for a resurgence this time around. Back to studio, Mara.
Thank you so much. We'll keep coming to you. We have here in the studio Amitabh Tiwari, political strategist, Sujata Pandey, political analyst. Amitabh Tiwari, stakes are high, could not be higher than this, because it is, after all, the showcase capital of the national capital, of one of the fastest growing economies. So is it really that showcase capital is going to be decided today? It's not just about those who cast their votes. The entire country is watching these 70 seats.
Yeah, so it's now you can say it's the 6th battle between brand Modi and brand Kejriwal.
That's right.
It's 3-2 in favor of brand Modi as of now. But the Aam Aadmi Party has been winning the state elections and has been equaling the record of the BJP or Prime Minister Modi. So the question is, how much dent has the BJP's narrative of this corruption allegations, Liquorgate scandal, Sheesh Mahal allegations have dented the credibility of Arvind Kejriwal? That's the primary or the key question which could decide the fortunes of these elections. Because see, Delhi has a high middle class population base compared to other states. And unlike the rest of the country, where the middle class traditionally backs the BJP, here in the Vidhan Sabha election, a majority of the middle class backs the Aam Aadmi Party, fascinated by its anti-corruption plank, transparent funding, public participation in decision making, fresh perspective, ideas, etc. So now we have to see whether brand Kejriwal holds on to its fort, whether the Mahila, the minorities, the middle class continue to back him as they do, and that could well decide the fortunes of these elections.
Okay, so let me go to Ghazali now, who's joining us from the Kalkaji Counting Center. It's 8-3, so the counting has begun, Ghazali.
Yeah, certainly the counting has begun, and so is the movement here. You can see the party supporters for all the parties, for Congress, Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. They have all lined up here, anxiously waiting for any such info from their candidates, because Alka Lamba from Congress and Atishi as well from Aam Aadmi Party, they have both gone inside. We have not seen Ramesh Biduri, who is also the candidate for the Kalkaji Assembly constituency. This particular counting center also serves counting for the 4 constituencies besides Kalkaji. It is also for Okhla and other assembly constituencies. And before getting inside, we managed to speak to Atishi as well as Alka Lamba. They both said that perhaps they're confident of their victory. Atishi said that Arvind Kejriwal will be the chief minister for the 4th time. For Alka Lamba, she is also saying that she is very confident that people will choose her as the representative for Kalkaji Assembly constituency. And Maria, this entire contest, as you rightly pointed out, is like everybody is keenly watching it, especially for Aam Aadmi Party. It's a high stakes battle. Till yesterday we saw the kind of allegations and counter allegations, and we have also seen that how their resources from Punjab has been engaged in this entire campaigning. And experts also point out that perhaps the outcome of this result will have some reverberation in Punjab's politics as well.
Yes, that's right. And we can see all reporters outside the counting center, and that's where the focus is at the moment. So if I were to give some data to the viewers, in around 5,000 trained personnel will be overseeing this entire counting process. In each assembly constituency, 5 randomly selected VVPATs, which is voter verifiable paper audit trails, will be checked to ensure transparency. So, Election Commission also preparing itself from an impending charge or preemptive charge which will be coming in from any of the political parties. A word from Aishwarya Jain, who joins us from the BJP headquarters. A big day certainly for the BJP, I would say, Aishwarya. They have been out of power in Delhi for 27 long years.
Well, and after almost 20 to 25 years, we are witnessing such kind of excitement at the BJP state unit, at the BJP state headquarters at Pandit Pant Mark. Let me show you quickly the visuals of the BJP state headquarters. A big screen has been installed over here, and there has been massive cutouts which had also been installed. A lot of media personals who are gathering out here, and Vishnu Mittal, BJP leader, also joining with me. Let me have a quick word from him. सर बिग डे एक्साइटमेंट लगभग 20-25 साल बाद इतना एक्साइटमेंट हम लोग बीजेपी के मुख्यालय पे यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं. कितना कॉन्फिडेंट है आप लोग आज?
100% कॉन्फिडेंट है और दिल्ली की जनता में भी खुशी का माहौल है, क्योंकि 26 साल तक दिल्ली की जनता ने जो देखा है, पहले 15 साल कांग्रेस और 11 साल आम आदमी पार्टी, दिल्ली की इतनी बुरी हालत कर दी है. दिल्ली देश की राजधानी है, दिल्ली कूड़े का ढेर बन गया है, दिल्ली में डेवलपमेंट के नाम पे कुछ नहीं हुआ. पोल्यूशन में दिल्ली के लोग जीने को मजबूर हैं, पीने को गंदा पानी मिल रहा है. तो उसी के खिलाफ दिल्ली की जनता ने वोट दिया है, मोदी जी पे भरोसा किया है.
विष्णु जी, जल्दी से बताइए कि आपने तो जमीन पर काम किया इस पूरे इलेक्शंस में, झुग्गियों पर खास तौर पर काम किया. वो कौन से ऐसे सेक्शंस हैं जिनका वोटर स्विंग हो सकता है इस बार आम आदमी पार्टी से बीजेपी की तरफ, और आपको लगता है कि ये सेक्शन, ये फैक्टर्स हमारे तरफ जाने वाले?
देखिए 100% एक तो दिल्ली के झुग्गी के लोगों ने भाजपा को वोट दिया है, क्योंकि झुग्गियों की ऐसी हालत अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कर दी है. आप कभी जाके देखेंगे तो वहाँ पे नालियां, सीवर जाम पड़ी है, कूड़े के ढेर लगे.
The first lead has come in, and this is for the Aam Aadmi Party. So at 8-8 is when the first leads have come in. It is for the Aam Aadmi Party. Sajjan, a word on this, and then I go back to Aishwarya.
Yeah, let's wait. Kind of as happens in every election, let's wait up to say 10-11, and thereafter we'll have a clarity. But nevertheless, this time, when it was almost 2 weeks back, it seemed that Aam Aadmi Party, despite the downward trend, is maintaining an edge because of the demographic factor, because of its schemes. But as the election started moving closer, certainly there were kind of reports that BJP is trying to get some more momentum. And there are two things, and that's my personal view. If you talk to the people who were more on the ground, they still think that the demographic age may be there, or it may be a bit closer. But when the exit poll comes, and the benefit of the exit poll is that it is the latest kind of a sentiment mapping from the people, and it's giving a clear edge to the BJP. So therefore, let's wait up to 10-11, because being the smaller constituency, it would be easier to get the train by 11.
So it's 8-9, and there is one lead, another one which has come in. This is postal ballot, ladies and gentlemen. This is for the Aam Aadmi Party. Going back to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, what is the preparations at the BJP office in Delhi?
Well, Karyakartas are also expected in a short while from now at the BJP headquarters, because the exit polls clearly predicted that it would be BJP Sarkar this time in the national capital. A double engine government is something that the BJP leaders are also expecting, looking at the exit polls that had paved way for them. But huge posters and cutouts being installed. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, BJP President JP Nadda, Home Minister Amit Shah at the BJP state headquarters. A lot of media personals are over here as well. And leaders have started arriving early this morning at the BJP state headquarters. Let's wait for almost an hour or so as to get much clearer picture as to where these results will
Thick
turn
and
around.
fast,
But
very,
Bharatiya
very
Janata
fast.
Party top
It's
leadership
just
very
a matter of
confident
70
the promises
seats.
that they have done.
Not many, not too many. And it's 4 for the BJP, 1 for Aam Aadmi Party. It's postal ballots very, very early. It's 8-10 only. Sujata.
So I think this election will set the barometer for the upcoming political climate in this country, especially with the Bihar election, and then you have in 26 you have the Bengal election. If BJP wins, it will end their dry spell of 30 years and it will finally establish that BJP has been able to broaden its base of Hindutva and now to a socially, economically deprived section, which supposedly was not something that BJP could forte on.
Yes.
So now this would change. If AAP wins, then I think Delhi would now get synonymous with Arvind Kejriwal model of governance, as how Pradhan Mantri Modi's model of governance is synonymous with the Gujarat model. It will also put Arvind Kejriwal as an alternative to the Rahul Gandhi, I would say, in the India bloc.
More leads coming in. BJP 5, Aam Aadmi Party 1. Very early, nothing much to say on that. From which part of Delhi are these numbers coming? That remains to be seen. In all, 6 leads which have come in so far out of 70. Remember, the halfway mark in the 70-member assembly is 34. Go ahead.
This is largely postal ballots. I would assume postal ballots would be less than 1% of the total votes in Delhi. But there is an interesting trend here is that in the recent polls, we've seen that in postal ballots, BJP has been trailing across states, most of the states. Here it's leading. It's also primarily to do with that the central government and the state government employees proportion is higher. Also, this could include the senior citizens. So the tax break, the disenchantment of the middle class with Arvind Kejriwal, the 8th pay commission, all these things could potentially give an edge to the BJP, perhaps slight edge in the postal ballot things. But we'll have to wait till, as Sajjad is saying, around 10:30ish is what some early conclusions could be made. On
You know what, Maria, what is interesting? I'm only interested to know kiski jalebi banegi or kiske laddu nahi, because this should not happen in Haryana.
In fact, those visuals that are coming in out of a counting center where postal ballots are being counted even as we speak. So we have early trends, very, very early trends, ladies and gentlemen, of 8 seats in which BJP is leading in 6, Aam Aadmi Party in 2. Let's bring in some more guests who are joining us on this special broadcast. Nitin Tyagi, BJP spokesperson. We have Arshpreet Kadial of the Congress. Nitin Tyagi, of course, it's too early. Perhaps even the BJP will be careful, because as I've been speaking to some BJP leaders, they are saying that don't jump the gun. We have had celebrations in the past and we have got celebrations wrong. So this time around, we'll ensure that the celebrations begin at the right moment.
Definitely, celebrations should begin at the right moment, but you should be prepared to celebrate. We have worked really hard, and all the volunteers, all the Karyakartas of Bharatiya Janata Party have truly pushed themselves beyond their limits to win this election, and we are very confident of winning this election. And Arvind Kejriwal ji, with his whole gang of PC warriors, I think he has not been able to create a false narrative that he has always been trying to do that. And his politics of creating fear in the minds of public, his politics of coming out with false promises to the public, I think people are able to see through it. And we are very confident of coming up on top in this election.
Okay.
And,
Arshpreet Kadial, at the moment, let me take your reaction. It's 8:14 and the Congress seems to have got 1 lead in the postal ballot.
Well, see, number one, it's been 27 years since the Bharatiya Janata Party saw power in government, and it will take another 27 years for them to see power. Second of all, we all know how massive the anti-incumbency was against the Aam Aadmi Party, given the massive failures they had in the last couple of years. The report card of the Aam Aadmi Party, everyone knows, the Sheesh Mahals, the liquor scams, their entire leadership going behind bars, spending 5 to 6 months, getting their bills rejected again and again, and then ultimately getting it. And then orders like you can't go to the same office, can't go to the secretariat. And then the kind of outrageous allegations that were leveled, the kind of outrageous statements that were given. I think there's a bit of introspection also that's needed, saying that the Yamuna River is being that I beg your pardon, that Yamuna is being poisoned, and then saying that a government is involved, then defaming Punjabis by the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders, and then bringing down the level of politics by leaders like Mr. Ramesh Vidudi, who said that if we win, we'll make the roads like the cheeks of Priyanka Gandhi, which is utterly obnoxious, and the Bharatiya Janata Party did not do anything about that. So let's not bring down the level of politics just in order to win, because at the end of the day, democracy should not lose.
Aam Aadmi Party has been in power in Delhi. The question is, will they get another term? Will Arvind Kejriwal get another term? That's at stake. And what is the future of Aam Aadmi Party post today will be decided as well. But it's rather a peculiar situation, Amitabh. Every time we look at elections, we talk about, battle for survival of, for one party or the other.
No, see, essentially, for Congress, of course, it's a battle of relevance, because the party has not been able to open its account. If it does not open its account even now or in this election, then it could be relegated to clearly the third position or the fourth, fifth position. Now somebody else could take over as the third party in Delhi, because you have a crucial Punjab election also. So you have to see that Congress has been ceding ground to the Aam Aadmi Party. Then Gujarat could be troublesome for the Congress party, because in Gujarat, Aam Aadmi Party has already made inroads into the Congress vote bank. For Aam Aadmi Party, I would not say it's an existential crisis, because let's say even if they lose, the party by its structure is capable of spreading its wings across the country, because it's not a regional party. It's not born out of a regional movement. Parties like TMC, DMK, TRS, they are confined to the perimeter of their state. Aam Aadmi Party can spread its wings nationally, and its leader speaks Hindi. So it's able to connect to a larger population.
Yes, to the North India.
To the north and even Hindi belt. See, and even in Western India like Gujarat or Maharashtra, people do understand Hindi, correct? It's only problematic in the southern part or maybe the northeastern part of the country. For BJP, again, it's a small state, correct? So if they lose, they could play on the game that it's a small state, nothing matters, it's a half state rather, correct? But it's a battle for prestige, because 3 times in a row, a brand which has been the topmost, winning Lok Sabha polls, defeating all brands at the top of the ratings, is not able to defeat a smaller brand in a small state. So that will be put to question. And like Sujata ji said, it will then be a Gujarat model of governance versus a Delhi model of governance. 2 very alternate models, but they have their own pockets of influence in different parts of the country.
And Sujata, the difference between 2020 polls and this one is that Arvind Kejriwal also had won municipal elections in 2022. So for all the practical purposes, he could not have really continued to pass the blame and indulge in this. Okay, Arvind Kejriwal is trailing in postal ballot is what we are being told now. It's 8:18. I'm just watching the time, the clock, as much as we look at those numbers. It's 6-6. It's even Steven between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party right now, even as Arvind Kejriwal is trailing from his New Delhi constituency. So, the larger question then is that it can no longer have that fig leaf that it does not really control Delhi, if you have the control of municipality.
So that is why, Manya, what happened is when they won MCD, they celebrated, but they did not understand that it could become the reason of, the entire blame game that they've been playing all throughout. What I call is a typical topi transfer, that the LG is not allowing them to function, and then there are sewer problems, there are road problems, there is dirt accumulation, then all that Kude ka Pahar and all of that.
So Parvesh Verma is leading, in fact, from New Delhi constituency. A word on Parvesh.
I think he would be able to
pull it through.
Arvind Kejriwal, because the constituency, if you see the New Delhi constituency, there is a middle class, there is also government officials which definitely benefit from the budget and the 8th pay commission, and then BJP has been camping in those juggis, the RSS has been, the Vistaraks have gone there, so there is a split of the juggi voter which was a core voter of the Arvind Kejriwal.
That's
right. It is, and you see from the frustration, from the body language, from the theatrics that
too early to talk about the body language, I would say.
One thing is interesting in New Delhi. It's one of the few constituencies where the number of voters has declined. There's a 20,000, around 20,000 voters have reduced. Who are these voters? Have the government voters moved to a new location because of the construction of new quarters? Then the proportion of the poor and lower class increases in that seat. That's very tricky. I think it's just one of the 2 seats where the voting number has reduced.
Okay, so 9 for the BJP, 7 for Aam Aadmi Party. That's the updated lead. But you know, New Delhi constituency, a fascinating battle playing out. Congress veteran and heavyweight in Sandeep Dixit versus Arvind Kejriwal versus Parvesh Verma, who did not get the Lok Sabha tickets, but the BJP chose to field him in these elections, and he also went all out and he campaigned rather aggressively, Amitabh.
And precisely, if you see, they were kind of initially, the trend was that, sorry, that even if AAP would be able to this time retain, there were some of the constituency, and New Delhi being among them, that perhaps therein it may be a scenario, and it's still too early to say that maybe Aam Aadmi Party won't be doing as bad as is expected, but the top leadership may lose their seats.
But if Arvind Kejriwal loses, this election is a referendum on Arvind Kejriwal.
Precisely.
And Aam Aadmi Party is a very personality-driven party.
That would be the curse of Sheila Dikshit, you know, I mean, kind of.
I don't know about the curse and all that, but it's, you know, this election was fought on the face of the Arvind Kejriwal. But if he loses its face, the party loses its face, the things that he said, and his model also loses its face. So I see it as a,
interestingly, let's not forget that when the Lok Sabha elections were fought, it was the same Mr. Kejriwal who had said that if you want me to continue in jail, then make Aam Aadmi Party lose. But if you want me to come out, then ensure that BJP
and they lost all
that
7
Aam Aadmi Party wins all 7 seats.
No, but what Sajjan is hinting at is that there could be a West Bengal kind of a situation where you are cornered into a tight contest and you might lose, but your party might eventually win the state. So what happens? So Mamata Banerjee still became the chief minister.
She lost from Nandigram, but
Uttarakhand chief minister.
After, I mean, kind of.
Uttarakhand chief minister. Pushkar Dhami lost, correct, the elections.
I mean, here.
And then he became the CM.
Yeah, here more than Kejriwal, I think stakes are for Aam Aadmi Party for a reason, because what Amitabh ji was saying, that Aam Aadmi Party, one of the reasons that why they are able to expand or at least have a significant presence, 13% in Gujarat, then forming the government in Punjab and lots many areas. Because see, you can be a party into one state. When you go to the other state, you are confined to that territory. But when you are ruling Delhi, you know, everywhere you go across India, and you say, you come to Delhi and you see what we are doing, you see the education. I mean, that way Kejriwal used to flaunt. So for Aam Aadmi Party, and here I think I have a different perspective, it's very existential to retain Delhi, you know, because showcasing national capital, you know, as an experiment, as an alternative model of governance. So even if you go to the Gujarat and you start flaunting Delhi model, you go to Punjab, even in Himachal initially there was a traction. You lose Delhi, then you lose the locus standi.
And it's also said that, you know, in politics, if you lose the roots from where it all started,
absolutely.
What are you if you are not able to win the state from where you start?
That's what happened with Congress when it lost Uttar Pradesh. Slowly and steadily, it started losing all the Hindi belt.
It's far closer than we think right now. It's 9-9.
And that's why this election will be more consequential than existential. I don't know about existential, but then consequential for sure, because it will have a consequence in Punjab
a word
also.
on this, because we are looking at 8:23 now. It's 10-9. BJP in double digit, but this is of course very, very early.
See, it's a close contest. I mean, even when exit polls were predicting the directionally that BJP is leading, there were some exit polls, I think 2 to 3, who have said that the Aam Aadmi Party could win with a decent enough mandate. That's why you see the poll of polls were at 41-27, something like that. So this is again pointing to a very close contest, a very high profile contest which has been contested not only at a presidential level between Kejriwal and Modi, but also at a seat-by-seat level, very high-pitched campaign and a contest.
And very localized election.
Very localized.
And everybody kept on talking about the big face. I mean, who has the BJP fielded? Who is it, Kejriwal versus who? That question. Despite that, if the early trends are showing this, then there would be a lot of, lots to analyze by the end of the day about BJP getting its strategy right. But for the moment, let's bring in Arshpreet Kardial and also Nitin Tyagi, who continue to be with us. Arshpreet, of course, you are still at one. The needle hasn't moved for the Congress party. Let's not forget that there was a great degree of remembrance and at the same time nostalgia for, Sheila Dikshit when I was traveling in Delhi. Delhi voters did talk about Sheila Dikshit and her model of governance and how it did ensure them good water, good electricity 24/7, and things were much better than what it is now.
Exactly. Now, when the elections were happening, people were time and again saying that we all remember the model of governance that was brought about by Sheila Dikshit ji. The roads, the bridges, the garbage was in control, the pollution was in control.
No, but could you have, my question is something else. Could you have worked enough to ensure that nostalgia converts into seats?
Of course, we have worked very hard. Now, there's one difference between us and the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party tom-toms a lot. They work less on the ground and they tom-tom a lot on the media, a lot on the social media. They are 24/7 over advertising, marketing and branding. And on the other hand, the Congress Party is all about work. We're not brand as much, we're not display as much. We believe in working as actions speak louder than words. And at the end of the day, people should win. The democracy should win. And here we have seen, in the last couple of years, the Aam Aadmi Party has made a lot of promises. If they could not deliver it then, Mr. Kejriwal admitted it on an interview that he could not clean the Yamuna despite promise. He could not give clean water in every household. He could not make the roads of Delhi like the roads of Europe. And he has admitted, so why would people of Delhi give him another chance since he has admitted to failure? And he's someone who spent 6 months, and we all remember what the Supreme Court said when the bail of the...
Going back to the reporters who are joining us from the Delhi BJP office, what's the mood like on the ground? Kalka ji, another fascinating battle which is playing out between Alka Lamba versus Ramesh Biduri versus Atishi, who is the Chief Minister of Delhi. But a word on BJP office. What's happening there, Ishika? You spoke to Mr. Sachdeva earlier today. He would be going ahead with prayers.
In fact. Well, yes, certainly, today we are seeing, Maria, that the BJP is actually prepped up. In fact, today we are reporting from the Delhi BJP office, and let me show you around that. First, you can see the number of screens that they have put up here, all to witness the counting with all the Karyakartas here as well. And you can see the number of, the screens that have been put up for that. And certainly, you can see the cutouts of rather the big faces or the kingmakers if BJP wins today. So you can see the preparations have already been done at the BJP office, because today what we are getting to know that the Karyakartas, the big leaders will be coming here, and we continue to show you the visuals here, and of course how the intense campaigning happened. So all the big faces of that, be it PM Modi, be it Amit Shah, be it JP Nadda, all of that has been put out here, because remember here that this place has been buzzing since the time the campaign started. And how was the BJP campaign? What were the big issues? Well, all of it is summed up in the poster wall that they had made. You can look at, the poster wall that they had made, talking about the CAG report, the Sheesh Mahal Rao, the liquor policy scam regarding, the women. Certainly, that was also a big factor. So BJP has prepared this poster wall also that continues to be here at their office. So BJP says that they are very much confident that all of these issues will be highlighted in the minds of the voters when they had voted, and it will be reflected in the mandate also today. So certainly the corruption allegations were also a big, a defining factor, but remains to be seen whether or not will it be reflecting in the mandate. But BJP is very much confident this time for a comeback. Over to you.
A comeback after 27 years, but the nature of campaign, nature of strategy, Sajjan, a word on that. So here, perhaps when the Prime Minister addressed the first rally in Delhi, he addressed the big question, the elephant in the room, whether all the freebies will continue or not. So he said everything will continue and plus there would be a top up. So 2100 rupees plus 400 rupees extra, which will be there, and free bijli, free pani will continue.
So, see, BJP's strategy has been on the plank of Aam Aadmi Party. They were not into denial or ridicule. So, one, it was assuring the poor voter, and that has been the BJP's core concern, because since 1998, if you see, while middle class have been voting for the BJP, be it Sheila Dikshit or Arvind Kejriwal, it's the lower middle class and the poor segments that in assembly election used to vote to the Congress and now Aam Aadmi Party. So, BJP had to win the war of perception by assuring the poor voters that BJP is not against the freebies. This is one. Two, also, there was not much difference besides that Prime Minister led the campaign in Delhi election. Like 2020, 2015, in fact, like 2020, there was no face. Party did not try to project or even float, and there was no whisper campaigning that A, B, C, D could be the face, you know. There was nothing except in the same direction. Both Aam Aadmi Party and BJP were promising the freebies and, as you said, top up. If at all, assuming if BJP, despite everything, despite no novelty, manages to come back into the power, that would be primarily on account of the anti-Aam Aadmi Party, you know. Because we do not say, yes, Prime Minister Modi led, but you see BJP leadership, BJP faces, sort of the state unit, there was nothing which was indicating that they were really aggressive. And yet if BJP is coming back, so despite their organizational investment, primarily we have to concede that perhaps Aam Aadmi Party did not only lose the middle class support base, but it also alienated a section of the lower middle class and the poor segments. So primarily it would be, if incumbent loses, anti-incumbency vote, you know, wherein BJP would be the default beneficiary, which it encased on account of.
Yes, because it was a very negative campaign.
Exactly.
I mean, you were not really projecting an alternate idea for Delhi.
Exactly. So it was nothing sort of a pro-BJP. It was people, you are angry with the Aam Aadmi Party and you think BJP is best suited, you know, to be rewarded because Congress doesn't have the kind of attraction and traction among the electorate.
Okay. Shelly Oberoi of the Aam Aadmi Party joins us. Shelly Oberoi, how is the Aam Aadmi Party viewing early morning trends? It's 8:30 now.
Hello, Maria. Today is a very important day, and today the Delhi Assembly polls result will be declared. And we have full faith and that we are forming government with full majority. And once again, like in last 10 years, we will get blessings of Delhi people. And Delhi people they have voted for the politics of honesty and work, the work done under the leadership of Arvind Kejriwal. And we have not fought against one party. We have fought against the entire corrupt system. This time, it was good governance model versus corrupt system, where the policies are being made to support the big business tycoon friends. And
it's 21-21.
It was
so
only
even Stephen again for the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Okay, so even while I was speaking that, BJP has gone up by 2 seats. And if you look at the difference from 2020, BJP up 20 seats in postal ballot, Aam Aadmi Party down 22 seats in the postal ballot. Postal ballot, of course, so I will not say much on that. Go ahead, Shelly. Finish your point.
The counting has just started, so these are the initial results.
Yes.
And this time, it was a very different election. It was Arvind Kejriwal on the one side and the other parties, BJP and Congress, as well as the other agencies, whether it is ED, CBI, Delhi Police, Election Commission on the other hand. It was only Arvind Kejriwal ji who could fight against the entire corrupt system.
So the question of level playing field, the same charge is coming here, Amitabh. I mean, nothing new. We have heard this in election after election. And again, let's not forget that when UPA was in power, it faced the same charge from the BJP that there is no level playing field. But I'm talking about the BJP campaign here. Let's look at that. It was a negative campaign, but I would also say that this was a campaign meant to, take that sheen of brand Kejriwal. Because they knew that if Kejriwal's image is dented, then they would have a chance in Delhi.
Yeah, because see, the Aam Aadmi Party's base vote is what? Around 20-25% in the Lok Sabha. But it gets around 54-55% in Vidhan Sabha. This 30% is clearly a leadership vote, which Kejriwal is pulling voters
On
from
his name.
Congress party and BJP in a Vidhan Sabha election. So if you're fighting this election, you needed to dent brand Kejriwal. So that's why this liquor gate and Sheesh Mahal were raised to show that brand Kejriwal has weakened and he's deviated from his path or from his earlier stance that he would not take security, he would not live in a palatial house sort of a thing. So they were targeting at that. Once that happened, but BJP's campaign here has also changed over this last month. This was just the initial sort of campaign. Once they realized that this is not perhaps working amongst the poor and the lower class, then they started talking about continuance of the schemes because Aam Aadmi Party's narrative is or was that the BJP would stop the schemes if they come back to power. That was a powerful narrative which Aam Aadmi Party had. So the Prime Minister himself had to come and say that the schemes will be continued, that's number one. And number two, it will be topped up. See, the biggest weakness of Aam Aadmi Party in this campaign has been that they were not able to transfer a single installment of the Mahila Samman Yojana. That is what is very intriguing to me. They had allocated a budget of 2,000 crores, but they did not transfer.
Unlike Maharashtra. Yeah, unlike Maharashtra. So, so here is someone, Shelly, that brings me to that question. That BJP is saying that we delivered in states. If we promised we delivered, it's not freebie per se. But in case of Aam Aadmi Party, you made that promise of 2,100. It's your government in power. Why didn't you pay a single installment?
First of all, the spokesperson is talking about the campaign done by BJP.
No, he's not a spokesperson,
Let me
he's
tell
an
you,
analyst.
that was a negative campaign. They have done an electoral scam. They were buying votes and they were misusing their power. On the other hand, when the complaint was filed against them to the Election Commission did not take any action at that time. So they bought, maybe they have bought votes by distributing money, by distributing different household things. But BJP is very overconfident and definitely this time Bharatiya Janata Party again, even after 27, 28 years back, the Delhi people have already rejected them, and this time also Bharatiya Janata Party will not
Pragya
rule.
of the BJP
And
joins us.
you're talking about fulfilling the promises. What about the 15 lakhs which they promised to transfer into the bank accounts of the citizens of India?
We will wait for all this. Your reaction, BJP's reaction in just a bit. But Anushka is joining us from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. I want to understand what's happening at the AAP office. I've covered Aam Aadmi Party from the times that they started, from the Anna Hazare movement. We have seen that enthusiasm, euphoria around Mr. Kejriwal's brand of politics, how he was this outsider who completely disrupted politics of the country. And now, what are you seeing there? The Jhadu, how is it looking?
Well, certainly, Maria, the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have started arriving here. We talked to Jasmine Shah, we talked to Anurag Dhanda. Both of them have echoed that this was the toughest battle that the Aam Aadmi Party had to fight. Now, I'd like to show you some glimpse of the Aam Aadmi Party office and what all is going around here. I'll request my camera person to pan the camera and show you the visuals. We are seeing that the stage is set. All the leaders are arriving one by one, and several of the arrangements have been made here. The Aam Aadmi Party is saying that they will be winning with a comfortable margin this time around. They have also said that this was not just a fight against political parties but against a corrupt system. Now remember, during the last leg of this term in Aam Aadmi Party, it was quite tough for all the senior leaderships. We saw several of the senior leaders who had been in fact jailed on the corruption charges, and also we are seeing right now Aam Aadmi Party is in fact saying that they are about to win this election with a comfortable margin. We did see that this was quite an intense and sometimes hostile campaigning that went on. We also saw that the Congress was fighting for resurgence. The BJP was in fact trying to give a tough battle, and also the Aam Aadmi Party's fight for survival. Today is the day when people will get to know what Delhi has decided. But also we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party had to face quite a...
Okay, we will come back to you. Charu Pragya of the BJP joins us. Charu, what's happening?
Maria, good morning. I'm at Delhi BJP and the office is buzzing with activity and positive energy. We are waiting to finally see the day when this Aapta will be swept out of Delhi. Delhi has been waiting for this day for a very long time, and the early indications are showing that it will be exactly as we had predicted for months, because here is a political party that has literally gone back on every single thing they said to the electorate in Delhi. They've done a U-turn everywhere. They have done scams, they have filled up their own pockets, and the situation has been dismal. Delhi deserves far, far better, and they're about to get it. Interestingly, all three of the tallest AAP leaders are trailing right now, starting from Arvind Kejriwal, and then Atishi, and then Manish Sisodia. Also interestingly, Aam Aadmi Party is already finding things to blame for their loss. So thankfully, they've not started on the EVMs yet, but they're talking about their candidates being approached. They are talking about complaints being made. Again, they have not backed any of this up with any proof. In fact, we've not even heard the names of the 16 candidates who have apparently who've been approached. And when the Delhi Anti-Corruption Bureau tried to investigate this, they were turned back. No details were given to them. So all of this is indicative of a massive loss coming Aam Aadmi Party's way, and I'm waiting
We'll
to
wait for
celebrate
that. Charu, we'll wait for that. It's 8:40. It's only postal ballots. Perhaps now we can tell our viewers that the counting of EVMs have begun. So the counting of EVMs have begun very early in the day. In next few minutes, around 10:30 is when picture will be clear. So we can say it's picture abhi baki hai. So wait for your thoughts. Lots to analyze, lots to contemplate, lots to think about that. How did the BJP in particular manage that answer when it is about face versus face? They completely said we will not be getting into that domain. When it is about Arvind Kejriwal versus who, repeatedly that question was asked during the course of the campaign. BJP refused to engage on that issue. We have Tanushka joining us. Tanushka, what's the mood on the ground? You are at Gold Market and Delhi is looking bright and sunny.
Yes, exactly, Maria. I am at the Gold Market Counting Center at the New Delhi, where the New Delhi constituency, polls, booths, ballots are being counted at the moment. It is 8:41 right now. We're 40 minutes into counting. Of course, it's only begun at this point. And high stakes battle here, right at the booth where I am at this counting center. Saurabh Bhardwaj, the candidate from Greater Kailash, had gone in earlier, and Sandeep Dikshit, the main contender from this New Delhi constituency seat from the Congress, has also gone in a while back. Remember, this is the seat which is facing a very stiff and very tough triangular contest between former Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, and Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma from the BJP, and of course Sandeep Dikshit from the Congress. So it'll be interesting to see, how does the New Delhi constituency seat also fare. And definitely, the Aam Aadmi Party is looking for a hat-trick, looking for a third term here. The BJP, on the other hand, is looking to make a comeback after around 27 years in Delhi all across.
Okay.
So while the Congress, of course, in the last assembly elections has only gotten around 2 seats, so they're also looking to, make some sort of a dent this time.
Okay.
But this is, of course, it's very heated up today. It'll be interesting to see how the results start rolling in.
Okay, and what happens by the end of the day? What happens in the next 2 hours? That will decide the fate of Delhi and in many ways the entire country, because is Delhi really that showcase capital of that India wants to put on the map to tell the who's who visit India, the heads of various countries who visit India? That's the big question that is going to be answered today. Amitabh, a word on Arvind Kejriwal. From the New Delhi constituency in 2020, he had won that seat by 21,687 votes, and we are looking at 843 now, and he is trailing vis-a-vis Mr. Parvesh Verma. Parvesh Verma, another very interesting political figure now, from being one of many BJP MPs in Delhi to not being fielded to now taking on the Chief Minister.
Yeah, so that is a strategy which BJP used in Madhya Pradesh, where they fielded many of their MPs to contest in Vidhan Sabha elections. See, Arvind Kejriwal has got a fight for the first time on this seat after 2013, if you say, when he defeated Sheila Dikshit. Now what is happening there is that Sandeep Dixit has also run a very shrill campaign because he wants to probably partake the legacy of her mother, and he feels that Arvind Kejriwal has tarnished the image of Sheila Dixit, which was largely development, but in the last leg she has been branded as a corrupt leader, not being able to deliver on the promises. 2G, not 2G rather, CWG scam, etc. So he is contesting a very fierce battle. Now, in a triangular battle, what happens is that with the number of votes reduced, you don't know which candidate is taking over the votes of which party. Now, if Sandeep Dixit is able to make significant dent in the vote share of Aam Aadmi Party or Arvind Kejriwal, then the BJP obviously has an edge because the BJP's core vote is higher than Aam Aadmi Party's core vote across the state.
Okay, Amitabh, one question that I have for you. You know, we talk about the difference between the Lok Sabha and the assembly elections. There is a visible shift. Aam Aadmi Party is at around 24-25 in the Lok Sabha. They go up to 51-52 in the Vidhan Sabha. Is it about the floating voters? No, but we know about the split verdict. But what exactly is this 30% vote?
No, see, essentially what happens is that, again, the base vote is 24-25.
Okay, so the BJP at 8:45 has crossed the majority mark, which is 36 in the leads, which is coming in. Let's be clear, this is trends and very, very early. Ladies and gentlemen, very, very early. It's 37 for the BJP. They have made a gain of 30 with regards to 2020 results. Aam Aadmi Party down by 31. They are at 26. But it's not really much of a gap between the two sides. It's 8:45. Still, I would say first round in most constituencies, very, very early. Yes, Amitabh.
Yeah, so essentially again, the base vote of Aam Aadmi Party is 20-25, BJP is 35-40. So you can say whatever Aam Aadmi Party is getting is traditionally the Congress vote. So it's an anti-BJP vote, let's say, what Aam Aadmi Party is getting. What BJP is getting, the original anti-Congress, now let's say anti-Aam. So that makes it just 65%. So 30-35% voters are not aligned to any party ideologically. Because again, middle class is not ideologically aligned to any party. It keeps on shifting from one party to another depending upon the category of the election. Now, Aam Aadmi Party, what I call is depends upon a borrowed vote. It borrows voters from Congress and BJP who have voted for it in Lok Sabha election, in the Vidhan Sabha election. On brand Kejriwal, some may be voting because they are beneficiaries of central government for BJP in the Lok Sabha, but they are beneficiaries of the state government schemes here.
So what kind of schemes do you think the middle class would be getting?
From
Aam Aadmi Party.
No, the middle class is also getting 50% subsidy on the electricity bills above 200 units, correct? The free bus travel for women, some of the middle class are using it. But largely it is poor and lower socio-economic class section.
My question now to Sajjan is that if these numbers actually hold and if this is how it continues for the next 2 hours, so it's clearly not a cliffhanger for the capital. It's a clear verdict which is coming in for the BJP.
Yeah.
But the question is that did the elections shift on 1st of February? When Nirmala Sitharaman inside the Lok Sabha announced that big tax relief for the middle class.
Yes, certainly. I mean, if you see the 1st February, certainly middle class inclination was already there. The question is about further consolidation. And it's not only a question of who we consider as the middle class, because if you see on the ground, there are also a significant section of the electorates in Delhi who in their own perception consider themselves as the middle class. Yeah, I mean, that's a very interesting thing, your self-perception. So many times you take a cab or something and you talk to the person, and depending upon their background and maybe regional identity, they will identify themselves as belonging to the poor or the middle class. So this is one. Two, what also contributed, if this number holds true, it's like a parallel of 2012 UP elections, wherein Mayawati was the incumbent. So while Congress therein also did not have much traction, but Rahul Gandhi in Bhatta Parsol and many other, they all collectively along with the BJP contributed to the anti-incumbency sentiment. Primarily it was the Samajwadi Party which became the best bet.
Yes.
So in this election also, see, we have been talking about how much vote Congress could get away from Aam Aadmi Party base. That's not important. The question is, both Congress and BJP collectively targeted in a synchronized way around the same issue of corruption and failure of governance, the Aam Aadmi Party. And therefore, certainly Congress contribution should also be assessed, not the voting percentage that is split away from the Aam Aadmi Party base, but also the contribution to the anti-incumbency move.
Amplification of the anti-incumbency
and wherein the voters, sense of disillusionment amplified, but they chose BJP, as their alternative. Okay. So that is why,
Okay, so let's have that visual a little bigger on the screen. I think those are the visuals of Parvesh Verma. Parvesh Verma earlier in the day praying in one of the temples in Delhi. If it actually turns out that he manages to defeat the Chief Minister, will fortunes turn completely for him? What will this mean for Parvesh Verma in particular? Charu, Pragya, all of you have worked very closely with him, in Delhi, and we would often speak as reporters, Charu, that Delhi unit was a very disjointed unit. But if BJP manages to pull this election through, then that will also become a falsehood, that it's not really a disjointed unit, or perhaps all the pieces came together for this election because they understood how important it is for the party.
Maria, I don't think we have ever been a unit that's disjointed in any way. And what we have this time is the added burden on all of us to contest this in the best possible way, because Delhi has been suffering. Whichever way you look at it, the budgets have been siphoned off, CAG reports have not been tabled, there are discrepancies in finance everywhere, there is trouble with just finding decent air to breathe and water to drink. That's the state at which Delhi is today. And when the state sees that Modi's guarantees have worked fabulously at the national level, when the state sees that all the promises that have been made to all the other states BJP has a government in, Delhi wants to catch up and catch up fast, and that's, I think, one reason why we are seeing such a huge trend of the votes falling BJP's way. I'm not calling out the election just yet, but we have been confident of winning this for all of these reasons, because we deliver whatever we promise on, because we make sure that there is no siphoning off of funds in the name of welfare schemes like Aam Aadmi Party has been doing. And we are in fact in a position now where we've pledged that Abda needs to be swept out. I think that's where it begins in Delhi, because the way we've seen mismanagement and misgovernance, that needs to end. And why shouldn't it? Because Delhi is the capital of India. Our country is doing so well. We are thriving in all parameters. We are performing brilliantly on every other parameter.
For 30 minutes is the Congress number. It's still at 1. That seems to be not moving. So, Aam Aadmi Party should be at least taking relief in that when it is the opposition space perhaps, or too early again, I'm saying with a lot of caution, a lot of health warning, it's 8:52. These are, perhaps even the first round of counting would not be over in most of these seats that we are looking at. But the leads have come in of 65 seats out of 70. The BJP is at 37, up 30 seats from 2020. What is turning out is that the big faces of the Aam Aadmi Party at the moment are trailing. Be it Atishi or Mr. Kejriwal himself, they appear to be trailing. So that's certainly a matter of concern for the Aam Aadmi Party. Shelley, 30 seconds and then we move on to others.
See, everybody knows that in last 1.5 years, Aam Aadmi Party has faced a lot of challenges. And even after overcoming all those challenges, we have fought really well. And we don't do politics for the vote bank. We try to fulfill all our promises, whether it is good governance model, good education, good hospital, free bijli, pani, policies for elderly people, policy for women. And definitely we have full faith. It is just a start. It's just a wait and watch situation. And after a few hours, after a few minutes, definitely we'll get to know the reality. And we have full faith that Delhi people has voted for us. And we will be forming government with full majority. And once again, we will be getting the blessings of the Delhiites. And Delhi people have trusted us in last 10 years. And we have fulfilled all their promises.
Yes, but one thing is clear that for 10 long years, yes, Charu, quickly.
Can I just quickly interject?
Go ahead.
very quickly. So, you know, when Aam Aadmi Party keeps talking about the difficulties they have faced in the last 1.5 years, who did you have to blame for those difficulties? You were the ones who made a very sketchy liquor policy which you had to take back. You were the ones who were siphoning off funds. You were the ones who got into making sure Delhi Jal Board sank, literally sank. You were the ones who were carrying out scams in the name of mohalla clinics. So you have nobody to blame but yourself. And you should not keep complaining about a difficult time because you only faced what you did. You know, you were reaping the fruits of what you sowed.
Okay, let's move on. This will continue. BJP. Okay, Ghazali is now joining us from Maharani Bagh constituency. In fact, polling center, the accounting center, that's where counting is going on. Ghazali, can we tell our viewers which stage of counting is on? How many rounds done? It's too early, it's 8:55 only, but is one round of counting over?
Yeah, one round is over, but there is no clear information coming out of the counting center that how many rounds have been, how many rounds are over. Even the Aam Aadmi supporters are tight-lipped after the television channels have started showing the trends that Atishi is trailing here. And particularly not just for the Kalkaji seat, this counting center serves the counting is happening for 4 constituencies, including Okhla as well, a very tightly contested seat right now for AAP's Amanatullah Khan. So these 2 seats are something for which the Aam Aadmi supporters are lined up here. They're waiting for every update. Atishi went inside, Alka-Lamba is inside, Manish Sisodia is also coming just a short while back, to say half an hour ago.
Okay.
So we
So
can
the
say
gap
that
between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party has increased. It's 15 seats. It's 15 seats now between the 2 parties, Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. We were talking about the Kalkaji seat. Kalkaji is witnessing a 3-way contest. Ghazali, just wait for a moment. Aam Aadmi Party, remember, has Atishi, the Chief Minister from there. It's Alka-Lamba of the Congress and also Ramesh Buduri of the BJP. The constituency in all has 1,94,515 voters. In 2020, BJP's Dharambir Singh got defeated at the hands of Atishi by 11,393 votes. But the gap between the 2 sides, the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, is increasing. And it seems that the BJP is only consolidating, but it's only first round which has got over. A word, and before we take a quick break here, Sajjan,
yeah, certainly.
because it's, you know, if the gap is only increasing, 25-41.
Gap is increasing, and also, I mean, while there was a clear thing that Aam Aadmi Party was facing the anti-incumbency, I mean, if the trends continue, it shows that, I mean, the anti-incumbency only kept on increasing, you know, and it defied the class logic which was there initially. And therein we see that, I mean, kind of a concert. So one interesting thing is that it was not just the BJP, RSS and lots many other affiliate organizations outreach among the voters. I mean, Congress outreach also contributed to BJP's kitty by amplifying the sentiment. So certainly we see that now, as you see, if the gap is increasing, and thereby anti-incumbency that was visible only intensified, you know. So this is primarily a anti-AAP vote, which BJP became a beneficiary of.
And interestingly, you know, this is a seat where the women voters outnumbered men. And Sikhs were, I mean, the demography of Sikh were supposed to be backing Atishi. Yeah. So now I'm
a woman chief minister.
Yeah, a woman chief minister.
If the woman chief minister is not getting support of that 2,100 rupee scheme of the Aam Aadmi Party,
that itself speaks. Yeah,
explain.
Also, she was not, and Maria, she was not asking votes on the name of her work. She was asking for Kejriwal. So people just really, I mean, though she was the woman chief minister, and then Delhi should have been proud of with so much, you know, burden of this lying on the woman voter and women voters being the X factor in this election. I did not see any campaign which highlighted Atishi or her work for the woman particularly also. It was all around Kejriwal and 2,100 rupees. But when it comes to freebie, we are forgetting that Congress also matched the freebies. So when everybody's manifesto looked the same, the freebies looked the same, I think the clock, you know, the needles get stuck on the credibility. Ki kisne diya hai? And I think this is where the AAP made a mistake, where they could have dispersed amount, you know, whatever 2,100 while they were in government. Atishi is still the CM of the Delhi state, but she did not do that as they did it in the Jharkhand for Maya Yojana or in the Maharashtra for the Ladki Behan. You know, even in Madhya Pradesh, because Ladli Behna scheme was going on. So here it felt like कि पता नहीं करेगा नहीं करेगा, and when Prime Minister comes in the picture, he says 8 March को आपके account में पैसे आ जाएंगे.
Yes, on the Women's
So
Day.
credibility between the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal versus Narendra Modi, you have no match.
See, as I said, and from day one I have said this Mahila Samman Yojana is not going to work for the Aam Aadmi Party because you have not transferred the money. Wherever it has worked, people have transferred 3 to 6 months of installments.
That's right.
And then it becomes a promise versus promise. And then it becomes the question of who has fulfilled this promise. Your Punjab government has not. You have not, despite creating a budget of 2,000 crores. But Congress has in Karnataka, BJP has in Maharashtra, MP, JMM has in Jharkhand. So why were you not able to transfer? So that is one of the key weaknesses. Maybe the LG would not have let it happen, but that would have earned brownie points for the Aam Aadmi Party. Why did they not recommend the file to LG? That is something I am totally lost about. This is a crucial piece of strategy which the Aam Aadmi Party has missed in this election.
Absolutely. Let's bring in Aishwarya Jain, who's joining us from the BJP office. Aishwarya, 9 a.m. and the BJP only consolidating its position. They are at 42, up 35 from 2020. And, you know, as the Home Minister had said much before the entire furore started, he said, Chunav to abhi shuru hua hai. And that time it looked like that does the BJP really have the strategy? And let's not forget that that was said famously before 1st of February. Did the 1st of February, that announcement that came from Finance Minister, change the elections for the BJP? Early moment, but yes, let's talk about it. What are you seeing at the BJP office?
Well, and this is a place where all these strategies had been planned by the Bharatiya Janata Party top leadership. We saw multiple times BJP President JP Nadda, Home Minister Amit Shah himself arriving at this very office, which is at Pandit Pant Marg, the BJP Delhi state headquarters. And there was a war room that was set up. 352 Bharatiya Janata Party workers worked day and night for the strategic planning and how the polling will go on. Certainly it is now going in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the clear message had been given by the top leadership, and we have been speaking to the top leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party that still wait and watch, because 1 hour or so is very crucial, and till that time there should be no celebration. Of course, let me show you the glimpse of what the BJP state headquarters currently looking like. A lot of people starting from the main gate of the BJP state headquarters at Pandit Pant Marg are entering. The leaders have already started arriving in at the Pandit Pant Marg state headquarters early this morning, and they are glued to the television screens for these early trends. But as I said, the messaging has been clear that they should wait till the final picture doesn't arrive. No celebration till that, because Delhi elections are very neck to neck. Of course, the BJP leaders are very, very confident of winning this time, pulling this time off and coming back to the power after almost 27 years. And therefore, the reason perhaps a temple run since morning has begun. Now, Virendra Sachdeva also is at Hanuman temple, and from there he will be coming back to the BJP state headquarters. Parvesh Verma already, we saw those visuals of him going to the Hanuman temple, and that's the kind of tradition that the BJP leaders usually follow. So where will this trend that we are witnessing right now will continue for the next 1 or 2 hours and will give a way to BJP to form government is something that would be very interesting to see.
Right, Aishwarya, thank you so much for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you. So a great degree of caution on the part of the BJP as we look at these numbers. For all those who are joining us at the moment, we can tell them that the counting began at 8 a.m. It's a high-stakes battle for Delhi, a prestige battle for the BJP, a battle for existential, or should I say survival for the Aam Aadmi Party, and a battle for relevance for the Congress Party. We have Professor Sandeep Shastri joining us, Neerja Chaudhary joining us, Sujata continues to be with us. Professor Shastri, 9 a.m., very early, but in early trends, very, very early trends, it looks like that the pollsters may have got it right.
Yes, and we have now the trends from all these 70 seats. The direction of the result seems to be what the exit polls projected, though of course as of now the intensity of victory is not what was projected in the exit polls, but then maybe that is too early to say that. We will need to wait till 10, 15. And what's important is, while the Aam Aadmi Party may be leading in 26 seats, all its three big leaders are trailing and consistently trailing from the beginning.
For the last 1 hour.
And sorry?
For the last 1 hour.
Yes,
Counting began at
so
8.
That would be a matter of alarm. And the 26 seats they are leading is actually those seats where you have a significant presence of the economically less privileged. So that, I think, is sending another interesting message that the security, the economic guarantees that were given seem to be having some impact, and at least in some segments of the voters, it is seen in the trends that we are now witnessing.
Okay, so if we look at the picture of Delhi, and I'll ask the producer to put that on full screen, Juhi, let's look at the full picture of Delhi and try and analyze that with Neerja Chaudhary. Neerja, this is how Delhi is looking at the moment. It's 9-5, very, very early, but it is saffron all the way.
I think though 9-5 early trends, the trend is very clear. And you're right, it is the way the exit polls predicted, which means the exit polls caught a desire for change that was prevalent in all parts of Delhi. I agree with Mr. Shastri that, you know, the poorer sections have stuck by Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party and sworn by what they have done. But even amongst the poorer sections, I think people have shifted, because you cannot be leading in 43 or 44 seats without other sections having shifted to the other side. And I think overall they felt it's not it's not anger manifesting itself. It is that you did not do enough for us, and maybe after 10 years we need change, and I hope that BJP also in power at the center may be able to put in resources and do things which are big ticket,
yes, and also a message that they do not want a government which passes the buck, which indulges in constant blame game and is at constant loggerheads. They want a functioning government.
I think that is more it. Loggerheads is what people were afraid of.
हमेशा लड़ते रहते हैं. That was the message.
हाँ, लड़ते रहेंगे. अगर आम आदमी पार्टी आ गई, अच्छा किया हम लोगों के लिए, लेकिन लड़ते ही रहेंगे आगे जाके. और बीजेपी नहीं करने देगी. ये भी एक feeling थी. Therefore, bring BJP in. It's a very pragmatic voter that's coming to the fore increasingly.
An unpredictable voter which is saying that when the Delhi metro stops, at the moment 9-7, it is 44 for the BJP, 25 for the Aam Aadmi Party, 1 for the Congress. And this is early trends, ladies and gentlemen, for all the viewers who are joining us. Very, very early trends, but it's showing that the exit polls may get it right. In another 1 hour, the picture will be clear.
But while you said it's an unpredictable voter, it is a very assertive voter.
Assertive voter. And the same voter which is capable of defeating powerful leaders, like they did with Sheila Dikshit, the darling of Delhi.
As I said on your show last night,
yes,
the ultimate victor today will be the voter of Delhi.
But Delhi has always been the demanding electorate. I mean, if I want it, if you give me that, I'm going to vote for you. But you know what is interesting, and I see that as Aam Aadmi Party was once known for its booth management, people who were working voluntarily, yes, you know, without any interest. I think over the period of time where the Arvind Kejriwal's, you know, the reputation getting dented and credibility being in question, they have lost that. Even and RSS, 50,000 meetings, yes, 30 district, 173 nagars, with Starbucks all across, and going and doing these drawing room board meetings. I think that we should not forget that they are doing a Maharashtra in Delhi once more.
Okay. Neerja ma'am, I'm going to come to you, because let's get in Bobby Badal of the Aam Aadmi Party and Anirudh Pratap of the BJP and Supriya Shrinate of the Congress Party. Supriya, I'm going to begin with you. How is the Congress Party looking at these numbers? Of course, very, very early trends. You know, I did sense a lot of nostalgia for Sheila Dikshit on ground. Every time they would talk about Arvind Kejriwal, they would often say that Sheila Dikshit would not fight with the center.
Thanks very much for having me on the show, and it's a good evening to all you, your viewers and my fellow panelists, firstly. I think we fought this election in a very, very spirited campaign. I heard someone say that ultimately the winner is the voter of Delhi, and I would concede to that. And I do believe that at every level, anybody who takes the voter for granted, anybody who believes that filibustering and arrogance can see them through the day, has been shown their place today. So I do believe that AAP has a lot of lessons to learn. As far as the Congress is concerned, I think we need to go back to the drawing board. We need to do a lot of ground exercises. We need to do a lot of block building. We need to do a lot of our own cadre management. Much better than before, I would say. I'm sure the final tally of voter share will come soon, and I think our performance will be better than before. But of course, nowhere to where we have been. You are absolutely right. On the ground, there's a lot of nostalgia for Sheilaji, but nostalgia doesn't see you forward. And I do believe that we have a lot of exercise on hand. But as far as these early trends are concerned, I think the voter of Delhi has spoken decisively, and the voter of Delhi is saying, I am not going to give in to filibustering. And I think political arrogance of any kind will be punished. And I think that's what is happening with the incumbent government here.
The question is, does it really humble leaders? Bobby Badal, does it humble Mr. Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party? Too early. I would not be sitting in judgment over now because it's 9-10 only, but it's consolidating for the BJP.
Ma'am, actually, if you see the heart of the Aam Aadmi Party volunteers, we are very proud of Mr. Kejriwal. The way he has fought this election and the way the party is still in a strong position. And let me tell you, if Delhi police and EC had done their duty, there would have not have been any contest here. So we have seen an election.
But Mr. Badal, my question is that this is the same Delhi police and the election commission which did its duty, and you won 67 in 2015 and you won 62 last time around. So where did the election commission get right then and go wrong now?
No, allow me.
Yes.
After Haryana and Maharashtra, the problem started. The BJP thought it will manage elections. It will not earn the mandate. It will not earn the mandate. It will steal the mandate. The Congress, of course, yesterday only, they have done a press conference about Maharashtra voters being more than the Maharashtra population. So I think this election was badly managed, and Delhi, the BJP tried everything. So I think Kejriwal stands very tall today.
Okay, Mr. Kejriwal stands tall, and the BJP, despite these numbers consolidating in their favor, is appearing to be weak. That is the reading of the Aam Aadmi Party, Anirudh Pratap.
I think we should wait another 1 hour.
Absolutely, we are waiting.
और मुझे लगता है कि केजरीवाल जी को अभी एक ऑडियो आ रहा है कि नहीं जा रहा है?
जी बोलिए
जी केजरीवाल जी को अभी 1 घंटे तक इंतजार करना चाहिए, क्योंकि उनको वेट करने के बाद 1 घंटे के बाद ईवीएम पे ठीकरा फोड़ना है इनको कि कितने वोट टर्न आउट इधर हुए, कितने वोट उधर टर्न आउट हुए। क्योंकि एक बहाना इनको, जो स्क्रिप्टेड स्टोरी कल से चल रही है, 3-4 दिन पहले से भी इन्होंने कहा था 10% वोट इधर उधर होगा, तो सिर्फ 1.5 घंटे वेट इसी करना चाहिए कि ईवीएम पे कब इनके ऊपर ठीकरा फोड़ना है। और हम लोग तो इन्जॉय कर रहे हैं बीजेपी मीडिया पवेलियन में बैठ के डिफरेंट चैनल पर डिबेट करके। बस टैली आपकी देख रहे 44 हो गए, 25 आम आदमी पार्टी है।
Okay, let's bring in Neerja again. Neerja, 44 is how it is looking, up 36 for the BJP. They have crossed the halfway mark. So it's not really a close election or a close contest. If these numbers actually consolidate and convert into actual results, it would mean that Delhi voter has voted for change. They do not believe in continuity, and more than anything else, it's a referendum on Mr. Kejriwal. What happens to him now?
I think the AAP leader is right when he says the Kejriwal, Sisodia, they have fought back valiantly, no doubt about that. From the time that they came out of prison, they've been doing padyatras, door-to-door campaign. It's not that they have not fought back. And earlier you were saying, you know, the BJP has an organizational heft. Now, Aam Aadmi Party's organization, while booth level management has been there in the past, is no match for the BJP's organizational strength. Not only the organization, the RSS that you talked about, the thousands of meetings that they've held, as in Haryana and in Maharashtra. But if the mood at the ground level begins to shift, then these things don't work beyond a point.
Yeah.
And it's the mood of the Delhi wala that shifted. And somewhere either fatigue or let's try change, or you know what we say, the double engine sarkar will work better, they will get resources. And a voter, as I say again and again, turning much more transactional and what am I going to get out of it? So I think, and there is also a tendency, as in 2024 Lok Sabha election, थोड़ा सा झटका दो इनको, बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं होने दो. So also I think, yeah, they are not wiped out, but they have certainly been given a jolt.
Maria, to extend that point, I think there is a constellation of factors which seem to have worked in favor of the BJP. The fact that the Aam Aadmi Party was in power for 10 years and a anti-incumbency against them, a fatigue with the government, the fact that the BJP launched a very aggressive campaign in the Delhi elections, and that also to some extent appealed to the voters that maybe it's time to give a chance. And I would also endorse the point that Nirja made, that while the Aam Aadmi Party's leaders may be trailing, I think we need to also look at the larger picture. We have had many cases in the past where parties have done well and their leaders have lost. So
Nandigram, classic example. I mean,
West Bengal.
Yes, Mamata Banerjee losing.
Even Uttarakhand.
Even Uttarakhand.
That's right.
So I think the leaders losing their individual seats is a byproduct of local factors, and which has to be seen independently of the Aam Aadmi Party also falling from 60 plus to 25 as the trends today show. So I think both are a byproduct of different factors. The party not doing well in Delhi and its key leaders losing. I think separate set of factors are accountable for both these developments.
Okay, so let's move, region-wise. And Professor Shastri and Nija Chaudhary, please jump in on this. If we were to look at, the South Delhi, in all 12 seats, the BJP leading in 9, Aam Aadmi Party in 3, which essentially means Aam Aadmi Party down by 9. So South Delhi, it certainly doesn't look very promising, and South Delhi is the region which has the New Delhi constituency.
Correct.
Which is Arvind Kejriwal's constituency, and also this is the region where one would say that all the VIPs live.
The government officials also.
The government officials live. Yeah. So that's where the 8th Pay Commission comes into play.
The budget comes into play.
The budget comes into play.
The Valmiki Samaj comes into play.
The Valmiki Samaj comes.
And all these seats were won by the AAP last time.
Yes, all the seats were won by them. Absolutely. The South Delhi entire region was won by the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's move ahead and go to West Delhi now. 11 seats in all. We are looking at Aam Aadmi Party at 2. BJP at 9, Aam Aadmi Party down by 9. So again, this is the place where it was full-on number for the Aam Aadmi Party. Again, they are down. West Delhi, a word on that, Nirja?
Yeah, West Delhi was in earlier years a bastion of the BJP, the heart of BJP support. In the old Punjabi Khatri, post-partition people who came. And so it is turning back to BJP. To me is not surprising. It's the first area that would turn back to the BJP. And of course the whole middle class factor that's worked in South Delhi, in New Delhi, also here. The middle class has turned away pretty solidly against the Aam Aadmi Party.
I think Delhi has voted decisively, as it does all the time. There is no confusion. I think voters had made their mind completely that, okay, we gave 10 years to Kejriwal, now let's change the government, see what's not been done. Because I think, here we become very class status company, okay, middle class and then the jhuggi jhopadi and the upper class. But I think the problem of road, the problem of sewer, the problem of this kude ka pahar is a constant reminder of things not being done on your face. While you're going to office, while you're going to your work, while your children are coming from. So I think that has really...
Living in Delhi has
MCD is actually
it's an everyday struggle. struggle almost. I mean, you are navigating through this traffic. There is a problem of sewer. There's a problem of water. I mean, you're struggling.
And you're thinking, is bar isko vote nahi denge.
Yes, okay, so let's bring, yes, sir.
I think it's a question, as we have always been saying, of 3 A's. The aspirations of people.
Absolutely.
The anxieties of people.
Yeah.
And of course, the attitudes of parties and people.
And the
so
anger.
you see a combination
and
of
I
all
would
these
say
things.
anger.
And this translates sometimes
let's
into
move
anger
to
and
Outer
anguish.
Delhi now. And Outer Delhi has 19 seats in all. BJP at 11, Aam Aadmi Party at 7. And Congress is opening its account here. One seat that it's getting, it's in Outer Delhi. Supriya Shrinate, a word on it? Supriya, if you heard me.
Look, yeah, I did. I've been hearing the analysis, and I agree with some parts of it. I don't think anybody can take governance lightly, and I don't think anybody can take governance for granted either. I think that's what AAP did. You know, you can keep building models, and people are going to break them, which was classic with India Shining, which was classic with 400 Par. I do believe, as far as the Congress party is concerned, a lot of this result has to do with the spirited campaign by the Congress party. I mean, today the Aam Aadmi Party is suddenly waking up and talking about how we did a press conference. You were the first to ridicule us when we actually asked the question that how did the number of voters in Maharashtra exceed the adult population of Maharashtra? You questioned us. You questioned us when we said that how did the exact number of voters get added in 5 months like they did in 5 years in Maharashtra. So there are lessons for political parties to learn in this election, and I think AAP will learn a lesson of humility. You can keep calling pot shots at whether it's the Congress or the BJP. You can keep fighting with the government at the center or the LG. The reality is that when it comes to governance, and you raised this point with me earlier, Maria, about Sheila Dikshit, and one of the most famous anecdotes about Sheila Dikshit is that she had gone to Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji for some work, and tempers flew high, and that meeting was going to end, and she simply just said, "Aap chai nahi pilayenge," and got everything done. So I think it's a matter of you choose your battles to fight. You can choose political battles, but you don't choose governance battles. And as far as Delhi was concerned,
I agree with you, Supriya.
And I think that is the problem.
That certainly is a message, because Sheila Dikshit did walk that extra mile in order to ensure that the government of Delhi functions and people of Delhi get that relief repeatedly. She used to work in complete, sync with Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee and the Lieutenant Governor at that time as well. So let's get in Ishika now, joining us from Hanuman Mandir. That's where Virendra Sachdeva is. Ishika has been speaking to Virendra Sachdeva regularly during the entire election campaign. Virendra Sachdeva there to offer prayers. He is the Delhi BJP chief, did play a role in ensuring that the Delhi unit stays intact and works in complete sync, I would say. Ishika, what are you seeing? Okay, we'll patch again with Ishika. So these are the visuals coming in. Please go ahead, Sujata.
What amazes me is that Congress constantly has been talking about Sheila Dikshit and her work. But the way they ditched Sheila Dikshit, after allegations were laid on her, I think they made her a scapegoat, and the party and a third-term chief minister party did not even bother to back her up. Even Sandeep Dikshit, for a very long time, he was just sidelined. And you come and in this election you have this sometimes hot, sometimes cold. You had no strategy. Even imagine Ajay Markan's press conference being cancelled, and then once the India Alliance played on you, where all the Akhilesh Yadav and TMC started supporting Aam Aadmi Party, you started saying, okay, now let's.
We will talk about Virendra Sachdeva now in the role of the BJP state unit and also of the RSS. But Ishika is joining us. Ishika, what are you seeing?
Well, currently we are at the Hanuman Mandir here at Connaught Place, a very iconic place that has certainly played a very crucial part if we look at the political journey of many leaders here. Currently, Virendra Sachdeva, the Delhi BJP president, is here offering prayers, certainly expecting that whatever the exit polls showed becomes a reality today for the BJP. We are showing you the live visuals here from the Connaught Place. You can see Delhi BJP president Virendra Sachdeva here offering prayers here. Now, BJP says that it is very confident that the drought of certainly around 27 years will be be ending today. So certainly one last, step, that is, offering prayers and expecting that the expectations today turn to reality ahead of the big mandate here. Because we have seen, be it all the leaders are going for a temple run today. Remains to be seen how it is going to impact. But certainly you can see that Viren Sachdeva, if we talk about, he himself had said that he would not be contesting this time because he has been given the responsibility of making sure that this time BJP wins. So if that happens, certainly he will also be emerging as a kingmaker today. So certainly big responsibility on his shoulders as well. Remains to be seen how it is going to pan out in the coming hours. But as of now, we currently show you the live visuals here. You can see at the Connaught Place temple, you can see Viren Sachdeva offering prayers here. BJP saying that corruption this time, they are very confident, will turn out to be a defining factor. The allegations regarding the CAG report, be it the environment cess tax or be it in fact, the Sheesh Mahal row, all of that will be working today. That is what they believe that the voters would have voted for. So it's certainly live visuals that we are showing you on our screen. So certainly remains to be seen, will it be in the favor or not, but early trends certainly motivating the BJP cadre here. And that is why we are seeing that the leaders also seem to be quite confident this time of, of BJP making a comeback. Over to you.
Okay. Virendra Sachdeva, very unassuming. But, it was about Nirja, that Delhi unit, which clearly was disjointed, had faced a lot of questions, was kept together. And that was a challenge. So, Virendra Sachdeva may not be in the running for the Chief Minister, but he is definitely an organization man.
Yes, and he must be given due credit for it, for heading the party in Delhi and taking it to this kind of number, absolutely. Though, as I say, the entire national BJP put its weight behind with all its resources, the RSS put its weight behind completely in this campaign, and they had the benefit of that. So that is something neither the Congress had, nor the Aam Aadmi Party has, nor any of the other regional parties have. Very interesting question would be to ask Supriya if she is there.
Yes.
Why is that the Congress did not take the space of Aam Aadmi Party? Why was, against the Aam Aadmi Party, why is it that the BJP has taken that space? Even though there is a whole legacy of Sheila Dikshit.
Supriya?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to answer that question, and I'd also like to answer some very irresponsible comments made by, I don't know if it's a BJP, I actually don't know who made that comment, whether it's some guest on your channel or a BJP spokesperson. But I do believe, and I said it to begin with, I do believe that we need to work on our cadre. I don't think we have an organization strong enough that could have been an alternative to the Aam Aadmi Party. And I think that's where the BJP scored over us. I have no qualms in admitting that. And I have
a quick update. We are looking at 9:30 now, and the BJP is at 50, up 42 from 2020. Aam Aadmi Party further down. If these numbers hold and translate into actual results by 10:30 a.m., then it is a landslide victory for the party which has not been in power for 27 years. Please go ahead, Supriya.
No, the only simple point I was trying to make is that I am honest and candid enough to admit that our organization wasn't strong enough to perhaps offer an alternative. But the reality is that our spirited campaign did expose Mr. Kejriwal greatly. And I also think there's a lesson for a lot of people who choose sides during elections. I have no qualms in a lot of our alliance partners choosing to stand with the Aam Aadmi Party. But I think this is an ideological fight. And Aam Aadmi Party's ideology, if you ask me, was compromised for a while now. They did not know what do they stand for, who do they oppose, and which is why you're perhaps also seeing the results that you are. I do believe that there is I'm sure that they'll look to fight this another day. But as far as we are concerned, there are big lessons for us. And the first lesson is that we have to rebuild our organization, something that we
Supriya, a word now coming in from Virendra Sachdeva, Delhi BJP chief. Let's cut across.
देखिए अभी जो रुझान है वो हमारी आशा के अनुरूप है, लेकिन परिणाम आने की हम प्रतीक्षा करेंगे। मुझे बार बार इस बात को कहने में कोई संकोच नहीं है कि दिल्ली में हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत जुनून और शिद्दत के साथ काम किया है और जनता ने भी भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया है। जनता को भ्रष्टाचार और विकास का मॉडल चुनना था, तो उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व को सलाम किया है और ये जीत हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व की, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के काम की जीत है होगी, जो मुझे ऐसा लगता है। निस्संदेह हम दिल्ली में डबल इंजन की सरकार बनाएंगे।
सर, जितने बड़े नेता आम आदमी पार्टी के वो चुनाव हारते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। केजरीवाल भी पीछे हैं, मनीष सिसोदिया भी पीछे हैं, आतिशी भी पीछे चल रही है।
देखिए, हम सुबह से एक बात कह रहे हैं कि हमने दिल्ली का चुनाव दिल्ली के मुद्दों पर लड़ा है। हम अरविंद केजरीवाल से बार बार भ्रष्टाचार की बात पूछते थे, शीश महल की बात पूछते थे, शराब घोटाले की बात पूछते थे, टूटी हुई सड़कों की बात करते थे, सीवेज के ओवरफ्लो की बात करते थे, गंदगी की बात करते थे, गंदे पानी की बात करते थे, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल।
Okay, so 50 is what we are looking at. It's 9:30. All the three heavyweights of the Aam Aadmi Party, from Manish Sisodia to Atishi, who's the present Chief Minister, and Aam Aadmi Party Chief and the face of this election, that is Mr. Kejriwal, are trailing. We are looking at 9:30. The numbers are only consolidating for the BJP. So what happens now? How many rounds do you think it would be over? Professor Shastri.
I don't know of the exact rounds, but I think, as we have been saying since morning, by around 10:30, the picture would be clear. And if these trends hold, I think our
10 o'clock.
by 10:30, that should be clear. And I think what is seen now is a visible and very clear and very emphatic endorsement of the BJP by the voter in Delhi. And it's not a wipeout for the AAP, as some people thought. They would be a responsible opposition, hopefully, with 19 to 20 seats. And the fact that the three major leaders are trailing is again a huge setback for the party as it dons the role of an opposition at the state level.
May not even become the LOP. You know, if he loses, then he doesn't even become the LOP, forget the CM. That
yes.
is definitely not.
And I'm looking at 1993 results. That was the last time the BJP came to power, Nirja. They had won 49 of 70 seats. This is becoming better than that, if it actually moves upwards of 50 now. And they had polled around 42.8%. If we are looking at a number of 50, it means BJP's numbers in Delhi, the voter percentage would be in the range similar to their Lok Sabha numbers.
Yeah,
upwards of 49, perhaps even 50%.
It could be, depends on the tightness of the race.
Tightness of the race.
It would definitely be above 45, 46.
47.
And if the margins are huge, it would be 49 plus, as you said. But I would suspect it is in the range of 46 to 40.
So that means they have been able to hold the 30% swing voters, which used to vote them in the Lok Sabha, but not in Vidhan Sabha. Now they've been able to hold
that. That is the critical part.
And they only needed 10%. So if they hold that, then because they were not like, you know, the 38%, they had the vote share even in this.
Okay. Aishwarya, since Aishwarya has been tracking Parvesh Verma all through this entire campaign. He spoke to him multiple times and he's joining us now from the BJP office. Aishwarya, Parvesh Verma did not get tickets in the Lok Sabha. He was certainly disheartened, but he makes a comeback on this as someone who manages to defeat the Aam Aadmi Party patron. If that happens, of course it's 9:30, we are going with a lot of caution, but that will be the story of a leader then. He has come out of the shadows of his father, the late father.
Certainly, and that would be the biggest story of the Delhi elections. It was huge allegations that was leveled by Arvind Kejriwal in the entire election campaigning that we witnessed during the Delhi elections against Parvesh Verma for distributing money, for distributing funds. Multiple times the Punjab Chief Minister, the Aam Aadmi Party Chief Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi Chief Minister Atishi went to the Election Commission, complained against Parvesh Verma. But all that happened during these odd 30-40 days in which Parvesh Verma categorically told to us multiple times that these are baseless allegations. I'm fighting for the survival. I have been, doing work for my people out there without being on any post. And it is my people that I wanted to serve more, and therefore the reason perhaps the entire BJP leadership stood by Parvesh Verma. Multiple campaigns were done by the top leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Roadshows were conducted for Parvesh Verma as well, and door-to-door campaigning, and specifically those cluster area where Parvesh Verma reached out to, which was a hardcore vote for Arvind Kejriwal that always had went on to Aam Aadmi Party's favor. That had also now swung, and therefore the reason perhaps Parvesh Verma is now leading as far as the initial trends are concerned against Arvind Kejriwal. It was a triangular fight, of course. Sandeep Dixit was giving a tough fight as well, and therefore the reason perhaps Congress was much enthusiastic after Sandeep Dixit's that campaigning, but that went low at the end of the campaigning as well. So if there would be votes that would be divided amongst the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party, of course the BJP will get edge. And Parvesh Verma, when asked by me that are you the next Chief Minister's space, he clearly stated that this is a wrong question. You should ask the top leadership whether they will give me a chance or not. But of course, being a former MP from Delhi and a son of a Chief Minister, all eyes would be on him if the top leadership decides and banks on his face.
Okay. We have Shreya also joining us. Shreya, what are you seeing at the moment? How many rounds of counting is over is the big question, because directionally it looks like that the BJP may just have got Delhi right.
That's right, Maria. I am in Maharani Bagh right now, and this is where, votes are being counted for all the major constituencies, be it the Kasturba Nagar constituency, the hot seat, Kalkaji Assembly constituency, Okhla, and also Jangpura. We know Kalkaji and Jangpura are very important constituencies for Aam Aadmi Party. We have seen in the yesteryears, these seats have been the stronghold for Aam Aadmi Party, but right now, as we can see, Aam Aadmi Party, big guns are trailing, and we have seen the exit polls have spoken, and now the voters have already decided the fate of the political future of the national capital. We can see Mr. Manish Sisodia, the sitting CM Atishi, they are all trailing, and the 2 rounds of voting have been done already. 2 rounds of counting of votes have been done already. We know Okhla is also a very interesting constituency. There is a triangular fight between Aam Aadmi Party, BJP and the AIMM, but we can see BJP leading, in all the 3, in all these constituencies, and out of the 36 MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party, we can see only 9 of them that are leading. And if we talk about the overall scene, as you were saying, BJP is clearly turning the tide in the national capital.
It's only consolidating for the BJP. They went down slightly to 47, 46, and they are back again at 50, with the 3 prominent leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party continuing to trail for the last 1.5 hours. Harsh Malhotra, who's a Union Minister of State for Transport and also a Delhi BJP MP, has spoken to Aishwarya. Let's listen in.
Well, I'm rightly being joined by Union Minister Harsh Malhotra. Sir, आज बहुत बड़ा दिन है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी 26 सालों तक सत्ता में नहीं थी. 27 सालों का लगभग वनवास था. आज खत्म होने वाला है.
बिल्कुल, भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत से दिल्ली में सरकार बनाएगी.
किस तरीके से पूरा कैंपेनिंग रहा और बड़े-बड़े फेसेस को उतारा गया, और जो इनिशियल ट्रेंड्स बता रहे हैं, कालकाजी हो, नई दिल्ली हो, पटपड़गंज हो, सब जगह भारतीय जनता पार्टी आगे चल रही है. बड़े फेसेस उनके पीछे, क्या वजह रही?
ये उन लोगों का, आम आदमी पार्टी का बैड गवर्नेंस है, उनका पूरे 10 साल का करप्शन है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की अन्य राज्यों की सरकारों का विकास का मॉडल है. अन्य राज्यों में गुड गवर्नेंस है. पूरे देश में आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो केंद्र सरकार काम कर रही है, 140 करोड़ जन को कहीं ना कहीं मोदी जी की योजनाओं ने छुआ भी है, वो लाभान्वित भी हुए हैं. ये जो क्रेडिबिलिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बनी है, जिसके कारण से आज दिल्ली के लोगों को लगता है कि इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को भी मौका देना चाहिए.
हर्ष जी, एक आखिरी सवाल. कल बहुत बड़े क्लेम्स किए गए केजरीवाल जी की तरफ से. 15-15 करोड़ रुपए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ऑफर किए हैं ऐसा बोला गया है, एसीबी की टीम भी पहुंची, इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है। इन क्लेम्स को आप किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
उनको झूठ बोलने की आदत है और वो फ्रस्ट्रेटेड हैं। खिसियानी बिल्ली खंबा नोचने के अलावा कुछ नहीं करती है और वो जानबूझ के, उन्हें पता था कि वो सत्ता से बाहर जा रहे हैं, इस कारण से अनर्गल बातें कर रहे हैं और कुछ नहीं।
बीजेपी का चेहरा कोई
कमल का फूल।
That was Union Minister Harsh Malhotra clearly stating that it would be the top leadership who will be deciding on the Chief Minister's space, but it is also the promises that the Bharatiya Janata Party did and the frustration that people had on those work that was earlier promised by the Aam Aadmi Party but not been fulfilled, and these results clearly indicates towards that, and Bharatiya Janata Party top leaders now clearly believing that it would be BJP Sarkar this time in the national capital. This is Aishwarya Jain with video journalist Azam for NDTV in Delhi.
It's 9:40 and the numbers are consolidating for the BJP. It stands at 49, having gained 41 seats. Aam Aadmi Party at 21, down 41 from 2020. Congress at 1. They have made one seat gain, which is the seat, it's coming from outer Delhi. So when it is about South Delhi and even West Delhi, it appears a clean sweep for the BJP at the moment. By 10 a.m. perhaps these numbers will consolidate further, but it doesn't look great for Aam Aadmi Party. It's a huge concern, particularly for the party which had its roots in Delhi. So if you lose the roots, as we say it famously in the Hindi belt, that अगर आप अपनी ज़मीन को छोड़ देते हैं, अगर ज़मीन आपके पास नहीं रहती है नीरजा, then what is future then?
I think, we've been saying it's going to be an existentialist crisis. At one level, Aam Aadmi Party, if it faces defeat, will face that. But the BJP may now not need to break the Aam Aadmi Party if it has a clear majority, which is what many felt, that if it was close enough numbers, it would be tempted to have an Operation Kamal. But politicians have to swallow many a bitter pill during their careers. And Aam Aadmi Party, Kejriwal has had it good so far. 2013, 12 में party बनाई 2013, he had the largest single largest party. Dream run, and 1567 out of 70, 62 out of 70, a national party status in just over 10 years, which has not happened to any party that comes out of the womb of a movement. So he's done well, and a model which is called Kejriwal model, but people want more. People are not satisfied. It's an aspirational India.
Yes,
so
an
they want
aspirational
change.
India, the 3 A's that Professor Shastri just spoke about. An anxious India, and which doesn't like the attitude of the leaders as well. So 3 A's that are shaping this election in Delhi. An aspirational Delhi saying that they can defeat strong leaders, just as they defeated Sheila Dikshit 10 years ago. They are looking at defeating Arvind Kejriwal today. C.R. Keswan is joining us of the BJP. C.R. Keswan, how is the BJP viewing this number as we stand at 9:45 a.m. now?
Good morning, Marian, to all your panelists and your viewers. These are early trends, but very, very welcome trends, and we are very hopeful that these trends will hold. Two takeaways from these very, categorical trends. First, I think the people of Delhi have reimposed their faith and reiterated their trust in Modi ji ki guarantee for a vibrant, Viksit Delhi. And the second thing is the people of Delhi were extremely angry with Aam Aadmi Party because the Aam Aadmi Party had betrayed them for the past decade. The people of Delhi had witnessed a decade of deceit, drama, dishonesty and deception. And I think the Aam Aadmi Party bankrupted the government and failed the people on all fronts. So I think today, while they have reposed their faith in Modi ji and ensured that the BJP and blessed the BJP to come back and govern after a long period of 26 years, the people of Delhi have also vanquished the virus of AAP. And I think the people of Delhi, the 1.5 crore people of Delhi, also realized that while India was undergoing a transformational change under Modi ji's leadership, Delhi was being left out. And I think one poignant movement which stood out, probably connected with the voters of Delhi, was when the Prime Minister apologized to the people of Delhi. And, he had said that he apologized to people of Delhi and especially the senior citizens because Ayushman Bharat and the free healthcare treatment available to senior citizens from the central government was being blocked by AAP. And AAP, the people of Delhi knew that AAP, no scheme, whether it was, pension, whether healthcare treatment, nothing was coming through, and all they were bothered about was intoxicated with power. All that we could see was leaks, our government riddled and synonymous with scandals. And see what happened, have we ever seen a more bizarre government in the history of Indian politics, where the Department of Delhi, two departments of Delhi, issue public notice saying what the Aam Aadmi Party was claiming was fraudulent and they were trying to mislead voters. That is how, bizarre this government was. And the High Court, time and again, the people noticed, was coming down heavily on this government. The High Court had said, when the Aam Aadmi Party refused to implement the healthcare free health treatment scheme, they said, you don't have money, you virtually made the state bank, the Delhi government bankrupt, and why are you blocking the scheme? And then with respect to the schools, I remember what the High Court said. They said, it's in a total mix. The schools in Northeast.
To Ramesh Biduri.
को वोट कास्ट करने में परहेज करता है, उनको धीरे धीरे जोड़ जाड़ के ऐसा करने का प्रयास शीला जी ने किया था। उस डेमोग्राफी के कारण केजरीवाल 2 बार चुनाव इसलिए जीत गए कि मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटनी और झूठे वायदे करने। अब 10 साल में केजरीवाल जी एक्सपोज हो गए कि वो केवल झूठे वायदे करते हैं, कर कुछ सकते नहीं है। देखो, ये कालका जी की जनता का डेवलपमेंट को लेकर अगर उनको चाहिए डेवलपमेंट होगा तो स्वाभाविक है आतिशी की वो विदाई करेंगे। वो मैं कोई किसी को लीड देने वाला नहीं हूँ, ये कोई रेसलिंग नहीं है, ये कोई कंपटीशन टेस्ट दे के हम आगे नहीं बढ़ रहे हैं, ये जनता के आशीर्वाद का है। कालका जी की जनता आशीर्वाद अगर देगी तो स्वाभाविक है आतिशी को लौटना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि आतिशी ने पिछले 5 साल में क्षेत्र में केजरीवाल जी ने दिल्ली में कुछ कराया नहीं है। और अगर इन परिस्थितियों में भी केजरीवाल को लोग अगर वोट देते हैं तो वो वर्ग जो देश में विकास, देश की तरक्की चाहता है, तो वो लोग वास्तव में इस बात को लेकर व्यथित होगा। लेकिन मेरा 100% मानना है कि इस बारी आपदा जा रही है और भाजपा आ रही है दिल्ली के विकास को लेकर।
बीजेपी के मुख्यमंत्री के चेहरा आप होंगे?
ये बेकार की बातें करने का लाभ नहीं है। हम सेवा के काम करने के लिए राजनीति में हैं। न तो केजरीवाल हमारे बारे में तय करेगा, न कोई और तय करेगा। हमारा पार्टी नेतृत्व है और हम किस व्यक्ति का कहाँ उपयोग होता है उस हिसाब से राष्ट्र के निर्माण में कौन कहाँ बढ़िया काम कर सकता है। हम जैसे पहले 3 बार विधायक रहे थे तब कौन से तब विकास सेवा की, 2 बार सांसद रहे हैं। हम राष्ट्र के विकास के लिए, क्षेत्र के विकास के लिए, लोगों की सेवा के लिए राजनीति में हैं। मोदी साहब के 11 साल का टेन्योर और गुजरात का 12 साल का टेन्योर देख लिए। सेवा सेवा मोदी साहब ने सेवा की है। हम एक ऐसी विचारधारा के लोग हैं, सेवा करने के लिए राजनीति में हैं, मुख्यमंत्री मंत्री बनने के लिए राजनीति में नहीं है।
All right, Ramesh Biduri, they're very carefully saying it is bakwas ki baat. And I think that's the right reaction one neta will give when it is about the BJP. If your name is floated, then your chance is over.
I think we have seen the surprise element in the politics of the BJP in nominating people to various positions. And if you look at the choice of chief minister, save the case of the Maharashtra chief minister, all the other names were names which were not being discussed in the media. So I think everybody who thinks that they have a chance in Delhi now would be a little cautious in making sure that their name is not out in the public domain.
Yes.
But New Delhi seat has a particular history. Whoever wins from that seat becomes the chief minister and that party comes into power.
No, but interesting. It's
but then BJP is known to, defy the odds. So,
absolutely.
So you really don't know.
Okay, Bobby Badal, you joined us at 9 and you were sounding dismissive of all political parties and of course dismissing and questioning the level playing field as well. Now how do you look at it even as we build up to 10 a.m.?
Ma'am, let me put 2 or 3 points on the record. First of all, I am very thankful to you. My personal hero Neerja Chaudhary ji, you have put on the show. She's written a beautiful book, How Prime Ministers Decide. So thank you for it. And secondly, I want to tell you how Kejriwal Saab has impacted the politics of this country. He has changed the discourse from caste and communal things to schools and hospitals. And he also built the fastest growing national party in the country. So I think this election, you cannot just write away Kejriwal. Congress can pat itself on its back so that it has helped made a BJP government in Delhi which I'm not sure it is too early today. So, but we see it as a challenge that the Congress and the BJP were talking in the same language, and Kejriwal ji has openly fought for Delhi people's rights, and we will continue to fight for Delhi people. Delhi voter is very, very sensible voter. So I think this will not impact us in a very big way. Kejriwal is not only the face of the party, he is the soul of the party. And his stature has only grown the way all parties were together and only Aam Aadmi Party was left fighting the deep pockets of the BJP, the big finance, electoral bond, 7,000 crore party, which targets the leadership of another party, uses the politics of hatred, uses the politics of fear, and uses the politics of religion. So I think for us, this is a test
Supriya,
case.
before we build up to 10, a word from you on what Omar Abdullah has tweeted, "Aur lado sab aapas mein." That's what very cryptic response coming in from National Conference Chief and also, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister.
No, I just have one thing to say. The onus of making AAP win cannot lie with the Congress. The Congress is going to look at fertile political bastions and will try and wrest them over. I mean, Delhi is a place where we've been in governance for 15 years. It is not हमारे सर पर थोड़ी ठीकरा आप फोड़ सकते हैं और हमारी जिम्मेदारी थोड़ी आपको जिताना. हमारी जिम्मेदारी खुद से अच्छे से चुनाव लड़ना, एक spirited campaign करना. Wherever you need to be called out, you will be called out. So I think this whole attempt of the Aam Aadmi Party, or anybody for that matter, political analysts at large, to say that, or even our allies to say aapas mein lado. I think all of us assess our political bastions. We fight the campaigns that we need to fight. I mean, by that logic, Mr. Kejriwal went to Goa, he went to Gujarat, he went to Haryana, he went to Maharashtra, he went to Uttarakhand, and in Uttarakhand and Goa, actually the vote share difference between us and the BJP was exactly the number of votes that the Aam Aadmi Party got. I mean, these are not arguments that I will respond to, but it is not the responsibility of the Congress to fight elections so that somebody else wins. The Congress is going to fight elections to ensure we win or we rest our political bastions, and I think that's what we're doing. We can't be blamed for it, can we?
No, I tend to agree with you on that because, every political party has to look at its own interest. But what is the future of India bloc then?
Look, the India bloc as a whole has come together to stop the BJP as far as elections 2024 were concerned. Even though the SP decided to support AAP in Delhi, SP and B together fought a by-election in Milkipur. I don't think the India bloc is in question here. I think political parties are not NGOs, and nor are we. Political parties assess the political situation on the ground. We have to respect the cadres of a certain state, a certain entity. Delhi wanted to go all alone, and we did, and I think we did the right thing. The reality is that Aam Aadmi Party's lies and its filibustering had to be called out, and I think we would have failed in our duty if we had not called out a party which was in governance for 11 years. The problems of Delhi don't cease to exist just because of the India bloc. I think the future of the India bloc is in stopping the BJP, and it was a very successful and is a very successful proposal, a very successful experiment. 400 पार का नारा था, 240 पर India bloc ने रोका BJP को. So I don't think the future of the India bloc is in question. You look at how we stand together in parliament, and that bears testimony to the fact that there's a larger rationale, the larger motive of why we are together. And then, of course, state elections will be fought, assessing each other's...
So let's put both Neerja Chaudhary and Sandeep Shastri on the screen now, because both of them have a question for Supriya. Professor Shastri, observation.
I think Supriya ji's point is well taken. The India coalition's challenge, I think, is after the Lok Sabha elections, the Congress was the object of a lot of criticism because of the continuous losing of elections. But now you have a situation where somebody other than the Congress has done badly, and the India coalition faces that challenge. So I think in challenging the NDA, the India coalition would have to now work out its strategy if it is to survive. And let's remember, end of the year you have Bihar, where again you have two coalitions fighting against each other, and the capacity to win would depend on how strong your coalition is. So I think that question still remains open and would need to be debated and discussed by the partners who are part of the coalition.
My question to Supriya will go a little further. From what you're saying, that alliance was for Lok Sabha 2024. After that, every party takes a call. Is it in my self-interest in a particular state to tie up with A, B, C, D? So you may tie up with the DMK when the elections come. You may tie up with Akhilesh Yadav's Samajwadi Party when 27 UP elections come. But that has nothing to do with the India bloc. So does it mean for all practical purposes, India bloc is dead?
No, I don't think so. I don't think we can sit here and prescribe the death of the India bloc. Absolutely not. I think the India bloc stands in unity as far as the politics of the BJP or the hate and the venom spewing politics of the BJP is concerned. But like I said, we are a political entity. I think in the 2024 elections, the Congress did take 2 steps back to accommodate everybody. But we are also going to look at our political fertile lands. We are going to look at a Delhi. We will look at a Maharashtra. We fought a fantastic election in Maharashtra and we put the numbers on the table. It's for the Election Commission to now answer. That mandate is really on the radar. It's under the scanner. So I do believe that political parties take conscious political calls. I agree that Bihar is an important election. It's a well-oiled coalition there that we have with the RJD and a few others. I do believe Maharashtra was a good experiment. I do believe Tamil Nadu. But, in Delhi, we did believe that we have our own political fertile land to go back to and to wrest it from Aam Aadmi Party. And I think we did I agree with the fact that we should have gone alone, personally and otherwise.
But Supriya, could the numbers have been better? Because one concern certainly is that even if you fought alone, that may be a call taken based on a strategy and survival. But did the Congress in that fight actually not become relevant either? A number of 1 in a 70-member assembly, you may have opened your account, but what really is the toehold here?
But Maria, the onus of making these numbers better cannot just rest with the Congress party. It rests with a lot of our other allies as well. It rests with the Aam Aadmi Party as well. I do believe, particularly talking about Delhi, because that's where the mandate is coming from, we were very clear that there's been a government now for 11 years. This government had dislodged us. We were the incumbents. We could assess what the failures were. We could assess the issues that we wanted to raise. And I think keeping that in mind, we took the call that we had to take, that we will fight this election alone. We will expose the Aam Aadmi Party's failures, because I think as political parties, you are answerable to the people. You are not just answerable to a tally on an election day, whether that 1 should have been 10 or that 24 should have been 48. It doesn't matter. I think you're answerable to the people. You're answerable to your own cadres. You're answerable to your leadership, local and national. I think on that count, the Congress took the right stand. So we can keep bothering about numbers, but I do believe the clarion call from the ground was that we fight these elections on our own.
Okay.
I will have to leave for another channel.
Fine enough, Supriya. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Yes, Mr. Keswan, you wanted to come in, please.
I just wanted to say that much is being made about the Congress party and the Aam Aadmi Party coming into an alliance. One should remember in the Lok Sabha elections, despite them being an alliance, the BJP had a whopping 54.35%. And BJP has won all the 3 past Lok Sabha elections 7-0 and done very well in the assembly election. And the Congress party, if they're lucky, will probably prevent a golden hat-trick of drawing a blank in the assembly elections. And I just wanted to counter what the Congress spokesperson said on Maharashtra. I think Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, the similarities both are delirious and they try to dupe people. In Maharashtra voter list, I just wanted to add, same Rahul Gandhi who spoke yesterday, he had said in January that about 1 crore of voter list people were added. Then he said in Parliament, I'm talking about being in Parliament, he said the number was 70 lakh. And 2 days back, he says 39 lakh. This is the leader of opposition who lacks any semblance of consistency. And he just shoots off numbers. And people know that in Maharashtra, in terms of the electoral roll, in the 2004, between the Lok Sabha and the Assembly election, 29.5 lakh voters were added. 2009, between the Lok Sabha and Assembly 4 months gap, 30 lakh voters were added. Similarly, in 2014, 29 lakh voters were added. See, Rahul Gandhi and the Aam Aadmi Party's drama yesterday where they tried to say people were calling them. Both are preparing ground to give excuses for the dismal defeat they're going to face today. The voters of Delhi have unequivocally reposed their faith in Modi ji's leadership and Modi ji's guarantee. And I think, be it resuming the schemes for the senior citizens or the healthcare or cabling,
Appreciate
the
your
CAG
time. Let me get a quick word from Professor Shastri. Professor Shastri, we are looking at 10 a.m. and our managing editor, Nikunj Garg, is joining us on this special broadcast. The word now, because it's only consolidating for the BJP, it looks, it's certainly a picture which shows that the BJP is back in power after 27 years.
Yeah, I think the numbers would stabilize, I think, between 45 and 50. That's what seems to be the range that it would be, which clearly indicates that the Delhi voter has voted for change, decisively voted for change, and brought the BJP back after that long years of being in the opposition. And I think it puts a lot of responsibility on the BJP now, not only being in power now in Delhi, also in the MCD, and also at the center. So now there is no escape route to say that this could not be done or that could not be done, because all three levels of government are with you.
Probably that is what the voters want. Probably that is what the voters want.
There is another question. You know, this is also a referendum on Rahul Gandhi's two-vote bank, which he was trying to regain, Muslims and Dalit. With the numbers that AAP is getting and with the numbers that BJP is getting, looks like both the vote banks have ditched him. So that also
but they ditched him 10 years ago.
So, but that
they are refusing to come back.
So, no, but Maria, from Maharashtra to, from Haryana to Maharashtra to New Delhi, he has been banking on these two votes. In fact, he started his rally in Selampur for the Selampur from the very first day. We were trying to get the Muslim vote back, but Muslims, I think they have chosen to back either AAP. I would say, I mean, giving by the numbers, they have gone with the AAP. And Dalits have gone to BJP.
I think there's an important point being made here, and I would go back to what Supriya said in her intervention. She said, it's not our responsibility alone in Delhi to keep the BJP out of power. But then,
you were the big
in terms of being the third party, what did you do in the city to be able to assert your presence? Okay. Now, a party which was in power 10 years ago, now to struggle to be able to retain one seat, I think has its own story.
And they have done so only in outer Delhi.
And also, Maya, that cannot be...
Larger problem there is that probably, I guess, my sense is, Professor Shastri, that, you know, that that kind of holding on or clutching on to a certain vote bank or wanting to say that, you know, this is not alone our responsibility, all are probably negative thoughts.
Absolutely.
Those are not a positive campaign where you are probably pitching for something, a development model that people are looking for. Nonetheless, Maria, this is a historic day. This is epoch making. One fact, as Shastri pointed out, other fact, nearly 3 decades of BJP's Vanvas, of course, ended at the state level. Of course, BJP, the Delhi voters have always been in love with Mr. Modi. Yes. 7 out of 7 every time. 7 out of 7 every time. In love with Mr. Modi.
Absolutely.
However,
they've been able to hold the swing voter which was coming to them in the Lok Sabha.
Millennium, I mean, 21st century, BJP has been in power out of power in Delhi.
Yes,
so and purely on governance model.
So it was in 90s, 98. So
and it was not a Hindutva polarization.
No, certainly not.
So it was a pro-class polarization.
Exactly.
We are not going down that road. You don't have to go down that road. You know, after a quarter of a century almost, more than a quarter of a century, you know.
No, Nikhil,
you'll probably go to Gaurav Bhatia,
so you look at the whole campaign, it was essentially on local issues.
Okay,
governance.
Okay, Kamaljeet Sherawat is also joining us. Delhi BJP MP. Ms. Sherawat, thank you so much for your time here on NDTV. Of course, okay, we'll try and connect with her. But before that, Ishika, Delhi BJP office, she's joining us, and she has been tracking this election relentlessly, Ishika, almost trailing the Delhi BJP chief, Mr. Sachdeva, on a daily basis.
Like a shadow.
Yes, like a shadow. And how does it look right now? I mean, is the BJP now more or less settled in its head that they are forming the government and hence celebrations must begin?
Well, in fact, currently, Maria, I am at the Delhi BJP office, and let me tell you that it is buzzing since morning. We'll like to show you the visuals directly. You can see that the leaders have already started coming here. You can see that a lot of Karyakartas also gathered here. In fact, just a moment ago, we witnessed that all that sweets also have started coming here. So certainly, BJP looking quite confident today. We are also trying to show you, the screens that have been put up here so that, they can in fact keep a track themselves regarding, the counting that is happening today. So certainly here, we are trying to show you the very, very colorful visuals that, we are witnessing at the Delhi BJP headquarters here. Here, certainly the BJP, they continue to say that all of those, corruption allegation, be it the Sheesh Mahal controversy, be the other, in fact, the liquor policy scam. Ma'am, you are present here. Is the BJP confident today that, for 27 years, they'll this time be making a comeback?
Absolutely. It's going to be a wonderful comeback, as you can see. And finally, people of Delhi, voters of Delhi can see through this man who has absolutely been a charlatan. And they know him for who he is. He has made so many false promises. He lies more often than not. And so you can see the result of that people can see through him. And something that I predicted many years back, and I ran away from the party when I saw. I was the first one to leave Aam Aadmi Party, the first one to join India Against Corruption, even before it became a party. So I said this 10 years, 9 months back. This is what these people are all about. It's scary what the actual character is like. And now people can see it. You talk about pani half, maaf. Jab pani saaf hi nahi ho, to aap kya denge logo ko?
Ma'am, but in your campaign this time, we saw, you took the corruption allegations rather. It was the highlight. The liquor policy scam. Do you think it will turn out to be a defining factor today when the mandate...
Yeah, it is one of the defining factors, but the lack of civic amenities. Like I told you, water became a big issue. The heaps of garbage that you see around became a big issue. I actually went to Sangam Vihar and many JJ cluster areas, and women told me that instead of giving ek sharab ki botal par ek aur sharab ki botal, give us milk, give kids milk and another. They would have done better. So definitely sharab and Sheesh Mahal are huge issues. But the complete lack of amenities that you see is a huge factor.
So as you currently heard here from the BJP leader, they continue to say that, certainly the corruption allegations have been a highlight of their campaign, but they also say that the civic amenities, that the people on the ground are not getting, that will be one of the major reasons that today the Aam Aadmi Party government will be voted out of power. So certainly BJP here quite confident this time that they will be making a comeback. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thank you so much for joining us. Nikunj, let's start the conversation with
Yes,
Kamalji
Sehrawat, BJP's MP, that 7 out of 7 score for Mr. Modi. One of them, very erudite lady from the largest constituency of Delhi, Mrs. Kamalji Sehrawat. Welcome to NDTV.
Thank you.
And what are your initial thoughts, ma'am? क्या लग रहा है, कैसा लग रहा है आपको जैसे नंबर और आंकड़े दिखाई दे रहे हैं? What are you thinking? What are your initial thoughts in your mind right now?
दिल्ली के जो हालात थे उसमें ये नंबर कोई सरप्राइजिंग नहीं है, क्योंकि जो ज़मीन पे अगर आप कभी भी गए होंगे, जो हालात राजधानी दिल्ली के इन्होंने बना दिए थे, पानी की हालात ये कि अगर हम टैप में जाएं तो पानी आ नहीं रहा, गंदा आ रहा है, और अगर भगवान थोड़ा सा पानी दे दे तो जल भराव की ये सिचुएशन थी, हर तरफ वाटर लॉगिंग हो रही थी। दिल्ली को बेसिक फैसिलिटीज़ के लिए भी तरसना पड़ गया। इससे भी बुरी बात ये रही कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पूरे देश के लिए आयुष्मान कार्ड दिया, जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने दिल्ली में लागू नहीं होने दिया। अपने मोहल्ला क्लिनिक की दुहाई देते रहे। दिल्ली की जनता को लगा कि खुद तो कुछ करना ही नहीं है, अगर प्रधानमंत्री जी भी अगर करना चाह रहे हैं तो ये उनको रोक रहे हैं। तो सबसे पहले तो दिल्ली ने डेवलपमेंट और सोशल वेलफेयर पे इनको फेल किया। तीसरी बात, जो दिल्ली के अंदर इनकी ईमानदार की छवि लेकर ये आए थे, वो छवि ऐसी तार हुई, क्योंकि जहां देखो शिल्ट निकालने के मामले में इनका पूरा एक एसीबी की जांच चल रही है कि 80 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने नालों की सफाई पे लगाए, जबकि नाले यूं के यूं भरे हुए हैं। तो तीनों तरह से दिल्ली को पीछे पहुंचाने में, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विजन के हिसाब से दिल्ली को कोई काम ना करने देने के लिए और करप्शन, ये तीनों ही मुद्दे दिल्ली की जनता समझ चुकी थी। मुझे नहीं पता कि कैसे मीडिया टीम या आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग इसको जज नहीं कर पा रहे थे, लेकिन मेरी आपसे पहले भी बात हुई, मैंने तब भी आपको बताया था कि दिल्ली में इस बार पूरे बहुमत से आएगी, क्योंकि दिल्ली की जनता विकास चाहती है, दिल्ली की जनता सोशल वेलफेयर चाहती है, लेकिन डेवलपमेंट भी उसका इम्पॉर्टेंट पार्ट है। और सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट बात ये रही कि देश के पीएम ने जो इतना बड़ा देश है उसको 11वें नंबर से 5वें नंबर पर पहुंचा दिया। सोशल वेलफेयर स्कीम, चाहे वो अन्न के लिए हो, शौचालय के लिए हो, उज्ज्वला के लिए हो, आयुष्मान भारत हो, किसान सम्मान निधि हो, दोनों को बराबर साइमल्टेनियसली लेकर वो चले, और दिल्ली दोनों में फेल हो गई। तो ये जो रिजल्ट आया है ये अनएक्सपेक्टेड नहीं है, ये ही एक्सपेक्टेड था। जो आदमी जमीन पर गया है पिछले 6 महीने में, उसने इसको सेंस किया है, उसने इसको जज किया है, और इसीलिए मेरा डे 1 से था।
जी, आप रिप्रेजेंट करती हैं, उसका मैं जूही को बोलूंगी वो मैप अप करे। इस पिक्चर को देखिए मैम, 11 सीटें हैं, 8 सीट पर भाजपा लीड कर रही है, आम आदमी पार्टी 3 पर लीड कर रही है, -8 है। यहाँ पर यह भी साफ तौर पे ये दिख रहा है कि जो प्रॉमिस था आप लोगों का कि व्हाट प्राइम मिनिस्टर हिमसेल्फ सेड कि जो स्कीम्स हैं वो कंटिन्यू करेंगी और उसके ऊपर टॉप अप होगा, तो आप लोगों को एक क्या फियर था अगर वो जो बार बार अरविंद केजरीवाल बोल रहे थे कि शायद भाजपा आएगी तो स्कीम्स रुक जाएंगी, वो नहीं हुआ?
मारिया जी, इसमें सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट बात है कि किसी भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट या सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को सोशल वेलफेयर स्कीम देना मैंडेटरी उसका ऑब्लिगेशन है, उसको करना ही चाहिए, और वही प्रधानमंत्री जी कर रहे थे। आयुष्मान भारत अगर मैं आपसे बात करूं, पूरे भारत में लागू है, दिल्ली में अगर लागू नहीं हुई तो कितनी तकलीफ दिल्ली वालों को थी। प्रधानमंत्री अंशश्री योजना, एक राशन कार्ड पे जो अन्न मिलना चाहिए, दिल्ली के 90,000 राशन कार्ड का कोटा खाली पड़ा रहा, इन्होंने 10 साल में वो दिया नहीं। बुजुर्गों की पेंशन 2015 से लगाई नहीं, और स्कूलों की अगर आप हालत देखें तो दिल्ली के अंदर 1034 स्कूल हैं, 1034, आउट ऑफ दिस सिर्फ 340 के अंदर साइंस है, सिर्फ 700 के अंदर प्रिंसिपल है। तो कोई एक पैरामीटर, चाहे वो डेवलपमेंट का था या वो सोशल वेलफेयर का था, केजरीवाल हर पैरामीटर पर फेल रहे।
कमल जी,
बल्कि इन्होंने वो किया जो दिल्ली एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रही थी।
कमल जी, ये तो हुआ पास्ट और आपका कैंपेन। दिस इज योर पास्ट, दिस इज द पास्ट फैक्टर फिगर्स एंड योर कैंपेन पिच. Now, what the Delhi obviously is looking for is a change, and a massive change. You live in Delhi, I live in Delhi, most of us live in Delhi. Yes. We all know that the situation on the ground is something that not only the voters of Delhi, but people who come to the city, people who come to this great city from outside, diplomatic corps, many others, want to change. Now, how are you going to bring in that, foster in that change is the key question, Kamaljeet ji.
दिल्ली को कैपिटल बनाने के लिए एक बहुत बड़े चेंज की रिक्वायरमेंट है, इस बात की जिम्मेवारी को हम ओन करते हैं, और दिल्ली की जनता ने जो हमें वोट दिया है, मैं आपके माध्यम से दिल्ली की जनता को कहना चाहती हूँ कि आपको 6 महीने के अंदर ड्रास्टिक चेंज नज़र आएंगे, और आपको जैसे जैसे दिन बीतेंगे अपनी वोट के ऊपर आपको गर्व महसूस होगा कि हमने सही वोट दिया है, ये हमारी कमिटमेंट है और हम इसको करके दिखाएंगे।
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us early morning on NDTV. It's 10:11, and we can tell our viewers that it's consolidating for the BJP. Of course, it would be around 3 or 4 rounds of counting, which would be over. 8 a.m. is when counting began. How is the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters looking at the moment? Anushka is joining us live from there. Anushka, what can you tell us?
Well, certainly, Maria will like to show you the visuals from here directly. First, we can clearly see that the stage is set, but all the chairs are empty. There is an absence of action here, lots and lots of people, and we can also see a very tense environment, because what the initial trends is showing is that the BJP is leading, but also we are showing you the visuals here. Most of the Karyakartas here had in fact started sloganeering, but also we saw that the excitement is somewhere, now looking like people are now getting tense over here. We also did manage managed to talk to two of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, that is Jasmine Shah and Anurag Dhanda. They said that this time it was the toughest battle here in Delhi because Aam Aadmi Party was not just fighting against, contesting against two parties, two major political parties, but also the Aam Aadmi Party was fighting against a corrupt system. Now, we are also looking that they have said, and in fact also they exuded quite confidence and have said that Aam Aadmi Party will win by comfortable margins. But what here we are seeing here is that people are quite tense because of the initial trends that is showing that BJP is leading. But this is an initial picture, and we are showing you the visuals also from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. There are people huddled here. The chairs are empty, but also the screen is set here for the people. Also, we are showing you the visuals also from the Aam Aadmi Party. But certainly we can see that the Aam Aadmi Party had a quite tumultuous term this time around. Several of the senior leaders were facing corruption charges. Also, when we saw the campaigning, when it did happen, it was quite intense and sometimes hostile also. But also, we see big showdown happening between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. What we are seeing, what we are looking at the initial trends, this looks like a battle between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP solely. Congress was fighting for a resurgence, but we are seeing that right now the odds are not in Congress's favor. We're also seeing BJP, who is about to make a historic comeback according to the initial trends. BJP is set to make a comeback after 27 years, but also Aam Aadmi Party is saying that they had to fight against the whole corrupt system, be it EC, be it ED, be it CBI. Everybody was after Aam Aadmi Party, and that is why this was quite a tough year for Aam Aadmi Party. Now, people are also banking on the fact, and what the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are saying is that people will vote for development, and that means Kejriwal will come back in power.
Okay, Anushka, hold on to your thoughts. 10:15, and welcome to this broadcast, Sajjan and Rashid here in the studio. We are looking at Congress at zero now.
That was expected.
They're not even opening their account.
We thought they're improving their tally. I told the desk. I thought they were
no. I mean, no voter wants to waste his or her vote. You know, that is the basic fundamental psychology.
But you can't go down to zero.
No, I mean, you can't go down from zero.
From zero. That is what I'm saying. So it was a very confusing and I would say a self-harm strategy on the part of Congress to have gone for this. As
That's the correct word, actually, self-harm strategy.
Absolutely, as Omar Abdullah has said. So basically, it's Omar Abdullah is directing his anger or frustration at the Congress party. Because this was not a very well thought out. If Aam Aadmi Party was bad, then why did you fight with them in the Lok Sabha election? So either 6 months ago, they thought that he's not corrupt, or after 6 months later, you are saying he's corrupt. So therefore, there was a conflicting signals. And I think Rahul Gandhi was misled. Perhaps Mallikarjun.
How long will we continue to say Mr. Gandhi was misled, Mr. Gandhi was misled?
How long will it happens in all political parties?
As the leader
it
of the
in
party.
all political parties, particularly.
No, but sir, Mr. Kidwai, please tell me one thing. I have a question to ask you. You have been a long-term watcher. Yeah. I just wish to ask you one question. You have been a long-term watcher. How long will we continue, or a kind of narrative or a kind of thought, or some observers will continue to peddle this line that the leadership has been misled? I mean, how long, for Christ's sake? I mean, the leadership has to take charge. How long as the leader I can be misled?
No, that was not a thing. It was for Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge to have asserted. He's a Congress president. He could have gone public. What I'm saying is, look at Naveen Patnaik. He was also misled by a bureaucrat. So there is, being misled.
No, but he has been misled once.
Yeah, but very costly. You're a regional party. You're misled once. You're gone.
No, but he ran a government for 4 terms, 5 terms, and then they lost power, which is quite natural in a democracy. Look, my point is that leadership of a political party or a news channel or a FMCG product or a newspaper has to take charge of their product.
My friend, political strategies are not foolproof. When the Congress fought, unitedly, and Sajjan would vouch for that, the Congress got 37 seats more in Lok Sabha because of alliances. If there was no alliance, Congress tally would have been similar to 14 and 19. I'm saying, and this is the gamble. This is what maybe
and what happened after Lok Sabha, wash out after.
It takes 2 to tango. Then you can say what was Aam Aadmi Party doing in Haryana?
Let's move on. Let's get in the guests who are joining us at this hour. Mohan Kumar Mangalam of the Congress party is with us. We have Tom Vadakkan of the BJP and Sunny Ahluwalia of the Aam Aadmi Party. Zainab as well joining us this morning. Zainab, first to you. When we look at these numbers, it's clearly that the BJP is all set to come to power in Delhi. Lots being talked about how did they get their strategy right in the absence of a dominant face, because repeatedly Aam Aadmi Party kept on building this narrative, it's Kejriwal versus who. And somehow they maneuvered and did not really engage with Aam Aadmi Party on that issue.
So Maria, I was with you on 5th of Feb, on a show. Mohanji was there, Rashid was there, and I had in that debate also said that this is the weakest election Aam Aadmi Party has fought, and it is advantage me. And I didn't know that it'll be such a big advantage. I mean, the numbers are very telling. It's a big comeback for BJP after 27 years, and it shows that what for them. What did Aam Aadmi. Reality of the matter is that BJP caught the pulse of people. They understood.
Connect with Zainab in just a bit as well, and fix our network. But Mohan Kumar Mangalam of the Congress Party, Nikunj, you have a question for him.
Well, yes, the same question that I was discussing with Mr. Kidwai here. Mr. Kumar Mangalam, the fact of the matter is that how long can this be said that the Congress Party's leadership was misled and that the result is not a result of the Congress Party's leadership's thought, but it went wrong and in multiple directions because there were multiple pressures, and that's why we could not come to a cogent way forward. How long can that be said?
So I don't agree with Mr. Kidwai on his assessment of the Congress Party leadership being misled. I think what the Congress Party is looking for in this election is to start rebuilding. And if we end up with, let's say, the same vote share as we got last time, then I would consider that a defeat. We'll only know that at the end of the day when polling is over. I'm hoping we'll get to double-digit vote share. And this election serves as a good fillip for us to start rebuilding a party where we ruled Delhi for 15 years and quite well, frankly, until the Aam Aadmi Party actually unseated us. And most of the Aam Aadmi Party's vote bank actually is the traditional Congress vote bank. I come from a state where we lost power in '67, the state of Tamil Nadu. And via alliances for the last almost 60 years now, we have never been able to regain our base back. We've only been on the margins via the alliance, enjoying maybe 2 or 4 or 5 MP seats or some MLA, double digit in MLA seats.
Can you please
but that has never let us, that's never let us actually come back to power. And this will not happen until the Congress Party takes a clear call, which I think I'm glad we have in this election, to start rebuilding from base. So I would be happy if the BJP wins this election. For me, it's more important that
BJP
we
now.
actually
Tom Vadakan
would be happy if BJP wins. I mean,
Tom Vadakan of the BJP is joining us.
Yes.
Tom Vadakan, the question certainly is that BJP seems to have got it right. What do you think worked for the party? Do you think it was about the 1st February budget that was the turning point, or was it Prime Minister Modi's public rally where he said वो सब रहेगा जो freebies है वो continue रहेंगी उसके ऊपर से भाजपा देगी?
And also the unending and enduring appeal, particularly with Delhi voter. Let's not forget, it's always a 7 out of 7 for Mr. Modi.
That's right.
Always 7 out of 7. So that is looks like an unending and enduring appeal of Mr. Modi in the city with the urban voter. That you can't, dismiss. There was that the change of gears that used to happen hasn't happened this time. That's it.
Well, the fact of the matter is, first, we have to begin with thanking our voters who have supported us. This is the mandate of the people of Delhi, who have suffered for 10 years. Civic amenities, we all live in Delhi, pollution, your water situation, and there are 37 water filtration centers, out of which only 17 were functional. And they made the charge that, well, Haryana was poisoning Delhi water. What a charge. You want to win elections or you want to kill people? Now, these are all things that people of Delhi will never forget. Prime Minister has led this party from the front. This is indeed a referendum, not only for the Congress, against the Congress party, against APDA, and also the India Alliance. The fact of the matter is, Prime Minister Modi's guarantees are holding. We have delivered, and that delivery is the promise that we made to Delhi, and we will keep it. The point here is, it is time that APDA realizes and does some retrospection of what they have done and what they have led Delhi into. a big hillock all over Delhi of garbage. Have you ever seen any capital city, whether the state capitals, in this condition? They have been corrupt. They have built, when the COVID was on, they had built their Sheesh Mahal, and it's now going to be a museum. So these are factors that have led to a situation where people of Delhi have believed in Prime Minister Modi's promises and his leadership, and he will guide us through. And I'm sure this double-engine government will work and will deliver miracles to the people of Delhi.
Tom Vadakan, thank you so much. Continue to be with us and thank you for that quick analysis of how the BJP is looking at these numbers. Even as we look at 10:30 a.m. now, numbers consolidating for the BJP. It's looking at a capital comeback. Sajjan, come in now. You know, Amit Shah, while I was interviewing him, has famously said that चुनाव स्पष्टता से लड़ा जाता है, which is essentially clarity से लड़ा जाता है, and चुनाव का लक्ष्य जीत होता है. That the ultimate aim of an election is victory. BJP seem to have got all its strategy right. Right from, starting a negative campaign, relentlessly countering Arvind Kejriwal, to 1st of February appeal through the tax relief, and then Prime Minister's own speech, the opening speech where he said all the reliefs will be continuing and then more will be coming your way.
Yes, I mean, but we should remember that in 2020 also, BJP fought the assembly election quite spiritedly,
Yes.
and Amit Shah was leading from the front. But that time, brand Kejriwal and brand Aam Aadmi Party, that still was a potent brand. Now in 2025, what worked in favor of BJP primarily, all the, Prime Minister Modi's image and BJP's strategy, organizational strength, everything works when you have a sort of a ground situation of anti-incumbency working against the incumbent. So that is why I think this time also...
Well, that may not be that may not be right. You see, look, the brand AAP and Mr. Kejriwal is dented. But to say that the strategy of the opponent... See, the BJP, when it comes to elections, is a formidable foe.
Exactly.
It's a formidable foe.
It is.
That is the job of a formidable foe, that you will make your strategy work irrespective of the strength of the party.
And the shift...
And in some cases, your foe may also be a formidable foe, but you are overpowering that foe.
See, one of the distinction is that Aam Aadmi Party is not Congress. If you see the character of Aam Aadmi Party, it's quite a cadre-based party in a different way. They are quite committed, passionate, and have a ground reach. But what changed in BJP compared to 2020 was that in 2020 they had a pan-Delhi narrative, But this time they made it quite, granular. Micromanagement, and this is a shift post Lok Sabha election. If you see, now it is BJP which is contesting assembly elections quite on a local issue, be it Haryana, seat by seat.
That is why I feel what Sajjan is saying. See, the BJP has cracked that code called, how to win elections. Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed. It's all pragmatic, practical approach and lots of heads-on.
But that's always the case, isn't it?
No, always the case. But BJP always had the optimum vote percentage in Delhi Assembly.
Yes, which was
now they are
26,
taking it to
27, yes.
over. You see, what is the difference? It's not Aam Aadmi Party is getting wiped out. It's not like Maharashtra verdict or anything. You see, the BJP, why BJP is being more successful? Because it is coming closer to its Lok Sabha vote share.
Exactly.
And Aam Aadmi Party 42-43% vote share is huge. And
absolutely,
see,
and that's what I'm saying. That when it comes to elections, BJP is a formidable force.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying.
And anti-incumbency is, it's just being chipped in. So if it is this kind of tally, 42-28, in 28 seats, it's not loser's argument, but it is not that the Aam Aadmi Party is getting wiped out.
Oh, that's not nobody's case. That's nobody's case.
Absolutely.
As well.
So as Sajjan is saying, it's a well-fought election, but BJP had an advantage of projecting something that, you see, regardless whatever you do for Aam Aadmi Party, they are not able to function because by law they cannot give you anything.
But
so it is the Lieutenant Governor's
I'll just add one point. That advantage Congress Party also had in Haryana. BJP was ruling for 10 years.
Here I am referring to,
decade.
Here I am referring to what Arun Jaitley used to say, the tyranny of the unelected. So here you have a
tyranny of the unelected.
Yes.
And do you think that also played out because
Absolutely.
Arvind Kejriwal made that announcement of 2,100 rupees for women without ensuring that it is delivered in their account, which was in complete contrast to the what the BJP did in Maharashtra.
Yeah.
When they are in power, they ensured that Ladki Behan goes directly into the account for the first 3 to 6
You said it, Maria, and more so, the Delhi government gave front page added to the advertisement saying that it's not. Then the BJP took U-turn saying that no, we'll give it this. So I'm saying there is a lot of the real politics, all the Devri culture and all you're saying. It is not, this is not to malign the BJP because of it's their victory day. But what they have done is, they have perfected, the art of the possible.
Art of the possible, and despite not projecting a face, so it's also primarily an anti-incumbency vote.
Absolutely.
Because BJP...
That's difficult to digest, but let's see how it plays out. That's difficult to digest because look, the fact of the matter is that why did that anti-incumbency vote not work against the BJP in Haryana or in other places where they are in
because
power?
It had Congress. When it's Congress knows how to lose an election.
Well, many can say that we are picking out our favorite pieces of the argument. Let me go to my reporters, very dear to my heart. As always, both Tanushka and Ghazali standing by at the most active places right now. The heart, that's where the heart is beating at the election counting center. Tanushka, coming to you first, describe for us what's going on, how many rounds are complete, how many votes have been tallied, who leads, and how many seats are being counted at your counting center.
Well, yes, I'm currently at the Gold Market counting center for the New Delhi constituency, wherein round 4 has been completed. So 4 rounds have been completed of voting here, wherein, and also, of course, this is a very important seat which is facing this contest between 3 very, top guns. Arvind Kejriwal, former Chief Minister of Delhi, who is taking the lead at this point in, round 4 of the counting. He has taken the lead by 7,949 votes, and he is ahead of 223 votes by his competition here, Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma from the BJP, and he's also, of course, a very strong contender in this seat. And we also have Sandeep Dixit in the fray from the Congress. However, he's trailing behind both Arvind Kejriwal and Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma. There are, some BJP party workers here. I'm showing you the visuals. They've gathered here. Why? Because the RK Puram candidate from here, Anil Kumar Sharma, is in the lead as well from the RK Puram seat. Other than that, what we also know is that this counting center is also counting the votes of the Greater Kailash constituency, wherein the Aam Aadmi Party candidate Saurabh Bhardwaj is trailing and Shikha Rai, BJP's candidate, is in the lead. Shikha Rai is in the lead by 2,583 votes, and Saurabh Bhardwaj is trailing by the same number of votes. The total share that Saurabh Bhardwaj right now has is that of 8,792. However, what's very important from this seat that I'm bringing you is that Kejriwal is still in the lead even in round 4. So it'll be really interesting to see. It's neck to neck right now between Aam Aadmi Party National Convener Arvind Kejriwal and Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma from the BJP. As it has always been, even in the campaign days, it's been very neck to neck between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Back to you.
You may actually be reporting out for what can be the what could have actually been the chief ministerial contest and what can still turn out to be the chief minister's seat. So you are actually at the nerve center, actually at the hottest place right now in the national capital. Keep your eyes firmly glued on, keep updating every small bit of information that you get, continuously supply that information to the desk. And
for the moment, let's cut across to Ghazali, who's speaking to Alka Lamba.
निकला और ये साइलेंट रहा। इसका अभी तक ईवीएम खुलने तक कोई पार्टी कुछ नहीं कह पा रही कि क्या रहेगा। अब ईवीएम जैसे ही खुलेगा तो कालका जी बोलेगा।
तो कालका जी बोलेगा, क्या बोलेगा? आपको क्या लग रहा है कि क्योंकि कई आरोप ये लग रहे हैं कि शायद कांग्रेस इतना एक्टिव हो रही है तो बीजेपी को इसका
नहीं, देखिए, कांग्रेस दिल्ली के मुद्दों पर एक्टिव हुई थी और दिल्ली के मुद्दों पर हम लड़े हैं। जिसने मेरी दिल्ली बर्बाद की है उसकी बर्बादी का दौर शुरू हो रहा है।
किसकी बर्बादी का दौर शुरू हो सकता है?
ये तो अभी पता लगेगा आपको कि किसने दिल्ली बर्बाद की और कहां किसको जो है उसका फायदा और नुकसान होते हुए देखेंगे।
So this was Alka Lamba. She's saying that the real game will begin now because the EVM pertaining to this locality of Kalka Ji will now open up. The assembly constituency for Kalka Ji, the counting is on. 4 rounds have been done. She has just left. She said that she'll come back yet again. She's not leaving the counting center and she's hopeful for making a comeback in the electoral politics by winning or representing or winning the elections from Kalka Ji. Meanwhile, we are just getting very complex reactions here. We are getting 3 kind of results. One, what we are getting from the EC website. The other, we are getting from both the parties. The AAP supporters claim that they are leading. The Congress supporters saying they are leading, and the BJP supporters are also saying that they are leading. And at this counting center, I'll show you there are 4 assembly constituencies for which the counting is happening.
Ghazali, that is the That's the reward of a reporter. That's the reward of a reporter. Every bit of information coming first to the reporter at the nerve center, at the correct place. That's the reward of a reporter on the ground. Nothing can match that.
Okay, Manoj Tiwari, a former BJP chief of Delhi, is speaking. Let's listen in.
खाता खोलने का तो मुझे भी कहीं से दिशा नहीं दिख रहा है।
Right, so a brief reaction coming in. Yes, let's go back to Ghazali. Yes, Nikunj, you have a question for him.
No, my question to you, Ghazali, I'm sorry we had to interrupt you there in between. I'm sorry, but my question to you, Ghazali, was that you said there are multiple claims, counter claims that are being made by the party workers, and then there is Election Commission's website. But tell me something that only you can tell us today, Ghazali, and that is whose body language is more upbeat? Is it the BJP workers' body language that is more upbeat? They think they have scaled it, they have scaled the peak. As I said to Maria, history is being made here today. History is being made here after nearly 3 decades. BJP's political exclusion from the capital at the level of the capital's governance ends here. So is it the BJP workers who are completely upbeat, or is it the AAP workers who are still hanging to the hope with a slender thread? What is the mood there?
I'll just tell you an incident, and you can gauge the fact that Manish Sisodia, who is fighting from Jangpura, and Atishi is fighting from Kalkaji. Both candidates arrived here in the morning, but we could not see that kind of, what we had seen in previous elections, that since morning you'll see all kind of celebrations happening. You won't find any celebrations happening. The crowd is here, the AAP supporters here, the BJP supporters are also here, but none of them are celebrating as of now. That shows the kind of neck-to-neck fight it is going on, because after every round we have claims and counter-claims, as I suggested, and then there are people who are saying, I'll just tell you that we spoke to one supporter of Aam Aadmi Party who had come for Amanatullah Khan, who is fighting from Okhla seat, which is also a keenly contested fight. He said कि अभी ओखला वाला जो area है उसका EVM नहीं खुला है. So everybody is claiming that from their area or the locality where they have voted, that EVM has not opened up.
Has
so
become
it certainly
sort of a magical, magical mystery or magical wand. EVM khulna.
We hear so much of that, EVM khulna. But we will come back to you, Ghazali, in just a bit. But let's bring in Sajjan and Rashid, who are here in the studio. We also have Mohan Kumar Mangalam, and Zainab is continuing to be with us. Zainab, it appears that people of Delhi have sent a message that they do not want a government which is at constant loggerheads, one that is looking for excuses, and one that is not looking for solutions.
Absolutely. The people of Delhi were sick and tired of the constant, bickering when it came to, the LG is not allowing us this, the bureaucrats are not helping us with that, the files are not going forward. And even if there was a grain of truth in it, the fact is, Aam Aadmi Party had lost its sheen. I'll give you a small anecdotal example. I have family who lives in GK, and you were just, one of your reporters was just mentioning Shikha Rai. The truth is, the parks there that are made, Shikha Rai would personally come and check those, although she was not the winning, she was not the sitting MLA there, Saurabh Bhardwaj was, but she would come there, she would bring Bansuri Swaraj there, and it was a big thing for the people of those small colonies, who appreciate the fact that there's actually, on-ground work. Another thing that worked in BJP's favor was RSS and the foot soldiers, the Swayam Sevaks. There was a lot of house-to-house campaigning. There was a lot of, work that BJP put in convincing people that we are going to give you better governance and better welfare compared to Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party just stuck to one theme, which is confrontational politics and playing the victim. It worked. If you remember, in the first term of Kejriwal ji, when there was black ink thrown on him and all of that, that gave sympathy to Arvind Kejriwal ji. People were sympathetic towards him because he had that aura of a Aam Aadmi. So people felt, yes, he's a victim. He's being bullied by the big guns of politics. But what has happened is Kejriwal ji has now converted himself just like any other politician with all, with all the paraphernalia of a big politician, be it the car, be it the Sheesh Mahal. These things actually worked against him. So when he showed himself as a victim, the image that he had now constructed around himself of this big national,
Zainab,
politician.
we will be coming
People
back to
didn't
you.
buy it
because-
anymore.
Give me a moment, Zainab. Sunny Ahluwalia of the Aam Aadmi Party is joining us as well. Sunny Ahluwalia, it doesn't look too good for you.
And Mr. Ahluwalia, I must ask you one question, The fact of the matter at this point in time is that it looks like that you have fought a decent battle, but the BJP has overpowered you in the battle in your home turf, from where your party, this party which was the latest and the last party in this country to be born out of a movement, was born. And many people, Mr. Ahluwalia, I still remember, I was one of them, I think Maria was also there. We have actually covered that movement. We have covered that movement day in, day out for days together. Hours, days together. There was a generation of voters who are now 29, 30, who are now working class voters of Delhi, which in the first election did not even know the name of your candidates, and the party just voted for the symbol. Many observers, Mr. Ahluwalia, in the recent past have been writing that the hopes of that entire generation were dashed by the conduct of the Aam Aadmi Party, because you became just another political party, and those people, those youngsters of 18 years old to 35-year-olds at that point in time when we were covering that movement, thought that you were the real harbinger of the change in Indian politics.
Still now, there is a lot of time left and we are only 5 seats away. Still now, there is a lot of time left and we are only 5 seats away. If 5 seats come here and there, all the result will be changed. Number 2, we all were professionals. I am a doctor by profession and I joined Arvind Kejriwal because of the only one reason. And that was when the movement started against the anti-corruption. Now, what is the problem with the BJP? Now, BJP has also came on the same pitch. First, they used to say that they are giving free remedies, they are giving free to this. Now, they are also agreeing that social welfare scheme is important and it must be given to everyone. In Delhi, the election have changed right now. Why it has changed? Because first they used to talk about polarization. Now they have changed their stand and they have come to the local issues which we wanted, which we started. We said that people should have good education. Now they are also saying the same thing. We said there should be good health services to the people. They are saying the same thing. And the Delhi people were scared that whenever the BJP will come into power, free electricity, free bus service, everything will stop. But the Prime Minister has to say, Amit Shah has to say that we will continue with the same services which were provided by the Aam Aadmi Party. So one thing is very clear, we came to provide a social welfare schemes to the people and in that we are successful. Second, we wanted to stop the polarization kind of politics. We are able to do that also. Still now, they were saying Arvind Kejriwal is not leading, they are trailing. Now Arvind Kejriwal is leading, Manish Sisodia is leading, and we are standing on the same tape. There has been undeclared emergency in our nation. And what is the reason behind it? The Bharatiya Janata Party say, we need double engine sarkar. What is double engine sarkar? That means they need a dictatorship. Why can't a federal democracy be present in India? Wherever they lose their election, they try to rule it from governor, lieutenant governor. They like to do these kind of things. On the other hand, what Aam Aadmi Party says, Aam Aadmi says that we should focus on the human resources. We should focus on the people. And this is our aim. And successfully, for the last 10 years, we were successful to do that. And in coming elections also, in coming election results also, you can clearly see,
that is coming in now,
that BJP
Ahluwalia,
has
there
also
seems
come
to
down
be
the same
some
scheme.
relief for the Aam Aadmi Party. At 10:41, Arvind Kejriwal appears to be leading. What is the margin of lead? We'll try and get that detail for the viewers. But Parvesh Verma is now trailing. Aishwarya is joining us from where Mr. Verma himself is. Aishwarya, if these numbers actually look that the tables have turned back for Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, it certainly appears that there is something that is going on here. Perhaps we are not able to catch that at the moment.
Well, certainly, and since the time the candidates were announced for the New Delhi Assembly constituency, all eyes were on this particular seat because it was a triangular fight between Parvesh Verma, Arvind Kejriwal and Mr. Sandeep Dixit, and a very close contest is being fought. After third round, what the information is something that we are learning, 343 votes Arvind Kejriwal is leading with, and certainly it is Parvesh Verma who was leading in the upcoming, in the initial two rounds. He is now trailing. So we are right now present at his residence only. He confirmed to us this morning that he will speak, but let's wait for the results. And that's what the messaging from the top BJP leadership was early up in the morning, that let's wait till the final results doesn't arrive, don't celebrate too much. And that's where Parvesh Verma's picture comes in place. A very tough battle, but Parvesh Verma is glued to the television screens and he's watching these results very closely. He's direct in contact with the with those officials and the Bharatiya Janata Party workers who are there at the polling station as well. 343 seats is something Parvesh Verma is trailing after 3 rounds, is something that the information we are getting.
Round 5 is what we are being told by our research team, Ash. It says that Kejriwal is still leading at 10,294 by 386. That's the gap between him and Parvesh Verma, who has so far polled 9,908. So that margin isn't really much. Remember, last time around, Mr. Kejriwal had won by 21,687 votes. And certainly that's the Chief Minister's constituency. That's how it is often described.
Absolutely.
From Sheila Dikshit to Mr. Kejriwal, New Delhi constituency is the Chief Minister's constituency. And it's a bellwether seat.
The most prestigious. I like that term, Mr. Kidwai.
Yeah, and Nikunj, you see, if Parvesh Verma defeats Arvind Kejriwal, he will be a contender. And a contender for Chief Ministerial post. More importantly, you look at that vote share, and vote share is very interesting. And my friend Sajjan, he knows numbers better than me. He's from data science. I'm from political science.
You know, he's been holding to a contrarian view, and I like contrarian views.
Absolutely. So Nikunj, you see here, as per this, there's 49% BJP and 44% Aam Aadmi Party. So Aam Aadmi Party is not losing in a big way. It is only a chip of a middle class vote that has moved from Aam Aadmi Party that used to come during assembly election, not in Lok Sabha election, and going back to Lok Sabha election thing for the BJP. So that is a very crucial factor. It is not that all segments of society have left Arvind Kejriwal. Arvind Kejriwal is still getting, what is the point?
Mr. Kidwai, in any case, all sections of society
44% vote is very significant, and the Congress has become very insignificant. So what they had in the past, 4.5%, they are there on 5%.
Yeah, so I mean, they have improved the tally, by the way.
No, this is not an improvement, because when you take this kind of gamble, again what Omar Abdullah is saying, if they had fought together, there are no ifs and buts in politics, things would have been perhaps different.
But Mr. Kidwai, you know it better than us. Yeah. You know it better than me. That 2 plus 2 doesn't always come to 5 in politics. Na?
Yeah, but in Lok Sabha election it has shown. I have to keep saying.
Anyhow, I must get my friend Sajjan here in the conversation. Yes. You have a contrarian view about the numbers as they are reflecting right now, and you have been constantly pointing out towards a keener, closer contest.
Precisely. I mean, that's precisely because, I mean, of the ground thing that I still hold that while there was anti-incumbency, intense among the middle class, and the poor segment was also not enthused, there were complaints. Going by the voter psychology, it's very difficult to assume that the poor vote base, which is a tangible beneficiary of the schemes, even if it's complaining about the sewage, garbage, all sort of a thing, abandoning the incumbent which has been delivering and then jumping the gun, that is something that I'm still holding on. So I'm not now questioning the direction will be changed, but what I am saying that perhaps I may go wrong, certainly because most of the exit polls predicted otherwise, that the gap would be a bit closer, maybe 40-30 something, or a seat here and around.
Okay, Sajjan, just
a fair point.
Yeah, just a moment, because let's ask Juhi to put that data on air about the vote share and the shift from 2020. That will give us a bit of clear picture. And that is, just look at this number now, vote share. 49% to the BJP, 44% to the Aam Aadmi Party. BJP has made a gain of 10%. They were at 39%.
And loss of 10%.
Yeah, and it's the loss of 10%.
Right. And Congress, as it is,
a huge gap.
Exactly.
And in what clearly is a bipolar contest here now.
And Maria, it's not just about the class. It's also the swing voter primarily comes from the Purvanchali voters.
Yes.
Purvanchali. So it's Pahadis and Purvanchalis. Pahadis have been consistent in both assembly and because last time Manish Sisodiya in Patparganj, when the Uttarakhandi votes is in significant number. So Uttarakhandi voter, but this time it seems that the Purvanchali voters in a significant way who otherwise constitute the lower middle class to the poor segment. But in Lok Sabha, so they chose to, a section of, it seems, they chose to trust Modi and BJP, and that is where Northeast Delhi, North Delhi, wherein you find.
So
well, I
let me say that nothing has changed from what happened 6 months ago. BJP 6 months ago was at 51%.
Yes.
Now, if this number actually holds, it is at 49%. So Anil Antony, come in on this now. A 49% vote share is similar to what happened 6 months ago when the BJP won 7 on 7, polling 51%. Anil?
Thank you for having me in the show. This has been a day very. Thank you for having me in the show. This is a very decisive victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. We are still only 5 rounds into counting. We are very sure that by the day the counting is over, our margin will be even higher. These results, yes, if you are looking at vote share, it is similar to a Lok Sabha performance. But you look at Delhi, always there was a perception that there is a difference in the voting pattern during the Lok Sabha and the assembly elections. And that is what we saw in the previous 2 elections. But this time the people of Delhi have spoken, and after the resounding victory we had, our 3rd state victory in the Lok Sabha elections. One thing that we saw in many of the state elections, whether it was Maharashtra, whether it was Haryana, and now in New Delhi, in Delhi, everywhere is that people are now saying that they want progress, they want development, they want double engine governments. They know that for the next 5 years it is going to be a very strong Bharatiya Janata Party led by a Prime Minister in the national stage. And we are creating a lot of projects as well as policies that are meant to reach out to masses, to empower the man for growth. And people are saying that they would like state governments that is also aligned to that vision, and they would like double engine governments. You look at Delhi specifically, there are other reasons also, like the Aam Aadmi Party. Historically, it came many years back as an anti-corruption crusade. It was telling that it was against VIP culture, it was against Parivarwad. It stood for good governance. But in the last 10 years, everything we have seen from the Aam Aadmi Party and their governance is exactly opposite what they are saying. A few months back, almost every minister, including the chief minister, was in jail. They are convicted by different courts. Some of them are having grave allegations. They said that they are going to make Yamuna into something similar to Thames, but now it has become a toxic dump yard. This was a state where even 10 years back, when India's GDP was a $2 trillion economy, Delhi was a state which had almost 10,000 crores of surplus. Now it has become almost a deficit state. Then when Mr. Kejriwal went to jail, Sunita Kejriwal was trying to emerge as one of the faces of the Aam Aadmi Party. During the Lok Sabha elections, the Aam Aadmi Party
celebration shots coming in from AAP workers. What is the trigger for that AAP workers are celebrating with such great enthusiasm and zeal, Mr. Ahluwalia? Or do we have any reporter who can put it in perspective?
No, things are very clear. In the initial 5 rounds, the result is not far. The difference, according to what we are showing, is 36 and 34. So if the BJP is saying that we are leading, they are leading where? So it hardly the difference of two seats. And in 2 seats also, we are recovering soon. So definitely, you will see that even in Arvind Kejriwal ji is leading, and things will be clear very soon, and the results will be clear, and Aam Aadmi Party will form government in Delhi for the 4th time.
Mr. Ahluwalia, yes.
Yeah, Sajjan, I'll again come back to you, my friend. The interesting point you made that, and this is amongst the bottom of the pyramid voters, it's a difficult kind of a shift to make all the time. Where you have a guaranteed welfare stream, not one or not two, but a stream flowing into your coffers, and still you choose. Obviously, this result. See, look, I am not a psephologist and I am not a number cruncher, but the result tells me something that it is very, very comprehensive and very, very convincing. I am not calling it overwhelming, but I am saying very, very convincing shift of voters from AAP to the BJP, which means that, as I said in the beginning of the broadcast, Maria, that the enduring love affair, enduring image of Mr. Modi and the BJP, and Mr. Modi and Delhi is actually coming to the fruition and coming to the salvation of BJP finally after 3 decades.
And precisely, and this also shows that BJP's reach
This is their biggest guarantee.
No, BJP's reach among the poor voters, the landscape is increasing because Delhi has been out of bound for BJP as far as assembly election is concerned. Now it seems that while middle class obviously was the consolidated bloc, BJP convinced, be it Purvanchalis, be it Uttarakhandis or be it others, but the lower segment voters economically. So which means that BJP's subaltern outreach in terms of the caste as well as in terms of the class, is expanding.
That subaltern outreach Mr. Kidwai, is a very good point he makes. Look, subaltern outreach also worked for BJP in so many ways in Maharashtra.
Yes.
Subaltern, it was that only that finally nailed the
I think that is where I have
MVA.
disagreed with Sajjan. I think it's there. You see, Aam Aadmi Party has bashed the BJP booth by booth, block by block, vote by vote. Where the Aam Aadmi Party has faltered, it was beyond them actually, is the middle class, the chartered accountants.
Why was it beyond them? Why was it beyond them?
Let me come to it.
Yeah.
Let me come to it because they were voting for BJP in the Lok Sabha and they were voting for Arvind Kejriwal in the Assembly. And that 5, 6, 7% vote has tilted the scales. It's very simple.
No, but Mr. Kidwai, that was as the Chief Minister of Delhi, as a man who's himself from middle class, who's an income tax officer.
He's Agarwal. Yeah.
Wait.
Agarwals have not voted for him.
Mr. Kidwai, let me not go to the caste. Let me not get to the brass tacks.
And it's all about caste.
Let me not get to. No, it's no more about just about.
It is.
No, that landscape is changing. We'll come to that later. Let me not get to it. Let me not have a quarrel into that point. Let me not.
It will never change. In India, people don't
Let's not forget, 8 months down the line.
In India, people don't cast their vote. They vote for their caste.
That's an old dictum, Mr. Kidwai, according to
Yes, people vote their caste.
That dictum is behind us. All I'm saying, Mr. Kidwai, is that, it was well within Mr. Kejriwal's reach, like Mrs. Sheila Dikshit previously displayed.
Yeah.
Mind you, that was on display in this very city, in this national capital of ours. When she died, most of the major newspapers said the maker of the modern New Delhi died. Why?
Why? Because Churchill lost. After winning World War. But this mandate is not.
But the fact of the matter is, what Mr. Kejriwal could have done in terms of infrastructure, what Mr. Kejriwal could have done for middle class constituency, many neutral observers would say he certainly turned his face away from that.
Fair enough. That's fair enough. I think I would say Mr. Kejriwal played his victim card. Bit too much. Overplayed it. Yeah. All the things. But for me, most important part of this election, regardless of the outcome, is that Mr. Kejriwal is holding on to a large number of vote share. Normally, elections, Sheila Dikshit, when she lost badly. Congress got 24% vote. Then they got 4%, 2%, 5% vote. Kejriwal is holding on to 44%. This is very commendable in the given circumstances.
Okay.
Very commendable, says
Anil Antony continues to be with us. Anil, okay, we will go to Anil Antony. We are looking at 11 a.m. now, and it's very clear that people of Delhi have chosen the BJP, and they have decided that when it comes to the national capital, they do not want any multiplicity of agencies. They do not want any chaos between the state government and the central government. They want complete coherence and in-sync functioning, which was not happening for the last few months and years. Sajjan, that will be a fair assessment.
Precisely. Now the direction is not under question. It's just about the margin and the tally.
Absolutely.
To which you stick to your guns and maintain that it'll be a convincing number for Mr. Kejriwal, as Mr. Kidwai says. That's commendable.
It won't be a humiliation. Put it other way around, kind of.
No, but what does it mean for a party? What does it mean for a party whose emergence is from this city-state?
And from the middle class.
From the middle class.
Yeah.
And the middle class has shifted very clearly, partially, I would say. And that has happened post the budget. I think one of the needle shifting moment was the budget day, where finance minister, during the later part of her speech, went ahead and made that announcement. We cannot take away from that the BJP strategy was playing out at multiple
Maria,
levels.
you are saying, the auctioning of vote has taken place and it's the better bidder has won.
No, I would say, Mr. Kidwai, no, I would also not agree with Maria's formulation. I would say that there was an inflection point that day. There was an inflection point, probably convincing the voters, but at the lower end of the spectrum, that BJP is giving them a more respectful package for their work. But I would say that the middle class voters have been now deserting Mr. Kejriwal if not in droves, then slowly, bit by bit, over the years. And middle class voters in the city were convinced that Mr. Kejriwal thinks that it's only the freebie politics that he needs to dabble in to hold on to his power. And that convincing did not happen overnight. It happened over a period of time. Might be finance minister's stroke was the final inflection point.
Yes, and also, I mean, when a movement which turns into a party until it enjoys the normative edge, you know, a middle class, rational, a different vision, anti-corruption. Now, you see, with Aam Aadmi Party, all the edge, normative edge it used to have, you know, of a new vision of anti-corruption, it lost all the plank, you know. So that is why it was holding on to the ground precisely because of the freebies and the facility it was providing to the better. Since the demographic weight of the poor is more, and that has been keeping the BJP out. So my assessment of a conservative estimate, you know, contrarian to the most of the exit poll scenarios, is precisely based that when demography is weighing in favor of a freebie and the facility kind of a politics, you know, even if the party loses the normative weight, you know, middle class abandons it. That's a crisis. Normative weight you have lost. You know, that happened with the CPM after Nandigram and Shingo.
That's what I'm saying. It has been happening over a period of time.
Exactly.
Happening over a period of time. It cannot happen overnight in a particularly in a homogeneous city like Delhi.
I would go a step further. You see, the democracy is undergoing, not only India, elsewhere also, a lot of change. The whole concept of, see, the middle class is very self-centered and self-obsessed. That the political science theories of Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, or the maximum, you know, happiness to maximum number and all is on a trail worldwide. Not in Delhi alone.
Mr. Kidwai, even the bottom of the pyramid and top of the pyramid are very self-centered people. Why are you abusing my middle class viewership?
No, not my.
Why are you abusing my middle class viewership? Middle class people are as less self. I mean, they are probably most altruistic people because they are highly educated people. The middle class is the most altruistic people. Most selfless.
Well, we can go on arguing. You see, who's the one who produces, who's the one who works hard.
But that is a classical theory that is probably being appended now.
Not that. If we have reporters, service class or intermediary class is, you know, is doing that, a beneficiary of both sides. So anyway, in nutshell, what I'm saying is not to take away anything away from the BJP. What BJP is able to do, they are able to hold on to their core voter of Lok Sabha in the state assembly, and that's the long and short of it.
Okay, hello viewers, it's 11 a.m. and the picture is more or less clear. There is no picture abhi baki hai anymore, and it's clear that BJP is forming the government in Delhi. The 27-year long vanwas seems to have ended. Lots have worked for the party. The people of Delhi have given a clear mandate for change. And at 11 a.m., we can also say that Arvind Kejriwal's own battle playing out in New Delhi seems to be getting a little tricky here because Parvesh Verma of the BJP is now leading at 11 a.m. Roughly around 7 rounds of counting over, 4 to 5 more rounds to go. But if the chief minister or the convener or the face of the party loses, what does it mean besides him losing the state? Sajjan?
It's a massive loss of face.
I mean, not only massive loss, it's a sort of poetic justice what he did to the Sheila Dikshit. I mean, Congress may have been unpopular, but by any measurement, Sheila Dikshit personally, yes. I mean, the way she was defeated, I mean, sometimes electorates are also ruthless, you know, I mean, relentlessly. And therefore, I think it would be a poetic justice. I mean, no one would be more...
In the old times, Sajjan, when war was to take place, conventional war, the moment, you know, the king or the person, commander was this thing, and it would have end of the war. But again, Mamta also lost, but her party won.
Yeah.
Biju Patnaik also lost in the old time,
yes.
And but the Kalinga Congress had won. So there are a lot of things are there. I mean, I'm just saying that, see, it's a well-fought election and a better party that had a lot of preparations in terms of booth management, in terms of vote issues, in terms of projection.
And AAP's showcase is always retaining power in Delhi across India. If they lose Delhi, you know, it would be difficult to continue the forte.
And from the fact that, as I said, that the genesis of this party is in this city.
Yes.
We have all covered that.
Remember Praja Rajyam party, it started off so well, and then there's nowhere.
Yeah. It's the genesis, it's the bedrock of their politics.
Precisely.
That bedrock crumbles, everything goes for a toss.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's try and get some reporters now who are joining us. Shreya is joining us, and she is tracking the Kalkaji fight. She is in fact outside BJP's Ramesh Biduri's residence. Aam Aadmi Party, remember, has fielded Atishi, the Delhi Chief Minister from that constituency, and she appears to be trailing at the moment. In 2020, Atishi had defeated BJP's Dharambir Singh by 11,393 votes. An interesting battle playing out there. And where is Ramesh Biduri, Shreya?
Well, of course, I am inside Ramesh Biduri's house. He's a seasoned MP, and of course, we can see his family members, his relatives are also here. They're tracking the counting of votes. We will shortly meet Mr. Biduri. He's upstairs. He's having his breakfast, and he has given us time. We will get talking to him shortly. But before that, let's get talking to some of the people here who are very enthusiastically, tracking the counting of votes, because today is the D-Day and we know how important Kalkaji constituency is. It is one of the hot seats, considering our sitting CM is going to be fighting against seasoned politician Mr. Ramesh Biduri. Sir, क्या लगता है इस बार क्या होने वाला है? मेजॉरिटी हम देख रहे हैं कि बीजेपी लीड करे, आपको क्या लगता है?
बीजेपी लीड करेगी, बिल्कुल लीड कर रही है बीजेपी। 42 से 50 सीट आएंगी बीजेपी की।
और रमेश बिदुरी जी का क्या लग रहा है, डेस्टिनी क्या होने वाला है कालकाजी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी से, जो कि आम आदमी पार्टी का स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड रहा है?
रमेश बिदुरी कम से कम 20,000 वोटों से जीत पाएंगे कालकाजी विधानसभा से। 20,000 वोटों से।
क्या क्या तैयारी करके रखे हैं आप लोग?
ढोल नगाड़े सब।
ढोल नगाड़े पटाखों से स्वागत होगा जी। बिल्कुल
बिल्कुल जीत होगी जी। 20,000 से ऊपर से जीतेंगे।
इतिहास बन जाएगा जी। इस बार इतिहास बनेगा। ढोल बोला सब तैयार है।
और आप लोग जो ये ट्रैक कर रहे हो काउंटिंग ऑफ वोट्स, क्या लगता है केजरीवाल जी तो अभी आगे चले गए, मनीष सिसोदिया जी भी आगे चले गए?
पीछे हो गए, अभी पीछे हो गए। केजरीवाल भी पीछे हो गए, मनीष सिसोदिया भी अभी पीछे हुई है। हाँ, ये सब पीछे हो गए अभी।
तो आप लोग कॉन्फिडेंट हो कि मतलब बीजेपी लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री?
कॉन्फिडेंट है। मेहनत करिए चुनावों में, हमने जाके मेहनत करिए, घर घर जाके वहाँ मिले लोगों से, हमने वोटें गिरवाई है, वहाँ वोटों वाले दिन गए, पूरा वो मेहनत किया। अपनी मेहनत पे विश्वास है हमें, मेहनत पर, मोदी जी के काम पे विश्वास।
रमेश जी के साथ बात कब होगा सर?
बस अब से 15-20 मिनट बाद आपसे बात चालू हो जाएंगी।
Okay. So as you heard from the people, they are quite confident that the BJP is going to form the government in the national capital after 27 years of drought. And we know that in the recent past, Mr. Biduri has been in some troubled waters because of the kind of comments that he made. But as you can see, the voters have made up their mind. They have decided the fate of the national capital. Although we see some of the leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, especially Mr. Manish Sisodia, leading from the Jangpura constituency, there we are seeing the anti-incumbency factor is not playing out as much. But in the rest of the constituencies, majority is swaying towards BJP. The polling booths are saying that the BJP is going to come to power in the national capital after 27 years. We will try get talking to Mr. Biduri in a very, very short while, and till then we will have to wait with our bated breath until he comes and meets us. And then, of course, as you heard from the people here, they are quite confident that BJP is going to secure maximum votes with the majority, and they are here
all set. And a very broad spectrum of commentary coming in from my young reporter there from Shreya, and covered all flanks, comprehensively spoken, covered all flanks, spoken to the family members also of Mr. Biduri, who are sounding very confident, saying he will win by more than 20,000 votes. Controversial Mr. Biduri now there. Shreya, let me also now go to our other panelists and reporters joining us.
In fact, Ishika is joining us and she's speaking to Mr. Manoj Tiwari. Ishika, over to you. We'll connect with Ishika in just a bit. But Pradeep, 11 a.m. and it looks certainly very good for the BJP. You were part of the communication strategy, the media team. Okay, just hold on to your thoughts, Pradeep. Ishika, over to you. Yeah. Ishika, if you can hear me.
Well, certainly today is the big day, and in fact, BJP certainly seems to be very confident. And joining us live right now is the BJP MP Manoj Tiwari. Sir, आपने campaigning बहुत की. इस बार आप confident है कि आप ही आ रहे हैं इस बार सरकार?
जी, हमको पूरा विश्वास है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी क्लियर मेजॉरिटी के साथ सरकार बनाने जा रही है। अभी भी जो स्क्रीन पे मैं देख रहा हूँ 42 सीटों पे बीजेपी आगे है, 28 पे आम आदमी पार्टी आगे है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी भी पीछे हो गए छठे दौर में, आतिशी जी भी पीछे चल रही हैं, मनीष सिसोदिया जी अभी थोड़ा आगे हो गए हैं, मगर हमें आशा है कि ये सीट भी हम जीतेंगे। तो ये सब कुछ इस प्रकार से दिखा रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिल्ली के लोग आशीर्वाद दे चुके हैं।
सर, आपने बहुत सारे मुद्दों को हाईलाइट किया अपने कैंपेनिंग में। क्या लगता है सर कि कौन सा मुद्दा सबसे ज्यादा जनता से कनेक्ट करके ऐसे अर्ली ट्रेंड्स दिखा रहा है?
देखिए, मेरा मानना है ना, दिल्ली की जनता को अरविंद केजरीवाल ने धोखा दिया। साफ पानी देना था, शराब बांटना शुरू कर दिया। दिल्ली के गेस्ट टीचर्स को, दिल्ली के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर्मचारियों को, इन सब लोगों का जीवन दुश्वार कर दिया। बस मार्शलों को नौकरी से निकाल देना, दिल्ली के बुजुर्गों का पेंशन रोक देना, दिल्ली के गरीबों को आयुष्मान योजना नहीं लागू होने देना। हम पहली कैबिनेट में, सरकार बनते ही भगवान की कृपा से जो कुछ हो रहा है, पहली कैबिनेट में आयुष्मान योजना को हम लागू करेंगे। अभी देखिए सौरभ भारद्वाज भी पीछे हो गए, जीके से। तो ये सब कुछ इस समय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गारंटी के पीछे दिल्ली खड़ी है। मोदी की गारंटी मतलब गारंटी पूरी होने की गारंटी, और उसके साथ खड़ी हो गई है दिल्ली की जनता कि अब हम नरेंद्र मोदी जी को डबल इंजन दे करके ही अपने दिल्ली का कल्याण करेंगे। इसमें सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा साफ पानी का, टूटी गलियों का, सीवर का खराब होना, और ये सब हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चुनौती है जिसको हमें 5 साल के अंदर करना है।
सर, आपने कहा कि मोदी की गारंटी पर जनता भरोसा करेगी, लेकिन अगर जनता भरोसा करती है तो फिर सीएम फेस कौन रहेगा?
वो हम लोग फैसला कर लेंगे, वो आ जाएगा। बहुत अच्छा सीएम मिलेगा, जो 15 साल का भी रिकॉर्ड है कि 15 साल फुल फ्लेज सरकार शिलाजी चलाई थी दिल्ली में। अब एक बार सरकार बनेगी तो आप विश्वास करिए कि हम 20 साल तक चलाएंगे, ऐसा सीएम आपको मिलेगा।
सर, मेरा आखिरी सवाल ये है कि आपने कहा कि एक बड़ा मुद्दा साफ पानी भी था, यमुना की भी आप लोगों ने काफी बात की। अगर आज बीजेपी की सरकार बन जाती है तो हम माने कि 5 साल में यमुना साफ हो जाएगी?
100% हम यमुना जी को इस स्तर पे ला देंगे कि दिल्ली के लोग शाम सुबह यमुना जी पे जाने की प्लानिंग करेंगे, यमुना जी में डुबकी लगाएंगे, यमुना जी में एक से एक बोट चलेगी, और यमुना जी वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टूरिस्ट स्पॉट होंगी, और लोग यमुना जी को पीपल फ्रेंडली पाएंगे।
अरविंद केजरीवाल को भी इनवाइट करेंगे फिर डुबकी लगाने के लिए?
निश्चित रूप से, अगर वो दिल्ली में रहे, पंजाब नहीं भागे, तो उनको भी हम लोग निश्चित रूप से डुबकी लगवाएंगे उसी यमुना जी में जहां वो बार बार झूठ बोलते रहे और बोलते कि ये अरविंद केजरीवाल ने जो कहा था ना कि यमुना जी पर वोट नहीं मिलता, यमुना जी का शाप अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को लग गया।
So in fact, this was Manoj Tiwari ji with us, who was certainly saying that this time the BJP is very confident that they will be making a comeback, and certainly the issue of Yamuna politics is going to be the highlight, and that is what he says that the voters must have voted on. Over to you.
Thank you for getting us another news make of the day. We will keep coming back to you, so continue to be with us. We have Neerja Chaudhary right here in the studio, Amitabh Tiwari joining us as well. But before I go to them, a word from Pradeep Bhandari, who was managing the communications department in these elections. Pradeep, 42 is what BJP is standing at the moment, a gain of 34 from 2020.
Well, Maria, what has happened is historic, and it is historic because the Delhi has voted Prime Minister Narendra Modi's governance Delhi has also given a befitting response to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and his misgovernance. The important aspect here, Maria, is that if you analyze our campaign was completely focused on the civic issues of Delhi. We were raising the basic issues of residents of Delhi, which was clean drinking water, which was Tuti Sadak, which was Delhi becoming a garbage den under Arvind Kejriwal, and which was Arvind Kejriwal's lies, falsehood, corruption and deceit. And Delhi voters believed in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's commitment and guarantee. It is also very important because historically Delhi has been a tripolar state, and in a bipolar contest, if the Bharatiya Janata Party is defeating the Aam Aadmi Party, despite Aam Aadmi Party having some traditional pockets and stronghold, this also tells you on the ground that there was massive anger against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, and people believed in the hope of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And overall, if you look at the entire election was fought on only three issues. A, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's credibility and commitment. B, anger against Arvind Kejriwal's corruption. And three, civic issues of Delhi, which we could raise in our three Sankalp Patra, which we released in successive time, which was a precedent in an election. Earlier, we used to release our Sankalp Patra once.
Pradeep, let me ask you a question there. Let me ask you a question there, since you start with Prime Minister Modi's enduring and never-ending appeal. Let me ask you a question there, Pradeep. Thanks, first of all, for waiting patiently. But let me ask you this. It's finally, after 3 decades, 3 decades a very, very long time. As one of my panelists said, this is a new millennium that BJP is coming to power in the capital. It's finally that crucial middle-class vote, and it's finally that the bottom of the pyramid, which has always walked behind Mr. Modi like the Pied Piper, and Mr. Modi's enduring and ever-ending appeal has been able to salvage the day for the BJP. Is it?
Absolutely yes, Nikunji. If you study the difference between 2020 and now, in 2020 we could not get a significant portion of the middle class vote to the polling booth. This time Prime Minister Narendra Modi's commitment, appeal and his complete guarantee helped us ensure that our state unit's effort could catalyze to a victory. So yes, we got the middle class to the polling booth, but if you look at the data even in detail, we could make a significant dent in the urban poor vote also. So overall, if you look at it, this time we have got vote from all class segments, all caste segments. Proportion might be differentiated, but the factor for us between now, why did we have to wait for 30 years and now we are able to deliver it, is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that leader which people of the country believe in, and because of which we are will be forming the government in Delhi now.
All right.
Thank you, Pradeep. Very eloquently said. Your psephologist inside you waking up today very firmly and very clearly delineating issues there. We'll come back to you. Ms. Shama Mohammed, also of the Congress Party, joins us. Shama, welcome to NDTV. And what are your opening remarks on the kind of results that you are seeing right now playing out? Would you still like to wait out, or do you think that this is concretizing in the way that it is concretizing in favor of the BJP? Or do you think there is still a chance of your ally, at least in the Lok Sabha, coming back?
You see, what I feel is, for us, it's an important election, and we have increased our vote share. We are not an NGO, let me make it very clear. We're a political party. We get into elections to fight and to win at the end of the day. Yes, unfortunately, what I see right now is there is no positive angle to any of the seats of ours, but at least our vote share has gone up. And I think people of Delhi have recognized somebody who has lied throughout to them. Now, let's understand what is the basis of Arvind Kejriwal getting into politics. It's called India Against Corruption movement. When we were in power, the UPA was in power. He insisted on something called the Lokpal. We passed the Lokpal bill. Where is that Lokpal? You know what exposed him the most? When the High Court asked him to table the CAG report by calling a special assembly. The CAG report says very clearly that there has been a liquor scam, more than 2,000 crore. Now, if he was this incorruptible man who is actually against corruption, he would have called a special assembly session and tabled the report. Because he was involved, that is why he has not tabled the report, and that has exposed him very much. The other thing, you live in Delhi.
Coming back of this equation that there'll be no Arvind Kejriwal also in the India bloc, or there'll be no Congress in the India bloc going ahead. What will be the equation between the two parties after this result?
Maria, you can't put words into my mouth. I did not say that there will be no India bloc or any of that. What I'm trying to tell you is that there is somebody, all right, like Arvind Kejriwal, and I've given the example in another channel of Haryana. The Congress party has always accommodated the allies, whether it's DMK, Shiv Sena, Samajwadi, and also Arvind. Now, in the Haryana elections, they have, when the results came out, 1.5% of vote share. What should have Arvind done? Arvind should have said, you know what? You're our ally. We are not getting into Haryana. We want you to fight and defeat the BJP. We will support you. No. What does he do? I want to fight. We'll also fight every seat. We want 10 number of seats. Now, you have 1.5% vote share. Why would you want 10? He could have sacrificed. No, it's always the Congress party sacrificing for everybody else. So we understood his true colors about his megalomaniac behavior, about him, me, myself, and I. And that also the other day, when we understood what he exactly was, is when the CAG report came. And about a little bit when he went to jail in May. Why did he give the baton to Gopal Rai, who's a senior minister of his party, and made him the chief minister, just like Hemant Soren made Champa Soren the chief minister, because you are concerned about the people of that state. But of course, Arvind is concerned more about himself. And I still remember, and I will never forgive him for one thing, he had said, "Kaun hai Sonia Gandhi, ek vidwa." Sonia Gandhi at least has experience. She's been in the party. She knows what it is. Why was his wife called every time? Why was his wife campaigning for Aam Aadmi Party? What was her role? Is she a member of the party? No. So he is so insecure that he did not give a senior leader like Gopal Rai. No, Gopal Rai is nowhere, But of course, he makes Atishi.
Shama, I'm going to come back to this.
Very strong words there coming from Shama Mohammed, megalomaniac, and some very unkind cut you are delivering, Shama, to Arvind Kejriwal. We'll come back to you, but nonetheless, a very prolific assessment of the situation between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress done by Shama Mohammed there.
Okay,
let me go to my reporters.
Yes.
Let me go to my reporters once again. That's where the pulse of this election is. That's where pulse of all the elections always is. Not where we sit, but where my reporters stand, young, spirited, enthusiastic. Tanu, coming to you first. What's the scene there? It looks like scales are swinging again back in the favor of Mr. Parvesh Verma, BJP's chief ministerial hopeful.
Parvesh Verma takes the lead in round 7 of the vote counting. His vote share right now is at 14,464. And Arvind Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party national convener, is trailing by 238 votes. So Parvesh Singh Verma, very tough contender from the New Delhi constituency seat, which is the hot seat of this election season, is at this point leading ahead of Arvind Kejriwal from the Aam Aadmi Party. It's a very slim margin. Only a few moments ago, Arvind Kejriwal was leading ahead from this seat. And just now, the tables have turned. Parvesh Singh Verma has taken the lead. From this constituency counting center where I am at in Goal Market, the Greater Kailash constituency seat calculations of voters is also being done, which is from where Shikha Rai, the BJP candidate, is also leading. And Saurabh Bhardwaj from the Aam Aadmi Party is trailing. So as you can see around me, these celebrations are clearly by the BJP workers to celebrate the lead of Parvesh Verma as well as Shikha Rai, and also Anil Kumar Sharma from the RK Puram constituency seat. Clearly very colourful mood here. It's a very important seat here with a triangular contest between former Chief Minister of Delhi Arvind Kejriwal, Parvesh Verma and Sandeep Dixit from the Congress, who is still trailing very much behind from both the candidates. Back to you.
Anushka, thank you so much for joining us. We are also being joined by Aishwarya, and I can see Ghazali standing by. Aishwarya, that's where Parvesh Verma is. What are you picking up? He must be having some more data from the counting centers. What is he saying?
Well, I don't know where I'm standing is the residence of future Chief Minister of Delhi, or it would be somebody else, but certainly it is Parvesh Verma who is still inside his residence, glued to the television screens and communicating to the workers who are present at the polling booth after 7 rounds. Of course, Parvesh Verma now leading again with 238 votes. It is Parvesh Verma who is completely silent. They want to wait till the end because it's a hard-fought battle between Arvind Kejriwal and Parvesh Verma. We also Arvind Kejriwal levelling allegations during the campaigning of Parvesh Verma distributing shoes to distributing bed sheets, and addition of the voters at his household, 13 to 14 voters were added. Election commissions doors were knocked by Arvind Kejriwal against Parvesh Verma, but at last it is the D-Day what we are witnessing. We will be getting the voice and we'll be getting Parvesh Verma, only after the results, as he has communicated that I will just wait till the end results and only after that I'll speak. But certainly, after 7th round, it is Parvesh Verma back again leading, and now workers also coming in at his residence.
Okay, Ash, thank you so much. Let's bring in Ghazali now. Ghazali, what can you tell us? How many rounds over? How many more to go?
See, I can report to you about 4 seats here from what we can see from Okhla. Amanatullah Khan is leading by around 10,000 votes. Ramesh Biduri after 5th round is leading by around 2,300 votes. From Kasturba Nagar, the constituency, Neeraj is leading by 5,700 votes, and Manish Sisodia from his constituency is leading by 3,400 votes after 6th round. So a mixed response coming out from here. On 2 seats, Aam Aadmi Party's candidates are leading, while Atishi from Harkalka ji seat is trailing, and from Kasturba Nagar as well, BJP is leading. So this is why now you will see earlier, just like half an hour ago, there were lesser number of supporters from all the parties. But now I'll ask my camera person to show you that right now the supporters and the crowd is building up, and that is why the police also had to beef up the security here. You will see on both sides of the road, and regular announcements are being made by the police here, by the security officials here, not to raise slogans because section 144 is imposed in and around the counting center. So this is what we are picking here right now. Atishi and Manish Sisodia are still inside the counting center. They haven't left it. We saw Alka Lamba leaving from here, and right now the supporters from Aam Aadmi Party and BJP have gathered outside here, but no dhol nagada as what you are hearing from other seats.
Seats in all there at that counting center. And are you seeing now that it is coming to the hustings? We are almost close to 12 p.m. and it's coming to the hustings. Are you seeing any prominent candidates on the ground there? Their managers, are they trooping in, looking at the final tallies, or is it only just the supporters? Describe the scene for us.
Okay, so I'll just show you the scenes here. Nikalo, isko nikalo. Camera nikalo. The Aam Aadmi Party is saying that perhaps this is the time when what you are saying, that this is the time when you should draw the conclusion that where this results are headed. But Aam Aadmi Party says that this is the time when we peak. This is the right time for us to peak, so don't call out the elections now. The results will swing in our favor. No big candidates except the 2. Atishi from Kalkaji, Manish Sisodia from another seat, Jangpura. These 2 are the big faces right now. We haven't seen the BJP candidate over here yet. Supporters have gathered on both sides of the road. If you see on this side, supporters of Aam Aadmi Party and BJP for Okhla seat are celebrating. On this side also, supporters of BJP and Aam Aadmi Party have gathered, but we haven't seen the leaders or the big faces except the 2-3 I named who are right now inside the center. And at this center, there are 4 seats for which counting is happening. Okla, then we have Kalkaji, Jangpura and Kasturba Nagar.
Thank you so much for joining us. A quick recap for our viewers. Remember, the Aam Aadmi Party had won Jangpura seat in 2015 and 2020 with Praveen Kumar. I mean, he was the person. The Aam Aadmi Party's broad strategy was that if Manish Sisodia changes his seat from Patparganj to this one, there would be some kind of countering of anti-incumbency, but at the moment it appears it's not to be. But when you look at this seat, it's just a margin of 324 votes, the gap between the party number 1 and party number 2. But New Delhi constituency, that's the constituency to watch out for. Amitabh Tiwari, come in now. 1,229 is the gap between Parvesh Verma and Arvind Kejriwal.
And it seems to be consolidating now in favor of Mr. Verma.
Yeah, it will go down the wire because there's 13 rounds and I think 6 or 7 rounds have been completed. If you see the votes polled by Sandeep Dixit and if you add the votes to Aam Aadmi Party candidate, which is Kejriwal, it's likely that Kejriwal would have emerged victorious. And we'll have to see on how many seats is actually Congress damaging the Aam Aadmi Party. That would be an analysis to be later at a later point of time. At this point, 39% of the votes have been counted. So it's, as you said, the leads are now crystallizing. It could be 40-30, 45-25, whatever. And a very good ticker you're putting is Modi middle class trumps Kejriwal.
Oh, we have a brilliant writer on the desk giving out all those lines. Asim is giving out all those lines.
And I would add Mahila.
Neerja also had some words.
Yeah, I would add Mahila because Aam Aadmi Party clearly was on the back foot in this election. They could have only won if they got unwavering support from the Mahila community. However, it seems that this Mahila Samman Yojana, since they have not transferred even a single installment in the accounts of the people, that seems to have not backfired.
Or they were unable to. Let's say they were unable. They would have wanted to, but
they would have wanted to, but they have not.
Because that would have worked for them.
Cleared the bill to the LG. They had approved the budget 1 year back in February. This is a big strategic mistake on the part of Aam Aadmi Party. Even if LG would have deterred, that would have worked in the favor of Aam Aadmi Party. They could have played the victimhood card. So Modi, middle class and the Mahila, it seems, have all worked in favor of the BJP.
So 2% increase in the, polling percentage for the women actually meant women came out to vote more. They were voting for a promise of Prime Minister Modi because they trusted him more over Arvind Kejriwal then?
I wouldn't say the entire chunk of Mahila.
But a significant chunk.
But the middle class chunk of Mahila.
Yeah.
I think this time turned towards the BJP. You're right, more women came out to vote. That's also very, very significant. And Mahila has by and large stuck with Kejriwal in the last 2 elections.
25% lead. 60% voted for AAP and only 35% for BJP in 2020.
Oh, that's a significant number.
That settles the election.
That settles the
Out of 14%, 15% lead, 12% was coming from women.
That's right. That's absolutely
That settles the poll.
But I would say, what's striking me is that the BJP is winning on its own steam.
Yeah.
Because, the Congress has not gained except 1.5%. So I don't think it has been responsible for the defeat of AAP in many constituencies as we thought it would be. But if the Congress had tied up with AAP, then it would have been a very interesting thing to see whether they would have gone beyond. Of course, they would have percentage-wise gone beyond the percentage of the BJP.
But Neerja, in the past also we have seen that in politics 2 + 2 is always not 4
No,
or
but
5.
in this case, this is true. But in this case, the Congress's vote bank is essentially Muslim and the Dalits. And that vote bank would have gone clearly to the Aam Aadmi Party.
The fact of the matter is this. In Haryana elections, and Ms. Shama Mohammed had certainly some very strong words against their former or at least Lok Sabha ally. The fact of the matter is that in Haryana elections, they did not come together. In Delhi elections, they didn't come together. Omar Abdullah is taking a big swipe, jibe at his own conglomerate allies, right? So, I mean, it's not the BJP's job to put them together or make them fight together. It's their own job, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so news
absolutely.
coming
And they're
in
not
now.
clear about what
News
India
coming
stands
in
for today.
that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to arrive at the new BJP headquarters, of course, the ITO one, at 7:30 p.m. It's a special day for him. It's a special day for his party. And certainly the message that he will be giving to the Karyakartas, the party workers, will become important. 7:30 p.m. is when the man of the moment arrives. Nirja, a word on the Prime Minister. I mean,
it does a lot. This, to my mind, Delhi victory is even more important than Maharashtra victory.
And it is Mr. Modi's victory in so many ways,
Yeah,
right?
it shows.
Is it right or not?
Yeah, it is. I think, of course, it's equal to urban governance that people of India now want, and I think urban centers really want. But it shows that the Prime Minister's popularity has not waned. It remains.
So then Lok Sabha election results were an aberration.
Not an aberration. I think people of India wanted to give a bit of a jhatka.
Jolt.
Even now, people of Delhi want to give Kejriwal a jhatka. You know, this 400 plus and larger than life, आराम से मतलब ठहराव से रहो.
Amitabh, your thoughts on the same question? I would say that the enduring appeal of Mr. Narendra Modi and finally him coming out and actually pulling it off for the BJP. Because look, whatever way you look at it, BJP has tried everything in the past as well. Of course, Mr. Kejriwal stands today more dented and bruised than he was five years back. But still the heavy lifting has been done by the man himself. Would you agree with that formulation or not?
Yeah, see, in this election, when Kejriwal started asking, Kejriwal versus who? And since BJP did not have a leader, Modi had to pitch in. And the fact that brand Modi had got a bit dented helped the Prime Minister. If you see, people were writing off brand Modi after the Lok Sabha election, that it's on a decline or it has peaked, correct? And strategically, he took a step back also in Haryana and Maharashtra. But here he has taken full steam because the state unit does not have a leader, does not have an organization to take on Kejriwal. And another point which Maria was making, see, there are three leaders who had taken on brand Modi: Kejriwal, Mamata, Naveen Patnaik. Naveen Patnaik lost 2024 Lok Sabha election and Vidhan Sabha election. Now Kejriwal, now the battle shifts to Mamata. Otherwise, most of the battles, individual battles, now Narendra Modi has settled, except for in the southern states where BJP is on a weaker wicket.
You know, I'd just like to add one line here.
Yeah,
Certain people in Maharashtra said this to me, that after the Lok Sabha elections, they felt थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही झटका दे दिया हमने मोदी को, थोड़ा sense of guilt आ गया कि इतना नहीं चाहते थे कि majority भी नहीं आए. Now, how true this is, I don't know. But
People did have that.
And interestingly, the BJP also captured that sentiment. And senior party leaders who were involved in this entire strategy for Delhi did say that perhaps people felt that wo jhatka zyada de diya. That jolt should have been a little more careful one, moderated one. Let's bring in Mr. Ashutosh of the Aam Aadmi Party. Ashutosh, it's more or less clear that this is where it all began 10 years ago. Delhi, as we look at it, that seems to have moved away from the Aam Aadmi Party completely. And experts are of the opinion that Punjab could be next.
No, I think, of course, I would still, like, just looking at the ECI data, there are about 7 seats where the difference is less than 3,000 votes. So I think we should just still wait for an hour or so before the picture becomes crystal clear. Having said that, of course, we respect the mandate of the people of Delhi. If at the end of the day the result stays as what we are seeing, it calls for a lot of introspection, it calls for a lot of internal reflection as to what went wrong. And we'll course correct. This is still a 12-year-old political startup, one of the fastest growing startups in political parties in the country. In mere 12 years of our existence, we formed state governments in 2 states and have MLAs in more than 4 states. So, of course, we'll course correct, we'll internally reflect, but I would still urge everyone to just wait for another hour or so before the picture becomes clearer.
I must say that by the political standards of today, you are a modest man. I must say that. And you are willing to introspect and you are willing to think about what went wrong in your party. I must say that in the political discourse that we live in this age, you are a modest man. But I must ask you one question, Mr. Ashutosh, before we go to Mr. Nalin Kohli. And that question is that, look, this is where it all began. This is where it all began for Aam Aadmi Party. And it appears, at least at this point in time, that the personal image of the AAP Supremo, Mr. Kejriwal, has at least been badly dented. He stands a bruised man today. Just as many years back, he did it to someone else, another stalwart, Mrs. Sheila Dikshit. Now, when it starts from the top, and when it shakes the very bedrock of, as you say, a political startup, it's never easy to regroup. And BJP politically is not Congress party. It's a formidable foe. I mean, it's not going to be ever easy now for you in the Delhi politics.
You see, the way, just looking at the way the last 2 years went for Aam Aadmi Party, right? All our prominent leaders were jailed in a case which didn't hold any grounds when it came to the Supreme Court. You look at the way the LG stood against us, the kind of ordinances that were passed, all the brute force of the LG and the centre went in stopping the works of Delhi. The investigative agencies, be it ED, CBI, you literally just look at the events of yesterday when ACB stood outside our convener's residence without even a legal notice. So when you look at the macro picture, AAP was not fighting just against the BJP, but it was also fighting against the brute force of the investigative agencies. They were fighting against the election commission. They were fighting against the money power of the BJP. They are fighting against the Godi media. Having said that, as I would say, again, we respect the mandate of people of Delhi. Let's still wait for next 1 hour or so before we get what the exact picture looks like. And we will introspect. We will definitely reflect on what went wrong. We'll definitely reflect on how do we recuperate. And don't worry, it's still a 12-year-old startup. Don't write us off. Our obituaries have been written a lot of times, and we have been able to still form government in Punjab.
Not in this manner and vein.
Yes.
Still have MLAs
Not really, not really. Your obituary has never been written. And certainly today is a day that the party should be a little more humble. Nalin Kohli of the BJP joins us. Nalin, what we can tell our viewers now is that 10 Haryana bordering seats, BJP leads on 7, result is awaited in 1. 13 UP bordering seats, BJP leads on 8 out of 12 seats. That's a fascinating detail that is coming in. And after 6 of 13 rounds of counting, Arvind Kejriwal is trailing in New Delhi. And there are 21 border seats. BJP is currently leading on 14 of them. So Haryana and Uttar Pradesh, these are states governed by you. They are also pumping in when it comes to this Delhi victory for the BJP.
No, I think there's another way of looking at it, Maria. It is that people living on the borders can see the change on the other side. And in Delhi, they have much to complain about. Let's really look at the Aam Aadmi Party. It's nice to say of Ashutosh that, we will introspect, we are a 12-year-old startup. But let's also look at the hard facts. Mr. Kejriwal and his colleagues came on the promise of India against corruption, an alternative politics that swayed the imagination of everyone in the city and swept the election results with 67 seats. And this political startup said, we will not take a house, I will not take a car, there will be no corruption, we will ensure that the people of Delhi will get world-class facilities, the Yamuna will be clean, world-class aspirations will be met. What do we have 10 years later? We have not a single promise met. The Yamuna is more polluted. The air of Delhi is worse off. When he was blaming Punjab earlier, now Punjab is the Aam Aadmi Party government, so you are quiet. You have all the subjects, you find blame with the LG. You are in confrontation with everybody. And forget about not taking a house, you build a sheesh mahal. Forget about corruption. The entire top leadership is in jail, was in jail, denied bail for a long time because there is credible questions against them. The so-called right to information activist does not want the CAG report to be tabled in the assembly. BJP MLAs have to go to court asking for it. I mean, where are you? So when the word is used, we are a 12-year-old political startup. Yes, like a startup, they had a dream start. The investors, in this case, the voters gave them a great opportunity, a great run for 10 years. But somewhere, as in startups, the investors have pulled their hands back. As in startups, they are now demanding accountability. And all of it will point out to the Supremo and the huge gap between the narrative he builds and the zero work that happens on the ground. Now, on the other hand, we have, let's not use a startup, but we are a political ideology, an ideology that makes a promise in the form of a Sankalp Patra, an ideology that says we will serve it as a Pradhan Sevak or as a first Karyakarta. We will show you our performance, and therefore we get re-elected. Therefore our states are showing that we are moving towards 2047 in a realistic manner. Can the capital of Delhi, India, the capital of Delhi, I beg your pardon, the capital of India, which is Delhi, can it afford to be an isolated, deprived, infrastructurally challenged, lack of governance model city in the middle of a evolving India towards becoming a 2047 developed country? How is it that earlier BJP, Congress, anything could work in harmony and Delhi could progress? Why is it in 10 years there's only been confrontation and excuses? So can a model of bluster continue forever? Can a model of fake promises continue forever? No. This is not about a great political startup. It is about a story gone crazily wrong. That we will select every candidate and we will see not a tainted comes to a party that is fully tainted. And actually, if they want to introspect, they should actually reach out to everyone they threw out of the party who was part of that initial startup and ask for their views today.
Nalin, I get your views. We are looking at 45 for the BJP at the moment. Aam Aadmi Party at 25. BJP up 37. Aam Aadmi Party down 37. But an interesting statistics here. And Amitabh, come in on this. After 1993, this is for the first time that in the history of Delhi, that women voter turnout is greater than men. And 1993 was when the BJP won. And we are looking at, again, women voter coming out and voting in favor of the BJP and ensuring them a state.
Yeah, so essentially around 1% women turnout has been higher than men. And in Delhi, incidentally, has the lowest proportion of women voters across India, only 46%. So that's an important point.
Migrant city.
Yeah, migrant city, families back home.
Yeah.
You were mentioning about Purvanchali seats and the seats on the border, etc. If you recall 2013, BJP was the single largest party, around 32 seats they had won. Yes. At that point of time, out of the 17 Purvanchali dominated seats, they had won 10. Out of the 7 Jat influenced seats, they had won 1. All, which is that 10 bordering the Haryana. And out of the 17 Punjabi Khatri community dominated seats, they had won 7. So they, as a strategy, they tried to regain those 32 seats or go back to the tally of 32 and then build on that. See, the Aam Aadmi Party had significant lead over SC reserved seats and Muslim community dominant seats, 25% plus margin. But on the balance 50 seats, the margin is only 10%, which is within the 5% swing range. And that is where the party has focused, and it seems to have worked for the party.
And another data here, and this is about demographic dominance here, Nirja. Out of 7 overall OBC-dominated seats, which has like 30% of OBC, the BJP is currently leading on 6 seats, which is Narela, Mundka, Najafgarh, Bijwasan and others. There are 35 seats in the state with more than 15% Purvanchalis, which is East UP, Bihar and Jharkhand. And in that, 24 BJP is leading. So out of 35, 24 BJP is leading. And then there are 13 seats in the state with more than 15% Haryanvis. BJP is leading in 11 seats. So when it is about that caste dominance, the region dominance, BJP is doing very, very well.
And the OBC...
And Nirja, you know, I have a constant quarrel with this now. Maybe it is because of the overwhelming dominance of BJP and Mr. Modi, but I have a constant quarrel with this thought. Please weigh in on this. You know, this dictum of Indians voting their caste and not casting their vote, I think that it is behind us now. It is my sense that it plays to some extent in certain parts like Bihar and Eastern Uttar Pradesh and some other. But beyond that, the country has moved, according to me, the voter has now moved beyond the caste, creed, color, even in a way, the starter combinations is my sense. What do you say?
I would say aapke muh mein ghee shakkar, if that is true. But I think in Delhi that is true. This time one found caste was not a fact. It wasn't Hindu-Muslim, it wasn't caste. I'm sure caste played some factor. Yes. But it was very much 3-4 things that weighed in with particularly the middle class, but also with others. One was, people are questioning reveries, so-called reveries. And the middle class felt these reveries were given to the poor at our expense. Then this whole thing of double engine weighed in with a whole section of people. I've spoken to many who said this, that if Kejriwal comes back, even though he's doing well in terms of the kind of governance model, he will not be allowed to do what he says he will do, because he will neither have the backing of the center nor will he have the resources given to him. So it will be impediment, jhagda all the time. So let's vote for the BJP. And the third factor was people wanted change. 10 saal ho gaye, let's try for change. And I feel there wasn't an anger opinion against Kejriwal, but there was dissatisfaction or hona chahiye.
Disenchantment.
Disenchantment, disaffection that had set in. And change always, that it may work for us.
And I think, the time has come, Maria, that, we also, as a community, as a community of journalists, should move beyond this caste, color, creed, because the country, to my sense, is when you go to places, even in the most remotest places, is actually struggling to move beyond.
You see, Nikunj, this time what is exciting about the Delhi campaign, Yamuna, for the first time, water in Yamuna is a central issue.
It's
now,
a political issue.
It is a central
What
issue.
Political issue?
Pollution, poor and rich all talk about
Exactly.
it. Hamare bachcho ka kya ho raha hai? That was a major issue for people. Of course, roads and all that. But these two issues dominated the discourse.
Yeah, I'll just go back to my reporters. I mean, very valiantly, they have been fielding since morning. As I said, the heart of an election beats there. And here, Tanushka, again from the hot seat, and Anushka there. Coming to Anushka, to you first. What's the scene like? Is the AAP cadre now finally giving in to the weight of the people's mandate? Anushka, are they finally accepting, or are there still a glimmer of hope?
No, what we are seeing here is that people were, in fact, when the initial trends started coming in, people were quite hopeful that these are just initial trends and they will be, in fact, gaining seats. But we are right now also seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party is trailing behind with BJP many seats ahead of them. I'll quickly show you some visuals from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Punjab Speaker Kultar Singh is inside. Several of the party leaders like Anurag Dhanja and Jasmine Shah is also sitting inside. Also, a few meters from here, there's this residence of Arvind Kejriwal. There, Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal are sitting together watching at the trends, but also we are seeing that we also saw some sporadic celebrations happening here, but right now everything has stopped, and Aam Aadmi Party, it looks like they have finally accepted the mandate of people because they are trailing very far behind now. It looks like with the trends what are coming in, it looks like the Aam Aadmi Party is a distant second party, contesting in this election, but also we are seeing people here are quite grim, and where there were sporadic celebrations, now everything is looking quite still. We are seeing the big screen here, people are looking at the numbers, but the chairs are empty. The celebrations that initially we saw here happening in the morning, everything has stopped now, but also we are seeing that inside meeting is happening. People from the Aam Aadmi Party, leaders from the Aam Aadmi Party, they are sitting inside discussing as to what went wrong, and also where there was a hope, because we saw many of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders echoing that they had to fight against a whole system and that people were still in the favor of Aam Aadmi Party. They were banking on the developmental issue, the welfare schemes, but also we are seeing on ground the Aam Aadmi Party is looking quite grim. There were sporadic celebrations, but now also we are seeing that everything has come to an abrupt stop. People have in fact now left from the main area where the celebrations were going on. I'll request my camera person to pan around and show the the whole area where the screen has been set up, the stage had been set up. In the morning we saw many leaders coming here saying that they will be winning this seat. It was the toughest battle that Aam Aadmi Party had to face. Now remember, on the first term Aam Aadmi Party won with 67 seats. On the second term it was 62 seats, but right now we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party has just won 25 seats. Now BJP is leading with 45 seats, and Congress has yet again failed to win any seats as of now, is what the trends are also showing. But also we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party, who was quite confident, they even rejected the exit polls predictions that came in. They said that this was just in fact being done by the BJP people to create pressure and siphon in fact the MLAs from the Aam Aadmi Party. But what the mandate is looking like, it is quite against the Aam Aadmi Party, and looks like people have decided against their rule. This was quite a tumultuous year for the Aam Aadmi Party also, with several of its leaders facing serious charges. On ground also many people said that they wanted a change, and looks like Delhi has decided for that change, and people have once again voted for the issues that were quite existing in the Delhi constituency, several of the constituencies if we talk about that. And right now also we are showing you the visuals from Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. Mere few meters from here there is this residence of Arvind Kejriwal, where Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal are together looking at the trends that have been coming here. Many leaders have also said that these are just initial trends, and picture will be clearer once a few more hours passes by. But what we are seeing is that since the morning BJP is ahead of many seats, but the Aam Aadmi Party looks like they are trailing. Leaders from Aam Aadmi Party, where we saw several of the leaders, also we tried to talk to them, but many of the leaders refused after a few hours. In the morning Jasmine Shah had said that they will be winning not with a majority of seats, but they will win with a comfortable margin. But looks like people have given the mandate against the Aam Aadmi Party. Back to studio.
Brilliant summation by a young, very spirited Anushka. Going to Tanu now. Tanu again in the midst of the hot political waters. What's going on? What's the latest? And every time I go to you, I hear those nagadas and I feel like dancing, though I'm not going to do that.
The spirits are high here, sir. As you can see behind me, celebrations are underway as Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma from the BJP continues to take the lead on this seat, the New Delhi constituency seat here. And Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma is leading by 1,229 votes at this point, and Arvind Kejriwal is trailing from this seat. Arvind Kejriwal, the former chief minister, is trailing on the New Delhi constituency seat. Remember, this is a very hot contest here on this seat, wherein the Aam Aadmi Party national convener and Parvesh Verma have had, like a very constant verbatim battle. War of words have broken out, be it with respect to voter manipulation, be it with respect to fake voters addition to the list, be it the Yamuna pollution issues. All of these issues have been raked up by both Arvind Kejriwal and Parvesh Verma in a very direct, back-to-back verbal battle between each other. And this seat, therefore, is very important, definitely key. Sandeep Dixit, son of a former chief minister, is also contesting from this seat from the Congress. However, he's trailing behind both the other candidates. The visuals here are definitely that of celebration, not just because on the New Delhi seat the BJP is leading, but also on the seat of Greater Kailash, Shikha Rai candidate is also leading on this seat. And even from the RK Puram area, the BJP candidate Anil Sharma is leading on this seat. And however, what I also must bring to your notice is that the Delhi Cant area, on that seat, the Aam Aadmi Party candidate Virendra Kadyan is leading, and the BJP candidate is trailing. So that is one seat wherein the Aam Aadmi Party has taken a lead over in the New Delhi constituency area. However, of course, this is the seat from where the CM face was highly anticipated. Will it be Kejriwal, Arvind Kejriwal, or Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma? From the looks of it at this point, it looks like it
Tanushka, again a very all-comprehensive commentary coming out from Tanushka there, from the BJP's chief ministerial hopeful, Mr. Sahib Singh Verma's Mr. Sahib Singh Verma's son's latest position. Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma. Many say that he is actually the BJP's chief ministerial hopeful. I will go to Mr. Nalin Kohli now. Mr. Nalin Kohli, coming back to you, if you can, at this juncture when it looks like that your party has comprehensively made a very resounding comeback nearly after 3 decades, put your finger on the factors that swung it for the BJP this time. Not so much from the negative aspects of Mr. Kejriwal, but what the BJP got right.
Actually, it's a combination of both. It's a good question. There is obviously the incumbent who will be put to evaluation and examination by the voters. And that incumbent is Mr. Kejriwal and his team. I've already spoken about how it's a model of bluster, fake promises and zero delivery. A blame game and excuse on everything under the sun. That is one side. The other side is you have a model that you can compare with. Let's not forget Delhi's unique position. It is the capital of India. It is the seat of power of the central government. The central government is headed by the elected Prime Minister through Lok Sabha, which is also located here. The ministries are here. The President of India is here. The Prime Minister, all the major ministries are here. So therefore, people of Delhi see that. People of Delhi see governance at 3 levels. They see it at a national level, at a state level, and at a municipal level. All 3 simultaneously. Now in all of it, they see Prime Minister Modi's government and the vision. They see BJP governments bordering Delhi. In this case, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. They see Rajasthan, which is literally around the corner, just beyond a little bit of Haryana. So 3 governments are in close proximity to Delhi. They see the BJP model in terms of following what the central government is doing. They see the focus on development. They see the focus on delivery on the promises in terms of various assistance that has to be given to the weaker sections. They see the infrastructure change. They read about the infrastructure change because the national media is also situated in Delhi. They see the global impact of what work is being done by the central government under Prime Minister Modi. They see how the world speaks about India, and then they see how they are living in the city of Delhi and what their government, which is Mr. Kejriwal's government, is doing. I mean, it makes a fascinating comparison. It makes a nauseating comparison on a daily basis. That till when will they stop? When will they stop complaining and do their work? 3 subjects in the list are missing: land, police, and one more related to services, if I recall. The Aam Aadmi Party has to just work. For everything, they have an excuse. They have someone to blame. Neerja ji will always talk about. Neerja ji spoke about saying that, you know, there is also the role of the LG and all. But in fairness, the LG as the Chief Minister of Delhi is bound by the oath of the Constitution to protect and preserve it and to ensure it runs in a proper way. How can you not put the CAG report in the assembly? And this is the great RTI activist, Mr. Kejriwal and his team. They came on RTI applications in India against corruption, and you run away from the CAG report just because it has details of the so-called Sheesh Mahal. So the people and the voters of Delhi see all this. They are an educated, informed, highly politically aware voter. And you have to compliment them for giving a very, very, very long rope to Mr. Kejriwal and his team. 10 years. In 10 years, the only question to be asked is Delhi better or worse? And the answer is not difficult to find. It's certainly not better.
Mr. Kohli, there, very comprehensive roundup of the strengths of the BJP and the follies of the Aam Aadmi Party. Thank you, Mr. Kohli. Thank you very much. As always, a pleasure to have you on air. Let me go back to Tannu. And as I said, that the hottest political contest, and as Rashid Kidwai said, the prestige battle of the Delhi elections, the New Delhi seat. Tanushka, what is the latest that you stand on? What is the latest that is coming in? Who's leading? By how many votes? And how many rounds have been completed?
Yes, sir. So right now at the New Delhi constituency seat, wherein the counting center at Gold Market is underway, we have round 9 that has been completed of vote counting, and what we have is that Parvesh Verma is still leading at 19,200 Kejriwal, the former Chief Minister, is trailing by 1,170 vote share. The visuals that we are showing you here is that of high spirits and celebrations here. Party workers and people have gathered already to celebrate the BJP's, win, or rather being ahead at this point in the New Delhi constituency seat. Remember that this is a very important seat here with a triangular contest between a former Chief Minister and two sons of former Chief Minister, Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma, son of Singh Sahib Verma, and Sandeep Dixit, son of Sheila Dixit from the Congress. Sandeep Dixit is of course trailing behind both of these candidates, and this seat here is also important because it's come out to be, the Chief Ministerial seat. The Chief Minister would most probably be from this seat, whichever party, makes it. The lead is right now with the BJP's candidate Parvesh Verma, and Parvesh Verma and Arvind Kejriwal have seen quite the heated, altercations between each other during the election campaigns, during the election seasons as well, be it fake voter manipulation allegations, addition of fake voters to the list, the Yamuna politics, the water politics, the air pollution politics, all of these, even, going constantly to the election commission, both of these big faces have had it out with each other in their campaignings, and today is the culmination of these, all of these allegations, all of these issues and matters raised by both the parties, finally to come about to what Delhi decides. And from the looks of it, Delhi is deciding to lead with Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma on this New Delhi constituency seat.
All right, Tanushka. So the first results are in. It's 12 p.m. and hello viewers, it's Vasudha and I who are joining you. And what a day and what a morning it has been for the party which has been out of power in Delhi for the last 3 decades, 27 years to be specific. And now what a comeback for the BJP. Many saw them in the initial days as not being in context at all. And here they have pulled up a victory like no other. The first results are in, one for the BJP, one for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, those are the official results, Maria. Since the first election of 1951-52, Jansangh has been so entrenched in the city of Delhi. But of course, Delhi is also the city of migrants, it's the city of urban poor, it's the city of aspirations. And today, it has proved that the Delhi voter wants his work, her work to be done without any conflict, and that clearly explains the comeback of the BJP after an electoral drought of 27 years. Ghazali, my colleague, our colleague, joins us. Ghazali, tell us where are you and what is the kind of sentiment there, and how is the Aam Aadmi Party looking at the numbers now, considering that this is the biggest dent that the party could have really not hoped for?
Vasudha, I am right now outside the counting center where counting for 4 seats are being done. Kalkaji, Okhla, Kasturba Nagar and Jangpura. Jangpura and Kalkaji are the seats from where Mr. Sisodia from Jangpura and Atishi from Kalkaji are contesting elections. As far as the leads or trail is concerned, on Kalkaji seat, Atishi is trailing to BJP candidate Ramesh Bidudi. From the other seat from Mr. Sisodia, from Jangpura, Mr. Sisodia is leading right now. From Okhla, Amanatullah Khan of the AAP is also leading with a sizable margin. From Kasturba Nagar, BJP's candidate is leading with a sizable margin. So that is why what you'll see now, just a couple of hours ago, it was all quiet here, but now you'll see the BJP supporters have gathered here. AAP supporters on the other side have also gathered, and announcements are being made that it is an area which is under section 144, so no large gatherings. And despite that, you will see the supporters have gathered here, and they are also raising slogans every time they get an information from behind this, from this counting center. If a polling agent comes and updates that this many rounds are done and BJP or AAP candidate or their party's candidate is leading or trailing. So as of now, no results from here, but what we are picking up is that Kasturba Nagar, one of the assembly constituency seats, is from where BJP's candidate is leading with a very sizable margin after 6 rounds. So we'll see how it works. The Aam Aadmi Party meanwhile says that this is the time when it all swings for them by 11:30 or 12:30 during the previous elections, when everybody was calling out that perhaps AAP is trailing in previous elections, is what they were quoting. So now even today they say that the situation is almost the same, that it appears like that AAP is losing, but perhaps the tables will turn for them as the counting progresses through the day.
Seem to be saying that the BJP is in the clear. But Maria, Okhla and Mustafabad are two interesting constituencies. Clearly shows that the Muslim vote, the Muslim voter also had a rethink this time. The Aam Aadmi Party is not the only choice for them.
Yes, perhaps they looked at the Congress differently, because if you look at it, the Congress party's own vote share may have gone up. It has not translated into seat. But come on this, welcome Amitabh Tiwari and Professor Sandeep Shastri. We are looking at the narrow margin seats, because now it's 12 p.m. Let's look at that data which is coming in. In roughly around 10 seats is when the vote share between the party number 1 and party number 2 is less than 1,000 votes, and that includes Jangpura and Kalkaji, the two high-profile seats. As far as New Delhi is concerned, it is 1,229. So clearly, Parvesh Verma is only consolidating his position. Is it really a close contest at this number, 25-45, a gap of 20?
Now, I think it's important to underscore the fact that there are 10 seats with a lead of less than 1,000.
Yes.
However, a second question would be, of these 10 seats, how many are projected as being BJP leads and how many as AAP leads?
Right.
Because that would then decide, even if there is a swing the other way, will it really dramatically alter the results? That's point number 1.
Right.
Point number 2, on the Muslim-dominated constituencies that Vasudha referred to, let's remember that in a seat where there is a significant Muslim presence, we have had two types of developments happening in the past. A minority consolidation and a majority reverse consolidation. So which of the two is happening is the question we need to raise. Mere mention of a majority presence constituency would not really help us to track the direction in which the result is going.
Okay. Amitabh, very quickly, if you look at even GK, it looks like the BJP is winning there. And GK was one constituency where the Aam Aadmi Party was very confident of Saurabh Bharadwaj. The other constituency is Sangam Vihar, which is also seen as the Aam Aadmi Party's bastion. So what explains these tough constituencies, these margins which are getting closer?
So GK again is in South Delhi, correct? So the middle class, there is a discontent amongst the middle class with Aam Aadmi Party. And if you see, when the top leaders are trailing or losing, what happens is that Delhi being a very small state, it is the leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party which was pulling the votes in favor of the local candidates. And if they themselves are training, which is happening with some of the key candidates, that's why we are seeing this 45-25 kind of a number. Now you said there are almost 10 seats where the victory margin or is currently less than 1,000 votes. But on 5 of them, Aam Aadmi Party is leading.
That's right.
And on 5 of them, BJP is leading.
Yes.
So what happens is that we tend to believe that all these 10 seats will go one way.
Right.
That normally does not happen. Those 10 seats also is likely to go in the way of the proportion of 45-25. That's how close contest works.
Yeah.
But is it really a close contest here, Yashwant Deshmukh? How are you looking at these numbers as it is 12 p.m. already? I think it's more or less very clear that BJP is coming to power in Delhi after 3 decades. It's a vote for change. It's a vote against Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, one may analyze it from different ways, but the one person who is to be congratulated thoroughly for delivering it for the BJP is Nirmala Sitharaman. Nirmala Tai has finally delivered it, the Delhi to BJP, which nobody was able to do. Maria, please remember, almost 27 years back, I remember when we were doing the exit polls and post-poll operations in Delhi. At that point of time, it was the same middle class which had dumped the BJP. It dumped the BJP, and for 27 years, it was the vanwas of the BJP. It is the same middle class which has propelled them back to power. And when I say this, in the post-poll survey, when we had shown the income group variations, as the income group, the BJP's vote share kept on increasing. And please remember one thing, and which could be a blueprint for all the election analysis even in future. Middle class itself is a caste group in India now. And the value system of the middle class voters, they work the same way, be it an upper caste or OBC or the Dalit, or even for that matter, a Muslim middle class voters. You know, in our post-poll numbers, when we were saying that, okay, BJP is making a dent even in the Muslim votes of Delhi, a lot of people were kind of making fun of it. How is it possible? Yes, I understand. 10 years back, only 1 or 2 were voting for them, and now there are 13 or 14 out of 100 voting in Delhi for them. It's not that big a jump, but it is a significant jump, and it has to be taken in, it has to be understood from the lens of the middle classes. Arvind Kejriwal's loss is also because of that, because he has carried, please remember, still right now he is sitting pretty on a 43-44% votes in Delhi, and that vote is largely coming from the low income group, the lower caste, bottom of the pyramid, where his freebie schemes were working. So that group is rock solid still, but the winning edge was gone because the middle class turned away from him. And why did the middle class turn away from him? Because majority of the middle class, number one, they said, it is no more the same Aadmi Party which they kind of helped win 2 times in a row. They were brought down from the high moral pedestal of anti-corruption crusader and everything. So the middle class actually deserted them in the last 1.5 years, 2 years, slow and steady. They understood that. And while they understood that, they, instead of bringing the middle class back, they actually focused more and more on the bottom of the pyramid with their freebie culture. They thought, okay, jo hamare paas mein hai, usko pakad ke baitho. While on the BJP side, on one hand, that the middle class was coming back, but they were really hesitant that, okay, it is also a dicey voting bloc. Whether or not they will go out to vote, that remains dicey. Because the turnout of the middle class has always been questionable, you know. And I guess this is what changed with the RSS coming into play. After the last Lok Sabha election, we have seen them turn the tables in Haryana, turn the tables in Maharashtra, and now they have turned the tables in Delhi. The way they have worked on the ground to pull out that angry middle class, actually. There is one thing that, you know, when we do surveys, we can talk to you in your home, and you say, I'm going to vote for party A or party B. It's another thing that you actually go out to vote on that party, you know. So the surveys,
you know, I mean, here, would you say that the average Delhi voter, did the average Delhi voter also feel that she was becoming a victim of this, you know, political play, this, you know, flashpoint that had erupted between the centre and the city-state government? Do you think Kejriwal could have performed better if he had followed a non-confrontational route with the centre? Because everybody that I spoke with also said that work is not being done. Is that also one reason
but of course people remember Sheila Dikshit. See, people in Delhi, in all our trackers have always remembered Sheila Dikshit. Even today, people in Delhi say she was the best ever Chief Minister Delhi ever got.
Who walked an extra mile to meet Atal Bihari Vajpayee. That is the reason,
yeah,
that
exactly.
is how she functioned.
Exactly. So this LG argument was not valid because a simple reason, even Sheila Dikshit worked under NDA government and still she delivered. So there is one very keen argument, Maria. Before this budget, imagine what was the middle class reaction to the Revdi culture. We are the taxpayers. They are getting
taken
Revdi.
away from us.
So he's saying the class divide actually got entrenched with this election results.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yashwantji, just to add to what you are saying, I would draw the example of Farooq Abdullah after the Jammu and Kashmir elections. He says, now that we have won, I want to have good relations with the centre and not get into confrontation with the centre. Now, in retrospect, many would argue, and maybe the Delhi voter argued, that we have a government in Delhi which is in constant conflict with the government in Delhi or with the party in power at Delhi. And possibly that was a factor, that constant tussle with the centre, constant tussle with the representatives of the centre was also a factor which I think, in a sense, may have led the voter to believe, let's give a chance for a better coordination between the two levels.
Along with welfare, right?
Yes.
See, voters are becoming
I couldn't agree more, Sandeep. I mean, that's the fact. And also, one more thing before, Amitabh, you pitch in, I mean, just want to make a small observation. Please remember why 15 years Sheila ji won back to back was because of the tremendous improvement of Delhi infrastructure. Tremendous. And Sheila Dikshit ji would not have lost in 2013 had it not been a huge anti-incumbency against UPA 2 government. The anger of UPA 2 government was exactly what cost Delhi, I mean Sheila Dikshit ji, the way it worked out. So I think in the last 10 years, why Mr. Kejriwal delivered on the freebie and the revenue on the lower side, that he made his vote bank, no doubt. But the Delhi's infrastructure crumbled. In our post-poll survey, the people who did not vote for Kejriwal, bigger number of chunk, almost like 40 to 50%, were just counting on garbage pile, the bad infrastructure, the water which was coming in the tap was undrinkable, the sewage problem, the sadak problem, and basically the crumbling infrastructure of Delhi. Now, that is something which got absolutely kind of diluted from the focus of governance. What got into focus of governance of Kejriwal was bottom of the pyramid and the freebies. Yes, he did deliver. Those who voted for him, by the way, Amitabh, you have seen the data. Those who voted for him, they did count the Mohalla clinic, they did count the Bijli, and so they, by the way, big number of counted even the education and the Sarkari schools. Okay. So there was a conflict. There was a huge conflict on the governance side where to focus on. While Mr. Kejriwal focused on what was delivering to him as a vote bank, I think his focus turned away completely from the infrastructure project. And in the hindsight, Amitabh, probably you remember the day MCD election results came in and we were discussing this. Right. ये इनके गले की फांस बनने वाला है. Because they are not going to be able to govern the MCD the way they are promising, and this will, bleed them to death at some point of time.
Okay, we have Praveen Khandelwal, BJP MP from Chandni Chowk, also joining us on this broadcast. Amitabh and Professor Shastri, please jump into this conversation. Praveen Khandelwal, how is it looking in your constituency? आपकी constituency का total number क्या है? कितनी सीट assembly की जीती जा रही हैं?
देखिए, मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी लगभग 6 सीटों पर अभी 1-2 पर तो डिक्लेरेशन भी हो गया. 6 सीटों पर हम आगे चल रहे हैं. एक सीट के ऊपर थोड़ा सा पीछे है, तो मुझे लगता है कि हम लगभग 7 सीटें मेरी लोकसभा में हम जीत पाएंगे.
राइट. प्रवीण जी, मुदित अग्रवाल की और मिस्टर सैनी की भी बहुत बात हो रही थी, लेकिन ये बताइए, अगर बीजेपी जीतती है तो चीफ मिनिस्टेरियल फेस कौन होगा सर? क्या कोई एमपी बना सकते हैं, और जिसका एमपी टिकट काटा गया था, जो एमएलए बन रहा है या बनते बनते रह रहा है, वो बन सकता है? कौन, किसका नाम, कौन कंटेंडर्स लिस्ट में कौन हो सकता है?
देखिए, ये निर्णय भारतीय जनता पार्टी का राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व करता है, और मैं आपको बताऊं कि हमारी पार्टी कोई एक परिवार की पार्टी नहीं है कि केवल एक परिवार का व्यक्ति ही मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा. हमारी पार्टी में बहुत सारे कार्यकर्ता हैं, और सही व्यक्ति को भाजपा का राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व मुख्यमंत्री पद का दायित्व देगा.
प्रवीण जी, आपने ट्रेडर्स के साथ बहुत काम किया हुआ है, तो आपको पता होगा कि एक सेंटिमेंट होता है उस कम्युनिटी का, और उसके अलावा एक मिडिल क्लास कम्युनिटी का जो माहौल बदला पार्टी के लिए. आपको क्या लगता है कि जो 1 फरवरी का जो निर्मला सीतारमण जी का जो बजट आया, जो आपकी सरकार का, दिल्ली की सरकार का जो बजट आया, उसने कितना इम्पैक्ट किया इस इलेक्शन को?
देखिए, कुल मिलाकर के यदि देखें तो ये मैंडेट प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विश्वसनीयता का मैंडेट है. दिल्ली के लोगों ने देखा कि मोदी जी की.
जी बोलिए. चलिए प्रवीण जी, वहां पे थोड़ा सा दिक्कत हो रहा है लाइन पे. चलिए, वी विल गो बैक टू प्रवीण खंडेलवाल. प्लीज कंटिन्यू सर.
तो कुल मिलाकर के ये मैंडेट नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विश्वसनीयता का मैंडेट है, और हम सब मिलकर के मोदी जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं. इस सिद्धांत पर चल करके दिल्ली की जनता को डेवलपमेंट की एक नई कहानी लिखेंगे, ऐसा हम सब लोगों का पूरा संकल्प भी है.
राइट. प्रवीण जी, मेरा एक सवाल भी था. जैसे आप लोगों ने पार्टी का जो लिस्ट ऑफ कैंडिडेट्स था उसमें बहुत देर कर दी थी, तो और काफ़ी लोगों को लग रहा था कि पार्टी शायद थोड़ी कॉशियस है, पूरी तरह से प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं है। ये क्या कोई पार्टी की तरफ से स्ट्रैटेजी थी कि कैंडिडेट्स को कम टाइम दिया जाए? क्योंकि जब लोकसभा इलेक्शन हुए थे तो एकदम से 7
लिस्ट में पता चल गया था।
यस, हाँ, एग्जैक्टली 6 टिकट्स काट दिए थे। इस बार पार्टी ने ऐसी क्या स्ट्रैटेजी यूज़ की जिससे जो है एक तरीके से 27 ईयर्स बाद वो करेक्टिव मेजर्स एम्प्लॉय हो गए?
देखिए, आप एक बात तो मानेंगे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी कार्डर बेस्ड पार्टी है, तो हमारे सीनियर लीडरशिप ने एक स्ट्रेटजी के अंतर्गत पूरा चुनाव दिल्ली में लड़ा है और हमने हर उस वर्ग को रीच आउट किया जो वर्ग किसी भी कारण से शायद पार्टी के साथ जुड़ नहीं पा रहा होगा, लेकिन इस चुनाव में कोई वर्ग, कोई रिलीजन, कोई व्यक्ति ऐसा नहीं था, कोई वर्टिकल ऐसा नहीं था जहां से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को समर्थन नहीं मिला। कुल मिलाकर के यदि मैं इसे कहूं तो ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी का सबसे बड़ा मैंडेट दिल्ली में है।
All right, Praveen Khandelwal, I appreciate your time. Today is a day of celebrations for the BJP, and rightly so. Around 7:30 p.m. is when the Prime Minister arrives at the BJP headquarters. That's where he will be addressing the party workers, and it's a special day, Amitabh Tiwari, for the BJP. We have often spoken about it, but the significance of the fact is that this victory is about brand Narendra Modi, one of the most powerful and credible brands in Indian politics today, which wins Lok Sabha elections for the party and also state elections, multiple state elections, Haryana, Maharashtra. Of course, Maharashtra had other issues as well, but Delhi certainly, Prime Minister was right there on the front.
And what a boost for him before he goes to the US for probably the most important geopolitical meeting with Donald Trump.
Yeah, so essentially a lot of people had written off brand Modi, saying that it is entering a weakening phase or has weakened perhaps or on decline. But it shows that after 3 back-to-back electoral victories, Haryana, Maharashtra and Delhi, where the party was on a back foot, it seems that brand Modi has got his mojo back and the party largely fought under his name. It was a mixture of presidential style as well as a seat-by-seat localized strategy which has worked here.
But Mr. Tiwari, they didn't go personal this time because, you know, it was not very Shaheen Bagh, you know, those communal rhetoric was missing, more focus on local issues.
No, see, because Delhi has a high population of middle class. In 2020, when they went communal or polarization as a strategy when they employed, they lost the support of the middle class. That's why they were very cautious that without getting the middle class voter this time, the party cannot win. And for them, development becomes the key focus.
Can I make a point on that?
Sure, sir.
I think there is no question of doubt that the brand Modi is a factor in the Lok Sabha elections since 2014. There has been a debate on its importance when it came to a state assembly election. And I think the Delhi election shows that it is a factor, especially when the ones who are against you have a leadership which is fighting with its back to the wall.
Right.
In such a situation, it becomes even more important that the rival party projects the Prime Minister as their face, and that, I think, was key to their success in this particular
It will be a very challenging time for the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's get some visuals from the...
Anushka. Anushka joins us live. Anushka, what can you show to us now? Aam Aadmi Party cannot appear to be confident anymore. They certainly have lost Delhi.
And they have to keep their MLAs together now.
Well, certainly what we are seeing is that right now, few of the leaders of Aam Aadmi Party are sitting inside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. There is Jasmine Shah, there is, Anurag Dhanta, and also Punjab Speaker Kultar Singh, who is sitting inside, but they have refused to talk right now because what we are seeing is that Aam Aadmi Party is trailing with a big margin. Also, we'd like to show you some visuals from here. We saw some sporadic celebrations that happened during the morning when the initial trend was coming, but now it seems like everybody has deserted this place, and the celebration has now died down. We also saw Aam Aadmi Party leaders saying that this was the toughest battle that they had to face, but also we saw BJP who was quite sure that they are going to be making the government here. We did see several of the factors that were in favor of the BJP. People of the Delhi also in fact echoed that they wanted a change this time round. They wanted development because we saw several of the issues that were in fact still existing in Delhi, and people were quite fed up of it. And also now people people's mandate has started to now make sense. We are seeing the trends. These are trends, but we are also seeing that there is a huge, if we can say now, it's safe to say that Aam Aadmi Party is a distant second, while Congress has still failed to open an account.
वो हल करेंगे, जंगपुरा के लोगों की जितनी भी चीज़ें हैं उनको हल करेंगे, बाकी तो अब बाकी देखते हैं।
सर काफ़ी टफ फाइट
नहीं, अब चूक तो आपको बताएंगे एनालिसिस करके।
Away from not fighting from Patparganj, choosing a seat like Jangpura has not really worked for the Aam Aadmi Party. Former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, one of those prominent faces of Aam Aadmi Party there, speaking that the party will introspect on things that have gone wrong. Prithvi Reddy, also spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, joining us now. Mr. Reddy, how do you see today's outcome? Because clearly this was not something that you expected. You can all say that the party was busy firefighting, but the people of Delhi gave you 10 long years, and that's a long time. So clearly, your own segments choosing not to vote for you is a call for larger introspection.
Firstly, I'd like to state that I welcome the mandate of the people. We need to respect what voters of Delhi have decided, and we respect that. During the debate, I was hearing in that a lot of credit is being given to Brand Modi. Let's not forget it was Brand Modi in 2020 and Brand Modi in 2015. I think there is a slight nuance that is being missed by y'all in this debate. What was different in this campaign and in this election is the BJP did not try their traditional polarizing. The BJP did not criticize the freebies which they claimed was revenues, because that has backfired against them. Rather, forget about criticizing. They adopted and said that we will do everything that the Aam Aadmi Party did and more. So I think that's a very key difference that a lot of people are missing. It was seen that specifically in the last 2-3 years, because of the LG not clearing files, a lot of work was suffering. And probably because of the conflict between the Delhi state government and the central government, voters have felt that it's probably better.
News which is coming in, and perhaps the producers will be putting that on our television screens any moment now. Manish Sisodia has lost from Jangpura seat. That is the big breaking coming in. Manish Sisodia, the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Kejriwal's man Friday, someone who was trusted by him, has lost and he has conceded defeat. That is a huge breaking news that is coming in, and perhaps it's only building up. Constituency after constituency, that's what the big story certainly is. Remember, Mr. Sisodia had changed his constituency from Patparganj to Jangpura. Jangpura constituency was won by the Aam Aadmi Party in 2015 and 2020. This time around, Mr. Sisodia switching his constituency, hoping that he will be able to counter anti-incumbency, but that was not to be.
And it became
Mr. Sisodia
then Firaq Suri
losing it. Yes, Vasudha.
And it became a triangular contest this time with Firaq Suri, Maria of the Congress Party, and Tarvinder Singh Marwa, also seen as a heavyweight from the BJP. And like Maria was pointing out, he changed his seat, but clearly that gamble did not work for Aam Aadmi Party. And Mr. Sisodia was somebody who won narrowly last time from Patparganj with just about 25,000,
almost 3,000 votes. And as you were mentioning, the Congress candidate on this seat has got more than 6,000 votes. So eating into the minority vote bank of the Aam Aadmi Party. All the three heavyweights.
Going there, campaigning there also showed that the Congress Party this time had no love lost for the Aam Aadmi
Party. Yeah, the Congress Party was like, many in the Congress Party would be happy with this result. They did not bother whether BJP would win due to their efforts.
Okay, let's cut across to Manish Sisodia.
जंगपुरा के लोगों ने, जंगपुरा विधानसभा के लोगों ने भी बहुत प्यार मोहब्बत सम्मान दिया, लेकिन 600 वोट से लगभग उसमें हम किसी कैंडिडेट जीते हैं उनको बधाई देता हूँ और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि जंगपुरा की समस्याओं को वो हल करेंगे। जंगपुरा के लोगों की जितनी भी चीज़ें हैं उनको हल करेंगे। बाकी तो अब बाकी देखते हैं।
सर काफी टफ फाइट रही है, कैसे देखते हैं, कहाँ चूक हो गई?
नहीं, अब चूक तो आपको बताएंगे एनालिसिस करके।
So Manish Sisodia there, the man Friday of Arvind Kejriwal, somebody who has been with him since, since the Anna Hazare days, and also somebody who is often credited with the Aam Aadmi Party's education model. Manish Sisodia, former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, someone who changed his seat from Patparganj to Jangpura today, but of course, Jangpura battle proved to be costlier for him, and he has lost his seat, and he has said that the party will be analysing as to what went wrong. Manish Sisodia there conceding, one of the big faces and first big face to concede that this time things have not really worked well for the Aam Aadmi Party. But remember, it's a 10-year anti-incumbency with people of Delhi making it clear that this time they want to vote for a government that will provide work and also welfare. We'll have to wait and see how this pans out. Professor Shastri, yes.
It's interesting that in his former seat, Patparganj, the BJP is leading by 20,000 votes.
Okay.
In the seat he earlier was holding.
But that was expected, no? Because last time also they did well, isn't it? Awadh Oja, Mr. Tiwari, Awadh Oja as a candidate, was that a big gamble or was that just a cover fire for Mr.
No, it was a cover fire. I mean, Awadh Oja is not a heavyweight that he demanded that I need to contest from this seat.
Okay, another piece of breaking news coming in, and this is huge, ladies and gentlemen. It was only consolidating and now it is clear. Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party convener, Delhi Chief Minister for 9 years, has lost these elections. What happens next for Mr. Kejriwal will be interesting. But Arvind Kejriwal losing from New Delhi constituency is very, very crucial. It will change the way Aam Aadmi Party does politics. It will change the way Aam Aadmi Party's own position is within the India bloc. This is huge, Vasudha.
Absolutely, Maria. This is also, in some ways, the rejection of what is central to the Aam Aadmi Party's politics and governance, the Delhi model. Arvind Kejriwal himself losing to Parvesh Verma. And in fact, he had said that this is a fight between a common person, an Aam Aadmi, and the sons of Chief Minister. Remember, he was contesting against Sandeep Dixit, the son of former Chief Minister of Delhi, Sheila Dixit, and also Parvesh Verma, who is the son of Saib Singh Verma, the second BJP Chief Minister of New Delhi. But clearly, Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal losing from New Delhi shows that all the allegations of voter deletions, voter additions, all that was done because he was never confident of winning.
Absolutely, and his personal image had taken a dent. For all that he stood for, clean politics, politics of difference, that was not to be. People of Delhi felt that they had given him a long rope. They had given him not enough time. I mean, for 10 years, he was the chief minister of Delhi, and now he was doing everything that he did not really stand up for. I mean, there was everything going wrong in his image. Yeah. Professor Shastri.
His losing New Delhi, I think in some ways is symbolic of the collapse that you see of the Aam Aadmi Party in this election. Because if the leader around whom the entire party, network, strategy, philosophy works, if that leader is not able to retain his seat, now, it speaks volumes about the strategy of the party. It also speaks volumes about the strategy of the opposition in being able to challenge both the Aam Aadmi Party and its leadership. Now, not being in the assembly will be a huge blow to both the party and the leader. I think the party gets significantly weakened within the assembly. And as you said, Arvind Kejriwal's capacity to today negotiate as part of an opposition alliance gets greatly weakened after his own defeat.
A word from you also, Amitabh, on Kejriwal and Sisodia. Both of them have lost.
See, again, if I see the numbers, Sandeep Dixit has got more votes than what the victory margin for Parvesh Verma is. Correct. So, in all these 3 seats, the Congress candidates are contributing partly to the loss of Aam Aadmi Party candidates. See, Arvind Kejriwal, once you mentioned very emphatically, clearly, is that the loss of credibility. Yeah. The decline or moving away from the politics he had stood for. Second is delivery of performance. People also realized that he did come up with fresh ideas, big ideas, but apart from the freebies, when it comes to delivering on air pollution, cleaning of Yamuna, security in Delhi, not security perhaps, installation of cameras, construction of roads, etc., he has not delivered.
Right. Parvesh Verma, the candidate who has thrown in a surprise there. Parvesh Verma, the BJP candidate from New Delhi constituency, triumphing over Arvind Kejriwal. He's all set to meet the Home Minister shortly. In fact, Maria, if you remember, if there are two candidates that the Home Minister was very
confident. Absolutely.
One was Parvesh Verma and the other was, of course, Ramesh Biduri from Kalkaji. And he is known to throw his weight behind these, contenders who take on very tough contests.
Giant slayers, as they are now being called. Parvesh Verma, the giant slayer, having defeated the Chief Minister and the former Chief Minister. The poster boy now.
The last 15 years,
yes,
the strategy of the BJP has always been
Aishwarya is now connected. Aishwarya is now connected.
The leaders.
He is joining us from outside Parvesh Verma's residence. What a moment for Parvesh Verma here, Aishwarya. You have been tracking him from day one, and he was confident, and so was the entire top brass of the BJP. And he is now headed to Home Minister's residence, where Amit Shah was backing him through and through.
And 6 months ago, we were all standing there, getting a reaction, sir, why did the party cut your ticket, right?
Yes, and just look at how it has. I mean, this is called the game of politics, the true Game of Thrones as it is being played here.
Well, certainly, and that's the biggest story of Delhi elections. Parvesh Verma defeating Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal. That's the biggest story as far as the Delhi elections are concerned. And right now, we have moved inside the residence of Parvesh Verma. There you can see the family, friends, supporters, all have gathered over here. It was Hanuman Chalisa that was played earlier, and later now celebrations, victory for Parvesh Verma, as Parvesh Verma just headed to Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. And it was, of course, Home Minister that was very keen on these three seats, specifically Kalkaji, New Delhi Assembly constituency, and the Jangpura constituency as well. And Bharatiya Janata Party, clearly making their way ahead, and top giant, we can say, of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Parvesh Verma. Of course, Chief Minister's space, nothing had been said on that by the BJP top leadership as of now. But people over here, the supporters and the family members of Parvesh Verma, कितनी बड़ी जीत है आज परवेश साहिब से वर्मा की?
बहुत बड़ी जीत है हमारे लिए, हमारे पूरे परिवार के लिए, सबके लिए.
Giant killer. He's now being called a giant killer because he has defeated Arvind Kejriwal.
He deserves, absolutely. It's a giant, the biggest giant. I think.
बहुत काम किया है उन्होंने, बहुत दिल्ली के लिए करेंगे और करा भी है, और आने वाले समय में वो दिखा देंगे कि दिल्ली ने सही चॉइस की है.
Many are also saying that he is now the Chief Minister's face for the Delhi.
ये तो
he really deserves it. He really deserves it.
He deserves it.
You heard from the family members clearly saying that he deserves this victory because he has worked so hard. Ma'am, what went behind this victory of Parvesh Verma?
It's his vision, his value for Delhi. His value for Delhi is nothing else. It's his dream to make Delhi a world-class city, and Delhi is happy people. And obviously the Delhi which had become the gutter for last 11 years is up to becoming the Sone ki Chidiya again with his victory. Absolutely.
How was the hard work behind this victory? Arvind Kejriwal was the one who was the entire face of the Aam Aadmi Party. Defeating him, do you think that this is the biggest victory and biggest takeaway?
Yes, it is the biggest victory to, like, Arvind against Arvind Kejriwal. It was itself like a big victory. Like maybe he wins with whatever votes, but still it's like standing against Kejriwal itself was a victory.
It's a challenge that he took, and he has emerged as a winner because Delhiites have emerged as a winner, and we will see the change now.
We'll see the change now is something that the family members clearly believes. So that's the success story behind Parvesh's support as well. The family members stood by him, the friends stood by him, and the workers now arriving over here. Of course, Parvesh now headed to Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. What would be that meeting all about? The next few days, strategic meetings will be taking place, certainly to choose the Chief Minister of Delhi.
Okay, thank you, Aishwarya. We'll keep coming back to you. Shazia Ilmi joins us. Shazia, this is an important day for you. You've been, in some ways, waiting for this day. Tell us what really went wrong with Arvind Kejriwal's brand of politics, and how do you see Aam Aadmi Party from here on?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that, yeah, as you said, there was a lot at stake for me emotionally. And you all are anchors and you do a great job, both of you. But I was also one of you at one point of time, and we thought there was a new hope. There was something in the air where we talked about the whole Inqilabi fizza, as we called it then, and that day and this day. So for me and people like us, and there are many like us, who actually sigh, a breath of relief, and we realize that finally Arvind Kejriwal, and as to how we know him and for what he is, has finally been exposed. This is a big day, not just for BJP, but this is a big day for Delhi. Because for 10 years, what has gone on, 10 years and more, because even the first time around, he joined hands with Congress party. So this is huge, this is huge. The way they rose and the way they've fallen, it's a full circle. You know, life takes a full circle, and this is a full circle of Arvind Kejriwal's politics. And Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, CM and Deputy CM, and the ministers, all of them losing the way they have. It just shows that Delhi has understood the true nature and character of AAP. It is not about freebies. You know, you can keep saying pani maaf and pani half, but what about pani that is saaf? So this is a vote on many, many factors, civic amenities most importantly. And I think, I heard Anna Hazare ji speak today, and I think all of us felt very, very emotional. I mean, some of us gave up a lot from our lives in terms of not just financial resources, but time and our careers. So it is really a big vindication of all that. And I'm just glad people know this charlatan for who he is, because he has just lied. It has only been about confrontation and conflict and creating chaos and abusing others.
We understand your sentiments, Shazia.
That he did not do.
We understand your sentiments, but very sharp words coming in from someone who's a former Aam Aadmi Party, part of the foundation team, founding members of Aam Aadmi Party to now. Amitabh Tiwari, the question now will be asked that if these numbers hold, it is 48, it could go up to 50 now, because it's only upward trend, that's how it looks like. It's a landslide victory, it's a two-third victory for the BJP. It's not really a neck-and-neck context.
It's not a neck-and-neck contest in terms of the seat share, of course, because what it shows is that even amongst the core constituency of Aam Aadmi Party, which is the poor and lower socio-economic voters, the BJP has been able to make a dent.
Yes.
What are the reasons? One is, of course, non-performance or non-delivery. Because a lot of people have moved from being a beneficiary of free bijli, now they are getting bills of electricity.
Yes.
That's happening, number one. Number two, the BJP said that they would match the cash doles or schemes of the Aam Aadmi Party. They would continue with the schemes. So these two factors, it seems that they have been able to make a dent in the poor and socio-economic vote base of the Aam Aadmi Party, as well as the civic issues. The MCD win has added a layer of anti-incumbency. So people are not very clear about, in Delhi, a lot of people, about the responsibility of central government, state government, and the MCD.
Right. Professor Shastri, I wanted to ask you this question. Delivery of schemes, you know, a BJP leader was explaining to me that information asymmetry is something that political parties often play on. If somebody sitting in Tughlakabad feels that somebody in Kalkaji is getting free electricity, so he keeps voting for the same party. But we've seen Jagan lose, we've seen KCR lose. How important is it for political parties who promise welfare to really be completely on that delivery model, ensuring that it is intact?
Keep on doing it.
Yeah. Not only is it important that that delivery model works, I think it's also important that the other factors in play also are taken care of. You took Jagan's example. Now, there was that delivery model which seemed to be quite successful, but there were other factors of the administration which was not something which the people were positively responding to. So, hoping that I win the election simply on one factor which you think you have implemented, I think does not go down with the voters very well. And in this particular case, I think you are clearly seeing the credibility quotient of the AAP after 10 years going down as a party, the credibility quotient of its leadership in terms of promise, in terms of delivery being impacted, and the expectation of the people that maybe if there is greater coordination between different levels of government, Delhi will be much more benefited. So I think if you add up all these factors, you see the basket which could have contributed to a voter deciding on this. And on final point, surveys are showing that nearly 1/3 of the voters said that we decided on who to vote for in the last few days. And the impact of budget, the impact of campaign, all seems to have also played a role in the verdict going the way it has gone.
Let's also get in the Congress spokesperson now, Charanjit Singh Sapra. Mr. Sapra, Maharashtra elections, I remember talking to you, and there was, a lot of despair for your party. But today there's some reason to smile because you have gained a little bit of the vote share that the Congress party lost in the last 10 years. But clearly, what does this mean for the opposition to BJP?
See, I feel majorly the verdict of Delhi, which is coming out now, it is showing that the politics of deceit is being defeated. It looks like an angry election whereby we are now seeing that the big guns of Aam Aadmi Party like Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodiya both have lost. And the other big guns are also probably losing. It's a vote for a change. It's a vote against Kejriwal. But Congress definitely has to introspect in Delhi that what is going wrong, though our vote share is increasing, but the seats should also come. I feel after the entire result is out, our teams will sit seat-wise and they will introspect what has gone wrong and what are the future measures we should take. But largely the waterboarding of Kejriwal is defeated.
Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodiya have lost. Atishi, Saurabh Bhardwaj are trailing. So even if the Aam Aadmi Party gets the leader of opposition's chair, none of them can be in the house. Yeah. So Aam Aadmi Party will have to look for a new face in the assembly is also becoming clear, which will also change the direction of the Aam Aadmi Party, because for the party, it was Mr. Kejriwal's brand. Yeah. The Delhi model of governance that he spoke about, that will no longer be there.
Yeah, of course, the brand Kejriwal is definitely dented, and this will help Congress in other states also like Punjab or maybe Goa, Gujarat, Uttarakhand. And we have to make a new strategy now after these Delhi results. Yeah.
I think it's the Congress building itself on the other opposition parties' reputation being at stake rather than challenging the BJP itself.
No, it's not that way. No, it's not that way. It's not that way. See, we are not doing what you are saying. What I am saying, we have to strategize. After every election, the strategies needs to change. There was a different strategy in Maharashtra, different strategy in Haryana. A lot of questions are raised on the election commission.
But Mr. Sapra,
there was
does
no
this
level
mean
playing
end
field.
of Aam Aadmi Party, Congress, alliance anytime soon in the future? Gujarat elections are also coming up. Last time Aam Aadmi Party came second in almost 32 seats in Gujarat. Does this mean it's a policy decision to not really align with AAP any point in near future?
I feel the scenario, the political scenario keeps changing. We have seen whereby the BJP and PDP have gone together in Jammu and Kashmir. We have also seen that there is a Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra still, whereby nobody thought that Shiv Sena and Congress can come together. The scenario keeps changing. I'm not sure what will happen in future. We can't predict future today. So the issue is, let us wait, let us see, but we need to strategize in a different way for the further state elections.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sapra. Mr. Tiwari, these two big faces, like Maria was also pointing out, these two big faces losing elections means it's in some ways the end of Aam Aadmi Party in popular imagination. Although we all believe as people who follow politics that there is nothing called end of a political party. Political parties often find ways to divide themselves. But this is clearly the biggest challenge that the party is facing.
Yeah, of course, it pushes the Aam Aadmi Party's let's say, plans of expansion by clearly 5 years.
And do you see Bhagwant Mann flexing his muscles from here on?
Bhagwant Mann clearing his muscles, I'm not sure, but now Aam Aadmi Party will have a challenge at hand in the Punjab elections 2 years down the line, because see, Punjab, the government is still struggling to come back to terms with development and work there, because it's a tricky state. Aam Aadmi Party is the only state which has ruling a state with 44% of debt to GDP ratio in Punjab, highest, and the lowest with 3.7% debt to GDP in Delhi. See, what is likely to happen is that Maria was talking about the big names. I'm looking at the data. Gopal Rai is winning or leading by more than 20,000 votes. More than 20,000 votes. Right. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party will, of course, have to go back to the drawing board. This relationship between Congress and Aam Aadmi Party is fairly complicated. It's like a live-in. It's not a committed relationship, because even in Lok Sabha, they were allies in Delhi, but not in Punjab. But now, if you see the statements of the Congress spokespersons across channels, I think they, something inside them is happy about this result. Correct. Now, Aam Aadmi Party will try to extract revenge. Now, Aam Aadmi Party will go after Congress. You mentioned Gujarat, Rajasthan, etc. They are going to be, there's going to be a fierce battle between AAP and Congress.
If I could add to what Amitabh ji is saying, whenever Congress faced a series of routes from Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh onwards, the other members of the India coalition used to hit out at the Congress and say, you are responsible. Now the reverse is happening.
Verma's daughter is speaking. Let's cut across to her.
और आप सबके समर्थन के लिए वापस धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
जिस तरह से अकाउंट खुला था शुरुआत में, जब ट्रेंड की तरफ लगातार बढ़ रहे हैं, तो उस वक्त की स्थिति क्या थी?
सब बहुत टेंस थे, लेकिन जैसा हम तीनों ने 4 दिन पहले भी बोला था, बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री आएगी, बस सही वक्त का इंतज़ार था। दिल्ली वाले समझ गए कौन उनका मजाक उड़ा रहा है, कौन उनकी भावनाओं के साथ खेल रहा है। इस बार दिल्ली ने झूठ को विक्ट्री नहीं दी।
लगातार हनुमान चालीसा चल रहा है घर में।
पापा बहुत बड़े भक्त हैं हनुमान जी के, और हनुमान जी का साथ है, इसलिए हमें ये विक्ट्री मिली है।
Tiwari now, BJP MP from Delhi and also former Delhi BJP chief. मनोज जी, बधाई हो आपको, इतनी बड़ी जीत भाजपा को मिल रही है, आप लोग सबका उसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन है।
नहीं, वास्तव में दिल्ली की जनता का बहुत बहुत आभार है, दिल्ली की जनता का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है। और ये जीत नरेंद्र मोदी जी के गारंटी की जीत है। मोदी जी ने ये सिद्ध कर दिया है कि अब मोदी जी के गारंटी पे देश के हर राज्य का विश्वास है। महाराष्ट्र में भी ऐसे हुआ, हमारे हरियाणा में भी ऐसे हुआ, और इसका कोई दो राय नहीं है अब कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी जब कुछ कह रहे हैं तो उसको एग्जीक्यूट भी कर रहे हैं, और उनके एग्जीक्यूशन पे, उनकी गारंटी पे प्रत्येक राज्य की जनता को विश्वास है। दिल्ली ने सिद्ध कर दिया।
जी, एक सवाल और, अभी क्योंकि अभी खबर आई है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल, मनीष सिसोदिया दोनों हार गए हैं, लेकिन गोपाल राय बहुत ही अच्छे मार्जिन से जीत रहे हैं, तो इसका क्या संकेत है? कैसे पढ़ रहे हैं आप इस डिफरेंस को?
देखिए, अरविंद केजरीवाल के हारने के बाद और कोई बात बची नहीं जाती है। अरविंद केजरीवाल तो ऐसा बोला करते थे, नरेंद्र मोदी जी को चैलेंज करते थे कि इस जन्म में आप नहीं हरा सकते हमें। अरे अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आपको इसी जन्म में ऐसी हार मिलेगी, और न जाने आपके इसी जन्म में कितनी हार मिलेगी। आप लोगों के केवल ईवीएम से नहीं हार रहे हैं, केवल वोट से नहीं हार रहे हैं, लोगों के दिलों से हट गए, नफरत है आपके प्रति, ये मेरा मानना है। और इसके लिए मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसी सोच कोई भी नेता रखने के पहले 50 बार सोचेगा।
मनोज जी, 2013 में आप एक जायंट किलर की तरह उभरे थे शीला दीक्षित को हरा के। आज क्या आपको एक हिस्ट्री रिपीट इटसेल्फ वाला एक फीलिंग, आपको क्या वो वाली फीलिंग आ रही है?
हाँ, देखिए, कहते हैं ना कि सबके साथ समय के साथ उसके साथ न्याय होता है, और यही नई दिल्ली सीट है जहाँ से शीला दीक्षित को एक भ्रामक वादों के साथ अरविंद ने हराया था। आज प्रवेश ने उसी अरविंद केजरीवाल को उसी जगह से शिकस्त दे करके, मैं नई दिल्ली की जनता की जो सोच समझ है उसको प्रणाम करता हूं, और पूरे दिल्ली ने जो एक निर्णय दिया है वो कमाल का, इसकी बहुत तरह से समीक्षा होनी चाहिए। इसलिए मैं समझता हूं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल न सिर्फ अकेले हारे हैं, उनके साथ के महत्वपूर्ण 3-4 नेता भी चुनाव हार गए हैं, या कुछ लोग अभी हारने की घोषणा होने वाली है
जी।
इसलिए हमारा मानना है कि दिल्ली की जनता का नमन होना चाहिए, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को धन्यवाद है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के इस गारंटी के लिए मैं बार बार हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं, जिस पर दिल्ली ने विश्वास किया।
आप निर्मला सीतारमण को भी बधाई दे सकते हैं।
नरेंद्र मोदी जी की बधाई में सबको बधाई है। जो बजट भी जो आया उसने बहुत बड़ा रोल निभाया
जी।
और हम जहाँ जहाँ जा रहे थे, हम जब जंगपुरा घूम रहे थे, जब हम मटियाला घूम रहे थे, जब हम अपनी लोकसभा के करावल नगर और मुस्तफ़ाबाद घूम रहे थे, तो लोग कहते थे कि 12 लाख रुपया अब उस इनकम पे टैक्स नहीं लगेगा। तो मोदी जी को, निर्मला जी को इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है। और यही विश्वास खड़ा करता है ना कि जब जब मौका मिल रहा है, जनता के लिए काम कर रही है भारतीय जनता पार्टी, एनडीए की सरकार, और वो नई दिल्ली में उसका
और आपसे बात करते करते एक अहम मीटिंग भी हो रही है दिल्ली में। परवेश वर्मा अभी गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी के घर पर हैं और वहां पर मुलाकात कर रहे हैं। अमिताभ तिवारी का एक सवाल है आपके लिए।
मनोज जी नमस्कार, अमिताभ तिवारी बोल रहा हूं, बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको। 2014-15 में हमने देखा और 2019-20 में भी, 2019-20 में भी कि भाजपा का एक सेक्शन ऑफ वोटर लोकसभा से आम आदमी पार्टी की तरफ शिफ्ट होता था विधानसभा में, और इसीलिए वो पार्टी जीत रही थी। तो ऐसा इस बार क्या हुआ कि आपने अपने वोट शेयर को, लोकसभा के वोट शेयर को ऑलमोस्ट होल्ड करके रखा और ये वोट शिफ्ट नहीं हुआ ज्यादा? तो क्या स्ट्रैटेजी बनाई आपने?
मोदी की गारंटी, वेलफेयर स्कीम, सब कुछ पहले था। अब तो 2020 में 8% का इजाफा हुआ था बिना किसी वेलफेयर स्कीम के बावजूद। तो मोदी की गारंटी जिसकी मैं बात अभी कर रहा था, वो बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर है अमिताभ जी, कि महिला समृद्धि सम्मान, गरीब महिला को 2500 रुपये महीने, गर्भवती माता को 21,000, गरीब को आयुष्मान योजना देंगे। और ये जो महिला समृद्धि सम्मान, ये बहुत बड़ी गारंटी है। इसका किसी राज्य में बहुत बड़ा फर्क हुआ है और यही मोदी जी के प्रति विश्वास था। बस लोग उनके मुंह से सुनना चाहते थे। और मोदी जी ने यह भी कह दिया था कि जो और कल्याणकारी योजना चल रही है वो जारी रहेगी। तो उसके बाद और कुछ नहीं चाहिए था अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार से लोगों को।
आज आप अपने अंदाज में इस विक्ट्री को बताइए, जरा कुछ सुनाइए हम लोगों के दर्शकों के लिए। ये बिग विक्ट्री बहुत ही खास है, बहुत बड़ी
तो
विक्ट्री।
देखिए, नहीं, ये बहुत बड़ी विक्ट्री है और इस बहुत बड़ी विक्ट्री के बाद हमारी जिम्मेदारी बहुत बड़ी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अगले 5 साल में, मारिया जी, हमको पूरा दिल्ली को उसकी खुशियां देनी है। हमको इसी 5 साल के अंदर जमुना जी में डुबकी लगनी है और लगवानी है। हमें इसी 5 साल के अंदर लोगों को साफ पानी घर घर देना है।
अपने अंदाज में कुछ सुनाइए ना। आपने तो गाना भी लिखा था दिल्ली के लिए।
नहीं, समझा नहीं मैं
अपने अंदाज में सुनाइए ना।
अच्छा। हाँ, हमने लिखा था ना।
हाँ, सुनाइए ना।
दिल्ली दिल में
कि बहाने नहीं बदलाव चाहिए था और दिल्ली में भाजपा सरकार चाहिए था। झूठ बोलने वालों पे प्रहार चाहिए था। दिल्ली में भाजपा सरकार चाहिए था। दंगे के दाग अब नहीं, यमुना में झाग अब नहीं, पीने को पानी साफ चाहिए, कूड़े का पहाड़ अब नहीं। मोदी की गारंटी की दरकार चाहिए था, दिल्ली में भाजपा सरकार चाहिए था। और जो भी मैंने कहा, जो भी शब्दों में गाया, वो सब कुछ दिल्ली की जनता ने साकार करके दे दिया।
All right, Manoj Tiwari, pleasure speaking to you. All of you will be heading to the BJP headquarters, and that's where the celebrations will happen. Prime Minister Modi will be arriving at 7:30 p.m. Our special broadcast continues. Lots of newsmakers lined up for you in the next few hours, so do stay with us. Vasudha will be continuing and she'll be joined by Ankit in just a few moments.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें एनडीटीवी का ऐप हो।
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो एनडीटीवी ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना।
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव्यापा आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में।
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दोगे।
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग NDTV.
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची।
NDTV ऐप नहीं।
This week on India Ascends.
Bangladesh scraps Bongo Bandhu Mujibur Rahman's legacy. What next for Yunus's Islamist agenda? State set for big Modi-Trump meeting. Does immigration hold key to the new US-India relationship? Will India lead the way for the world's AI transition? And how could China's growing presence in Panama spell trouble for America?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Kind attention, please.
The future of Delhi isn't decided in speeches. It is decided at the ballot box.
BJP putting all its might to dethrone Aam Aadmi Party-led government in
दिल्ली की जनता ने विकास का रास्ता चुना, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व को चुना।
Hello everybody, we are bringing you all updates on the election outcomes of New Delhi elections, and after 27 long years the BJP is all set to form the government, and it's been a huge setback for the Aam Aadmi Party that's been in power in Delhi since 2013. All its big faces, two of those big faces, Arvind Kejriwal, the party supremo, and Manish Sisodia, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, have lost, and this is going to have larger implications not just on the politics of Aam Aadmi Party but also national politics with BJP coming to power in Delhi.
Something that the BJP has not been able to do for last 27 years. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's record of winning, elections in Gujarat as the Chief Minister, then as the Prime Minister, twice under him, the BJP failed to win Delhi. Now they have defeated finally the Aam Aadmi Party, and that record has also been cleaned as far as BJP is concerned. One thing is clear, ladies and gentlemen, in Delhi, life has come full circle for Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal, who came on the scene of Delhi with a bang, defeating Sheila Dikshit. He was the giant killer. Today, the role of David and Goliath have switched completely, with Parvesh Verma defeating Arvind Kejriwal with more than 1,200 votes as far as the New Delhi constituency is concerned. And Aam Aadmi Party, for them, something that they are not used to. Since the time they have been in inception, they have been in power in Delhi. Now a new chapter begins for the Aam Aadmi Party, of the party in opposition. How do they hold on to that? It will be very fascinating and interesting to see. We have a full panel of guests, those who are with us. Amitabh Tiwari continues to be with us, have been number crunching continuously through this election, said it is going to be an election of triple M, middle class, Mahila voter and minorities, and we'll have to wait and see how that in fact has happened. Nirja Chaudhary, senior journalist, political analyst, is also with us at this moment. Sujata Pandey, political analyst, is with us at this moment, and joining us, Vasudha, is Mr. Prakash Javadekar,
BJP leader and former minister. Thank you, Mr. Javadekar, for joining us on this broadcast on this special day. First of all, congratulations to you, sir. एक तो 1952 से जनसंघ जो है has always been quite powerful and entrenched in Delhi, but this is a big highlight coming back after 27 long years. What do you think worked for the BJP? What do you think did not work for Arvind Kejriwal?
I think the good governance of Modi, because people always preferred good governance and have believed in Modi's leadership, that he does good for the country. For him, nation welfare is the only agenda. And therefore, they vote for us in full swing in parliament election. Unfortunately, last two assembly elections, this falsehood prevailed in Delhi, because you have never seen the kind of politics done by any party what Aam Aadmi Party did. It betrayed their own guru Anna Hazare, It was tremendous arrogance, loot, and falsehood, politics of falsehood. And therefore, after all, falsehood cannot thrive for long. They will have to be defeated, so they are got defeated now. And this is very clear message for good governance. If any party wants to do good for the country, then only people will elect. And इसलिए we will say Modi है तो मुमकिन है.
But Javadekar Sahab, you were in charge of the national capital in 2020 Vidhan Sabha election. What was different? What did BJP do differently that the results are completely, they've been turned around this time?
No, there were two differences. A, party became more active in 5 years after the lesson of 2020. And two, more importantly, the overall performance and the corruption charges reached out to people, and people believed, and people got the feeling that this is the worst party they have elected. So they realized the mistake, and they repeated the performance of parliament election. This is the difference.
Javadekar for joining us. Let's also listen into what Parvesh Verma said. He's the giant killer this election season. He has defeated Arvind Kejriwal, the chief of Aam Aadmi Party. And of course, he's also one of the contenders for the Delhi CM once the BJP forms the government. Let's listen into that, to that quick bite that he gave to media persons.
है ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की जीत है, दिल्ली वासियों की जीत है।
क्या अगले चीफ मिनिस्टर से हम बात कर रहे हैं परवेश जी?
मैं अभी आया हूँ, एक बार आपको फिर मैं बाद में बात करता हूँ।
अमित शाह जी से मिलने गए थे? थैंक यू।
है
Speaking to that's Parvesh Verma, ladies and gentlemen, the giant killer defeated Arvind Kejriwal with 1,200 votes even before the polling started on 5th. Vasudha, you've been speaking to a lot of BJP leaders. Everybody was confident about one thing, whether they win or lose. Parvesh Verma is defeating Arvind Kejriwal is what people, Mr. Amit Shah also gave it in writing, isn't it, that he's losing the election?
In fact, two leaders that Amit Shah was very emphatic about was Parvesh Verma and of course Ramesh Biduri, and Ankit rightly so, because Parvesh Verma gave those right noises. In some ways, he uplifted the BJP campaign in ways that they also didn't expect. Neja ma'am, do you see this as a negative vote against Kejriwal? Because while the BJP, of course, has benefited from this time, they were very aggressive. But Kejriwal and Sisodia losing means that people were extremely angry with Aam Aadmi Party.
I would like to do a little more study on this because as one went around, one didn't see anger. One saw dissatisfaction, disaffection. वही पुरानी बात कह रहे हैं. There was the response to him at his meetings, Kejriwal, used to be very subdued, even compared to the Lok Sabha elections. So it wasn't an anger that way. He's done something for us. Poorer people still swore by him. I think it was more a positive vote for the BJP, that the BJP in power in Delhi will be able to do more for us on governance issues, water, air. This is the sense I had.
But, of course. But Neeraj, why, and our other panelists can also come in on that, but Neeraj, the fact remains when your party loses, you lose your own seat. I mean, that is, Arvind Kejriwal made this election a referendum as soon as he came out of the prison. He said that I will only go back once you make me sit on that chief minister's chair. He made it about himself. He made it about Manish Sisodia. If he loses on that context, then it clearly is a vote against Arvind Kejriwal. Whatever you said, that it was vendetta, X, Y, Z, people have not bought it. If I have to say it bluntly, basically people are saying, if you were saying that you were sent in because of vendetta, well, we don't believe that Arvind Kejriwal has lost his seat. So has Manish Sisodia.
Absolutely, I agree with you that it is a very clear vote. But remember, with a party like the BJP, in specific seats, they would have gone all out. You see, the mood had changed. Ground level mood had changed in favor of the BJP. But what added to that thrust was the BJP's absolute organizational heft, plus the RSS coming in big time, as they did in Haryana and Maharashtra. So there was all this backup. And they focused on certain seats. Sisodia's was a touch and go from the beginning.
Yeah. But it's also a three-cornered fight with Firaq Suri and Tarvinder Singh Marwa. So that was
so that is very intelligent strategy.
Yeah.
कि इनके बड़े नेताओं को हराओ.
Is this somewhere also the revenge of the Congress party?
They're all smiling today. Amitabh was pointing.
Yes.
They're all smiling.
Arvind Kejriwal has lost by 1,200 votes. How many votes has Sandeep Dixit got? 4,200. But Manish Sisodia by 600 votes. Faraz Suri has got 6,000 plus votes. But 7,000 votes.
Can I present a different argument to that? Last election in 2020, the Congress candidate who was a nobody got about 5,800 or 5,900 votes in New Delhi. Sandeep Dixit has got less vote than what the candidate got at that point of time. The only difference is that this time the BJP candidate is much more effective against Arvind Kejriwal, plus the 10 years of anti-incumbency.
Yes, so it's a double whammy. Aam Aadmi Party's support base has declined, and Congress is pinching away some of its support base. So it is helping BJP in a double way on these 2 seats, I am saying, because the margins were very thin. So see, the middle class vote of Aam Aadmi Party has sort of evaporated in this election. The only way, they were on back foot, we have discussed this earlier, that women vote overwhelmingly for Aam Aadmi Party, silently. That was the only option for them. But these results show that even women have not voted, and it is again what we have discussed earlier, the Mahila Samman Yojana, not a single installment has been transferred. That is one of the biggest strategic blunders of Aam Aadmi Party. Why have they not pushed it ahead despite clearing in the budget 2,000 crores last year?
They did a smarter thing by at least giving out those 3 installments and ensuring that women vote for them.
BJP did that in
Maharashtra, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, everywhere.
So they had a chance, but they did not. They just chose to make promises. And when his credibility was at risk, it was dented. People did not know whether to trust him or not. And when PM comes into fray, he says, 8 March ko aapke yahan ye account mein paise aa jayenge Women's Day.
I'm sorry, Parvesh Verma is speaking again. He could be the man. He is the man of the moment. He could be the next Chief Minister of Delhi. Let's listen in.
में यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनी है। सबसे खुशी की बात यह है कि जो दिल्ली में सरकार बनेगी वो प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ में चलकर काम कर पाएगी। हमें उनका 10 साल से साथ नहीं मिल पा रहा था, दिल्ली में कोई काम नहीं हो पा रहा था, मगर ये जो सरकार बन रही है दिल्ली में, ये प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन को दिल्ली में लेके आएगी। तो मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि उन्होंने अपना समय दिया, और मैं ये जीत का श्रेय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को देता हूँ।
कौन होगा अब मुख्यमंत्री? आपको इस बात का भरोसा था?
मैं दिल्ली की जनता का बहुत एक बार फिर से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, और ये जीत, ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जीत है, ये सभी दिल्ली वासियों की जीत है।
मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा कौन होगा?
Insights from the Congress party. Adil, you just heard Parvesh Verma, the BJP giant killer who has defeated Arvind Kejriwal, speak. What does this mean for the Congress party? Because in many seats, the Congress party seems to have done better. People might call you the vote cutter, but does this mean that this whole opposition dream of Aam Aadmi Party and Congress coming together in various elections, including Gujarat, is that dream for sure gone for now?
Well, Vasudha, firstly, every political party has the right to expand its footprint. Just as the Aam Aadmi Party sought to expand their footprint in Goa, in Gujarat and Haryana. So therefore, that logic must apply equally. What applies to the goose must also apply to the gander. So therefore, allegations or observations such as the Congress being the vote cutter, I think are incorrect. Point number 1. Point number 2, it appears from the result, of course, this requires greater scrutiny. It appears from the result that the people of Delhi are fed up with the politics of passing the buck. Mr. Kejriwal came with a story, came with a narrative when he returned to power in 2014. And it is evident to the voters that all what he does is that he continues to sell them dreams without delivering. Now, I can list down multiple parameters on which this AAP government has failed, but be that as it may, as far as the Congress party is concerned, our vote share has certainly increased. Of course, the results have been disappointing for us, but we are going to start, and we're going to start from a clean slate. We ran a spirited campaign. Of course, the battle was tough for us. On one side, you had the ruling incumbent, which is the Aam Aadmi Party. On the other side, you had the BJP with all their electoral machinery, with money, muscle power, and an unequal level playing field. Yes, it is going to be a beginning for us, and we sincerely hope, and we will seek to persuade the voters of Delhi.
Adil, may I ask you a quick question? May I ask you a quick question about the repercussion of this? Because, post 2024 election, many would say that the turnaround of the Bharatiya Janata Party at the expense of the opposition, which had come unitedly for the 2024 Lok Sabha election. Congress lost Haryana, and you and your allies lost Maharashtra. Aam Aadmi Party has lost now Delhi. I mean, it's a turnaround of sorts that possibly needs to be studied, isn't it? It tells you something about the revival of or changing tactics of the BJP, while the opposition infighting or whatever you want to call it has cost them state after state, which many were expecting a cakewalk for the opposition.
Well, absolutely, Ankit, the opposition parties, and I can speak for the Congress party, of course, has to see how do we defeat the BJP juggernaut. And when I say the BJP juggernaut, the BJP uses all means possible and more often than not unfair means to either topple elected governments or to win elections. So this is certainly something for which we need to go back to the drawing board and assess. But be that as it may, when it comes to Delhi, I think the message is clear. People are fed up with Aam Aadmi Party's politics. Aam Aadmi Party's politics of levelling allegations. Let's not forget, it was Mr. Kejriwal and his India Against Corruption, which played a huge role in character assassinating the then Congress Party government, which was doing a phenomenal job when it comes to development.
Right, thank you,
Mr. Kejriwal, along with the BJP, played a very, very critical role in unseating us based on false promises. So therefore, it is nemesis for him in that sense.
Stay on with us, Adil. Let me also get you visuals from Parvesh Singh Verma's residence. Now, this is a man to watch out for, Ankit. Clearly one of the top contenders to be the CM of Delhi. His father has also been, in fact, the second chief minister of BJP for New Delhi. Sahib Singh Verma there. My colleague Tanushka is right there. And let's go across to her for more details. Tell us, okay, the mood is all evident there. Tell us what can we expect today and what is the sentiment there at Parvesh Singh Verma's house?
As you can clearly see around me, Vasudha, the atmosphere here is that of high spirits. Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma is at this moment, unfurling the BJP flag and is furling it around. There is a shower of flowers on around him. This is his moment. This is his victory moment. He has won from the New Delhi constituency seat, which is a very, top competition for him between former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal from the Aam Aadmi Party and the son of another former Chief Minister, Sandeep Dixit from the Congress. What we are seeing here is these visuals of Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma arriving here at the Gold Market Counting Centre to collect his letter from the counting centre and sort of, what one could say is a victory rally that has already started by Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma. Around me there are bands as well, and there is at this point what we are also seeing is that lot of celebration here. Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma won from this seat a while back and he's on his victory rally here at Gold Market.
Parvesh Verma there holding a placard of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, indicating that this victory, of course, is Prime Minister's charisma with the middle class that remains intact. But ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, and Vasudha and we were just discussing, you are seeing a potential Chief Minister, though I would say these words with caution because every time the media has bet somebody, as far as the BJP is concerned, that person has more chances of losing that job than gaining. But, Vasudha, it will be difficult for the BJP to ignore Parvesh Verma. He's defeated Arvind Kejriwal, a Jat face, legacy, all those things come in favor of Parvesh Verma.
But also, Ankit, if you remember in 2017 or 2022, when Amit Shah wanted to reach out to the Jats, it was in his residence that he had a meeting of Jat Panchayat. And of course,
history has it, whoever wins the New Delhi seat becomes the CM and that party comes the power. So there's a lot of things.
6 times New Delhi seat has given
First
the Chief Minister. 3 times Sheila Dixit, 3 times Arvind Kejriwal.
And he has just met the Home Minister. So clearly there could be some signals that could have been given out to him. But let's just wait and watch out because there are other candidates as well. Anmol Pawar joins us from the Aam Aadmi Party. Anmol, we've been talking to you and you've been rather confident about Aam Aadmi Party's chances. What really went wrong this time, especially with Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia themselves losing? Clearly, this was a vote rejecting the Aam Aadmi Party.
Vasudha ji certainly will analyze that what's gone wrong, but we accept the people's mandate. Heartfelt thanks to the people of Delhi who voted for us, and even to those who didn't, we will still serve you and will work for the people of Delhi. This is not an end, it's a new beginning, because victories and they come and go, but we will not stop fighting for the right of people. We'll come back stronger.
Can I ask you one thing and be blunt about it? Just be honest about what has happened here. Your top leadership losing, you losing the state government in a state which give you massive mandates. I mean, mandates that Delhi had never seen before. 67 followed by a 62, and now you're relegated to 22. It's a sharpest decline possibly that most people would have thought, or it will be a study as far as the electoral politics is concerned. But let me understand this from you. Does the Aam Aadmi Party acknowledge that this is the biggest crisis that they are going to see? The leader who was your face has lost his own election. Manish Sisodia has lost his own election. You made this a referendum about Arvind Kejriwal. Is the Aam Aadmi Party at this moment facing a crisis? And I'm not just talking about the national capital. Overall, is the Aam Aadmi Party leadership facing a crisis of confidence?
Ankit ji, since last 10 years, we have seen that how efforts are being made by the Bharatiya Janata Party-led central government to crush the Aam Aadmi Party. But we never bow down to any agencies. They even misused all the investigative agencies. Conspiracies were hatched. But we fought with integrity. हम यहाँ पे सत्ता भोगने नहीं आए. We are not here for vote bank politics or for power. We are here to fight for the rights of people of this country. लोगों के लिए संघर्ष करने आए हैं और ये हमारा जीवन जो है वो लोगों के लिए समर्पित है.
Anmol, I think if this was the image that Arvind Kejriwal was still successful in carrying, we won't have seen the results that we have seen. Actually, this is the image that has been dented by all the allegations of Sheesh Mahal, of the corruption and so forth. You said all these things in the campaign also. People have not bought it. So let's be very clear about it. The halo around Mr. Arvind Kejriwal of being an outsider, differentiator as far as politics is concerned, possibly that has been taken off in this election. I'll come back to you, but let me also bring in R.P. Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party, veteran leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the national capital. R.P. Singh Saab, when you were fighting elections, after elections, also winning a few elections, for many years, the dream of every BJP Karyakarta was to see the party back in power. 27 years it took, but it has finally happened.
And Mr. Singh, this time you should have fought elections, sir, because this clearly, this
regret it, sir. Not fighting the election. इस बार लड़ लेना चाहिए था.
नहीं, ये regret नहीं है, क्योंकि the generation should change. I contested election, I won and lost election both, and I've been in Delhi University from in 1982. I was the general secretary of Delhi University Student Union. Since 77, I have started working as a polling station agent. It's 47 years journey. So trying to grow up and trying to get into some other fold of the party, some other work of the party. But coming to the issue, we have been speaking, Ankit, I have been telling again and again, it is election between the false freebie versus the anti-incumbency. And yes, it's the strong anti-incumbency which Arvind Kejriwal has faced and the false promises which he has made. I mean, people could see through that, okay, promises are being made, not being fulfilled. I'll give you 2-3 very basic examples, which is very basic for any person to live in city. For example, you need good air. Promises were made, fingers were being pointed out toward Punjab, and then later on it was said that is a North India phenomena, is the India phenomena. And I remember one time they said it's Pakistan which is sending us the pollutants here. So people can see through this. You can't keep fooling people again and again. Second, water. I still a challenge for us also. That how do we manage that? We give good tap water, drinking portable tap water to each and every individual in the city. It's very challengeable work. So they failed miserably in that. Delhiite could never get portable drinking water through taps or through the other modes. They would only give me a second. And third was health services. There's all a big balloon being created for that health services. That probably health services are very good. Every day, even today, I got someone admitted in Gangaram, a person hailed from a poor background. I got a charity card made for him and got him admitted for some stone in the kidney operation. So this is the condition, because these three are the basic amenities which any individual need. And as promised, that we will continue with what they were delivering to people, and will add more to that.
Okay, Mr. Singh, that's going to be hugely challenging for you as well, right? Because you've also promised, more welfare, 2,500 for people, for women, and also for students. So clearly, how are you looking at sort of addressing those challenges, and also cleanup of Yamuna River, which also is quite ambitious?
8th March, the first installment will be there in the women's account. Today is 8th February. Month down the line, the cabinet sits and they will approve this, and the first installment of the 2,500 rupees will be in the bank account.
Okay.
So we know how to keep the promises, and unlike them, where they promise something like 1,000 rupees in Punjab, and it could never deliver, and people could see through that also.
Okay.
That promises were made in Punjab, and give me a second. A lot of people, a lot of Delhiites have a lot of friends and relatives in Punjab also.
Okay, so we'll discuss that a little later, because make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, Arvind Kejriwal losing his seat and being defeated in Delhi is going to have a huge repercussion on their government in Punjab. It is not going to be easy. The next 2.5 years of Bhagwant Mann are not going to be easy, and not for the Aam Aadmi Party. It's not going to be a cakewalk from here on. But Adil, let me understand this from you. While the Aam Aadmi Party may have been defeated, but it's an opposition state once again lost to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Their footprint increases. Is the Congress rejoicing the demise of the Aam Aadmi Party in this election, or is the Congress worried about the increasing footprint of the Bharatiya Janata Party in yet another state?
Well, Ankit, just as a footnote, I think the happiest person today will be Bhagwant Singh Mann. And Mr. Kejriwal is ghost. Number one. Point number two, responding to your question, Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP are two sides of the same coin. Both feed off each other. Both practice the same politics of false promises and short-on delivery. Now that the people of Delhi have returned the mandate for the BJP, we sincerely expect them to at least address two issues on a priority basis, because they are in power in Delhi, they're in power at the center, and they are in power in Haryana. Number one, the air quality. Number two, what are they intending to do about the landfills? So therefore, the Aam Aadmi Party came on a slew of promises saying that we will clean the Yamuna, we will do this, we will clean the air, etc., etc. Now is the time for the BJP to show their report card and to ensure that these problems are addressed.
Okay,
the
but
Congress Party...
Right. But Neerja ji, tell me one thing. Like I asked Adil also, this election, will it be too early to write the disintegration of the India alliance after this election? Because why I'm asking you that? All the major partners of the India alliance put their weight behind Arvind Kejriwal. Mamata Banerjee spoke in favor, Akhilesh Yadav spoke in favor, so did Tejasvi Yadav, so did Sharad Pawar, so did Shiv Sena. All of them put their weight behind Arvind Kejriwal, and he has lost that election.
Look, what is going to be the future of India Alliance?
I'm so sorry. There is a guest joining us at this moment.
Ravi Kishan, BJP MP from Gorakhpur joins us now. Ravi Kishan ji, thank you so much हमसे जुड़ने के लिए. First of all, आपने बहुत ज़्यादा campaigning की है पूरे दिल्ली में. आप मुझे कह रहे थे कि 57 seats में आपने campaigning की, और उसमें से you were saying that it's going to be a landslide victory, one-sided था. ये result को देखकर आपको क्या लगा कि आप surprised थे? क्या लगा आपको?
जी. This is Modi's magic, Modi guarantee that worked, and we, as a campaigner, as कार्यकर्ता, अब मैंने उसको जनता तक पहुंचाया, to my people, to Purvanchalis, to rest of the Delhi people, wherever I've been. मैंने कहा कि आप लोग क्या जिंदगी जी रहे थे, जिसको जिताते थे। और मोदी जी उत्तर प्रदेश टू रेस्ट ऑफ द कश्मीर देख लो, सारे राज्यों के बारे में जहां भाजपा की सरकार है वहां की तुलना करता था। और ये राजधानी है, ये नर्क है, ये दिस इज नॉट अ कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया। एंड व्हाई यू गाइज आर लिविंग लाइफ लाइक एक जिंदगी, तुम लोग नासूर की तरह जिंदगी है, कीड़े मकोड़े की। कम आउट फ्रॉम दिस, हैव अ गुड ड्रिंक, गुड वाटर, गुड एयर, गुड लाइफ। यू नो, आप लोग सब जिताते तो हाँ भैया सही कहला। एंड द ट्रुथ आई हैव शोन देम कि मोदी जी हैं और ये फ्रॉड लोग हैं। ये मोदी जी ने ये किया और उनके पास ना शीश महल है, इज गॉट नथिंग, एक निस्वार्थ संत हैं। एंड दिस ऑल पीपल दे हैव शीश महल टू रेस्ट, भ्रष्टाचार, लॉट ऑफ मनी दे मिंटेड, व्हाटएवर। दिस टू थिंग्स आई केप्ट एंड आई वाज ट्रैवलिंग एवरी डे 200-300 किलोमीटर।
रवि भाई, क्योंकि पूर्वांचली वोटर बहुत हैं दिल्ली के अंदर पूर्वांचली वोटर बहुत है जिनका आप बता रहे हैं कि आपने इतना तगड़ा उनके साथ कैंपेन किया, तो उनके लिए एक बार पूछ लूं, क्या हाल बा आज 27 साल बाद सरकार आ रही है वापस?
का हाल बा? बहुत बढ़िया बा सब लोगन के, और आप वालगन की जिंदगी झंड बा। अब कौने बात का घमंड ना रही। द शीश महल इज शैटर्ड, उनकर शीश महल का कुल धज्जिया उड़ गई बाटे। और धन्यवाद बा हमारे समाज का, माई बहन, काका, बच्चा, युवा, खासकर ऑल द लेडीज। आई मस्ट थैंक देम कि मोदी जी का विश्वास, उनकी गारंटी की जीत हुई है। ये मोदी जी की जीत है, ये भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मोदी जी की बातें, उनकी नीतियों को जमीन पर सही तरीके से अग्रेशन से पहुंचाया। और ये आक्रोश, एंगर जो था आपदा के लिए, दैट वर्कड फॉर अस एंड थैंक गॉड।
इसका क्या असर पड़ेगा आपको लगता है? इसका कोई मैसेज उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए भी है? मिल्कीपुर भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीत रही है।
मिल्कीपुर ने इतिहास रचा है। सी, उनके अवधेश प्रसाद जी जो वहां के सांसद थे, उनको अवध प्रसाद जी जो उनको लेके ट्रॉफी बना के राहुल जी और अखिलेश यादव जी घूमते थे पार्लियामेंट में, वो मैसेज जनता को वहां बहुत गुस्सा था, बहुत था कि वहां योगी जी बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं। मैं चूंकि गोरखपुर का सांसद हूं, अयोध्या 1.5 घंटे की दूरी पर है, एंड महाकुंभ का ये, फिर बजट, ये सारी चीजें का असर इतना था कि यहाँ मोदी योगी इतना बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं और ये लोग मजाक बनाते हैं। अयोध्या को लेके जो मजाक बनाया गया, उनका नाम अयोध्या प्रसाद रख दिया गया था, अति कर दिए थे भाई। मतलब वो एक जीत, वो झूठ बोल के विधान लोकसभा जीत गए थे।
जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। गोरखपुर जल्दी आएंगे और आपसे मुलाकात और भेंट करेंगे। प्रणाम। लेट्स गो स्ट्रेट अक्रॉस टू जय पांडा, दिल्ली बीजेपी इंचार्ज, joining us. Mr. Panda, congratulations. You can say I told you so, Maria. You had spoken to me on the day of polling. On the day polling campaigning ended, and you had told me that you're forming the government. So it clearly looks like 47. Would you want that number to go up to 50 perhaps? Or if not 49, the 1993 number?
Look, the single biggest reason that we are creating history today and forming a BJP government after 27 years in Delhi is because the people of Delhi have immense faith in the Prime Minister Modi ji's guarantees that the BJP's promises in the Sankalp Patra manifesto will be implemented. And it wasn't only on election day that I told you, but for about 2 months I have been telling everybody that the feedback I have been getting from our Karyakartas, lakhs of our Karyakartas have been slogging day and night for months, is that from all sections of society, the feedback was very, very clear. They were sick and tired of the Abda, that the disaster that had enveloped Delhi for a dozen years. They were sick and tired of the corruption, of the daily drama and excuses and blame game. And they had faith in Modi ji's guarantee. They wanted a double engine government, and that's why I was very confident that we would comfortably form the government with a 2/3 majority.
Mr. Panda, what are the 3 factors, if I were to ask you, that worked for you?
Number 1 is Modi ji's guarantee. I have personally experienced it for several months, going all over Delhi, and people had this great faith that they would escape this disaster in Delhi, and the alternative was the BJP's commitments and backed by Modi ji's guarantee. Number 2, the strategic roadmap designed by Amit Bhai Shah ji and our National President JP Nadda ji. And the third reason, the lakhs of Karyakartas who slogged for all these months are the three big reasons. And of course, behind all this was this great anger that the people of Delhi had in all sections of society. People in slums were tired of the false promises of clean water and having to buy water from the tanker mafia. People in the middle classes were tired of the false promises with no development in public infrastructure, public transport. People everywhere were sick and tired of the fake promises to clean the Yamuna and so on and so forth.
How much role do you think the 1st of February budget had, and particularly the relief that the taxpayers got, and also the 8th Pay Commission? What role did these two announcements have on the results of today?
The budget, of course, enthused people in Delhi because a very large number of people fall into the middle class, whether it is the lower middle class or the entire number of people connected to the middle class in Delhi are approximately 1 crore of people. But it is something that enthused all of India as well. The budget has been hugely responded to by the people all over Bharat. And similarly, the 8th Pay Commission is something that, pay commissions happen at a scheduled time after a period of certain number of years. And all of these are indeed very motivational to the people of Delhi. But basically, they have faith in the BJP's guarantees, the BJP's promises, which are backed by Modi ji's guarantees, which we have said that the main promises will start getting implemented from the very first cabinet meeting itself. That's our track record. That's how we have done it in other states. And finally, India has been growing so rapidly under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, fastest growing economy for many years, 5th largest economy, headed to the 3rd largest economy. And Delhi deserves to be a capital representing such a nation. So Viksit Bharat, a developed India, is going to get Viksit Delhi, a developed Delhi.
Okay, but Mr. Panda, one may say that for 10 years also brand Narendra Modi was driving the national capital. How is this election different from the last 10 years? Let's not forget that, when it came to Lok Sabha polls, BJP did manage 7 on 7 because of Prime Minister Modi's own enduring image and the larger credibility that he enjoys.
Yes, you're right. We've been winning massively at the Lok Sabha level in Delhi for a decade. But even in the local elections, even in the assembly elections and in the Delhi Municipal Corporation elections, our vote share had been gradually rising. And during this time, this Apda, which had come to life on the shoulders of Anna Hazare and by branding themselves falsely as Kattar Imandar, honest people with supposed to be a breath of fresh air, they had indeed fooled the people of Delhi with their fake promises. And it took a while, but the people of Delhi figured that out because, to hear the same false promises once, twice was maybe okay, 3 times was a bit too much, and they had made up their mind to change this after.
Okay, last couple of questions for you, Mr. Panda. I know you have the day has just begun and the celebrations will be beginning at the BJP headquarters. And since you were involved in the entire strategy, so you have a great role to play in this victory. But my question is that the last time around BJP formed the government was in 1993. At that time, you won 49 seats. This time, your vote share is really high, almost similar to your Lok Sabha numbers of 51%. I mean, it's hovering around 48, 49 at the moment. My question is that it appears that for Delhi voters, the split verdict that they were used to giving, they have no longer given. So what changed for the party? I mean, where do you think you started to get it right? At what was the inflection point?
Again, let me repeat, I'm a member of a team where the Prime Minister's promises, our senior leadership strategic input and the lakhs of karyakartas have made all the difference. I'm very fortunate to have been involved in this particular campaign. Now, you're right, this is historic. It is life and Delhi's history has come full circle back to what it was almost 3 decades ago. The people have tried everybody else in the meantime. They've tried Congress for a long time. They've tried this Apda for a dozen years. The turning point was a combination of Modi ji's guarantees that we will implement these 250 odd promises that the BJP has included in the Sankalp Patra. Our track record is there. You know, when we say we will clean the Yamuna, the track record is there in Sabarmati, where a world-class riverfront has been built when the Prime Minister was the Chief Minister there. Similarly, in other states, whatever we have committed, because it has Modi ji's guarantee, has been implemented. And this, in combination with the anger that the people of Delhi had against this Abda's fake promises and corruption, was what made the turning point this time.
Okay, so who will be the Chief Minister now?
So I have said this quite clearly when we discussed earlier. We are not only the world's largest political party today, but in history, ever in the history of humankind. And we are transparent and we are democratic. Anybody, any Karyakarta can rise to the top, as you have seen in the case of Modi ji himself, who came from humble origins and is today the world's most popular leader. The format we've been following, which has been successful all over the country, that at the national level we have the world's most popular leader. At the state level, we have been contesting elections on a collective leadership basis, and after the elections, we have a process for choosing our leader in the assembly. It has input from stakeholders of the party and ultimately is decided, as you know, by our parliamentary board. So whoever comes out of this process to lead the BJP's government in Delhi will be a very good leader, will start implementing the double-engine Sarkar initiative from the very first cabinet meeting. No drama, only development.
Okay, before I let you go, a word also on Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia's defeat, while Atishi managing to win.
So, look, the people who had given these false promises, the people who had been involved in the scams, in the liquor scam, in the classroom scam, in the Mohalla clinic scam, in the false medicine scam where children have died, the CAG's report points out more than 2,000 crores worth of corruption. Obviously, they have to bear the fullest brunt of the people's reaction. And that's why the leadership has taken a very big hit. This was evident for even months ago when the leadership, the former Deputy Chief Minister, changed his seat because he was facing high anti-incumbency. So you can see that overall they've had, they've taken quite a beating, and it was only natural.
All right, Mr. Jayapanda, congratulations to you. You are part of scripting history, so many congratulations, and thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, so that was Jayapanda speaking to Maria, but you know, he has been able to do what other state in charges of the Bharatiya Janata Party have not been able to in the national capital, playing an important role in BJP's historic victory. Let's go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who is at the residence of Parvesh Verma, the man of the moment, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, the situation has switched. David Goliath completely switched here, and Aishwarya, go ahead, Aishwarya, go ahead.
Well, Bharatiya Janata Party winning candidate Parvesh Verma is with me. Parvesh ji,
आपको स्टार कहें या सुपरस्टार कहें, इतनी बड़ी जीत को आप किस तरह देखते हैं? कंबाइंड फाइट कर लेते हैं।
परवेश जी, 26 साल के बाद।
देखो, आप ऐसे करेंगे तो मैं भी नहीं कर पाऊंगा।
जी, बिल्कुल। Well,
all right. So Parvesh Verma trying to organize an enthusiastic media contingent there. Everybody wants, it always happens, everybody wants a share of the winner, and so does the media. All those mics are trying to get a reaction of Parvesh Verma on their mic itself, and we just go across to him as soon as he starts speaking. But Amitabh Tiwari, just put this in context, like I was asking Neerja ji as well. Okay, all right, Neerja ji was speaking at that point. Neerja ji, please complete your point. We were speaking about the repercussions as far as the India alliance is concerned, and how do you see this now playing out?
Look, it's very striking that the Congress spokesperson, who got no seat and probably an increase of only a couple of percentage points, are so happy that Kejriwal, are rejoicing that Kejriwal has been defeated. Whereas Kejriwal's defeat is going to adversely affect the India alliance. It's going to adversely affect even the Congress party. Now, if the Congress had won 5 seats, 6 seats, and its vote share had gone up to 15%, I would have understood that kind of a logic. India alliance now, you're right that all the regional parties backed Aam Aadmi Party and not the Congress candidate. And what is going to be happening now? Of course, they may feel that Mamata Banerjee had made a claim for the leadership of India bloc. Had Kejriwal won, that claim would have been reinforced and strengthened. Today, it's much more likely to be leadership going to the Congress party. But neither has the Congress gained, nor has the Aam Aadmi Party gained, nor have the regional parties gained. If you look at the sum total, it's the BJP that's gained. I'm reminded of, I must tell you this, something that I quote in my book also. Vishwanath Pratap Singh, before he became Prime Minister, in the run-up to that, he had talked to Govindacharya, the BJP leader. And they were strategizing on how to defeat Rajiv Gandhi's government. VP Singh ने कहा उनको कि हम पहले राजीव गांधी से निपट लें, फिर एक दूसरे से निपटेंगे.
Who defeated Arvind Kejriwal is joining us. Thank you so much for speaking to us. कितनी बड़ी जीत, किस तरीके से पूरे कैंपेन को याद करते हैं, और अब दिल्ली में 27 साल के बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी आ चुकी है. क्या कुछ कहेंगे, क्या संदेश है, पूरे चुनाव को किस तरीके से याद करते हैं?
मैं सबसे पहले तो दिल्ली वासियों को इस बात के लिए बधाई देता हूं कि एक उन्होंने अच्छा फैसला किया है. ये जीत का श्रेय मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय JP नड्डा जी को, हमारे गृह मंत्री जी आदरणीय अमित शाह जी को. ये सब वो चेहरे हैं जिन्होंने दिल्ली में असली जीत को हासिल किया है, और इनके ऊपर में विश्वास करके दिल्ली की जनता ने हमें ये मैंडेट दिया है. दिल्ली में एक अच्छी सरकार बनी है, एक ऐसी सरकार बनी है जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ में, भारत सरकार के साथ में मिलकर एक अच्छा काम करेगी. ये मैं दिल्ली की जनता को विश्वास दिलाता हूँ.
बहुत लोग चाह रहे हैं कि आप मुख्यमंत्री बने, चेहरा बने मुख्यमंत्री का.
देखिए, हमारी पार्टी में ये कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री, इसका फैसला विधायक दल करता है और हमारी पार्टी की लीडरशिप तय करती है. तो आने वाले समय में आपको पता लग जाएगा.
Joining me now, that was BJP candidate from New Delhi who defeated Arvind Kejriwal, speaking exclusively first to NDTV and clearly thanking the top leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party, thanking his cadres, thanking his family, supporters, and a long-drawn campaign that Parvesh Verma fought for. He clearly believes that the Bharatiya Janata Party, who will be forming the government, who has got a huge mandate this time, will prove and will fulfill all the promises done by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the Modi guarantees will be fulfilled. And certainly it was Parvesh Verma speaking first and exclusively to NDTV, narrating his style, and also clearly speaking on whether he would be the Chief Minister of Delhi, and he clearly stated that that's the decision that the top leadership will be taking. BJP legislative meeting will be taking place soon, and then it will be decided. Back to you.
Okay, so that was Aishwarya, my colleague, in an exclusive chat with Parvesh Verma, the man to watch out for today. Also, the top contender for the CM face in New Delhi has also defeated Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party supremo, pointing out to several implications for the Aam Aadmi Party and also for Delhi politics. It's time for a short break. We'll be back in a bit.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें NDTV का ऐप हो.
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो NDTV ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना.
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव्यापा आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में.
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दो.
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग NDTV.
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची.
NDTV ऐप नहीं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends.
Bangladesh scraps Bongo Bandhu Mujibur Rahman's legacy. What next for Yunus's Islamist agenda? State set for big Modi-Trump meeting. Does immigration hold key to the new US-India relationship? Will India lead the way for the world's AI transition? And how could China's growing presence in Panama spell trouble for America?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years.
दिल्ली की जनता ने विकास का रास्ता चुना, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व को चुना।
Hello everybody, you're watching NDTV. The BJP has stormed back to power in New Delhi after 27 long years. It's a day of celebration for the BJP. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be in the BJP headquarters at 7:30 p.m. today. But it's a day of setbacks for the Aam Aadmi Party that has seen its top leaders including Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia lose today to Parvesh Singh Verma and of course to Tarvinder Singh Marwa. So this is a day of setbacks for the Aam Aadmi Party. What does this mean for Aam Aadmi Party? But today is a day of celebrations for the BJP. There you see the visuals of outside Parvesh Singh Verma's residence. He's the giant killer today, the man to watch out for, also one of the top contenders for the CM face in Delhi. He is somebody who contested against Arvind Kejriwal, has defeated him, and also top guns of the Aam Aadmi Party are trailing now. We understand that except Kalka ji candidate Atishi, the Chief Minister of Delhi, a lot of Aam Aadmi Party candidates have lost. BJP is leading with a comfortable margin in 48 seats and Aam Aadmi Party is on 21 is what we understand. Let me go across to my colleague Tanushka who joins us from outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Tanushka, it's a day of setbacks for the Aam Aadmi Party. This is a challenging time for the party, but remember it has also faced a lot of turbulent times in the last few years with Arvind Kejriwal's arrest and also subsequent failures in several parts of the country. But today is going to be all the more saddening for Aam Aadmi Party. It puts a question mark on the kind of politics it practiced. What really went wrong? What are the people saying? And what is it like outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence?
Well, you know, it's very contrasting. I was at Gold Market area at the counting center wherein Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma came in and the spirits were high there. And as you can clearly see here at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, it is a solitary enclave here today. Arvind Kejriwal has lost from his New Delhi Constituency Assembly seat to BJP's Parvesh Verma. Of course, this is a huge, huge loss for the Aam Aadmi Party national convener. This is, of course, you know, these were the big guns in the fray on the New Delhi constituency seat. It was a very tough competition between Arvind Kejriwal, Parvesh Verma and Sandeep Dixit of the Congress. And Parvesh Verma has won clearly. Inside Arvind Kejriwal's residence, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann is currently inside. Raghav Chadha, member of Rajya Sabha, is also inside. Delhi Chief Minister Atishi is also inside. So they, you know, having sort of a meeting at this moment. And it is definitely a sad day for the Aam Aadmi Party with a lot of losses. Big faces like Manish Sisodia has also lost from his seat of Jangpura. Remember, he used to fight from Patparganj seats, but that got changed this time and he's lost from Jangpura. So day of losses for the Aam Aadmi Party here. And what we also, as you also said, that you know what went wrong for the Aam Aadmi Party. The people on ground this time raised questions about corruption. As you also mentioned, Vasudha, there are 15 cases against the Aam Aadmi Party national convener Arvind Kejriwal, and even yesterday with the entire fiasco with the Anti-Corruption Bureau as well. So this has been going down. This has, of course, hit the image of the Aam Aadmi Party as well with the liquor scam. Also, Delhi Chief Minister Atishi herself is on bail in a defamation case at the moment. So a lot of setbacks for the Aam Aadmi Party has happened in the past year as well. Even though Arvind Kejriwal did come out on interim bail by the Supreme Court, but fact remains right now that he is lost from his seat.
Okay. Tanushka, will keep coming back to you for more details on this. Hitesh Jain joins us. He's a lawyer also, somebody who follows politics very closely, member of the BJP. We have Zafar Islam, spokesperson of the BJP. We have Sumitra Goenka, political analyst. We have Sujata Pandey in the studio with us. We have Anshul Avijit, spokesperson of the Congress Party. And we have also Madan Mohan with us, who's a political analyst. To you, Mr. Jain, first of all, thank you all of you for joining us on this day. Hitesh ji, just a few months ago, we were discussing the Mumbai voter and what he wants. And today, clearly, the Delhi voter has spoken out. And while the class divide seems to have really, gone for a toss, things that we talk about with regard to Delhi, today's Delhi voter seems to be shouting out very clearly that he wants work to be done in the capital of the country, and he wants the capital to look like the capital of the country when it comes to aspirations, opportunities, infrastructure. What is the larger message that the Delhi voter has given out today?
I think the larger message the Delhi voter has given is that they don't believe in the theatrics of Aam Aadmi Party. Second, Arvind Kejriwal has lost his credibility. Delhi voters are tired of the excuses and the blame game that was happening in the last 10 years. Delhi voters are also tired of the corruption and the level at which people saw. What Delhi was getting was only hypocrisy, confusion, and corruption. So I think the Delhi voters have decided that enough is enough, and let's put the theatrics to the end. And at the end of the day, Delhi wants a credible leadership, and that's where they see the credibility when they say Prime Minister Modi ji or the leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party, in which they have restored their faith again. Delhi ke dil mein Modi hai. I think that's the message of the mandate today.
Right. Thank you, Hiteshi. Also, Zafar Islam, sir, today is a day of celebrations for you. I can see you smiling. Tell us, what really worked for the party? What did you get right this time after 27 long years?
See, there are two things which is very important. One, that people of Delhi were very fed up with Kejriwal and Abda Party. All the false promises, they never fulfilled those promises. Also, Kejriwal, they always preferred to lie and mislead the people of Delhi, something which didn't work for them. We stuck to the truth. We always tried to expose to them. We always told the people of Delhi that there is the Honorable Prime Minister and Bharatiya Janata Party and its leadership, and particularly the Prime Minister himself is giving assurances to the people of Delhi that he will monitor the developmental program of Delhi, and he will ensure that whatever the promises have been made, even by Abda Party, that also will be fulfilled, and also what promises have been made by the Bharatiya Janata Party in manifesto, now manifesto, that also will be delivered to them. So people repose confidence in the Honorable Prime Minister and the Bharatiya Janata Party and its leadership, but discarded completely AAP and Abda Party, and I'm sure that this will be an end of story for Abda Party and Kejriwal and company, because they were completely routed, and also they used to draw confidence and comfort from Kejriwal. Kejriwal himself has lost the election, and even Deputy Chief Minister has lost the election. That suggests that the confidence and the people they were able to, he was able to put together everyone together, that no longer he will be able to do it. And eventually the party will collapse, and the people, all the Karyakarta of AAP will discard them completely, because they also realize that he was always telling lies and something which has been completely rejected by the people of Delhi.
Thank you, Zafar Islam. Also, let's go across to my colleague Aishwarya now. He has a special guest with him.
Well, today they are emotional supporters of Parvesh Verma, friends of Parvesh Verma, who are very emotional, and Tejinder Pal Singh Bagga is with me. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to us. जी. कितने इमोशनल आप फील कर रहे हैं आज यहाँ पर परवेश वर्मा जी ने एक बहुत प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जीत दिलाई है?
देखिए, निश्चित रूप से 27 साल के बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी की दिल्ली के अंदर सरकार बनी है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी लोग चाहते थे सत्ता में लाना। पिछले 10 साल के अंदर जो भ्रष्टाचार देखा है, पिछले 10 साल के अंदर दिल्ली के अंदर जिस तरीके से दिल्ली को सबसे प्रदूषित शहर दुनिया के अंदर बना दिया गया, यमुना को सबसे दूषित नदी बना दिया गया, और जब कोविड के अंदर आपको ध्यान होगा कि लोग ऑक्सीजन की कमी के कारण मर रहे थे, उस समय अरविंद केजरीवाल अपना शीश महल और शराब की नीति बना रहे थे। आज अरविंद केजरीवाल की नीतियों की हार हुई है।
चाहते हैं परवेश सिंह वर्मा अगले मुख्यमंत्री बने दिल्ली के?
देखिए, ये जो विधायक है जिनको दिल्ली की जनता ने चुना है, वो तय करेंगे, और मैं इतना कहना चाहता हूँ कि दिल्ली की जीत हमारी है, पंजाब की बारी है।
पंजाब की बारी है। So that was Tejinder Pal Singh Bagga, who started his own podcast as well. Sir, congratulations for that.
Thank you so much.
We see
Bagga Dada.
So, there are happy movements over here, what we are witnessing, family, friends, all are very happy. These sweets are being distributed at Parvesh Singh Verma's residence. Ma'am, कितना बड़ा?
बहुत बड़ा दिन है, बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक दिन है मेरे भाई के लिए, और हमने केजरीवाल को उसकी जगह पे बिठा दिया है, और अब नहीं आने देंगे उसको, और अब कभी आ भी नहीं पाएगा।
Do you think that these are the most difficult elections ever fought by Parvesh?
Well, he's a seasoned politician, and this is definitely an enormous victory for BJP and for New Delhi seat per se, because Arvind Kejriwal, whatever the nuisance he has been created for almost a good 12 years. The decision what public has taken in the favor of Bharatiya Janata Party and along with Pravesh ji, so it states that it's a thumping victory, and definitely every election, come what may, it is a challenging election, but yes, coming back into the power after 27 years, it is a celebrating, it is a victory to be celebrated, and of course it was a difficulty. This was a difficult election for sure, as all the elections are difficult, but yes, after 27.
So there you heard from the family members of Parvesh Singh Verma, the emotional ones of course, but it's a thumping victory that Mr. Verma has received, and they personally think that because he defeated Arvind Kejriwal, he should be named as a CM candidate, but of course top leadership from the Bharatiya Janata Party will be deciding it very soon.
Right, thank you Aishwarya. The BJP has a specific way of working, but of course he is the man to watch out for. Both Hitesh and Zafar Islam would agree that the BJP would take a specific call on this after the leaders talk about this, but of course the call would have definitely been made. There are top contenders, but this man of course is one of the ones who played a pivotal role in ensuring that Arvind Kejriwal himself lost his seat. To you Anshul, Avijit first, tell us honestly, what does the Congress party feel about today's outcome? Is there a sign of hope that the Congress party is getting strengthened once again in Delhi, even if there are these small little green shoots today with you increasing your vote share or at least trying to get back some of it? Or do you think that there is going to be reduced opposition to the BJP, so that really makes you sad? What is it that you're feeling today?
No, well, I can't really hide my disappointment. Yes, there is, the positive is that there has been an increase in the vote share, but I hope that we would open our count at least and grab a few seats. But look at the positives, and let's put this in perspective. You know, elections, particularly assembly elections, have a fast turnaround rate. I mean, look at Telangana, where, a year back, before the assembly elections, nobody gave Congress a chance, but it came back. The same thing didn't quite happen in Delhi, but the entire Congress leadership of Delhi fought the elections. They fought it very aggressively. They fought it in a very spirited way. They fought it positively to give the BJP and AAP a run for their money. It was an election in which the party cadres were really galvanized, and that was the whole point. I mean, a lot of people have questioned why there wasn't some kind of an alliance between parties, but ultimately, if you have these alliances, your own party workers, their ambitions, their place in the party never gets fully gratified. So you have to rejuvenate these cadres, you have to keep them alive, and I think this is what we have done for the future here. We have to really build on this, build on the vote share, and these are shifting sands. Electoral fidelity changes very quickly, as recent elections have told us. There is nothing to be disheartened about. Of course, I will mince no words in saying that it is a disappointing verdict for the time being, but there is much optimism and much to work on, and I'm hopeful that this will bear good results. We have a Bihar election coming up as well. We are hoping that the Congress would do very well as a part of the Mahagathbandhan over there, where we have a strong Gathbandhan. Remember that in the din of the Maharashtra elections, a spurious victory of the BJP in that election, the Jharkhand election, victory of the Congress party with the Gathbandhan was lost in that din. We did very well in that election. We all complemented each other. We're going to do well in Bihar as well. And as for Delhi, I mean, the building blocks are already there, as shown by this election. We have to build on them. We've lost ground, but we're now gaining that ground. So I think it bodes well for the future. For the time being, yes, of course, we have to go back to the drawing board.
So mixed reactions there from the Congress party. Zafar Islam, you wanted to make a point, sir.
See, when he was talking about Bihar, I'm sure he must be very disappointed. But when he's talking about Bihar, when he's talking about Telangana, that after general election, after assembly election, general election, they had put up a very good performance. But in Bihar, I suspect whether they will really be given any seats by the RJD, because they have made it very clear they were supporting Kejriwal, not Congress here. And Kejriwal has lost big time, and so is the other India Alliance partners. And Congress is one political party. Anyone associated with Congress, they eventually have to test the defeat. Right. So I'm really suspecting that whether Congress will be accommodated by RJD in Bihar or not, that is something for everyone to see.
Okay, that's a very important point. Yeah, Anshul, you wanted to say something. See,
no, I just want to leave that to us. We'll figure out Bihar. I mean, they're on a back foot over there. They've got misgovernance. What is really maybe disappointing for the Congress party in Delhi, but for the Delhiites, it's doomsday coming up. The misgovernance that happened even during the Delhi riots, where the President of the United States was having dinner in the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and there was a riot going on right under the nose of the Delhi police, managed by the BJP and the Modi government. So there's very little to hope for as far as Delhiites are concerned in Delhi, of course. But let's see. Let's hope for the best that they can manage something.
Before I go to the political analyst, let me get in one comment from Hitesh Jain. Hitesh Jain, you're a city person yourself. You've seen Mumbai, you've seen Delhi. Tell us, and you also understand the BJP leadership. What can we expect from the BJP for Delhi? Because as a Delhi person myself, I do feel quite disappointed because there is lack of infrastructure. It does not really look like the capital of any country. Tell us, what can we expect once the BJP forms its government here and sets the ball rolling?
Vasudha, I'll give you a clear example. In Mumbai, one of the factors where the Bharatiya Janata Party did very well in the Maharashtra election, people were speaking about the infrastructure. Atal Setu, Coastal Road. People compared the regime of Uddhav Thackeray and the Congress government of the 2.5 years, and they saw the 2.5 years of the Mahayuti government. And in the Mahayuti government, you saw the speedy completion of the project. Metro 3 line was back on the track. I don't think people in Mumbai was complaining about the potholes on the road, and the development was clearly and visible, not only in Mumbai, but Mumbai, Pune, Mumbai to Nagpur, Samruddhi Mahamarg. Coming to Delhi, I think the plan, as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party leadership is concerned, I think they know their priority. I think they've spoken about providing the water connection to every house as the first priority, addressing the issues of garbage, addressing the issues of the road, and addressing the issues of the development for the capital of Delhi. I mean, Delhi being such an important city, it's a national capital, and it requires a development which I think it requires a top-class development. I mean, if you look at the model in Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, if you look at even in what you have seen now, basically in Mumbai, and if you compare with other states also like Madhya Pradesh and all, when the party is repeatedly getting the mandate, the party is in power in 2 terms, 3 terms, we are winning elections after election. This is when people trust the leadership, when people believe, when Prime Minister Modi speaks about the guarantee, they believe in the guarantee and they believe in the vision of the development. I think when you compare with the theatrics that we have seen in the last 10 years, I think the narrative of development is very important. I also want to make one point very clear. On the day when the Congress party has scored 0 and their leadership till 11 o'clock is not even aware about the results. I think one of the press interview, Priyanka Gandhi said she has not even looked at the results at 11 o'clock. I think it does not augurs well. Such arrogance is not good. If they want to be arrogant and if they don't want to look at the mandate of the people, I think they will continue to lose election after election. They set a too low a bar. They are very happy with the moral victory or 5.5%. I'm very glad the Congress party or the leadership have such kind of a vision. We wish them luck and we believe they should continue with such vision, because with such vision, they will be happy with the incremental 1% or 2% and will continue to win elections after.
I'll take a counter to that from Avijit, but Sumitra Goenka, very quickly tell us, ma'am, BJP seems to be leading on 15 out of the 22 bordering seats of Delhi, and this includes 7 of the 13 seats that border UP and 9 out of the 11 seats that border Haryana. So clearly there seems to be some impact of these states as well. How do you see BJP's performance in these areas?
Vasudha, good afternoon. I think people here have voted for development and change, and especially when they are looking at the neighboring states like Haryana and Uttar Pradesh, where many of the people are traveling daily for work reasons, they can see the change, the visible change in cities like Noida, Ghaziabad, Faridabad and all these areas where they are traveling every day, and they are seeing how work is coming to these areas, how the development is happening, be it the roads, be it the other infrastructure facilities, the job opportunities that these states are creating. So basically people are realizing the fact that continuing with Aam Aadmi Party is not going to take them towards developmental politics because no major project has been done in New Delhi. If you look at the other areas also...
नम्रता के साथ स्वीकार करते हैं जनता का निर्णय सर माथे पर। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस जीत के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस उम्मीद के साथ और जिस आशा के साथ लोगों ने उनको बहुमत दिया है वो उन सभी उम्मीदों और आशाओं पे पूरा उतरेंगे। हमने पिछले 10 साल में जनता ने जो मौका दिया हमें, उन 10 सालों में हमने बहुत सारे काम किए। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, पानी के क्षेत्र में, बिजली के क्षेत्र में और भी अलग अलग तरीके से लोगों को राहत पहुंचाने की कोशिश की उनकी ज़िंदगी में, और दिल्ली के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भी हमने सुधारने की कोशिश की। अब जो जनता ने हमें निर्णय दिया है, हम न केवल एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव ऑपोजिशन का रोल निभाएंगे बल्कि हम समाज सेवा, जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना, व्यक्तिगत तौर पे जिसको भी जो ज़रूरत होगी, हम लोगों के सुख दुख में हमेशा काम आएंगे, क्योंकि हम राजनीति में कोई सत्ता के लिए नहीं आए। हम राजनीति को एक ज़रिया मानते हैं जिसके ज़रिए जनता की सेवा की जा सके, जिसके ज़रिए लोगों के सुख दुख में काम आया जा सके। वो काम हम करते रहेंगे और हमें आगे भी इसी तरह से जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना है। मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। वो बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़े, बहुत मेहनत की, उन्होंने बहुत कुछ सहा इस पूरे चुनाव के दौरान। उन्होंने बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़ा, इसके लिए मैं उन सबको, सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं।
So Arvind Kejriwal there conceding defeat, but at the same time saying that he will play the role of constructive opposition there in the assembly. Important points there. Arvind Kejriwal himself has lost his seat in New Delhi constituency. Let me quickly get a political reaction there. Zafar Islam, you heard Arvind Kejriwal speak now. What do you have to say about this? Was this expected?
No, finally he has accepted defeat, and I think all the spokesperson who are still continuing to say that they will get the 35 seats or more than 35 seats will now stop claiming that, because their Supremo has accepted the defeat. But more importantly, he still continues to say that what he has done, what he has not done. Perhaps people have discarded him purely because he overpromised and under-delivered, and something which has actually exposed Kejriwal as a leader. And also all the people who have supported him, they deserted those people, something which also didn't work for them. As far as Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, we were very clear that we will stick to truth. We will only expose to Kejriwal what we have promised. We will deliver, and the Honorable Prime Minister's the confidence of people lies in the Honorable Prime Minister, and his ability to deliver things to their steps. And also, since the Honorable Prime Minister has made these assurances that he will personally monitor the developmental program in Delhi.
Okay, Zafar
and
Atishi, who has won elections, is speaking now. Let's listen in to what she says.
विधानसभा का धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ जो उन्होंने मुझ पर भरोसा दिखाया। मैं अपनी पूरी टीम का धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ जिन्होंने बाहुबल, गुंडागर्दी, मार पिटाई का सामना भी करते हुए ज़मीनी स्तर पे मेहनत करी और जनता तक पहुँचे। बाकी दिल्ली की जनता का जनादेश है, हमें जनादेश स्वीकार है। ये मैं अपनी सीट जीती हूँ, लेकिन ये जीत का समय नहीं है, ये जंग का समय ही है। जंग जारी रहेगी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ, उनकी तानाशाही और उनकी गुंडागर्दी के खिलाफ। आम आदमी पार्टी हमेशा गलत के खिलाफ लड़ती आई है और हमेशा गलत के खिलाफ लड़ती रहेगी। ये ज़रूर एक सेटबैक है, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी का संघर्ष दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए, देश के लोगों के लिए कभी खत्म नहीं होगा। मैम प्लीज अगेन, नहीं।
Okay, Atishi there saying that this is not the day to celebrate her victory, and of course she says that she has accepted the party's defeat. Let me go across to Madan Mohan there, who's also a political analyst. Atishi winning her seat, but Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia losing their seats. What does this mean for the larger politics of Aam Aadmi Party, sir?
Madam, first of all, I would like to congratulate all the winners of this election. There are several reasons behind it, because BJP has just got the election in a, you can say, it is a very strategical elections for the BJP, because BJP has targeted middle class. It has been seen that it was the general trend that in Lok Sabha election, BJP middle class voter voted for the BJP, and in Vidhan Sabha election it swings to the Aam Aadmi Party. But this time BJP has just kept their swing towards the middle class voter voted for this time BJP. There are other reasons, that is Joggi voter have also voted for BJP because BJP has strategically maintained the influence in the Jhuggi area with their Vistara. There are other
win
reasons
for the BJP
why
is what you're saying. I'll come back to you. Also, Sujata, I'll have to take some questions from you as well. But let's, today is the day of celebration for the BJP and it's the winners' day. It's winners take it all. Let's go across to my colleague Nupur, who's been reporting from the BJP office today. Nupur, tell us, what is the mood like? Of course, the Prime Minister is going to be there at 7:30 today. It's going to be there at the BJP headquarters, but it's the BJP state office, which has also been bustling with a lot of activity since the last few days. Take us through the sentiment today.
Well, today we are seeing there are celebrations all around in the Delhi office, Delhi BJP office. If you can see, there are firecrackers, there are bands. People are celebrating all across. They are celebrating on the street in front of the office. They are celebrating inside the office. There are sweets being distributed. If you can see the mood of the people, flags are, today BJP flags are flying high, and the mood is really high with the people, and people are celebrating with colors, and people are having sweets, and right now we are just taking you through inside towards the entrance of the BJP Delhi headquarters, which is packed with supporters. The supporters have lined up since, and this is, I can tell you, this has been going on for past 1.5 hours since we are here. The celebrations are not stopping. People are celebrating, and the BJP worker is celebrating today. The people, they are on roads. They're firecrackers all around. They're bursting firecrackers. Even though Delhi has banned firecrackers, still we see firecrackers being burned here. People are in a celebratory mood, and inside also you can, if you can zoom in, you will see that people are dancing and people are celebrating. The BJP workers are celebrating with colors. Colors are flying inside the Delhi BJP headquarters, and they are exchanging greetings and everything. So all in all, the mood is quite high today in the Delhi BJP office. So the celebrations are not stopping, and I assure you, even after 1 hour or 2 hours, they will be celebrating. People have been dancing and all. So their mood is quite high today.
Thank you, Nupur, for joining us with those details. Sujata, BJP has been riding this electoral high for the past few months. Maharashtra elections, Haryana elections, and now this is a hat-trick with Delhi elections. Prime Minister goes to the US and before that Paris. So these are important geopolitical meetings that are coming up. Of course, this is not really going to have an impact on that, but clearly this has given a lot of impetus to the Prime Minister, who of course faced a personal setback with the reduced mandate that we saw in Lok Sabha 2024. Tell us, how do you see the BJP from here on, aggressively countering the opposition? Because clearly the opposition is getting reduced in all states. And what are the corrective measures that you think helps the BJP?
So I think today, if there is one statement that would fit in to the enthusiasm of BJP is, how's the Josh? So they would all say, hi sir, or probably very high sir, because they ended a dry spell of about 2 decades. So it's a remarkable victory for them. But what I see from here is that they will have higher expectation. People of Delhi will expect much better governance, much better law and order, which seems to be a concern now, infrastructure, roads. And with AAP being in MCD, I see BJP will have some sort of, issues to look into there, so that we might see some, blame game over there as well. I also see that BJP, in whether it's Odisha or in Delhi, these are the 2 states where they were never in power, and it was supposed to be led by a personality-driven party like Naveen Patnaik there, and here Arvind Kejriwal. And now with both the forts being breached, you would see a BJP even entering states where people thought that they would never enter. And I mean, just look at their trends. Whichever state they go to, then they unlike Congress, once Congress goes out of power, they lose their organizational strength. They'll lose, they'll probably become party number 3, because most of the cases a regional party will come and take their place. Right. That happened in Delhi. That happened in Uttar Pradesh when they lost. Samajwadi Party took their. That happened in Bihar too. But BJP only adds on from there. So I see a much stronger BJP in Delhi, better coordination between the center and the the state leadership, which is good for the Delhi people, because I think by this mandate looks like Delhi people were tired of this blame game. ये नहीं किया, LG नहीं करने दे रहा है तो मोदी नहीं करने दे रहे हैं. And because at the end of the day, I mean the आम जनता is not bothered about कि कौन नहीं करने दे रहा है, because they have to face. They want the roads to be better. They want the sewers to be clean. They don't want to see the garbage, mountains of garbage and the air pollution. People choking to death. I think it's
the Delhi voter there sending out a message or two, a very clear message, a decisive mandate there for the BJP. And of course, this means that the BJP's electoral high continues with its victories both in Maharashtra and Haryana. It's time for a short break. We'll be back with more voices and visuals on the Delhi outcome in just a bit.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें एनडीटीवी का ऐप हो।
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो एनडीटीवी ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना।
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव्यापा आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में।
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दो।
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग एनडीटीवी।
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची।
एनडीटीवी ऐप नहीं।
I've been reporting on all.
Welcome back. It's a big day for Delhi, blockbuster election outcome day, and BJP has stormed back to power in the capital after 27 long years. It's an emotive day for the supporters of the BJP and also an important day for the people of Delhi as politics changes from here on. For the capital city, Aam Aadmi Party big guns, Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, have lost their seats, and this is a huge setback for the Aam Aadmi Party, which anyway was facing turbulent times with the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. Arvind Kejriwal's banking on his welfare promises, clearly that hasn't worked this time, and the BJP, which has promised work with welfare, has come back to power in Delhi after 27 long years. A big comeback, a significant comeback, and something that is reflective of the kind of campaigns that the party has had both in Haryana and Maharashtra, where the party has managed to win landslide victories. There, BJP registering a comfortable victory with 48-seat lead, and the Aam Aadmi Party on 22. Now, the man of the hour, the visuals there that you see, Parvesh Verma, somebody who has defeated Arvind Kejriwal, someone who gave a difficult time to the BJP. He stands defeated today, and it was Parvesh Verma who had contested against him from the prestigious New Delhi constituency known for giving us the Chief Ministers of New Delhi. Parvesh Verma has defeated Arvind Kejriwal, and those visuals of his celebrations there. My colleague Aishwarya Jain has managed to strike a conversation with him. In fact, NDTV is the first channel to get him on record. Let's listen in to that conversation.
The giant killer of the Delhi elections 2025, Parvesh Verma, who defeated Arvind Kejriwal, is joining us. Thank you so much for speaking to us. कितनी बड़ी जीत, किस तरीके से पूरे कैंपेन को याद करते हैं, और अब दिल्ली में 27 साल के बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी आ चुकी है, क्या कुछ कहेंगे, क्या संदेश है, पूरे चुनाव को किस तरीके से याद करते हैं?
मैं सबसे पहले तो दिल्ली वासियों को इस बात के लिए बधाई देता हूं कि एक उन्होंने अच्छा फैसला किया है। ये जीत का श्रेय मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी को, हमारे गृह मंत्री जी आदरणीय अमित शाह जी को, ये सब वो चेहरे हैं जिन्होंने दिल्ली में असली जीत को हासिल किया है, और इनके ऊपर में विश्वास करके दिल्ली की जनता ने हमें ये मैंडेट दिया है।
Well, the Chief Minister of Haryana, Nayaab Singh Saini, also a BJP leader, joins us on the phone line. Mr. Saini, आपने एक बहुत ही pivotal role play किया था दिल्ली के कैंपेन में। यमुना तक आप गए थे, आपने उसका पानी भी पिया था, और आज अरविंद केजरीवाल की हार हो गई है, आम आदमी पार्टी की हार हो गई है। इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं सर?
दीदी, मैंने उस दिन कहा था कि ये झूठ बोल रहा है, इसने झूठ बोल करके दिल्ली के लोगों में भय पैदा किया है, और ये व्यक्ति, जब जिस व्यक्ति ने हरियाणा की माटी पे जन्म लिया हो, ये हरियाणा का नहीं रहा, उसी को ऊपर आरोप लगा दिया, तो ये दिल्ली का कैसे होगा? ये दिल्ली में भी ये इसको हार का मुंह देखना पड़ेगा। और दिल्ली के लोगों ने वो अपना संदेश वो दे दिया है, वो सुना दिया है फरमान, और आपदा सरकार को बाहर किया है, और दिल्ली के अंदर वहाँ के लोग जिन आदरणीय मोदी जी की नीतियों से, जिन योजनाओं से वंचित थे, जिनको इसने वंचित किया हुआ था, मुझे आज खुशी है इस बात की कि आज वो सब योजनाएं, वो सब जो जिनसे वंचित दिल्ली के लोग थे, उनका लाभ मिलना दिल्ली के लोगों को शुरू हो जाएगा। और जिस प्रकार का इसने नैरेटिव सेट करने की कोशिश की कि हरियाणा के लोग यमुना के जल में जहर मिला करके दे रहे हैं, उसका जवाब दिल्ली के लोगों ने दे दिया है। और आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम दिल्ली के अंदर स्वच्छ जल हम पहले भी दे रहे थे। जो दिल्ली में ये केजरीवाल स्वच्छ जल देने में नाकाम रहा है, हमारी ये गारंटी है, मोदी जी की गारंटी है, हम दिल्ली के लोगों को स्वच्छ जल पहुंचाने का काम करेंगे। आज दिल्ली के लोगों ने मोदी जी की नीतियां और हमारे नड्डा जी के उस कुशल नेतृत्व के ऊपर मोहर लगाई है। हमारी तमाम उच्च लीडरशिप जो दिल्ली के अंदर लगी रही और उसके ऊपर बड़ा विश्वास मोदी जी की नीतियों पे किया है, आज उसका परिणाम है कि दिल्ली के लोगों ने एक बड़ा विश्वास भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
राइट मिस्टर सैनी, जब हरियाणा में बीजेपी की जीत हुई थी तो वो काफ़ी एक सरप्राइज की तरह देखा गया था, क्योंकि हमें बहुत सारों को लगा था कि शायद कांग्रेस ज़्यादा पावरफुल पोजीशन में है। लेकिन आज जब बीजेपी की जीत दिल्ली में हुई है तो ये एक्सपेक्टेड भी था, इसके साथ साथ हरियाणा के विक्ट्री का इम्पैक्ट भी इसमें दिख रहा है। आपको लगता है कि इसका एक प्रभाव पड़ा है हरियाणा में जो बीजेपी की विक्ट्री हुई थी उसका?
केजरीवाल कांग्रेस पार्टी एक ही थैली के चट्टे बट्टे हैं, दोनों भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त रहते हैं और दोनों झूठ के माहिर हैं। झूठ बोल करके तुमको इस प्रकार का करने वाले हैं, परंतु सब प्रचार करते हैं। अब इनका चेहरा जनता के साथ है। ईमानदारी नकाब जो उतारा है उसके अंदर भ्रष्टाचार ही दिखाई दे रहा है। और अब मोदी जी की जो नीतियों के ऊपर विश्वास किया है, हम डट करके हरियाणा प्रदेश को, दिल्ली को और जो विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने का आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक सपना देखा है, उसमें दिल्ली भी मजबूती से आगे खड़ा होकर के लगेगा।
राइट मिस्टर सैनी, यमुना की क्लीनिंग में अब हरियाणा की तरफ से कितना कोऑपरेशन मिलेगा दिल्ली को, क्योंकि दोनों प्रदेशों में जो है बीजेपी की सरकार होगी?
देखिए दीदी, हम पहले भी जो यमुना स्वच्छ है उसको लेकर के काम कर रहे थे। हमने कभी भी, क्योंकि हमारी पवित्र नदियों को हम माँ के समान मानते हैं और उनको गंदा करना नहीं, उनको स्वच्छ, वो हमें पानी देती है, हमें जीवन देती है। परंतु केजरीवाल ने जिस प्रकार से वायदा किया दिल्ली के लोगों से और उसको पूरा नहीं किया, लोगों को गंदा पानी पीने के ऊपर मजबूर किया, तो हमारा पूरा कोऑपरेशन रहेगा, उसमें कोई दिक्कत समस्या नहीं आने देंगे।
राइट मिस्टर सैनी, केजरीवाल अपने आप को हरियाणा का बेटा मानते हैं और उस तरह उन्होंने बात भी की है कैंपेन में। आम आदमी पार्टी के फ्यूचर को आप किस तरह देखते हैं? हरियाणा में स्पेसिफिकली आम आदमी पार्टी जो एक्सपैंड करना चाह रही थी, उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं?
अब को बताना चाहता हूँ, इसका फ्यूचर नहीं है कहीं। ये एक बुलबुले की तरह था और बुलबुला फूट गया। ये ईमानदारी का ढोंग करके आया था, ईमानदारी का नकाब पहन करके आया था, ईमानदारी का चोला इनके चेहरे से उतर गया। ये जितने लोग थे जिन्होंने आम आदमी को खड़ा किया, ये किया था और उन्होंने कोई दौरा नहीं। आज दिल्ली की लोगों को जेल के अंदर भी है और उनको बाहर जेल का रास्ता दिखाने का काम किया इस आपदा सरकार को। इसका कोई भविष्य नहीं है। ये लोग विकास नहीं, ये अपनी सुविधा के लिए काम करते थे।
ओके मिस्टर सैनी, आखिरी क्वेश्चन सर, जो भाषा केजरीवाल जी ने इस्तेमाल की थी कि हरियाणा का जो गवर्नमेंट है, हरियाणा के जो लोग हैं, वो हरियाणा का जो बीजेपी सरकार है वो दिल्ली के लोगों को मारना चाहती है, तो आपको लगता है कि इस भाषा के कारण भी लोगों में कोई नाराजगी बढ़ गई थी उनके खिलाफ?
देखिए, मैं पानी पी करके आया हूँ, मैंने कहा कि हम स्वच्छ दे रहे हैं। मैंने वहाँ माँ यमुना का पानी जाकर के आचमन किया है और दिल्ली का फिर जब इसने वहां पर जाकर के बोला, मैंने दिल्ली के अंदर भी अपना पानी भी लेकर के गया और दिल्ली जहां यमुना का पानी था उस पानी को भी दिखाया। मैंने दोनों बोतलें दिखाई, एकदम अंतर स्पष्ट आ रहा था कि ये गंदा पानी पीने को मजबूर कर रहा। इसने कोई काम ही नहीं किया। पानी को लेकर के लोग गंदा पानी पीते रहे, लोग कराते रहे, कहीं सफाई व्यवस्था नहीं, सीवरेज अट्टे पड़े रहे। क्या हालात इसने दिल्ली का किया। पीछे इसने दिल्ली को धकेलने का काम किया और अपनी सुविधा बढ़ा ली, शीश महल खड़ा कर लिया, शीश महल के अंदर 15 करोड़ का सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लगा दिया। ये सारी सुविधाएं तो खड़ी कर दी, परंतु दिल्ली को नहीं मिली, दिल्ली वंचित रही उससे। अब ये चेहरा दिल्ली के लोगों ने इसका ईमानदारी का उतारा है।
Thank you, Mr. Saini, हमसे जुड़ने के लिए। नायब सिंह सैनी, Haryana Chief Minister there, who played a pivotal role in the BJP's campaign, especially in the campaign surrounding Yamuna, joined us now. Also joining us now is Swati Maliwal, who is Rajya Sabha MP. Swati, thank you so much for joining us on NDTV. Today, is it a day of personal validation for you, ma'am? Because you've also fought a lot of struggles. You have, exposed what really went on with you. Today, how do you feel personally, professionally with the defeat of not just Aam Aadmi Party but also Arvind Kejriwal?
Ma'am, I feel that if a person gets extremely arrogant and stops working for the people, then I think people teach that man a lesson. And that is exactly what has happened with Mr. Arvind Kejriwal today. It is actually very sad that a party that, because all of us have contributed so much to the party, and we came with a vision that we are going to change the state of Delhi, the state of country. And unfortunately, because of our leadership who does not believe in internal democracy, who actually believes that he can get away with anything, with speaking any lie, with actually beating up people, and he'll be able to get away with all of that. I think somewhere it is really unfortunate, because in a way the dream of Delhi has been lost. So it's really, really unfortunate that we have suffered such a huge defeat. But I blame Mr. Arvind Kejriwal completely for this, because he has become extremely arrogant and he feels that he can get away with any kind of bad behavior.
Swati, you were also part of this movement for many years and you have worked very hard for this. Tell us, what was at one point where not just the middle class but also sections of the Jhuggi Jhopdi started getting disenchanted with Aam Aadmi Party's politics? Was it because the delivery of schemes was not what it was really being marketed as?
I think what they talk and what they walk, I think these are very two different things. Because you see, in Delhi right now, go to any locality, go to any colony, and that's exactly what I have been doing for the past 6 months. I have been going to different areas. It is in shambles. There is absolutely no governance. The roads are broken. The drainage system is overflowing. There is filth and garbage on roads. Water supply is absolutely polluted. We are having either black water or yellow, dirty, disgusting water, or no water at all. Yamuna is extremely polluted. There is air pollution, and people are very angry. And while all of this is going on, what does Mr. Arvind Kejriwal do? He actually creates a sheesh mahal. He builds a house for himself out of government funds, which is for 100 crores. It has 6 crores worth of curtains. It has 50 lakhs of carpets, and not just one carpet. I mean, there are many carpets in that house worth that amount. There is a bar made out of government funds. So obviously people are angry that on one end, you say that you will never take any security, you will never take any government house. And on the other end, you actually indulge in such kind of flashy luxuries using public money. On one end, you say that you want to work on women's safety. On the other end, you actually ensure that a woman parliamentarian is beaten in your house, she's thrown away, and the man, the Mamuli Gunda, who actually beat me up, Arvind Kejriwal ji has left no stone unturned to make sure that he remains protected. He's got Z plus security from Punjab government. He's right now chief advisor to Bhagwant Mann ji. What is his qualification? How come a Mamuli Gunda, what is his call to fame? Only the fact that this Mamuli Gunda beat me up. So if you go to that extent, people are not foolish. They can see through your lies. They can see through the facade. And it's so unfortunate, because you see, Aam Aadmi Party is my party also. I've given my 18 years of life, my sweat, my blood into making this party, into building it, into doing so much of work for the welfare of people. And suddenly, something like this happens where the leadership just completely loses the plot.
Right. Also, Swati, where do you think the party actually lost its focus? And also, what do you see the how do you see the future of Aam Aadmi Party from here on? Because, you know, keeping its flock of 22, 23 MLAs together, or whatever the number is also going to be challenging. Punjab government has also not been able to deliver on a lot of its promises. That's going to be a challenge as well. How do you see the future of Aam Aadmi Party from here on? And what was that one point where you think the party made the biggest mistake of its political career?
I think it is very important that we should stick to our value system. If our value system goes down, if you create a sheesh mahal, if you ensure that in your own house women are beaten up and you actually protect the goons who do that and you actually instigate that attack and you get it done, I think people are able to see through it. And people are very angry because today, unfortunately, while they claimed and they made very tall claims that we are going to make Delhi a world-class city, it's going to be better than London, it's going to be better than Paris. Today, the condition is such that we are reaching levels of South Sudan.
Right.
So in such a scenario where people are facing such difficulties on a daily basis and the top leadership, the chief minister and the former minister are just making press conferences every day, just lies and lies and lies, obviously people get angry and they take away the mandate that they had given.
So I think one last question. What about your own political future? Do you see yourself joining any other party? Because you still, you know, are RSMP from Aam Aadmi Party. Where can we see you, you know, participating as, you know, a politician?
I am an Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP and I will continue to be so. A lot of people ask me that because I raise questions on the leadership, why should I not resign? But my question is that why should I resign? I have not done anything wrong. If somebody will beat me up, obviously I'll file a police complaint. What is wrong in that? If people of Delhi are suffering and if they're calling me and they're giving me complaints, I will obviously visit them and I will try and support them in their fight. What is wrong in that? So I'm not going to resign. I'm going to continue with the Aam Aadmi Party, but really the leadership needs to think, needs to introspect and needs to be a little bit ashamed of what they have brought us all to.
Right. Thank you, Swati Mal. Strong words from you, Rajya Sabha MP from the Aam Aadmi Party. Swati Maliwal, somebody who was, you know, a volunteer with the Aam Aadmi Party, also a member, somebody who has worked greatly for the party, saying that the party did not walk the talk when it came to its promises, ideology, and also prospects of governance. Also, my colleague Aishwarya spoke to Parvesh Singh Verma, the man of the moment, in some ways also one of the top contenders of to be the CM of New Delhi from the BJP. Let's listen into that conversation.
Well, a very, very emotional family. Today, Parvesh Verma has scripted history by defeating Aam Aadmi Party Chief Arvind Kejriwal from New Delhi Assembly constituency. I'm being joined by the family who stood by Parvesh Verma in his lows, in his highs. And Swati ji, what you have to say today, quite emotional. It's a big day. And a day which you want to remember for your entire life.
Yes, it's a very, very memorable moment. And we just want to enjoy at this time. We are very thankful to each and every person starting from our leadership, respected Modi ji, respected Nadda ji, respected Amit Shah ji, everyone who showed confidence in us, then voters, each and every karyakarta, family members, everyone we want to thank, and we are very happy that the support which we got from everyone, we'll live up to it.
You have been with Sir for quite a long time now. Do you think that these elections were the most difficult ones that he fought till date?
No, each and every election is tough, because when we were there in Mehrauli, that was our first election. In the past history, I'll say, Pravesh was the first one who won that election as a BJP candidate from Mehrauli. Then other two rest MP elections, they were equally tough. He won by big margins. He was among the top 5 person, and now this election. So each and every election is different. It's tough, and he is capable of doing it.
How proud are you of your father today?
I don't think I have words to quite describe the moment. I think my entire family is very proud of all the work that he's done in the past, 2 months, especially in New Delhi. There is a reason that the New Delhi constituency members have voted for him in the high margins that they have, the confidence that they've shown for him. So I would just like to thank them. I would like to thank every family member, as my mom said. I'd like to thank every party member, every karyakarta, that showed confidence in him, and we promise that we will live up to your expectations in the next 5 years.
Of course, people have expectations, but as a daughter, you have some expectations for your father as well, after being elected as an MLA, and probably some bigger position that he could get.
I have all expectations from Papa because I have worked on the ground, and the promises I have made to everyone that my father will do all the work that Kejriwal made promises about. And I just hope Papa can fulfill all their wishes, can leaves no ground unturned to give them everything that they deserve and make Delhi a better city.
We also saw that video of Mr. Parvesh Verma with all of you sitting on a dining table and discussing about the day is all about. Did you miss your dad at a time when he used to go for campaigning all around for days?
Well, mostly whenever he went for campaigning, we went to a different place for campaigning as well. So we weren't at home alone for most of the time. But whenever we were, sure, we did miss him. But at night when he came after campaigning, or in the morning before he went for campaigning, we did have a lot of chats with him. We ate breakfast, we ate dinner with him. And that was all perfectly fine with us because he was spending time with his second family. He was serving them. He was taking away their problems. And that was perfectly all right by us.
How did you hold the entire family together at this tough time?
No, these kids have born and brought up in a political family, so they are used to all these things. And we believe that if we have chosen something, we should fulfill it to the fullest. And that Pravesh will be doing. And as a family, we are always there to support him.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. The entire family who stood together in tough times and now at the highs with Parvesh Verma, who defeated Arvind Kejriwal from New Delhi Assembly constituency. This is Ishwar Jain for NDTV with video journalist Azam.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें एनडीटीवी का ऐप हो।
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो एनडीटीवी ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना।
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव्यापा आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में।
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दो।
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग एनडीटीवी।
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची।
एनडीटीवी ऐप नहीं।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of
दिल्ली की जनता ने विकास का रास्ता चुना, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व को चुना।
Parvesh Verma, ladies and gentlemen, has been the David who has, in fact, today defeated the Goliath Arvind Kejriwal. New Delhi constituency, where it all started for Arvind Kejriwal in 2025. New Delhi constituency has given a resounding mandate to the BJP and a message to Arvind Kejriwal. He has lost his own seat, and such a turn of fortunes as far as Delhi is concerned. Hello and welcome to NDTV, our continuous coverage, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment of this massive tectonic shift that has taken place in the political fortunes of Delhi, electoral fortunes of Delhi. The BJP, which was relegated to a single-digit 8 in 2020 election, has made a resounding comeback. 47 is what the BJP is standing at. Aam Aadmi Party at 23 at this moment. 39 seat up from 2020 and 39 seat down from 2020 is the story of the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. And BJP making a comeback in the national capital after 27 long years. The big question now, of course, who is going to be the Chief Minister of Delhi? Arvind Kejriwal has lost his election. Manish Sisodia has lost his election. Saurabh Bhardwaj, all the top faces of the Aam Aadmi Party at this moment have tasted electoral drubbing. This will be the first time since inception in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party will be sitting in the opposition while the BJP makes a massive comeback. 15 years of Sheila Dikshit, 11 years of Arvind Kejriwal, with between 1 year of the president rule as well, 27 years at this moment. We'll get you all the latest at this moment. Celebrations all across. My colleague Anushka is joining us from the Delhi BJP headquarters. Viren Sachdeva, Anushka, will be a lucky man. He's the party president who has taken BJP home to this resounding victory.
Well, certainly, Ankit, we're at the National BJP headquarters and we are seeing that the celebration is ongoing. Looks like Holi has come in early for the BJP this year. We'll show you some visuals also. You can clearly be seen that whole lot of preparation is going on to welcome the Prime Minister, to welcome Viren Sachdeva and all of the party Karyakartas who have in fact given their all to this election. Now remember, BJP is about to make a comeback after 27 odd years. And this is a time of celebration for the BJP because we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party, if we talk about it, first Aam Aadmi Party came with number of seats is at 67 and after that Aam Aadmi Party came with 62 seats. But now we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party is trailing behind and the BJP has in fact, is leading from with 47 seats. And we're also seeing that the people of Delhi has given their mandate. We are showing you the visuals from national headquarters where the Prime Minister is set to arrive at 5:30. That is the time that we are given to understand that he will be coming around 5:30. Also, all of the BJP senior leaders, top brass, if we talk about JP Nadda, if we talk about Amit Shah, everyone will be present here to in fact celebrate this astounding victory, the mandate that the people have given to the BJP. Also, we saw that the Aam Aadmi Party, who was quite sure, quite certain that they are going to be making a government with a comfortable margin, this might have come as a shock for the Aam Aadmi Party, given that they were in fact here, ruling for about 10 years, 10 to 11 years. But also we are seeing that the BJP had left no stones unturned, whether the welfare schemes that was announced by the BJP or the other developmental work that the BJP had done in other states as well. Now BJP banked on all those factors. We saw several of the BJP top leaders coming here to campaign, and now we have definitely seen that the BJP has in fact warmed up to the hearts of the Delhi people. We're seeing that the whole environment, the whole atmosphere is in fact right now we are seeing is of celebration, and seems like Holi has come in early for the BJP here. We'll show you some.
Anushka, just stay on with me. Let's go across to Ishika, my colleague, who is speaking to Kailash Gehlot, a minister in the Aam Aadmi Party government, switched to BJP. Listen in.
The issues which were in 2015, and I think people have made the right decision, and I have been repeatedly saying that people wanted change.
So in fact, now we are seeing
has won on the BJP ticket this time from the Bijwasan constituency. He left his constituency of Najafgarh, went to Bijwasan to contest on the BJP ticket, was a minister in the Aam Aadmi Party government, transport minister. Let's listen in once again to what he said.
Congratulations, sirs. What were those issues you think that the people voted you for?
I told you many times, the issues are the same. Pani, Bijli, Sadkein. And I have been repeatedly saying the issues are the same exactly, the issues which were in 2015. And I think people have made the right decision, and I have been repeatedly saying that people wanted change.
So in fact, now we are seeing that, be it the heavyweights of the Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal has lost the election, Manish Sisodia has lost the election, Saurabh Bhardwaj has lost the election. So do you think now, sir, that it was the right decision to in fact switch sides?
I think when I resigned that day, I made a very simple and short statement, but it was a very powerful and loaded statement that Aam Aadmi Party is not the same party which Delhiites saw in 2015. And Arvind Kejriwal is not the same Arvind Kejriwal who was in 2015. I think people have made the right decision, and ये वो आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं जिसको हमने उस टाइम मैं जब हम कह रहा हूँ, it's not just कैलाश गहलोत, it's lakhs and crores of कार्यकर्ताज who had joined आम आदमी पार्टी that time. पार्टी मतलब देखिए कितनी विडंबना की बात है, एक पार्टी जिसने अपना जन्म लिया, शुरुआत की करप्शन के खिलाफ, वो खुद वो सब उसके उनके मंत्री, उनके एमएलए सब करप्शन में फंसे हुए हैं, तो इससे बड़ा और क्या स्टेटमेंट हो सकता है?
सर, मेरा एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे ये है, you have
Well, it's a big day for Delhi. Delhi election outcomes are out, and it's a big day for the BJP. Celebrations on. BJP is all set to form the government in Delhi after 27 long years. Joining us now is former Minister and former MP Smriti Irani. Smriti Irani, thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us on NDTV. Everyone is saying that this is an emotional, moment for their lives. And as somebody who grew up in Delhi, what does BJP coming back to power in the capital of India after 27 long years, what does this mean for you?
Well, as somebody who is one was also witness to the agitation where there were promises made for change in Indian polity, where Arvind Kejriwal was supposedly the promise of a new
Okay, so we will try connecting with Smriti Irani in just a bit. Those visuals
She's traveling
there.
somewhere, and that's why we are not getting proper connection. We'll try and speak to her. But it's so interesting. Like you when you introduced her, she's lived in Delhi. She's fought an election in Delhi from the Chandni Chowk constituency.
Kapil Sibal,
Exactly, and it would be very, very interesting to see, because those were different times, and how politics has come. From the time of Chandni Chowk, where she fought against Kapil Sibal, now to the BJP, in fact, making a comeback in such a big way as far as Delhi is concerned. 47 seats, 39 seats up from last time is something, a big turnaround. Let's go ahead.
Okay, she's back. In fact, she's in Kumbh today. Smriti, you were telling us about what this means, what this signifies for you.
I think at a spiritual confluence, Vasudha, where many Sanatanis were witness to the diatribe by Kejriwal against the Ram Mandir, against Kashmiri Pandits. This is a double day of celebration. But most importantly, I believe that Kejriwal had positioned himself as the harbinger of social reform, that he was now anointed as one of the most corrupt politicians in India, is the reason why he's been ousted from office. His personal political loss in Delhi and those of all the ministers who were contributors to his corrupt ways of governance, I think is also telling. It is a gratitude that I feel for the citizens of Delhi who have given him a resounding defeat. I think also the fact that in Indian political history, for the first time possibly, one man's guarantee ensured the rout of Aam Aadmi Party, and that man being Narendra Modi. So this is, of course, an occasion for great celebration by BJP workers who had been waiting for 27 years for sweet victory in Delhi.
Smriti ji, if I may ask you, like you said, it's Arvind Kejriwal, because he made it a referendum about himself. He said, if you think I am non-corrupt, if you think I haven't done anything, then put me back on the chair of the chief minister. Do you see this as people speaking to him?
Well, they have left him free enough to go to jail now. They have left him free enough to now go to jail and pay for his crimes. That's what the citizens of Delhi have done.
Right. Also, Smriti, what does this mean for the BJP? Because, we saw landslide victories both in Haryana and Maharashtra and now Delhi. But does this also in some ways...
It means BJP is poised for victory in Bihar now.
But then can I also then ask you, what does this mean for the India bloc which came together in 2024 election? A minor setback there and the results of 2024, what does it mean for them?
Articulated. I think what the India bloc feels or what it means for them is best articulated by Umar Abdullah's tweet, "Aur lado aapas mein." This is an alliance which was power hungry, which is shattered in the Lok Sabha elections itself. And the fact that they came to a notch in Delhi, I think is telling about their leadership, that they cannot not only form alliances for the betterment of their own political prospects, but theirs is an unholy alliance on which the citizens of India, and particularly the citizens of Delhi, had absolutely no confidence in.
Right. Also, ma'am, what is it that BJP is getting right about its political campaign after 2024 Lok Sabha elections? Because these victories, hat-trick victories, both in Haryana, Maharashtra...
I think the one thing BJP got absolutely right was to make Narendra Modi the prime ministerial candidate for 2014 and his incessant victory. That's the one thing. To have the Sachin Tendulkar of the game as the opening and omnipotent batsman, I think is what we've done the best for our organization. But I also believe that the organizational skills of the BJP leadership, where you are not restrained to only doing big sabhas or big political rallies or events, but the fact that the BJP leadership has ensured that a disciplined organizational structure reaches out to every citizen, to every family, to every home. I think quintessentially that is one of our greatest strengths. That we have a face like Narendra Modi, but we also have feet on ground Karyakartas who will go home to home, knocking on the doors, asking for support and blessings under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. And a proven track record that whatever we make promises in terms of our manifesto, we deliver. Jo kaha, wo kiya. That, I think, is another big strength of the BJP.
Right. Also, ma'am, does this mean that the campaigns that the opposition started with around the constitution, does that mean the BJP has put a full stop on all of that?
I think that the opposition is well within its right to mount any campaign that they so desire. That does not in any way mean that we as organizational Karyakartas will not live up to our full potential to, one, ensure that the competition in terms of political campaigns and especially the misinformation that they use as a political weapon can be met with facts. I will not, in fact, be myopic enough to believe that there will never be an opposition. There'll always be spurts of the opposition, that the opposition is not endowed with political potential, intellect, or does not enjoy the confidence of the people. That is something for opposition leaders to reflect on. That is not something that the Bharatiya Janata Party or our Karyakartas need to bother about.
Ma'am, right in the end, let me ask you one more question. You are in Uttar Pradesh, you are in Prayagraj. There is a victory there to be celebrated in Milkipur as well. What does that mean for Uttar Pradesh? Because there was a lot said about Faizabad defeat as far as the BJP is concerned.
Be it Faizabad or Delhi, I think what has been resounding is the sheer arrogance of no matter who the opposition leader who has possibly mounted an attack on the BJP. Be it the arrogance of Akhilesh with regards to Uttar Pradesh and particularly Ayodhya, or the arrogance of Arvind Kejriwal, who thought that Modi can never defeat him. I think today is the political demise of that arrogance that is espoused by the alliance which was brought forth by the Congress party. And today is the victory of good governance, and especially Modi's guarantee that brings us much delight and joy.
Thank you, Smriti Irani, former minister, former MP from the BJP, joining us on NDTV, saying that it's a win of good governance today. And also back to those visuals there of Atishi, Arvind Kejriwal, and
I think these are the visuals of just a short while back. These are visuals of earlier when they were in power. But the fact remains at this moment that we saw before this Parvesh Verma at the Hanuman temple. Arvind Kejriwal also used that as symbolism for his politics. But at this moment, look at that. These visuals of Parvesh Verma at the temple celebrating his victory.
All right, we have Union Minister Hardeep Puri joining us now. Mr. Puri, really appreciate your time here on NDTV. As someone who was campaigning for the national capital extensively, what are the factors that led to this resounding victory of your party?
Well, let me start by saying that the mandate is a victory for democratic exercise of choice. It's a victory for development. It's a victory for good governance. And it's a very clear victory and endorsement of the Prime Minister's model of good governance is good politics. In other words, we have a situation where the electorate was confronted with two competing models. One is the shoot and scoot style of the political startup called the Aam Aadmi Party, and then it had Modi's guarantees for development, the Sankalp of a Viksit Bharat. So I think all said and done, it was very clear to people like me, and I said this on your show earlier, we had a situation in which the Delhi electorate had already made up its mind that Kejriwal had failed to deliver. He had been repeatedly misleading the Delhi electorate. He said he will clean the Jamna Ji, he said he will clean the air pollution, he will do this, he will do that, world-class health system, world-class education, and he was finally caught and exposed. And the electorate had this clear choice of the alternate Modi's framework of development, which has been implemented throughout the country, and the electorate chose the Modi good governance is good politics model.
Yes, but Mr. Puri, one may say that one of the turning points or inflection in this election was also when Prime Minister Modi, during the course of his rally in Delhi, said that he will be continuing with all those welfare schemes that Arvind Kejriwal has announced, and then BJP said that they would be only increasing or doing some kind of top-up. So you have not really moved away from Delhi model of governance. You have essentially said that Delhi model is acceptable to you. It's only addition to that.
No, the freebies is not the Delhi model. Freebies constitute one part of the Delhi model. There's enough of Kejriwal, which is not part of any model. I mean, the fact that the river is polluted 500 times or 3,000 times more than the permissible limit. I mean, the fact that Delhiites breathe toxic air, the fact that when the air quality index becomes very poor, Delhi celebrates. I mean, they should be weeping and closing schools down when it's very poor, but it's so bad that it moves from very severe to severe and very poor, and we start being happy. No, there's a fundamental difference. One, as a central government, if we say that we promise a yojana, we will deliver on the yojana. But we had to make the statement that existing schemes will continue. Otherwise, this guy would have distorted the election for a third mandate. So we said, आपको जो world-class mohalla clinics में मिलता है, वो मिलता रहेगा. पर हम वहाँ पे भी corruption बंद कर देंगे. So read the fine print. But now every citizen of Delhi will be entitled not to 5 lakhs of treatment under Ayushman Bharat, but 10 lakhs. Yes, we've done more because the guy was giving nothing other than the, the mohalla clinic, which was world class, and where dogs were occupying, and and Gaushala was there. They're all deserted. Just have a look at them. I've been to the mohalla clinics during this campaign. Second thing, the more important thing is we will take Delhi from the existing schemes of the center, apply them in Delhi, and we will clean Delhi. The infrastructure, the roads, the garbage dump. Land is a state subject. Maria ji, no matter what you do, if the state government does not cooperate, there's nothing the central government can do. Now we will have the same party in power in Delhi, we will have in the center, and we will have programs and policies which synchronize, and one goes seamlessly into the other. So if you and I are talking on this platform, even 6 months or a year or two from now, you will begin to see the difference. When Prime Minister says, jahan jhugi wahi makan, it means 3,200 flats delivered to Delhi Vasis in Kalkaji. Jailer Wala Bagh, 1,800 flats. The guy didn't, this gentleman, Mr. Kejriwal, didn't implement the scheme. There are 4 verticals under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. He didn't even implement one. We got the other one done, in situ slum rehabilitation. You will see the difference. You will have, instead of the polluted Jamuna Ji, you will have a fantastic, beautiful riverfront in 3 years' time on Jamuna Ji.
Okay, so that's a promise that is coming in. Of course, it's among the many promises that Delhi BJP, in fact, BJP in Delhi has made. But Mr. Puri, when we look at the fact that Aam Aadmi Party hasn't really been decimated, look at their results in 2015 and 2020. They decimated the BJP, but they are still standing at 23. Of course, you're forming a government convincingly, but it's not end of road for Aam Aadmi Party. They will be a strong opposition for you. Okay, we'll try and fix that line with Hardeep Singh Puri. Sir, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. First of all, no political party ever gets decimated with the result of one election. I'm a student of history and political science. The Congress party, which had a great contribution to make, a significant contribution to make in the attainment of freedom, which started in 1885 or 1886, and then was in power in Delhi for the center. Now you can say, Congress zero pe aa gayi. Congress zero pe nahi aayi hai. Congress zero se uthi nahi hai. It is a hat-trick on zero for Congress. Point 1. Point 2, on the Aam Aadmi Party, it's not that they've got 43% of the vote. They have not been decimated. Yes, but this was a model based on a control freak from the top. What is going to be the future of the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi? What is going to be the impact of the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab? The effect of the Delhi election? The jury is out on this one. I am not saying they got decimated, but we have gone into a comfortable, if the final results as you showing are 47 or 48 against that 23, it's not that they are an opposition. The Delhi government ruled by the BJP, with the central government by the BJP, will have a free run in development. If the Delhi government or the central government fails in correcting and making good that development deficit, yes, we'll have a case to answer after a while. But the electorate has become increasingly impatient. After the first 5 years, somehow we managed to get away that I'll do it in the next 5 years. But after 10 years, the Delhi electorate was in no mood to give Mr. Kejriwal another 5 years. And I think the challenge for us is going to be, we'll have to deliver in the first 5 years. Because they will say, Arey, aapne bhi kaha tha. So I see a very focused Delhi government under the BJP, and I'm greatly encouraged by the tweet, the social media post that the Prime Minister put out. We will leave no stone unturned for the development of Delhi. And basically the message down to the BJP cadre, the Karyakarta, the administration, is that this BJP government will deliver. It will hit the ground running from day go, and it will deliver on all promises made in the BJP Sankalp Patra.
And how tough will it be to deal with an Aam Aadmi Party which is heading the municipality?
Well, you know, I have been Housing and Urban Affairs Minister for 7 years. It's not tough at all.
Okay, but Mr.
You have to deal with them. You have to deal with them. You have to tell them that, look, there's a difference between NDMC and the MCDs. You'll see the difference in development approach there.
Okay, my last question to you. Of course, it's a day of big celebrations, and you know, you have spoken about the reason why the BJP won, but you have a huge task ahead. Delhi today is crying for help in many ways. It was seen as a half state which had crumbling infrastructure, bad air, bad water, and above all, it was, you know, crying for help, as I said. You have too much to do. Will you be able to fix Delhi immediately?
Your question contains within it the answer that you are looking for. That we have a task ahead, I have no doubt. That we have many things to do in order to make good the development deficit, I have no doubt on that. It's going to be a massive challenge. But knowing the BJP as I do, having been in the Honorable Prime Minister's Council of Ministers and Cabinet for, 8 years, I can tell you, as he said in the social media post, he will leave no stone unturned. And that is what gives me the strength to say that the Delhi government under the BJP, helped by the central government under the BJP, all the other authorities, LNDO, DDA, the land owning authorities, the Lieutenant Governor, they will all put their best foot forward. And without the constant impediments put by the Aam Aadmi Party and the derailment of Mr. Kejriwal, Delhi will now change and change rapidly for the better.
All right, Hardeep Singh Puri ji, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts, and congratulations to you. It's certainly an emphatic victory for your party, and you can say, I told you so, because over the last few weeks, ever since you started the campaigning, you have been telling me that your party is heading for a landslide victory.
Thank you very much, Maria ji. I value the relationship with you and the other members of the press too much to ever tell you that I told you so. I'm not in the telling anyone anything. All I can say is that we have derived great strength from our interaction with the press, and for you to ask us tough questions is not only your duty, but you keep us on the toes. If that were not to be the case, many of my colleagues and I may have come and taken liberties and done a bit better BSing. But we have been on our toes, and we have also known what narrative to put forward. So thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Puri, I appreciate your time here on NDTV.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें NDTV का ऐप हो।
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो NDTV ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना।
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव यापा आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में।
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दो।
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग NDTV।
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची।
NDTV ऐप नहीं।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें NDTV का ऐप हो।
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो NDTV ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना।
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव यापा आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में।
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दो।
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग NDTV।
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची।
NDTV ऐप नहीं।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025. Big budget day. Big newsmakers on NDTV. Top ministers and opposition leaders.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Fast-paced developments in Delhi, now all settling down. We are giving you 360-degree view of what is happening as far as the national capital is concerned. Let's try and understand what went into making this big victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The sharp, in fact, upward swing of the Aam Aadmi Party coming with equally sharper decline in this election. Though their vote share, I mean, they would say that it's 44%, but still it's a 10%, almost 10% decline from what we saw in last election of 2020 in the Vidhan Sabha of Delhi. Zainab Sikandar, political analyst and columnist, is with us at this moment. We have Arnab Mitra, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. We also have Animesh Pandey, co-founder, P-Mark Projections, and also joining us at this moment is Matthew Anthony. And in the studio with me, Sujata Pandey, political analyst. Matthew represents the Congress Party, national spokesperson of the Congress Party. Matthew, let me start by asking you, is the Congress celebrating the defeat of the Aam Aadmi Party, or are they worried about the BJP expanding its footprint in yet another state?
We have done relatively better than the last time. However, we could not open the account, which is a reality. So might as well not being worried about a BJP and an Aam Aadmi Party. We will be focusing on a lot too about what we should be doing, because nobody will disagree to the fact that 1998 to 2013 was the golden period of Delhi, because we have seen the infrastructure, we have seen the metro, we have seen the 5,000 buses, the cluster management of the buses, we have seen the CNG transition. The one who came after that one, Aam Aadmi Party, they made a lot of promises. But however, you're seeing the results. After a couple of terms, you're seeing the results. Nothing has changed in Delhi. The pollution remains even more higher, or it has reached to a standard, or it has reached to a level where we cannot even tolerate it.
Sir, but people have still not... People
Now,
have still not.
I'll just complete
people
it.
have still not. Just let me add to it, because you are saying that people have seen the golden period of Sheila Dikshit's reign, but people have still not, given you any advantage. It's 2% up from the vote share. Yes, you have only played at this moment the role of defeating the Aam Aadmi Party in 10 or 11 seats.
See, we should understand that we are a national party, and irrespective of the results will have a win and lose. The winners will celebrate, the losers will have their own time. However, our politics need to continue. The politics is not coming to an end. We have a certain ideology and we believe in that ideology and we work. Okay. When the people have not given a mandate to us, we have to work hard to get the mandate. It's very clear for us from our perspective.
All right, Zainab Sikandar, but let me just also, because a lot of people are, are saying that, this is the result of the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party not coming together. Omar Abdullah also tweeted saying, "Aapas mein ladte raho," and this will be the result. But the fact remains that Aam Aadmi Party did not just make the difference between the winning and losing in 10, 11 seats, but the kind of attacks that the Aam Aadmi Party had on the the Congress Party had on the Aam Aadmi Party, including the corruption charges that were leveled against Arvind Kejriwal, helped build that momentum and the narrative against Arvind Kejriwal. What happens to the India Alliance now?
You're right. From the beginning, if you see, it's not just in the campaign leading up to the Delhi election. It's actually from the last 2-3 years that the Delhi State Congress Committee has made pointed attacks at the Aam Aadmi Party, especially related to the liquor policy scam. And they are the ones, actually, Congress was the one which was on the most highest pitch when it comes to its rhetoric against the Aam Aadmi Party and the corruption within the Aam Aadmi Party. So actually, it wasn't the BJP who started it all. It was Congress who started it all. So to say that Congress didn't dent on Aam Aadmi Party's vote share, even if it is a small percentage, I think the percentage is just 2%. But don't forget, some of the margins victory, between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party is hardly, 6,000 votes, 4,000 votes. So, you have to understand that Congress did play as a vote cutter for Aam Aadmi Party. Secondly, I would also like to point out that it is the Congress that played up the image of Arvind Kejriwal ji living in a sheesh mahal the most. It was brought up again. In fact, BJP tried to play it non-confrontational, and in fact, BJP, took a leaf out of the Aam Aadmi Party playbook and said, okay, we are going to, go ahead and, top up on the welfare schemes like Maria was telling with Hardeep Puri ji.
Right.
So basically, Congress, I think, when it comes to alliance making and alliance partnerships, it looks like an unholy alliance every time state elections come in, because by the end of it, every 5 years during Lok Sabha, they come together and they show they're all very thick and hunky-dory together, and they're the best of friends. But when state elections come, they show they're the biggest of foes. So, it doesn't look...
Also confuses the voter, right? I mean, friends, foe, which confuses the voter as well. But Arnav Mitra, you are from the Aam Aadmi Party. I'm sure, it's a tough day for the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson to be out in the field today. But the fact remains, all right, these are some shots coming in from Haryana, where Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, is seen eating, one jalebi after another. Mr. Saini is in full celebration mode there. Yamuna played an important role in this election, and Mr. Saini had gone to, you saw those visuals of drinking water from the Yamuna, and then, of course, the big charge from Arvind Kejriwal of Haryana poisoning the water. But overall, Arnav, let me ask you this. This is not just a resounding victory of the BJP. This is also the people of Delhi completely rejecting the Aam Aadmi Party and rejecting the governance model. And why I say that, because right from Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, who was at the helm of affairs for a very long time, Mr. Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain, Saurabh Bhardwaj, your top leadership, your top faces, the people who governed Delhi for 11 years, they have all lost.
Yes, absolutely. I humbly accept the mandate given by the people of Delhi today. Nothing more, nothing less. We have accepted the mandate humbly. Arvind Kejriwal is focused on the development of Delhi, and for the past 10 years, whatever good things have been done by Arvind Kejriwal will keep on haunting BJP, because now they have to fulfill all those things which Arvind Kejriwal has delivered. And let me tell you, let me remind you once again that BJP himself had admitted that there are certain welfare schemes that they will keep on continuing. That means the BJP president has already accepted this fact that there are certain welfare schemes that are going on. But today, yes, it's a sad day for us, unfortunate day for us. We lost the battle. I congratulate Bharatiya Janata Party and all the winning candidates. And I would like to say this on record that Aam Aadmi Party will keep on working for the betterment of the people of Delhi and this country.
But Sujata, it's also the loss of personal credibility for Arvind Kejriwal, isn't it? I mean, there was BJP still in this election did not put out a candidate or a face against Arvind Kejriwal. They made that mistake, in few elections. They made that mistake in 2015 as well. But they have not done that this time as well. So it seems that this moment, at least in Delhi, especially with the middle class, possibly after the announcement of the budget by Nirmala Sitharaman, the trust factor in Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, and the delivery model of Prime Minister possibly, ringing more for the voters of Delhi and the middle class especially than Mr. Arvind Kejriwal's performance and delivery in the last 10 years.
Of course, yes, because, this was, as we all know, that this was a referendum on Arvind Kejriwal and his model of governance. And also the data shows, look at this. Now, BJP, I mean, this is by 2:36 p.m. data. The BJP is leading on 15 of the 22 bordering seats of the state of, Haryana. 9 out of 11 Haryana bordering seats. Then BJP leading on 25 out of 35 seats with more than 15% Purvanchali voter. And then 12 out of 13 seats with more than 5% Haryanvi voters also. Then BJP leading. Then also in the Jhuggi Jhopdi, out of 7, BJP is leading on 4. It's leading on out of 12 on 4 SC reserved seats. And you know, last time Arvind Kejriwal has won all the SC reserved seats.
That's right.
So, you know, so what does it tell you? It tells you that there is an overwhelming majority, and it's not just because of Arvind Kejriwal did not deliver. It's also because they saw PM Modi's credibility, you know, more than Arvind Kejriwal. They believed that, okay, this party would deliver as compared to Arvind
Animesh
Kejriwal.
Pandey is co-founder of PMARC. He's also joining us at this moment. In fact, Animesh, you know, let me ask you this and understand this from you. What were the numbers that you had projected? I believe that numbers are almost somewhere close to what you had projected at this moment, the results. And the other thing I want to ask, where is it that Arvind Kejriwal is losing his voters? 10%, almost 10% decrease in his vote share, and almost 9.5% increase in BJP's vote share. Where is the BJP gaining and Mr. Kejriwal losing these votes?
Thanks, Ankit. So our prediction was roughly 45 seats for BJP and 25 seats for AAP. So we are roughly in the same range. 47 is what the ECI website is projecting. And in terms of a vote share gap between BJP and AAP, we had projected roughly 3 to 4%. In terms of why this outcome has turned out, I think AAP is a unique party in that sense that it is uniquely dependent on a lot of floating voters to be in power. And that's why it's very much dependent on pro-incumbency. So whether you see the 2019 election where they had 18% vote share, and then in 2020 they had 54% vote share. Same in 2024 Lok Sabha election. So they have a 30% floating vote, which to hold that and to retain that, you need a very strong pro-incumbency wave. And this was not there. There were obvious issues which many panelists have pointed out, whether it's on the corruption and ceasefire issue, whether it's on the garbage collection, the drinking water issue, and the pollution issue, and whether the electorate desire for a same government, both at state as central, so that probably an enhanced development can happen. In terms of what segments have chipped away from AAP and Arvind Kejriwal, I think every segment has somehow chipped away, but probably the critical segment would be Dalits, where BJP had roughly 24-25% vote share in 2020 assembly elections. And now, at least as per our data, they have gained at least 10 to 12%. That is one. In general, the male voters, we see that they lead Aam Aadmi Party by at least 6 to 7%. And even females, they just trail by 1 to 2%. So those are the critical reasons as to why Aam Aadmi Party is where it is today.
Right. You wanted to make a point, just quickly.
You know, so when we talk about wave election, that whether the wave was for this party or that party, I think the wave is evident from the fact that earlier, if you go on the road and ask about Arvind Kejriwal, people would argue that he has done work, etc., etc. But after 2020, you know, after COVID, the mismanagement, and then after the corruption allegations, etc., there were more and more voices that were coming out. I mean, questioning about his delivery of the promises. That's number one. Another thing, someone on the panel was talking about how Congress has helped, you know, BJP win. I think it's a very lame excuse. You've been in power for 10 years. If there was low margin seats and the Congress party candidates have got some seat, you were supposed to, you know, broaden the margin. In any way, in 2020 also, there were around 17 seats where the margin was less than 10,000 and 9 seats were less than 4,000.
Yes.
And that is why Manish Sisodiya changed his seat from Paparganj and went to a safer seat where he lost as well today.
Okay.
So, you know, it is just a passing the buck. Please accept that people have
But you know, we have to give it to the Aam Aadmi Party at least that Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodiya both have very humbly accepted the result. But Animesh, there is one very interesting point before I go to my other guests. I'm just looking at the Election Commission website at this moment. I'm not talking about BJP plus, I'm only talking about the Bharatiya Janata Party. The vote difference between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP is just about 2%. Aam Aadmi Party is 43.72% and BJP is 45.80%. But when it has translated in a massive victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party, 40 plus than what they had last time. What attributes to that?
So I think we see it in many other state elections, whether Andhra is a good example, where if there's a bipolar election, even a 2% gap can make a significant impact on the seats that a party can get. So typically, if you have a 3% gap, in this case, it's a 4% gap, roughly the party that is going to win will roughly get 2/3 of the seats. 70, 2/3 is 42, it's roughly in that range. So that's what we usually see when there's a bipolar election. In this case, it was virtually a bipolar election. Congress did gain 1 or 2%, but virtually it was a bipolar election. And second point is, I think AAP has still, I mean, despite anti-incumbency, etc., the AAP has still registered 43% vote.
Yeah.
So in that sense, it was not a massive wave. It was just that there was anti-incumbency, and AAP is very much significantly dependent on floating voters and pro-incumbency, because they don't have a base vote, which can and where you need very small share of the floating voters to probably come back to power.
Because
so
we've seen that phenomena with the voter going to the BJP in the Lok Sabha election, coming back to the Aam Aadmi Party. In the last Lok Sabha election in 2024, the vote share of the BJP went up to about 54%. Now from there they have been able to retain. They've been able to retain that voter this time, and that is why they are somewhere around 47-48%. But Zainab, very quickly, what does this mean for Arvind Kejriwal? His politics, at least, has always been power politics. He has always stayed in power right from the time the Aam Aadmi Party came into inception. This is the first time his party is going to sit in the opposition without Mr. Kejriwal in the Vidhan Sabha.
Yes, that is the big blow to Arvind Kejriwal ji. If, Aam Aadmi Party would have lost, but at least he would have been in the Vidhan Sabha, there would still be some, charisma for him to show, in the assembly. But the problem is now he's not even there. The only representative out of all the star faces of Aam Aadmi Party is Atishi ji. So now I think Arvind Kejriwal ji, as he said right now in his very humble press, thing that he did, where he told people that he humbly concedes, he said ki ab main jan seva karunga. So I think he's going back to his roots. He's realizing that he's tarnished his own image, and he needs to go back to the Arvind Kejriwal of, India against corruption and the whole Anna Hazare, the plank on which he came to power and people loved him. He's trying to go back to that. I think he should take to the streets if he really wants to have an impact, because right now he has no playing field. Aam Aadmi Party is just contained in Punjab and Delhi. They tried to go to Goa, they tried to go to Haryana, and they were, shunned out of those two states. So these are the only two places where he has any, work to do. And the next time that he has to prove himself is the next MCD election, and after that the Punjab election. So he has a long way to go. He needs a lot to do and a lot of introspection and Jan Seva, as he said, he needs to get into that.
Okay, on your screens you are seeing how the colors of Delhi are completely changing. They have changed in this election from that Aam Aadmi Party, which we are putting out as green, completely dominating with just few patches, few spots of the orange of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the Kesariya. But look at this, how it has changed from 2022 to 2025. Now you will find some spots of the green. Rest, everything has been conquered by the BJP. All right, let's listen in to what Haryana Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini spoke to us just a short while back. What did he say?
The Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, also a BJP leader, joins us on the phone line. Mr. Saini, आपने एक बहुत ही pivotal role play किया था दिल्ली के कैंपेन में. यमुना तक आप गए थे, आपने उसका पानी भी पिया था, और आज अरविंद केजरीवाल की हार हो गई है, आम आदमी पार्टी की हार हो गई है. इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं सर?
दीदी, मैंने उस दिन कहा था कि ये झूठ बोल रहा है, इसने झूठ बोल करके दिल्ली के लोगों में भय पैदा किया है. और ये व्यक्ति, जब जिस व्यक्ति ने हरियाणा की माटी पे जन्म लिया हो, ये हरियाणा का नहीं रहा, उसी को ऊपर आरोप लगा दिया, तो ये दिल्ली का कैसे होगा? ये दिल्ली में भी ये इसको हार का मुंह देखना पड़ेगा. और दिल्ली के लोगों ने वो अपना संदेश वो दे दिया है, वो सुना दिया है फरमान, और आपदा सरकार को बाहर किया है. और दिल्ली के अंदर वहाँ के लोग जिन आदरणीय मोदी जी की नीतियों से, जिन योजनाओं से वंचित थे, जिनको इसने वंचित किया हुआ था, मुझे आज खुशी है इस बात की कि आज वो सब योजनाएं, वो सब जो जिनसे वंचित दिल्ली के लोग थे, उनका लाभ मिलना दिल्ली के लोगों को शुरू हो जाएगा. और इस प्रकार का इसने नैरेटिव सेट करने की कोशिश की कि हरियाणा के लोग यमुना के जल में जहर मिला करके दे रहे हैं, उसका जवाब दिल्ली के लोगों ने दे दिया है. और आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम दिल्ली के अंदर स्वच्छ जल हम पहले भी दे रहे थे. जो दिल्ली में ये केजरीवाल स्वच्छ जल देने में नाकाम रहा है, हमारी ये गारंटी है, मोदी जी की गारंटी है, हम दिल्ली के लोगों को स्वच्छ जल पहुंचाने का काम करेंगे. आज दिल्ली के लोगों ने मोदी जी की नीतियां और हमारे नड्डा जी के उस कुशल नेतृत्व के ऊपर मोहर लगाई है। हमारी तमाम उच्च लीडरशिप जो दिल्ली के अंदर लगी रही और उसके ऊपर बड़ा विश्वास मोदी जी की नीतियों पे किया है।
मिस्टर सैनी, जब हरियाणा में बीजेपी की जीत हुई थी तो वो काफ़ी एक सरप्राइज की तरह देखा गया था, क्योंकि हमें बहुत सारों को लगा था कि शायद कांग्रेस ज़्यादा पावरफुल पोजीशन में है। लेकिन आज जब बीजेपी की जीत दिल्ली में हुई है तो ये एक्सपेक्टेड भी था, इसके साथ साथ हरियाणा के विक्ट्री का इम्पैक्ट भी इसमें दिख रहा है। आपको लगता है कि इसका एक प्रभाव पड़ा है हरियाणा में जो बीजेपी की विक्ट्री हुई थी उसका?
केजरीवाल कांग्रेस पार्टी एक ही थैली के चट्टे बट्टे हैं, दोनों भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त रहते हैं और दोनों झूठ के माहिर हैं। नकाब जो उतारा है उसके अंदर भ्रष्टाचार ही दिखाई दे रहा है। और अब मोदी जी की जो नीतियों के ऊपर विश्वास किया है, हम डट करके हरियाणा प्रदेश को, दिल्ली को और जो विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने का आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक सपना देखा है, उसमें दिल्ली भी मजबूती से आगे खड़ा होकर के लगेगा।
राइट। मिस्टर सैनी, यमुना की क्लीनिंग में अब हरियाणा की तरफ से कितना कोऑपरेशन मिलेगा दिल्ली को, क्योंकि दोनों प्रदेशों में जो है बीजेपी की सरकार होगी?
देखिए दीदी, हम पहले भी जो यमुना स्वच्छ है उसको लेकर के काम कर रहे थे। हमने कभी भी, क्योंकि हमारी पवित्र नदियों को हम माँ के समान मानते हैं और उनको गंदा करना नहीं, उनको स्वच्छ, वो हमें पानी देती है, हमें जीवन देती है। परंतु केजरीवाल ने जिस प्रकार से वायदा किया दिल्ली के लोगों से और उसको पूरा नहीं किया, लोगों को गंदा पानी पीने के ऊपर मजबूर किया, तो हमारा पूरा कोऑपरेशन रहेगा, उसमें कोई दिक्कत समस्या नहीं आने देंगे।
राइट। मिस्टर सैनी, केजरीवाल अपने आप को हरियाणा का बेटा मानते हैं और उस तरह उन्होंने बात भी की है कैंपेन में। आम आदमी पार्टी के फ्यूचर को आप किस तरह देखते हैं हरियाणा में स्पेसिफिकली? आम आदमी पार्टी जो एक्सपैंड करना चाह रही थी उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं?
अब को बताना चाहता हूँ, इसका फ्यूचर नहीं है कहीं। ये एक बुलबुले की तरह था और बुलबुला फूट गया। ये ईमानदारी का ढोंग करके आया था, ईमानदारी का नकाब पहन करके आया था, ईमानदारी का चोला इनके चेहरे से उतर गया। ये जितने लोग थे जिन्होंने आम आदमी को खड़ा किया, ये लोग विकास नहीं, ये अपनी सुविधा के लिए काम करते थे।
ओके। मिस्टर सैनी, आखिरी क्वेश्चन सर, जो भाषा केजरीवाल जी ने इस्तेमाल की थी कि हरियाणा का जो गवर्नमेंट है, हरियाणा के जो लोग हैं, वो हरियाणा का जो बीजेपी सरकार है वो दिल्ली के लोगों को मारना चाहती है, आपको लगता है कि इस भाषा के कारण भी लोगों में कोई नाराजगी बढ़ गई थी उनके खिलाफ?
देखिए, मैं पानी पी करके आया हूँ, मैंने कहा कि हम स्वच्छ दे रहे हैं। मैंने वहाँ माँ यमुना का पानी जाकर के आचमन किया है और दिल्ली का फिर जब इसने वहां पर जाकर के बोला, मैंने दिल्ली के अंदर भी अपना पानी भी लेकर के गया और दिल्ली जहां यमुना का पानी था उस पानी को भी दिखाया। मैंने दोनों बोतलें दिखाई, एकदम अंतर स्पष्ट आ रहा था कि ये गंदा पानी पीने को मजबूर कर रहा। इसने कोई काम ही नहीं किया, पानी को लेकर के लोग गंदा पानी पीते रहे, लोग कराते रहे, कहीं सफाई व्यवस्था नहीं, सीवरेज अटे पड़े रहे। क्या हालात इसने दिल्ली का किया, पीछे इसने दिल्ली को धकेलने का काम किया और अपनी सुविधा बढ़ा ली, शीश महल खड़ा कर लिया, शीश महल के अंदर 15 करोड़ का सीवरेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लगा दिया। ये सारी सुविधाएं तो खड़ी कर दी, परंतु दिल्ली को नहीं मिली, दिल्ली वंचित रही उससे। अब ये चेहरा दिल्ली के लोगों ने इसका ईमानदारी का उतारा है।
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें एनडीटीवी का ऐप हो।
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो एनडीटीवी ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना।
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव्यापा आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में।
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दो।
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग एनडीटीवी।
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची।
एनडीटीवी ऐप नहीं।
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Well, the BJP has stormed back to power in New Delhi after 27 long years. Also, it's a day of setbacks for the Aam Aadmi Party with big guns, Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia themselves losing. And what does this mean for the future of Aam Aadmi Party? Big question there. But it's a day of celebration for the BJP. In fact, the giant killer there, Parvesh Singh Verma, has defeated Arvind Kejriwal. His wife, Swati Singh, joins us now for a conversation. She is somebody who has played a pivotal role in his campaign, taking part in public rallies, campaign events, community events, and also mobilizing women, especially in the constituency, to vote for the BJP. Swati Singh joins us now. Thank you. थैंक यू स्वाति मैम हमसे जुड़ने के लिए। ये बताइए कि आज कितना बड़ा दिन है आपके लिए। आप एक पॉलिटिकल फैमिली से आती हैं, यू आर द डॉटर ऑफ अ बीजेपी लीडर एंड आल्सो द डॉटर इन लॉ ऑफ अ बीजेपी चीफ मिनिस्टर, एंड नाउ योर हस्बैंड कुड बी इन द लाइन टू बिकम द चीफ मिनिस्टर। ये दिन आपके लिए कितना बड़ा है?
आज बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी हो रही है। एवरीवन इज हैप्पी अराउंड हियर. Our family, friends, all the Karyakartas, they are all happy because we have done it. Each and every person has really worked hard to the utmost level, and the result is here. The party asked us something and we have given it to the party.
Swati ma'am, you've also, as far as I know from our reporter friends and also the kind of constituency reports, you were very involved. You were mobilizing women, you took part in a lot of community events. What made you take this responsibility, apart from the fact that your spouse was contesting this election?
No, I have done it always. Like from his past 3 elections, I was always there campaigning for him. In fact, I have done it for my father-in-law, for my parents, and for him also from last 3 elections. And this time, the scenario was totally different. The people were in the mood of change. They wanted a different government. They wanted a government which can work, can make New Delhi a different place. Because from last 11 years, they were just fooled around with false promises, with false narratives. But now they want that Modi ji should come here in Delhi, should help us out and make Delhi a beautiful place to live.
Swati ji, it was a very closely contested battle. It was a very heated battle. The time we used to see, Parvesh ji going to the election commission, Arvind Kejriwal complaining about something or the other, and eventually he has won by about 1,200 votes. It was a very close battle as far as New Delhi is concerned. What gave you and your family that confidence that we are winning, that right from the word go, even the Home Minister was saying, I'm sure about one seat, that is New Delhi?
Yeah. Yes, when we got the opportunity from our top leaders to contest here in New Delhi, and when we went down at the ground, the people really wanted a change. So it was just a false propaganda which was created by the Aam Aadmi Party that they are winning, but it was clear cut from the very first day that they want a change, they want a government, they want a double-engine government where the Prime Minister's Yojana, all his manifesto, everything should come to the ground. And people trusted Pravesh because he has already done it, his 10 years, past 10 years experience. And his work has given the confidence to the New Delhi people that he will work for New Delhi also. So from very first day, we were sure that we are winning the seat. The top leaders were very confident that we will win the seat. And see, the result is here. He is a winner by more than 5,000 votes.
Right. Swati ji, in 2024, I remember when the Lok Sabha, candidate list came out, a lot of us found it very surprising that Parvesh Verma did not make it to that list. Did you find, was that a challenging time for the family, or did you find it very easy to convince people that there is another chapter that's waiting to open?
In politics, it's never an end chapter. So if you are a loyal person, and we are loyal to our party, and from very first day, our party leaders told us just wait and watch, the time will come and you will be given a new responsibility. And being a loyal person, BJP person, we waited, we worked hard, and the result is here.
Is this victory going to give your family a second chief minister, madam?
As of now, I can just say that Pravesh Verma is the New Delhi new MLA who will be working for the development of New Delhi.
Right. Ma'am, also, one of the last questions, what are the 3 qualities in your husband that you think, sets him apart from a lot of other politicians?
his nature to work hard. If he decides something, he will do it. His hardworking thing and corruption-free work.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us at this moment. Congratulations to you. A big day for Parvesh Verma, his family. Sahib Singh Verma's legacy, ladies and gentlemen, being taken forward there in the national capital by his son, who is, and we keep saying this, and people will, Parvesh Verma will keep his fingers crossed.
Yes.
Keeping naming him, but he is a very strong contender for the chief ministership for the upcoming government of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Well, for the BJP, it will be difficult to ignore the fact that, this feat of his defeating Aam Aadmi Party's Arvind Kejriwal will be something that the party will not be able to ignore. Of course, the BJP and the RSS have a different way of working well, and I'm sure that the name is already there in their mind. It's not that they will have to come together and discuss. This is something that the leadership will decide, but of course, it will be interesting to see if Parvesh Verma makes it to the CM's chair.
All right, Valmiki Nayak, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, is joining us. GVL Narasimha Rao, senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, is also with us. But before I go to my guest, let's first of all take you on the ground. What's happening there? My colleague joining us, Anushka, is at the BJP headquarters. Anushka, my colleague, is the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. We know that BJP, of course, will be over the moon. There are celebrations happening there. But Anushka, I want to come to you first. For the Aam Aadmi Party, the most challenging time at this moment, what's happening at Arvind Kejriwal's residence? Who all are there?
Well, Ankit, this is a completely contrasting scenario here from the high spirits of Parvesh Verma and the BJP headquarters. This remains a solitary enclave. Arvind Kejriwal's residence is, naturally quiet after the big setback, not just for the party, but for himself as well. Arvind Kejriwal lost his seat of the New Delhi constituency to Parvesh Singh Sahib Verma, and other big guns of the Aam Aadmi Party, Manish Sisodia, Awadh Oja, these faces have also lost from their seat. Delhi Chief Minister Atishi, however, has won on her seat, and she is currently inside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. They've been, in meeting, in discussion for a while now. Earlier in the day, Raghav Chadda from the Aam Aadmi Party, a member of Rajya Sabha, was also present here. He's left, however. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was also present inside. Just a short while back, Saurabh Bhardwaj also went inside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. So we're yet to understand what sort of dialogue is going on between the party members at this point. Arvind Kejriwal has come out with a statement. He concedes to his defeat. Even Manish Sisodia and Awadh Oja have let out statements where they have conceded to their defeats. But these are the scenes here at Arvind Kejriwal's residence where it's all quiet and it's all, solitary at this point.
Right. Thank you, Tanushka. We'll keep coming back to you. This clearly is one of the most difficult days for the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's go across to Anushka, and the scene would be radically different there. Anushka, tell us what is expected at the BJP headquarters. The Prime Minister is going to arrive there at 7:30, and this clearly would also, in some ways, increase the electoral high that the BJP has been enjoying with its back-to-back victories in Maharashtra and Haryana. What is the preparation that you see on ground there?
Well, certainly, Vasudha, what we are understanding from here is that all the party leaders, all the MLAs and all the BJP workers are gathered at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. A meeting is happening there, and in a short while, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also be coming to the national headquarters where he will be addressing all the people who in fact worked quite hard to win this Delhi election this time round. I'd like to show you some visuals also from ground here. This is National BJP headquarters where currently celebrations are ongoing, and it seems like Holi has come in early for the people of the BJP who are celebrating this movement like anything. And also we are showing the visuals. We can clearly see that people are dancing, singing, and in fact enjoying the high of winning this election after 27 long years. Also, we are showing the visuals from the ground. This is the National BJP headquarters where in a few hours Prime Minister will be arriving to in fact address all the MPs and LAs who have worked quite hard to win this election. And also we are showing the visuals
campaigning for the election. Remember, a team was selected with all the BJP top brass, all the people who were involved in Haryana and Maharashtra's campaigning. All of them will be arriving here, and all the micromanagement that the BJP did. And remember, the swing voters who we in fact also learned that there were 30% swing voters. Now they also played a huge role in BJP's win this time around. We did see people who voted for the BJP in Lok Sabha elections. All the 7 MPs in Delhi are right now from BJP, and also we saw the swing voters also working their magic here. But also we are showing you the visuals of the national headquarters, the celebration that is underway. Several of the party karyakartas have arrived here. Several of the leaders have in fact arrived here, and the Prime Minister will be also coming here.
Long party for the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's just begun. The celebrations have just begun at the BJP office. They are going to go on for a very, very long time. But let's get in our guest at this moment. GVL Narasimha Rao, I want to understand from you, sir, what has BJP done post Lok Sabha election 2024, that state after state now coming to Delhi after 27 years, you are celebrating this massive victory, sir?
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Ankit, Vasudha, all the panelists and the viewers. You see, BJP post 2024 election, we have strengthened our organizational machinery, and states that were going to polls. We have done micromanagement in a very, very serious way. And we did not want to leave anything to chance. Maximize your performance, leave nothing to chance. I think that has been the motto of the BJP. And people also having given us a smaller tally in Lok Sabha than was widely anticipated. Even people have realized that the BJP ought to have been given a bigger mandate in states like Maharashtra. People have given us fewer seats, and they have compensated more than they've compensated us significantly more, having compared the BJP's track record with other political parties. So I certainly think there is nationwide jubilation. There is
if I may ask
nationwide
you,
mood
has
to
this
give-
election fundamentally transformed the nature of the Delhi voter, who felt it was okay to vote for Narendra Modi in the Lok Sabha elections and for Arvind Kejriwal in the assembly elections? Clearly that has changed, sir. Do you think that this election is that turning point for Delhi politics?
I don't think so, Vasudha. I don't think people have changed. It's only that they have their attitude towards political parties has changed. They have always considered BJP as a great party for governance at the national level. BJP is needed for running this country. They have given a huge thumbs up to the BJP in every parliament election for 14, 19 and 2024. But they thought, they were given the impression that Delhi would be better off with the local governance by the Aam Aadmi Party. They also thought AAP should be given a chance. And they have given a chance to Aam Aadmi Party more than once. When their aspirations have belied, when the reality of Aam Aadmi Party being a party that is steeply involved in corruption, that has betrayed public sort of trust in Aam Aadmi Party as a party that will do away with VIP culture. And you have seen Aam Aadmi Party being completely steeped in it. So having got this shocker from Aam Aadmi Party, people have realized it's better to have a party like the BJP, which is in power at the center, delivering whatever we have promised. And we have made promises to people of Delhi that they are sure that we will retain, we will keep, and therefore people it's at one level, it's a reposing trust, continued trust in the BJP. At another level, a complete dejection with the Aam Aadmi Party.
Okay, Valmiki Nayak, let me ask this from you. I mean, of course, this is a big defeat, and of course, political parties would come and say that winning and losing elections are part of the game. But the fact remains, this is the first time in Delhi that Aam Aadmi Party would be sitting in opposition. This is not the defeat of the Aam Aadmi Party, but it also is a show of no confidence from the voters to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal himself. His image and political capital has taken a dent. Do you think that the recovery is going to be very, very difficult task ahead?
Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, a 44% vote share after 10 years of governance, in which the last 5 years we could not or we were not allowed to perform as well as we did in the previous 5 years to that, is not bad at all. In fact, this election, as you saw, we fought against money power, muscle power, and even election commission power, which was working against us. And if you see the
Sir, you're
difference
looking
in
at the
the
silver
vote
lining,
shares
but
of
the
the
fact
Bharatiya
is,
Janata
you're
Party.
looking at the silver lining, and all those things were said in the campaign. The fact remains at this moment that entire top leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party, the very model and the people, those who are projecting that model, including Mr. Kejriwal, they have all lost their seats.
I'll come to that. Let me just complete my point, which was I was saying that the low margins with which Bharatiya Janata Party has won its seat share. If you look at the vote share, there's hardly a 2% difference between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Aam Aadmi Party. That said, like I said, we humbly accept the verdict, and in fact, we congratulate the BJP. And at the same time, I want to stress that this does not change what the BJP is just because they win an election. They are still an authoritarian party. They are still an anti-democratic party. And that makes them, in my opinion, an anti-national party. As far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, we will continue to serve the people of Delhi and fulfill our role as a constructive opposition. Now it is up to the BJP, which made certain promises to come to power. They have to fulfill those, and the people of Delhi will not forgive them if they start stopping the schemes that the Aam Aadmi Party gave them, the schools and hospitals which the Aam Aadmi Party constructed for them. And if the BJP starts, their mafia raj on electricity, water, and everything else like it used to be
But
before
it will be
the Aam Aadmi
unfair.
Party.
It will be unfair to call the party who's winning Delhi anti-national party. Let's just not use these kind of words. People have possessed their faith in the BJP.
Okay, GVL wanted to respond to that, Mr. Rao.
I think, let me just complete. I will not interrupt you.
We have come to power for the third time in
the Constitution.
Let Mr. Rao respond to that.
Hold on, let Mr. Rao respond to what you're saying.
We have come to power for the third time in Delhi in central government. We have won a third time election in Haryana. We have won a third time election recently in Maharashtra. And we are winning big in Delhi after having lost 3 successive elections. I think people have spoken their mandate. People have given their mandate. They have clearly chosen Bharatiya Janata Party as the party to lead this country and lead Delhi. Just because you have lost, everybody else doesn't become mafia. I think you represent the real mafia. And what kind of anti-national forces Aam Aadmi Party aligned with in Punjab is no secret. So today is not a day. I think some amount of reflection is what is expected of Aam Aadmi Party, but it is possibly a little too much to expect from
Mr.
them.
Rao. Also, let's take a look at what Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, also somebody who possibly addressed maximum rallies in Delhi. He has reacted on the Delhi election results. Let's listen into what he said.
मैं दिल्ली में विजयी हुए सभी प्रत्याशियों को, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, दिल्ली में कमल खिलाने के लिए हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। मां यमुना के तट पर बसी हुई दिल्ली विकास का रसास्वादन करेगी और दिल्ली वासियों को उन सभी वेलफेयर स्कीम का लाभ प्राप्त हो पाएगा जिसमें बैरियर का काम दिल्ली के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार पिछले 11 वर्षों से कर रही थी।
Okay, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath there speaking on Delhi results. Also, the Congress's role in this election, Ankit, has been very interesting. Let me ask the Congress.
It's very interesting that in this result, 2 parties which are happy at the defeat of the Aam Aadmi and the Congress, though the Congress has not opened their account. But go ahead.
Sujata, how do you see this, ma'am? Is the fact that the opposition space to the BJP reducing, is that something that is of concern to the Congress party, or the fact that you've managed to regain some of your lost seat share in Delhi, is that something that makes you happier today?
The BJP must be extremely happy because they are the ones who pitted the BJP, the Aam Aadmi Party. So I consider it the B team of the BJP. And since Mr. Arvind Kejriwal was not willing to cede ground to the Bharatiya Janata Party, Mr. GVL will be extremely happy today, as will his party. And congratulations on a great win. And as far as the Congress party is concerned, you wait and watch. In 2030, we are going to be back, or whenever the next elections happen, because you know the history of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Delhi. We never, we only had one term where they completed their term, but Sheila Dikshit ji's time is obviously not remembered by the present generation because they didn't really see what she had done. And gradually people will, since a lot of people are understanding and people are moving towards the Congress party, we have increased our vote share and we will further increase it. It is, it was the BJP strategy. Just one point.
May I very humbly add, you're already thinking of 2030. But a party which is at this moment is at number 3 with 6% vote share. You've only added 2% of vote as far as your vote share is concerned. You think that in 2030, is that what you did in 2025 was preparation for 2030? It's far way ahead, ma'am.
No, not at all. Ankit, what I'm trying to say is that after the results, when you analyze, because we gave it our best shot, nobody can say that we were not really there, because we are the ones who brought the scams of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal to the forefront. And make no mistake, we will continue doing that even now. So if the BJP thinks that they've come into power and we are going to be quiet about it, that's not going to happen. But secondly, whenever there is a period of transition which begins, there is always confusion, and there must have been confusion in the minds of the people. I was hoping that our percentage would also be better. We would open our account also. But do not forget that we were demeaned, derogated, defamed by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that the India Against Corruption law, which ended up becoming the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, whenever there is transition, there is confusion, and this was the beginning of that transition, is what I was trying to say.
It will be a very long road if the Congress is already hoping 5 years back. But can I ask you one very quick question before Vasudha takes it over? Omar Abdullah is a partner in the India Alliance. He has tweeted and he has said, "Aapas mein ladte raho," and the BJP is winning. At least he's worried about the BJP's increasing footprint while you are celebrating the defeat of an alliance partner.
I don't know whether Mr. Omar Abdullah is saying that to the Aam Aadmi Party, because it is the Aam Aadmi Party which followed the Congress Party and cut into their vote share by talking about the same issues as the Congress Party does, whether it was Uttarakhand, in the Northeast also they ended up there, or Goa, or other places. They never went to a ball. And clear shows that we have a strategy in mind, and we do understand that the Bharatiya Janata Party has, and now after the result, that people have not really appreciated the Aam Aadmi Party, and it is not a vote for the BJP per se, because when Mr. Modi was riding high in 2015 and 2020, it was Aam Aadmi Party which won. So one more important thing is that Ramesh Biduri has lost, and that communal politics has not worked. So I just hope that you were showing what Mr. Pravesh Verma is going to be pitted as probably one of the strong faces. So we are not going to have a strong face, but they will be ruling Delhi in the name of Mr. Modi. So what is going to happen? What happened in Tripura? 3 chief ministers, Uttarakhand 3 chief ministers, and Gujarat, the entire cabinet.
Yeah, GVL Narasimha Rao, as somebody who has also been a psephologist, sir, tell me this one thing. I know Arvind Kejriwal has been, politically more potent as a rival to you in many ways, even than the Congress. Tell us, he's somebody who talks about Hindu pride. He's somebody who's a Hanuman Bhakt. He's somebody who's also at some point appealed to the middle class. This victory against Arvind Kejriwal and his party, tell us how emotively, how politically significant is it for the BJP? Because he is also in some ways, he was in some ways more potent than the Congress party to take you on.
Vasudha, I think 10 years ago, 7 years ago, if you had made this comment, I would have possibly said perhaps yes, he could become sort of a bigger political party and could possibly take a large slice of the Congress support. But today, no. I think even before this result, Arvind Kejriwal proved to be a failure outside Delhi and Punjab. They went into Gujarat, they could get nothing. They went into Goa, got nothing. They contested very seriously in Haryana. They could not manage to do anything. They tried in Uttar Pradesh, they did nothing. They tried in Uttarakhand, nothing. I think in all these states, Aam Aadmi proved to be a complete dud. So therefore, we don't even before this victory for us, Kejriwal ceased to be a political challenge for the BJP on a scale outside NCR region. You can possibly call that. But today, after this defeat, Kejriwal ceases to be an important force within the opposition grouping also, because having lost his own seat, he not only loses the political heft, he has also lost political morality.
Sir, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you here, but Haryana Chief Minister is speaking at this moment on Delhi's victory. Let's listen in.
किसान महिला युवा और हर वर्ग के लिए जो मोदी जी की लगातार योजनाएं चल रही थी दिल्ली में, वहाँ के लोग उन योजनाओं से वंचित और दिल्ली में एक ऐसी आपदा सरकार जो ईमानदारी का नकाब पहन करके बैठी थी, परंतु भ्रष्टाचार उसकी रगों में था, हर रग में उसका भ्रष्टाचार था। दिल्ली के लोग पिछले 10 वर्षों से गंदा पानी पीने पर मजबूर थे। दिल्ली के लोग अपना अगर कोई बीमारी आ जाती थी इलाज कराने के लिए मजबूर थे। दिल्ली के लोग जो इन्होंने कहा था कि हम अच्छे स्कूल देंगे, उस शिक्षा से वंचित थे। और आज दिल्ली के लोगों ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी की उन जन कल्याण नीतियों के ऊपर मोहर लगाई है, मोदी जी के कामों के ऊपर मोहर लगाई है और आपदा सरकार को बाहर किया है। अपनी कमियों को छुपाने के लिए केजरीवाल साहब अपनी कमियों के आरोप दूसरे के ऊपर लगाने में माहिर थे और दोनों के दो, कांग्रेस और केजरीवाल, एक ही थैले के निकले व्यक्ति हैं। केजरीवाल का जो विचार है वो विचार वो कम्युनिस्ट विचार है और उस विचार को उसको अपने से मतलब है, दिल्ली से कोई मतलब नहीं था। दिल्ली के लोगों को सुविधाएं मिलनी चाहिए उससे कोई मतलब नहीं था। दिल्ली के नाले, दिल्ली के सीवरेज, दिल्ली की गलियों में पानी, जो लोगों ने पिछले 10 वर्षों का वो अत्याचारी शासन सहा है, आज दिल्ली के लोगों ने उस आपदा को बाहर किया है, मोदी जी की नीतियों पे मुहर लगाई है। मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि उनके कुशल नेतृत्व के अंदर आज दिल्ली में सरकार बनी है और केजरीवाल ने तो अपनी कमियां छुपाने के लिए हरियाणा के ऊपर ही आरोप लगा।
Naib Singh Saini, Chief Minister of Haryana, he also had to play a very important role in the whole narrative with Yamuna being the focus of this election. Mr. Balmiki, let me bring you in at this moment. Let's talk about the challenges for the Aam Aadmi Party. Of course, there will be introspection on what went wrong for you. But rather than just blaming, whatever happened and how the BJP, fought this election against you, is there a sense in the Aam Aadmi Party that this could in fact propel the crisis in Punjab as well? Is that the real worry for the Aam Aadmi Party, that the impact of Delhi will be felt in Punjab as well?
Quite the contrary, actually. Earlier you asked me about what about the personal defeats of our top leaders, and Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao also opined on that. In fact, I think the BJP leadership must be more happy about the defeat of Mr. Kejriwal in his constituency than even the entire election in forming the government, because it is like a dream come true for them. Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah have personally invested their political capital into defeating Mr. Kejriwal. They were unsuccessful in the previous occasions, so this time they have been successful. But one can also look at this in a completely different way. Remember that now Mr. Kejriwal and some of the top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party do not have the responsibilities of the chief ministership or ministership or even an MLA. Now Mr. Kejriwal is only the convener of a national party, and now he has all the time to travel all across the country and campaign and increase the strength of the party all over India. So this dream come true of the Bharatiya Janata Party might turn into their worst nightmare. I also, since we have Mr. Narasimha Rao on the line, I have a question to ask him. He is the author of a very well-received book on EVMs, except that the book was written in 2011 when the BJP was in the opposition, and Mr. Narasimha Rao claimed in that book that EVMs can and have been manipulated.
Okay.
Was he lying then, or is he lying now?
Well, it has been discussed many times in many debates, but I will let Mr. Narasimha respond to that. Please go ahead, sir.
I spoke bare truth then, and I'm speaking bare truth now. When I wrote the book, there was no paper trail. Our demand was there cannot be paperless voting. Paperless voting is a complete no. And therefore, because of our demand, and of which I am a principal player, every vote cast in elections today is preserved in the form of a paper printout, which has been validated by every voter by his own eyes. Okay. Therefore, you cannot compare the EVM system with paper trail today with the EVMs then. Understood?
I think nobody has raised the EVM issue as yet.
Hold on, Mr. Valmiki. Hold on, Mr. Valmiki. You've made your point, sir. You've asked a question. He has responded. Go ahead, Vasudha.
Let me ask Sujata Paul, ma'am, what is your answer to all those India Bloc allies who basically supported Arvind Kejriwal in this election and openly rejecting the Congress party in Delhi, be it Samajwadi Party or RJD or or even Sharad Pawar NCP or even Mamata Banerjee?
Ma'am, I think you'll have to unmute yourself.
Every regional party in this country, Vasudha, should remember that we believe in democracy, and that is how there are so many parties today in the country. But the Bharatiya Janata Party, of course, got the Aam Aadmi Party as its B team, and today it is the one who wants it out completely. And as far as the India Bloc is concerned, I think now it is very clear to the India Bloc that no matter how much you go after the Aam Aadmi Party and support them, it will be the Congress Party which will always be a leading player. And we are always, we are very humble, and when we show our large heart, it is not because we are arrogant like the BJP. We always want everybody to be together. And I think now the India Bloc will be strengthened by the fact that it will give them clarity. Every party will get a clarity as to who are the ones who are actually, taking up people's issues, or who the people are going to be gradually moving towards. So any party which is a regional party should think on those lines also. And with the support of the Congress Party, it will always be democracy which will be held responsible and established in our nation.
I just have one sentence to say to Sujata ji. Basically that
I think, all right, Mr. Valmiki, I think we've lost your connection. He wanted to say something to the Congress party. Narasimha Rao Saab doesn't have to, in fact, do anything. The Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in implosion itself. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say one sentence is that at least a dozen seats in this election the BJP has won thanks to the participation of the Congress party. So whose B team has been proved in this election?
No, so will you then agree that you were the B team of the BJP in Gujarat or in Haryana? Because there were a number of seats that the Congress lost because Aam Aadmi Party fought that election.
Aam Aadmi Party was second in almost 30 seats.
Absolutely not. Gujarat happened before the India alliance happened, and also the Congress party was in opposition for 30 years. I think they had more than a fair chance
happened after
to
that,
prove their worth. Haryana, I agree.
India against corruption. Demeaning Sheila Dikshit. Don't forget.
Should have continued in Haryana, but the Congress
you spoke lies about Sheila Dikshit.
You have Aam Aadmi Party has always taken the position that all political parties have a right to fight elections everywhere. Just because you've been defeated, why do you want to backtrack on that? Unless and until there is an understanding in the India bloc, this is what Mr. Umar Abdullah has been saying, that you will fight and BJP will rub their hands in glee. Mr. Narasimha Rao, go ahead.
No, I think there is a competition among political parties to name each other as the B team of the BJP. So everybody concedes that we are the big guys. We are there here to rule, to serve people for decades to come. But it's so convenient for them to call each other B team. No, I want to ask the Congress, why did you then you join the Aam Aadmi Party in Lok Sabha in Delhi elections?
Sujata ji, respond to what Mr. Rasimha is saying, that if you do not believe Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal, what was the need to join them?
You know, when it comes to the nation, just like when we are talking about the nation versus the entire world. No, not at all. When we are fighting the BJP, then we are fighting the BJP for the nation. When we are talking about the center, and when we are talking about our federal structure, then we do fight each other. It has happened in the past with the BJP also, but the BJP obviously refuses to accept today that Aam Aadmi Party was sent into Uttarakhand also to cut into the vote share of the Congress Party. And that is what their strategy was. They thought that they wouldn't be able to win on their own in Punjab or in Delhi.
Okay, I think that is also a problem for the voters. That is also a problem for the voters. This grouping at one election and ungrouping at the other, it does prove confusing at times. Sir, I have to take a very short break. So we'll... all right.
Before that, let's listen. Let's listen into Shikhar Rai, who is the winning candidate from Greater Kailash. Someone was defeated, Saurabh Bharadwaj.
Absolutely deemed as a safe seat for the Aam Aadmi Party. All safe forts have been demolished in this election. Take a look.
पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व को सबसे पहले मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आभार करूंगी प्रकट कि उन्होंने जो है इस बार बढ़िया से सब इस चुनाव को करवाया संपन्न कैंडिडेट की सिलेक्शन की फिर उसके बाद पूरे प्रचार में पार्टी लगी और कार्यकर्ताओं का धन्यवाद करूंगी दुगनी गति से आप देखिएगा अगले कुछ ही समय में सरकार का काम दिखेगा क्योंकि हालांकि बैकलॉग इतना है इतने ज़्यादा गड्ढे छोड़ करके गई है ये सरकार कि उनको भरने में समय तो लग सकता है लेकिन मुझे मालूम है कि हमारा जो नेतृत्व है वो इसको बहुत जल्दी सब चीज़ों को ध्यान करेगा
Well, joining us right now is in fact Kailash Gehlot, who has just won the Bijwasan seat. First of all, congratulations, sirs. What were those issues you think that the people voted you for?
I told you many times, the issues are the same. Pani, bijli, sadkein. And I have been repeatedly saying the issues are the same exactly the issues which were in 2015. And I think people have made the right decision and I have been repeatedly saying that people wanted change.
So in fact, now we are seeing that, be it the heavyweights of the Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal has lost the election, Manish Sisodia has lost the election, Saurabh Bharadwaj has lost the election. So do you think now, sir, that it was the right decision to in fact switch sides?
I think when I resigned that day, I made a very simple and short statement, but it was a very powerful and loaded statement that Aam Aadmi Party is not the same party which Delhiites saw in 2015. And Arvind Kejriwal is not the same Arvind Kejriwal who was in 2015. I think people have made the right decision and ये वो आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं जिसको हमने उस टाइम तो मैं जब हम कह रहा हूँ it's not just Kailash Gehlot, it's lakhs and crores of कार्यकर्ताs who had joined आम आदमी पार्टी that time. पार्टी मतलब देखिए कितनी विडंबना की बात है एक पार्टी जिसने अपना जन्म लिया शुरुआत की करप्शन के खिलाफ वो खुद वो सब उसके उनके मंत्री उनके एमएलए सब करप्शन में फंसे हुए हैं तो इससे बड़ा और क्या स्टेटमेंट हो सकता है
सर मेरा एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे ये है you have headed many ministries in Delhi government. Now BJP is going to form the government. Will Kailash Gehlot be leading this government as the next chief minister?
I am a कार्यकर्ता first and then a MLA and then anything else. So whatever the party will decide, I will perform that duty with utmost sincerity and honesty.
So in fact, this was Kailash Gehlot with us, in fact, who was saying that certainly, it is, those reasons because of which he had resigned, that has now come true in this mandate that the people have given today. Now with camera person Sanjay Kaushik, this is Ishka Verma for NDTV.
What a switch for Kailash Gehlot. Till 6 months back, he was the minister in the government of Delhi. went to the Bharatiya Janata Party.
I'm very lucky.
Changed his seat from Rajabgarh, went to Bijwasan, and still has been able to win that seat. So, of course, for him, it must be a great day, continuity for 5 more years of being in the government. Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake about one fact, and Vasudha and I have been discussing this at length. This, and especially after the Lok Sabha election, state after state where BJP was expected at least, before the election happened, that they would lose, them winning is a big deal. All right, let's go across at this moment to some special guests, those who are joining us. The man of the moment, what Arvind Kejriwal did in 2013, Parvesh Verma has done to Arvind Kejriwal in 2025. His kids are joining us at this moment. Sanidhi and Shivain, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. Congratulations. How proud are you of your father today?
I think words fall short to describe quite what we're feeling right now.
Okay.
Sanidhi, also tell us a little bit about what do you do, both of you, and also did you take part in the election campaign? How did you help out your parents, especially your father?
I mean, we've both, my brother and I and my sister, we've grown up in a political family, so we don't really get an option when it comes to a political campaign about whether we want to participate or not. When it came to this campaign, I think the 2 fronts that we contributed the most through was door-to-door campaigning, and then the second front was his social media. We were trying to sort of see and gauge what the New Delhi constituents wanted to know from him and deliver that message not only through a social media platform, but also when we used to visit them and connect with them on a more personal level.
Shivain, if I may ask you, because you guys have always been exposed to this political nature with your grandfather also on both sides. Your grandfather, Parvesh's dad, was also the chief minister. How, was it difficult to understand what was happening? It was a very hectic campaign. He had to spend a lot of time, on the campaign trail. Was it difficult to understand? How did you contribute?
I mean, it was hectic. It was extremely hectic. When Papa used to go for campaigning in one area of New Delhi, my sisters and I, used to go to another area to do door-to-door campaigning on another block, on another colony. And honestly, it wasn't really difficult because I've been exposed to this sort of political nature since my childhood during Papa's Lok Sabha elections as well. So I wasn't really unfamiliar with what was going on. But yeah, this election was a little challenging because of the people who we were against. But yeah, it was really we went for door-to-door campaign, and it was...
How did you connect with the voters? Because there is always a talk of the young voter. New Delhi has a very big population of the young voter as well. With both of you being out there, was it also an added advantage to your father? You were able to connect with the young voters and, put out the message across?
I think the young voters in Delhi are very politically aware, and so when we used to visit them, it honestly was quite pleasantly surprising that they would want to come forth and connect with us. I would say that the work was halfway done by them wanting to sort of see a betterment of the people around them, see a change in not only New Delhi, but Delhi at large. And I feel like connecting with the youth has quite honestly always been a matter of development and who is fighting for the right things. I think the youth is very sees things black and white,
right,
as to say. So I think that they have been quite a strong pillar for us in this election in terms of always being supportive and always being cooperative.
Right. Sanidhi, did you expect the results that have come out today? Do you expect your father to win? It was a very difficult contest. He was contesting against the former chief minister, the face of Aam Aadmi Party. What is it that people kept telling you? Were you confident throughout? Where do you think was the turning point in this election where you actually felt that your father had a chance?
I think that we honestly knew from day one that Papa's winning the election, that confidence didn't come from a place of malice or a place of bliss. I think that place, that confidence came from a place of being connected with people on the ground. We've grown up in Delhi. We were born in New Delhi. We've grown up in New Delhi. This has been sort of our surrounding for the past 21 years for me and the past 14 years for him. And knowing the problems that the constituents are facing, I think that we went in seeing the image quite clearly. The media kept telling us that it was sort of this triangular competition, and there were two giant faces against him. But I think that the people in New Delhi were very confident in who they wanted, and they wanted a change, and they wanted my dad, and they proved that today with the margin that they've given him of a 5,000 lead.
Are you guys expecting your father to be the Chief Minister of Delhi?
Honestly, and we're not saying this, because we've been trained to say this, but for the past, I think the majority of his political career, he has worked under the guidance of the BJP. Whatever the leaders have given him, he's accepted that with grace and with honor, and he's worked very hard to work for those responsibilities that have been assigned to him. And I think that the same sort of carry forwards when he has been given this position of being an MLA from New Delhi. As for the Chief Minister, you're asking the wrong people. I think that the BJP, the people who have formed the government,
asking, not as BJP Karyakartas, but let's say somebody whose father has won. Of course, everybody wants their father to be the Chief Minister. Why not?
I mean, we also want to spend time with him. So if the party decides yes, that'd be great. If the party decides no, then we have more family time. So who's to say?
Sanidhi, a lot of people have been saying that this is a very emotional time for the BJP supporters and also people who wanted BJP to come to power in Delhi. Sahib Singh Verma was also a stalwart in Delhi BJP, the second chief minister of the BJP in Delhi. I know that, you must have been very young when he passed away. Do you have any memories of him? Do you understand the extent of today's victory, the kind of joy it has brought to people who have supported the BJP all these years?
I was 4 when my grandfather passed away, and if I'm being very honest, for the past 20 years, all the memories that I have of him are stories that have been passed on to me and my sister and my brother from people around us, and no story has ever been negative. People remember him very, very fondly. They remember him as someone who used to sleep at 3 a.m., wake up at 5 a.m. and get right back to work. So having grown up with this legacy of a man who worked day and night, who thought of the entire Delhi as his family, I think that Dadaji, whatever he is, he's very, very proud of what his son has achieved and what he is going to do for the people of New Delhi in the 5 coming years.
Right. Well, we know Pravesh Verma as a politician. Tell us a little bit about how is he as a father? What is the best characteristic of him, feature of him as a father? What is the best activity that you do with him that you're really fond of?
There is, how should I explain this? आई थिंक हिंदी में इसे बोलना थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा इजी होगा. अगर बेटी कुछ बोलती है तो पापा मना नहीं कर पाते. If a daughter says something, it's very hard for dad to say no to that. And I think that my dad is the biggest example of that. When it comes to me and my sister, the world is one way and the two of us are on a completely different path. My brother's sitting right next to me and I think that he will agree. But I think that the love, the care that he's shown to the three of us, and especially his attention when it comes to our education and when it comes to our progress and development, is very commendable, and it is very inspiring, and it has made us who we are as people today.
Thank you so much to both of you for speaking to us. Congratulations, a big day of celebration. I'm sure you are sick of the laddus that are coming in your house, and there'll be many more that you'll see through the day and for days to come. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Pravesh Singh Verma's family there, his children Sanidhi Singh Verma and also Shiven Singh Verma joining us for that exclusive chat. We'll get you more voices and visuals on the other side of this break.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें NDTV का ऐप हो.
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो NDTV ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना.
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव यापा आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में.
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दोगे।
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग एनडीटीवी।
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची।
NDTV ऐप नहीं।
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Delhi has decided the capital counts on the BJP dumps the Aam Aadmi Party. The Kamal blooms in Delhi after 27 years. The Prime Minister will lead Delhi to a victory bash. He'll address party workers at 7:30 p.m. at the BJP headquarters. The Prime Minister says good governance and development have won. 3 top leaders from the Aam Aadmi Party bite the electoral dust. Arvind Kejriwal has lost. Giant killer Parvesh Verma has defeated him. In New Delhi, the BJP Shikhar Roy stuns the Aam Aadmi Party's Saurabh Bhardwaj and Greater Kailash won. Manish Sisodia concedes and loses from Jangpura. The BJP's giant killer Parvesh Verma, in an interview to NDTV, he says, asked whether he's going to be Chief Minister, he says his bosses will decide. Arvind Kejriwal accepts the mandate. He says the Aam Aadmi Party will play the role of a constructive opposition. Atishi, who did win her seat, says it's time to continue the war against the BJP.
दिल्ली की जनता ने विकास का रास्ता चुना, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व को चुना।
Good evening. In a stunning turn of events, Delhi has seen a political upheaval with the BJP storming back to power, leaving the Aam Aadmi Party in disarray. The BJP has secured a simple majority with leads or results in 48 seats compared to 22 for the Aam Aadmi Party. Arvind Kejriwal, the face of the Aam Aadmi Party, who lost his seat, has now conceded defeat in a video statement. This brings to an end the Aam Aadmi Party's 10-year reign in the capital. This defeat poses critical questions for the Aam Aadmi Party's future, especially their national ambitions, as it highlights anti-incumbency, governance challenges and leadership issues. Other than Arvind Kejriwal, the other Aam Aadmi Party figures who face defeat, Manish Sisodia in Jangpura, Satyendra Jain, Saurabh Bhardwaj, Rakhi Bhilla and Awad Oja. This loss is not just a setback for these stalwarts, but a moment of deep introspection for the Aam Aadmi Party, questioning their strategy, governance model and the integrity of their anti-corruption stance. Will this mark a turning point for the Aam Aadmi Party and indeed the opposition in the country? That's a larger question, but for now, the BJP's win in Delhi is a truly stunning development.
देखिए, अभी 2-4-5 दिन में विधायक दल बैठेगा
वहाँ पर कौन विधायक दल का नेता होगा वो तय होगा। उसके बाद में पार्टी की लीडरशिप वो उस पर मोहर लगाएगी और वो नाम आपके सामने आ जाएगा और वो जो भी नाम होगा सभी को मान्य होगा। हमने कहा था एसआईटी का गठन होगा, तो एसआईटी का गठन होगा। जो भी करप्शन हुए हैं, जो भी स्कैम हुए हैं, उन सब की जांच होगी। जो भी उसमें दोषी होंगे, चाहे वो अफसर होंगे, चाहे वो पॉलिटिशियन होंगे, तो उनके ऊपर में सज़ा होगी। दिल्ली वासियों के लिए सबसे पहले बहुत सारे काम करेंगे। 1 काम, 2 काम, 10 काम नहीं, हज़ारों काम करेंगे। और हमने जैसे कहा कि महिला समृद्धि योजना, यमुना रिवर फ्रंट, यहाँ के हमारे सारे अनएम्प्लॉयड बच्चों के लिए रोज़गार, उनके लिए 50,000 सरकारी नौकरियाँ, और भी तमाम यहाँ पे पॉल्यूशन को कम करना है। उसके लिए हम जो है सख्त से सख्त कदम उठाएंगे। यहाँ पे ट्रैफिक कंजेशन, नए फ्लाईओवर, नई मेट्रो लाइन, सीवर लाइन, साफ़ पानी, गाँव में विकास, सारी कॉलोनियों में विकास, बहुत सारे काम करें। आम आदमी पार्टी केवल एक झूठ पे बनाई हुई सरकार थी। 10 साल वो केवल झूठ बोलते रहे, दिल्ली के लोगों को सपने दिखाते रहे। इस पूरे कैंपेन में उन्होंने एक भी फ़ोटो ऐसी नहीं दिखाई जो उन्होंने काम किया हो। इसलिए लोग ये बात समझ गए थे कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जो भी कहते हैं झूठ ही बोलते हैं, और यही कारण रहा कि आम आदमी पार्टी इतने ज़्यादा हारी है।
Well, joining us now, my colleague Aishwarya, who's been busy tracking various political parties, certainly the BJP, and the images that you see on your screen are fireworks. It's not even late at night, so you can't see it clearly, but the BJP quite clearly celebrating. Aishwarya, let's see that big smile on your face, because there are a lot of smiles around you as well. My first question to you, is it true, Aishwarya, that for the last 1 hour you have been eating mithai?
Well, that's right. Kaju katli or laddus, halwas that is being served at the BJP headquarters. Or earlier when I was at Parvesh Verma's residence, a lot of people distributing sweets, and it's a historic mandate, of course, for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The workers are much enthusiastic at this point of time because they are waiting for this historic mandate that they have received for so long. And the history has been created today. It is, of course, Parvesh Verma who clearly stated that Sushashan ki jeet hui hai, Vikas ki jeet hui hai, and that's where Delhi has voted towards. It is Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be shortly coming to the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, where I am reporting from, and much happy faces over here. Let me tell my camera person to just pan and show around what's happening at the BJP national headquarters at Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg over here. As far as the Karyakartas are concerned, they are distributing sweets, busting firecrackers, and all are waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive. It will be BJP National President JP Nadda who would be also arriving at the BJP headquarters. Home Minister Amit Shah will also accompany Prime Minister, and all the 70 candidates have also been called in to the BJP national headquarters. आप लोग ने कितनी मिठाई खा ली है अभी तक? आप लोगों ने कितनी मिठाई खा ली है अभी तक? और कितना बड़ा दिन है आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी
हमारे लिए? सुबह से मिठाई खा रहे हैं, सुबह से 5 किलो के डब्बे आ ही रहे हैं कंटिन्यूअस, 1 मिनट के लिए बंद नहीं है।
कितनी खा रहे हैं? सब लोगों को बांट रहे हैं।
इतना खुशी है, मिठाई जितना बांट पा रहा हूँ बांट रहा हूँ, अत्यंत खुशी है। आज ऐसा हमारे 27 साल बाद पूरे दिल्ली के अंदर दिया जला है, ऐसा कभी हुआ ही नहीं है। आज जो चमत्कार हमारे ये दिल्ली के लिए हुआ है, एक एक जनता इतनी खुशी है, एक एक घर में दिया जल रहा है। आज जैसे दीपावली मनाई जाती है, वैसे आज हमारे यहाँ उत्सव मनाया जा रहा है। दिल्ली ऐसे जो है
ऐतिहासिक दिन आप इसको मान रहे हैं? आप क्या?
देखिए, हम तो चाह रहे हैं आज सच्चाई की जीत हुई है और बुराई की हार हुई है, और केजरीवाल को तो हार नहीं था। उसने गुमराह किया मुसलमानों को, उसने गुमराही की चक्की हमें पिसाने पे दिखाया कि ये सब चीज तो उसका नाटक आज खत्म हो चुका है, बुराई का अंत हो चुका है और सच्चाई की जीत। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पूरे देश के अंदर हर वर्ग के लोगों को सम्मान दिया है, सम्मान का काम किया है, और आज भी मुस्लिम बहनों ने, हम समाज ने मिलकर हमने भी वोट किया है। और कौन कहता है मुस्लिम समाज वोट नहीं करता? मुस्लिम समाज करता है।
अभी मुस्कुरा रहे हैं, आज 27 साल के बाद ये दिन आया है बीजेपी।
बिल्कुल भाई साहब, खुशी का दिन है। आज दिल्ली की जनता ने उस तिलिस्म को तोड़ा है जो कि झूठ का, पाखंड का और अहंकार का था। अहंकार की केजरीवाल जी बोलते थे कि कोई हराने वाला पैदा नहीं हुआ,
दूसरा जन्म लेना पड़ेगा, उस जन्म में हम हारेंगे। केजरीवाल जी बोलते थे।
Sentiments around the Bharatiya Janata Party Karyakartas distributing sweets and a much awaited movement for them. They were waiting it for so long to have this day, and celebrations at just not the national headquarters but the entire capital is celebrating according to the Bharatiya Janata Party supporters.
6
Huge
p.m., right, is when the Prime Minister
over
speaks?
here.
Because I'm told that he's brought forward the time of his address. Is it 6 p.m. or later?
We have been told that it's 6 p.m. now, just because you have to leave for his tour. It is now, we have been told that 6 p.m. when Prime Minister will be arriving over here. Earlier, it will be BJP President JP Nadda, Home Minister Amit Shah, who also will be arriving at the BJP National Headquarters. And 6 p.m. we have been told that he would be addressing the Karyakartas who have gathered in large numbers over here.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to you in a little while from now. Thanks very much, Aishwarya, for joining us. I'm now joined by Nupur Dogra, our correspondent who is at the BJP Delhi office. Thanks, Nupur, very much for being with us. I suppose the question on everyone's mind, it almost seems inevitable at this stage, but still, who's going to be the next chief minister? I know Parvesh Verma and his family supporters, everyone saying, look, let the bosses decide. But is there a sense that, you know, it is essentially going to be him?
Well, you know that with BJP, it is everyone keeps mum about their next CM, who will be the CM face, and no one wants to say their name because they fear then they will not be picked. So, in fact, till now, every leader that has been asked, even Parvesh Verma has not categorically not said anything about him being, being considered for the CM phase. So, not much can be said about that. Right now, we are at the Delhi BJP party office, and people have been celebrating, and celebrations have been going on at large scale, and we have all these BJP workers who are not leaving. They are coming and going. There's a continuous flux of people at this party office right now. And yeah, of course, they are also discussing the same thing. One thing is, this exact thing is on everyone's mind, that who will be the next CM of Delhi after Arvind Kejriwal has walked out now. He will have to walk out since the people have voted him out. So we have some BJP workers joining us. So we can ask them, who do you think will be the next CM?
As far as my knowledge is concerned, I believe that the right candidate for CM Umidwar is, like as I heard from the many people, Pravesh Verma would be suitable, and one of the Gadawar is the education now. But we'll talk about him. And
what do you think? Who can be the next CM face for BJP?
It's BJP. We can't say anything.
But what do you think as a party worker? Who do you want to see as
if any worker who is focused on Gyan, according to BJP, Gyan means Garib, Yuva, Annadata, and means Nari. So who focused on Gyan, then definitely he will become next.
Who is that? Take a name.
Parvesh Verma.
Parvesh Verma. Okay, so you have heard the voices at the BJP party office. These are the workers. These are the voices of the workers. Most workers are guessing and are saying that it will be Parvesh Verma who has in fact today defeated Arvind Kejriwal. So still celebrations are going on at this Delhi party office, while people are now heading to BJP headquarters. As Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to address at 6 p.m. So people are looking much forward to it. However, people are still coming in. BJP workers are still celebrating. Dolls are here, drums are here, firecrackers are here. The colors are, in fact, people are playing with colors all around. You can see. So celebrations are there's all around. Celebrations are all around us at BJP office, as you can see in Delhi.
All right, thanks, Nupur, very much for joining us. Amitabh, you know, just before this, I was telling you or asking about Sahib Singh Verma, Parvesh Verma's father. The reason I ask is because way back in the day, in 1996, when I was about Nupur's age, starting journalism, he was the Chief Minister of Delhi. And I remember this one occasion when I carried my knapsack with everything inside it and my NDTV mic to his office. Everything fell out of the bag. I was jittery at that stage. I was 21 years old. So he came up to me and said, "Bete, ek second." He took my NDTV mic, he held it while I loaded up my bag. He then handed my mic back so that I could then ask him a question. And he insisted I never leave, ever, in the 2 years that I covered the BJP in those days, until I had a cup of tea. The world truly has come a full circle for that family to see his son, who's done so well politically, potentially be the next chief minister.
Yeah, so life comes full circle, as you said, and Sahib Singh Verma has a lot of goodwill in Delhi.
Huge
and
goodwill.
has done a lot of good work in his tenure as chief minister. We were all thinking that what would happen to Parvesh Verma's future when he was denied a ticket, but
Yes.
again, life is full of surprises. Maybe BJP had a plan for him, and what a victory, what a stunning victory, defeating Arvind Kejriwal in his den, where he had defeated an ex-chief minister, Sheila Dikshit, and started his career as a poster boy of the Aam Aadmi Party and the India Against Corruption movement. So I think, yeah, he is a giant killer of sorts, and it will be very, very difficult now for the BJP.
So presuming
to
that
deny
he
him a
is the
CM
chief
chair.
minister, Sajjan, presuming that he does end up being the chief minister, here's a young, progressive, development-oriented chief minister who can really transform the face of a national capital, which, let's face it, over the last few years hasn't seen the development that many would have wanted, right?
Precisely, and somebody commented that now it's time to talk more about Niti and less about Rajniti.
Yeah.
You know, and that is why with Parvesh Verma, one is the family legacy, two also the age factor is there, three, even if he was denied the ticket, he has been a vocal face within the state unit of BJP, which is perceived to be weak. You know, it was perceived that it's the central leadership primarily which is giving energy to the campaign. Four, he has a community-centric social base also, and that is backing him, the Jat community. And more than that, you also see that there is a sort of kind of crisis of the state faces. Yes, there can be a surprise element. You know, there are various segments who have supported it, not just the middle class, but other. But primarily, it's the middle class consolidation that has catapulted the party in the new millennium into power in Delhi in the 21st century, and he emerges as the most prominent face. So certainly there is a legacy behind him, and I think there is time, the mandate is so big that all the normative weight that gave edge to the Aam Aadmi Party in the last 10
actually
years.
Parvesh Verma at a Gurdwara, I think it's the Bangla Sahib Gurdwara. It is the Bangla Sahib Gurdwara.
Yes.
But carry on with your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, see, that reach out to different communities, everything. So it's like you are already kind of, I mean, gearing up for the responsibility if given to you. But more than what is important, that this is primarily the frustration and alienation of the middle class in Delhi. And it's poetic in a way that Aam Aadmi Party emerged from a movement led by the middle class. You know, and when that class abandons you, certainly a section of the poor segment also have joined the BJP, that is there. So certainly middle class expects not just about the political rhetoric and everything. This time also you see BJP localized the election, so that is a new shift into the strategy of BJP. Before 2024 election, you see BJP used to contest assembly elections on the national plans, you know. Now you see post Haryana, Maharashtra and now Delhi, it is like they consider every election as a highly localized election, like a municipal election, and therefore that way the local issues of the governance, you know.
Okay, just give me a second. Let me go across to Ashutosh Ranka of the Aam Aadmi Party. Ashutosh, a difficult day for you. You know, Arvind Kejriwal losing the support of the middle classes. Do you believe that, you know, the man who was in his Wagoner, the man who had his muffler, people made fun of it, but that was his identity, that resonated with the middle classes. You know, his protests all through the night in the middle of winter outside Rail Bhavan, the entire movement India against corruption, what he did in terms of electricity, water, all of that. That appealed to the middle class perhaps more than any gesture by any political leader for the middle classes. But that's disappeared. Do you believe, therefore, that the core identity of the Aam Aadmi Party has gone with it?
Vishnu, I think I'll just take 30 seconds and I'll come to your question, right? The way I look at Delhi elections is Delhi elections has been a story of valor. It has been a story of humility, and it is a story of resolve. The way, the kind of situation we fought these elections in, if you just look at the way the last 2 years have progressed, the kind of suppression which was meted out to the Aam Aadmi Party, not just the investigative agencies, but even the media, even the Delhi police, even the election commission. So, and if you just look at the way elections happened in last couple of months, I think we were fighting not just against the BJP, but we were fighting against, a whole set of institutions, a whole set of money and muscle power. Having said that, I still would really, really, really appreciate all the supporters and volunteers of Aam Aadmi Party who stood tall, who stood resilient, and who still fought and fought us a good elections. We still ended up on 45% vote share, which is very, very, I would say, reflective of the kind of support which Aam Aadmi Party still holds in Delhi. Having said that, Delhi elections is also an election of humility. At the end of the day, जनता जनार्दन है, लोकतंत्र में जनता ही सर्वोपरि है. And if this is a mandate given by the people of Delhi, we with all humility accept it.
All right.
It's too soon. It's too soon to comment as to what went wrong. But definitely there were lapses, which is why we are sitting here. Of course, if we would have won 50 seats, we would have been debating.
No, fair
what
enough.
went
And I
wrong
think
for the
Arvind
BJP.
Kejriwal was.
So it will take us time to
was
really
very clear in
understand
his
what went
statement.
wrong. It will take us time
Sure.
to
All right. I get
understand,
your point,
and then
Ashutosh.
we'll
Let me
come
keep the
back.
strike.
We'll come back. Yeah.
Let me keep the strike rotating. But I mean, Arvind Kejriwal's statement very, very clear, conceding defeat and saying that he would be a proper opposition, the Aam Aadmi Party, a constructive one. Lavanya Balal, the question therefore is for the Congress. You've done very poorly in these elections. If anything, some would suggest that in the New Delhi constituency, Arvind Kejriwal, from an opposition standpoint, losing is possibly because his vote was cut between the Congress and the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. So, where does this leave the Congress Party, which was a dominant force in Delhi politics?
Good evening. Yes, it is very disheartening, heartbreaking to see the results of the Congress Party in Delhi today. We were hoping that Mr. Dikshit and Abhishek Dutt and Alka Lamba at least would win, and open our khatha, as they would say, in Delhi. It's been 10 years and we have not won a single seat. This coming from, Sheila Dikshit's 3 terms where she did a lot of developmental works. It's heartbreaking. And
no, but
there
Lavanya,
needs
on
to
the
be
question
much
of
more.
opposition unity, now, I mean, you fought viciously against the Aam Aadmi Party in these elections in Delhi. I mean, if there is to be an opposition which is viable in this country, then where is it?
I object to the word viciously. Politics is politics, right? There are a lot of vicious stuff that comes from BJP's end towards all parties. I don't see anybody saying that. And having said that,
No, I'll
yes,
say the
we had a
BJP was
coalition-
more than
we
vicious
had a
towards you.
coalition.
But that's the nature of politics. But you were equally vicious to the Congress and vice versa.
Every party, I think, plays viciously against each other
Right.
in
So let's move
elections.
beyond the word vicious. Where is the opposition?
Right now, I would say we had a coalition only for the MP elections, and we did not have a coalition beyond that. We had to fight our fight, and we have seen in different states. See, I'm not saying AAP is a regional party. What I'm saying is when we have a regional party, like for example, in Karnataka, usually the regional parties eat into the vote bank of the Congress, and we have seen that happening in Delhi as well. So they have eaten into the vote share of the Congress in the previous elections, and maybe this time too. But what I would say right now is we have seen an increase in our vote share. It is heartbreaking, but yes, it is time. The Congress does much more of the hard work, and it is a people's mandate. Somewhere people did not.
All right.
Or
Well, some
whatever
would
we
suggest
promised
that in
did not
elections in the
resonate with
past,
people.
all of the Congress's vote bank went to the Aam Aadmi Party. And I think a large part of that has now shifted over to the BJP as well this time around. But let's see how
Yes.
I'll leave that for analysts. But let me go across to Daniel Francis, who joins us now. I think a lot of this has also to do with the identity of the Aam Aadmi Party. The fact that identity has been eroded, or the corruption plank, anti-corruption plank has been eroded. The Sheesh Mahal controversy, for a man who used to float around in a Wagoner in Delhi to be living in the Sheesh Mahal, that would have certainly resonated with voters, right? Do you believe it was been an image crisis for the Aam Aadmi Party that partly resulted in this loss?
I think the word that a voter and a political party that establish a relationship between a voter and political party is trust.
Yes.
And that trust was broken. I think somewhere people thought that Kejriwal has taken them for a ride in that Wagoner. Because unlike what he was and how he started, and you see the kind of response he got. You know, he got almost all the seats in his second election, almost all the seats in his second election. That's the kind of trust, that's the kind of, no party has got the kind of trust and the kind of response that Aam Aadmi Party had got in its second election. Stupendous victory. People said, here I am, lock, stock and barrel, across voter profile, across economic profile, across social profile, because I trust you, you're a man with a difference and you're going to make a difference to our lives. And then slowly and steadily, it started unraveling. He became like any other party, any other politician, and is from starting as a great Indian hope, he became the great Indian disappointment. The way he lived and your personal life, for example, Miss Mamata Banerjee, and I'm talking only from a point of view of political brands, because I'm a political brand strategist. So I see Mamata Banerjee, she still carries herself the way she carried herself before the elections. There's a very little difference to her lifestyle. At least she's conscious of the fact that she should not live. She's a three-term chief minister of a state. But Kejriwal, that trust really broke, and also the governance, the kind of governance he gave to the city of Delhi. And listen, political parties that I travel across, they are not concerned about what is happening in political rivalries and one party or one government doing to other. They are only concerned about what they are getting at the end of the day.
All right.
If they, they don't get what they want, and these are urban voters.
Daniel, just let's keep the strike rotating for a moment. I just want to remind our viewers of what they're seeing. Let's have those images up full screen for a moment, please. These are at the headquarters of the BJP in Delhi. The Prime Minister will be addressing the country, his party workers, his supporters after this resounding win of the BJP in 48 to 22 in favor of the BJP from the headquarters of the BJP in the national capital in about 35 minutes from now. Amitabh, I just wanted to come to you because what strikes me is that in these elections, besides the results itself, you know, it's been all about giant killers. Arvind Kejriwal lost. Ramesh Biduri, a huge leader of the BJP, lost, right? Alka Lamba, big leader of the Congress, lost. Manish Sisodia of the Aam Aadmi Party lost. Durgesh Pathak, another big leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, lost. Sandeep Dixit of the Congress Party lost. It's a profound rejection of old leaders who've been the biggest leaders in Delhi. It's just unreal, and it's across parties.
No, see, essentially this denotes that there was winds of change. Now, if there is your top leadership of the party losing elections, Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, who used to pull votes for other candidates and ensure that they would win. So if they themselves were losing or are losing, what happens is that it automatically pulls down the tally of the Aam Aadmi Party, because the difference between the Lok Sabha vote share and the Vidhan Sabha vote share of the Aam Aadmi Party was primarily the brand Kejriwal pull. The pull with which he was able to take away voters of BJP and Congress who voted for them in Lok Sabha elections, but he used to pull them on his trust, credibility, delivery, performance, guarantee. But all of this seems to have vanished in the last 5 years, because it's not only about credibility, it's also about non-delivery. In the last 5 years, the tenor has not been great. Only the free bus travel for women has been launched. All the other schemes were launched in the first term. So what happens? And also, this middle class was fascinated by the fresh ideas he brought, that we will clear air pollution, we will cleanse Yamuna by doing this, that. But it seems that the model was anyway apart from the freebie model, there was no real model to offer. So
I can't agree more. As a resident of the city, I mean, it is tragically poor, the condition of the national capital. We can't breathe in parts of the winter. The rest of the year it is polluted. The roads are congested to a point where they're unviable. Ammonia in water becomes a huge problem. It is a real crisis. So where's the development? Amit Shah at the BJP headquarters at this stage. JP Nadda will be addressing party workers, presumably Amit Shah as well, before the Prime Minister. That's the way it actually works. So, you know, the sense of celebration is beginning. The Prime Minister usually speaks at about 8 p.m., but he's traveling, so I mean, he's starting up a bit earlier on. So 6 p.m. is when we'll see Narendra Modi speak. He's not there to the best of my knowledge. In fact, he's not there at the BJP headquarters at the moment. He will be there. But let's stay with these pictures for a moment as we see Amit Shah being greeted by party workers 27 years after their the last time they were in power. The BJP back in the national capital at a time when governance and delivery of services and improving the condition of the national capital region, improving the health conditions in the national capital region, pollution in the national capital region, the river, the Yamuna, is absolutely critical. It is absolutely a crisis at so many levels. And I think if the BJP has won these elections, they have to deliver on this, because people in Delhi across the board, it's not about caste, it's not about socio-economic factors, it is very much about development this time around, not just about freebies. In fact, let me put that across to Asif Bamla of the BJP, who's also with us as we stay with these pictures of Amit Shah. Development and delivery of development. Do you believe that the BJP will be judged in the next 5 years on this and this alone?
Firstly, I would like to thank the people of Delhi for this historic victory. People have shown their faith in Honorable Prime Minister's guarantee, and we want to thank the people of Delhi for supporting the Bharatiya Janata Party. You see, as far as the promises are concerned, the best part is that this is going to be a fairly a double-engine sarkar. In the center, we are in power. Now with Delhi, we're coming after 27 years. So that's in itself a very big opening for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Our Honorable Prime Minister, I think this is the best gift the people of Delhi can give to the Honorable Prime Minister on an Amavas day, actually. But let me also tell you that Delhi people have silenced the drama of Arvind Kejriwal, right from saying that we've been distributing money, we've been trying to break their MLAs with 15 crore, 13 crore, or whatever. I don't know what nuisance was going on, is something which the country witnessed. He used the dreams of the people who supported him. Like, I was very surprised and astonished when I heard Anna Hazare today for the first time when he opened up. I mean, he has. He's such a stalwart, Anna Hazare. So he mentioned very clearly that he has used the dreams of the people for his personal ambitions. And today, I think the Bharatiya Janata Party has the people of Delhi. I wouldn't even say our party. Of course, the workers have played a very, very important role, but the people of Delhi are to be credited, or unko salam hai, because today they have done a justice for Delhi. Today, justice is done for Delhi, And I'll tell you, इन्होंने जनता को ठगा है. जनता जिसको चाहती है उसको सर्वोपरि बनाती है, और तुमको 2 बार मौका दिया था. आपने यमुना का क्या हाल किया? See about the air pollution. I, being an environmentalist, of course, being a spokesperson, apart from that, we run this environment campaign. We have all our Delhi charters have gone so many times to the chief minister with issues, with the issues to solve the problem and the menace of air pollution. Our charters there have sent him a proper roadmap.
Asif, just hold on to your thoughts for one moment, because we've got a reaction coming in from Parvesh Verma inside the Bangla Sahib Gurdwara. Let's listen in.
को बहुत-बहुत बधाई देता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं, और इस जीत का श्रेय हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को जाता है कि उनकी सारी योजनाओं पर, सारे कामों पर दिल्ली की जनता ने विश्वास किया. हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी को जाता है कि उन्होंने कार्यकर्ताओं का मार्गदर्शन किया. हमारे गृह मंत्री आदरणीय अमित शाह जी को जाता है कि उन्होंने दिल्ली की चुनावी कमान अपने हाथ में संभाली और धुआंधार उन्होंने प्रचार किया. दिल्ली के सारे कार्यकर्ताओं को जाता है. हमारे सामने बहुत सारी चुनौतियां हैं. दिल्ली में पिछले 2-3 दशक से कोई काम नहीं हुए. हमारे सामने चुनौतियां रहेंगी, मगर उसी के साथ में एक हमें एडवांटेज भी रहेगा कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का साथ मिलेगा और दिल्ली में बहुत सारे काम कर पाएंगे. दिल्ली की जनता को ग्राउंड पे फ़र्क दिखाई देगा.
आपने यहाँ अरदास करी है, गुरु जी का नाम लेके आप शुरू करने जा रहे हैं अपना कार्य, तो पहला क्या कार्य करने की कोशिश आप करेंगे?
कोई एक कार्य बताऊंगा तो ठीक नहीं होगा, हजारों कार्य करने हैं. हमारी प्राथमिकता रहेगी दिल्ली का पोल्यूशन कम करना, अनएम्प्लॉयड बच्चों को रोजगार देना, यमुना मैया को साफ करना, दिल्ली में जो भ्रष्टाचार हुए उनके ऊपर में SIT का गठन करना, दिल्ली में ट्रैफिक की और ख़ास तौर पे पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम को अच्छा करना, दिल्ली में नई बसें खरीदना, दिल्ली में झुग्गी झोपड़ियों को पक्का करना, दिल्ली में जिन लोगों के पास में गरीब लोगों के पास में मकान नहीं है उनको मकान देना, बहुत सारे काम हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड है, वो तय करते हैं, और हमारा विधायक दल है वो तय करता है। तो जो तय होगा वो हम सभी को मान्य होगा।
कैसे देखते हैं केजरीवाल?
All right, Parvesh Verma there, potentially the next Chief Minister of the National Capital Region at a Gurdwara in Delhi. A huge victory for him in these elections. The BJP absolutely steamrolling the Aam Aadmi Party. What's the future of the Aam Aadmi Party? That's a larger question we'll get into later on. But just a reminder for our viewers, in less than half an hour from now, the Prime Minister will be addressing BJP party workers. We'll be cutting across to that. We'll also be bringing in several more reactions of the BJP returning to power in the National Capital Region for the first time in 27 years. Now, a short break.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें NDTV का ऐप हो।
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो NDTV ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना।
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव्यापा आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में।
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दोगे।
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग NDTV।
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची।
NDTV ऐप नहीं।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage.
Welcome back. The BJP has truly captured the national capital. They've conquered the national capital with 48 in favor of the BJP and its allies to just 22 for the Aam Aadmi Party. We have seen a huge change in the national capital's political phase. Joining us now, Sanjay Kumar, Lokniti CSDS. Thank you, Sanjay ji, very much for being with us. If you were to analyze this result, it seems to quite clearly indicate that the core base of the BJP, not just the middle class, but even the poorer segments have possibly crossed over. Is that really therefore the story of these elections, that the Aam Aadmi Party could never really hold on to even those who they always felt would never desert them?
To a great extent, yes, Vishnu, but I think this defeat is more the personal defeat of Arvind Kejriwal for two reasons. First, he himself has not been able to win the election. Aam Aadmi Party's vote share has declined. But if you look at the vote share estimate, the difference between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party's vote share, it is hardly 2.5%, less than 3%. So party has not been able to do very badly. Yes, in terms number of seats, they are just 22. But why I say that it is a personal defeat for Arvind Kejriwal, in 2015 and 2020, when Aam Aadmi Party has performed so well, all the credit goes to Kejriwal for that. But the blame of the defeat must go to Kejriwal because he has himself pitched at a very high pedestrian. He has raised the hope of the middle class about giving a new kind of politics, giving a clean politics. So his image got tarnished after all the allegations which have been leveled, the Shish Mahal issue and the various other issues surrounding that. So what has happened is that there is a huge disenchantment among the middle class against Aam Aadmi Party, which also got percolated among the other classes. So you're right. It is not only the middle classes which has switched away from Aam Aadmi Party towards BJP. BJP managed to attract votes from other classes as well.
Sanjay, we've just had a budget where we've had, benefits in terms of taxation for the middle class. Then these elections came right around the corner. Let's face it, you and I live in the National Capital Region. It is in a mess when it comes to the state of development. We can't breathe, our flyovers are awful, the roads are crowded, water is a problem with ammonia, sometimes we don't get it quite frequently. Are people just fed up of the fact that we are living in a national capital region where development has entirely flopped? For whatever the reasons, it doesn't exist almost.
The issues which you have mentioned, yes, these are the concerns of the middle class, largely middle class and other sections of society as well. Drinking water, cutting across class, there are different kinds of drinking water problem. If you go to the Juggi Jhopdi and the lower income class colonies, so the problem is about drinking water. They don't get drinking water and
news potentially coming in. Let me go straight across to NDTV's Akhilesh Sharma. Akhilesh, is there any detail now on who's going to be the next Chief Minister of Delhi?
Well, Vishnu, there are several claimants as far as the post of the Chief Ministership is concerned. There are several eligible MLAs who are newly elected MLAs of the BJP. Some of them are very senior state BJP leaders. And of course, names like Pravesh Sharma, who has defeated Arvind Kejriwal, his name is doing round. Also of Satish Upadhyay, Vijender Gupta. These all are the senior leaders of the Delhi BJP. But of course, the final call has to be taken by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah. In fact, PM Narendra Modi is going to reach the BJP headquarters shortly. And we have been told by the sources that there will be an informal discussion among the parliamentary board members about the next course of action, which involves calling the meeting of the newly elected MLAs of the BJP and then sending the observers there. And of course, after that, the name will be finalized and declared. And the swearing-in ceremony is going to be a very grand ceremony, which BJP is going to take place, likely to hold, because the party is coming back to power after 27 long years. And of course, all these exercises likely to be completed before Prime Minister Narendra Modi departs for his foreign tour to France and the USA.
So that means what? Within the next 2 days, we expect the swearing in, right?
No, it will take some time, but of course we do not know when they are going to decide or when they are going to hold the meeting of the MLAs. But of course, all the formalities on the discussions will take place today when Prime Minister Narendra Modi reaches to the party headquarters. And normally what happens that he interacts with the senior party leaders and the members of the parliamentary board, and then they finalize the names of the observers to be sent there. And then, of course, the meeting takes place.
When is the Prime Minister leaving for France and then for America? He's going to be in America on the 12th night, most likely.
Yeah.
So he's leaving, I think, India when? On the 9th, right?
9th or 10th, 9th.
Right. So that gives us very little time.
So maybe, maybe once he comes back, because he will be, of course, participating in the swearing-in ceremony, because BJP would like him to be there, because BJP won the election on his face, and also the name of Modi is guarantee.
Yes.
So BJP would like him to be there. So it may take 3 to 4 days also, but in the meanwhile, when he's abroad, other formalities can take place.
So that's an interesting point. What you're saying is that we're going to see some formalities beforehand, but the actual swearing in perhaps after the Prime Minister comes back. He comes back, I think, on the 14th.
That's correct. Yes.
Right? So another 6 days. So for 6 days, before we actually see the formation, etc., etc.
Well, we do not have concrete information as of now, but of course, the BJP will react to this when they make a formal announcement, and Prime Minister himself is likely to address the people of Delhi, the voters of Delhi, through the party workers who are going to assemble at the BJP headquarters.
Akhilesh, can you venture a guess on when we will know, in terms of an announcement from the BJP, who the next Chief Minister is going to be? Is it going to be within the next 24 hours?
No, I do not think so. It will take some time because there are a lot of formalities which are involved. As I mentioned, there's the meeting of the newly elected MLAs. This meeting has to be called, and then the observers have to be deployed. And then, of course, after that, the BJP will come to a conclusion.
All right, we'll take a short break at this stage, come back with the very latest. And a reminder to our viewers, in 16 minutes from now, the Prime Minister set to address, and I think it will start with JP Nadda, then perhaps Amit Shah, and then the Prime Minister set to address all of those supporters of the BJP, that's just the BJP office, but supporters across Delhi and indeed across India. A huge victory for the BJP. 27 years later, they are back in power in the national capital region. What will this mean for one of the most populous cities on earth? We've got images of Parvesh Verma as well over there. No guarantee that he's necessarily going to be the Chief Minister. I think there's a sense of excitement and therefore speculation. Satish Upadhyay, another name which is doing the rounds. We'll take a break, come right back.
मोबाइल फोन किसी भी ब्रांड का काम का तब होता है जब उसमें NDTV का ऐप हो।
जब अपना फोन किसी को दो तो NDTV ऐप के अलावा बाकी सब डिलीट कर देना।
नहीं तो क्या सियापा होता है, जानने के लिए देखिए हमारी स्वीट लव स्टोरी लव्यापा आपके नजदीकी सिनेमा घरों में।
तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए बानी को दोगे और बानी तुम अपना फोन एक दिन के लिए गौरव को दोगे।
और न्यूज के लिए कीप वॉचिंग NDTV।
हर 2 साल में फोन बदले जाते हैं गुच्ची।
NDTV ऐप नहीं।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith. The world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam. A sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
The people of Delhi have chosen the BJP, a party they did not choose for 27 long years. It's a body blow to the Aam Aadmi Party, which governed the national capital for 10 years, with Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, and several top leaders of the party having lost this election. It's a day of celebrations for the BJP. It's certainly the crown of Delhi. The Delhi ki gaddi, which has been won by the party. Prime Minister Modi, the man of the moment, arrives at the BJP headquarters any moment now. The stage is set. You can see the chairs there, and Prime Minister's cavalcade will be entering any moment now. But for the moment, the headlines. Capital counts on the BJP, dumps Aam Aadmi Party. BJP blooms in Delhi after 27 long years. 3 AAP biggies bite the dust. Giant killer Parvesh Verma defeats Kejriwal in New Delhi. BJP Shikha Roy stuns Aam Aadmi Party Saurabh Bhardwaj in GK. Manish Sisodia concedes, loses from Jangpura. BJP's giant slayer Parvesh Verma speaks exclusively to NDTV, says on the question of CM face, it is the central leadership that will decide. Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal accepts the mandate, says will play the role of a constructive opposition. Atishi says time to continue the war against the BJP. PM Modi to lead Delhi's victory bash at the party headquarters. Prime Minister Modi tweets saying development and good governance has won. And what a day of political upheaval it has been. I'm going to cut across to Aishwarya Jain, who is joining us live from the BJP office. Any moment Prime Minister arrives and then he addresses the Karyakartas. Let's be clear, it is Mr. Modi's victory. He has been leading from the front, making the big announcements. And of course, that phrase of Abda was also given by him. Ash. Okay.
Well, certainly.
And Prime Minister will be arriving at the BJP office in another 15 minutes. So in 15 minutes, he is going to be there. But yes, Ash, go ahead.
Well, that's right. Any moment from now, Prime Minister will be arriving at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. It is BJP President JP Nadda.
Okay, so I think the jammers have now been put in place. It will be difficult for any live link from the BJP office. We have Sajjan Kumar and Professor Sandeep Shastri joining us. Professor Sandeep Shastri, one may say that this BJP headquarters has been quite lucky for Mr. Modi.
Undoubtedly, and after the setback of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, Haryana, Maharashtra and now Delhi, I think one after the other it has been a journey towards the return to the 2019 sentiment, and I think you will see that in full play today at the victory celebrations of the party.
Okay, a word on brand Narendra Modi. Many saw, Sajjan, many said that it has been dented, but here is the brand which is winning state after state for the BJP.
Precisely, and another feather in his cap after 370, after Ram Temple. I mean, it's the long hiatus of BJP. I mean, even in Atal Bihari Vajpayee era, it could not be captured. Now under Modi, I mean, BJP captured again. So certainly what a better endorsement of his brand, that is there. Two, also, see, I mean, the increasing reliance of the poor segment of the voters, on the assurance, because even since 1998, in Delhi, at least the poor segment did not trust BJP vis-a-vis Congress and then Kejriwal. So this time it was, state leadership was considerably weak. So it was Prime